In order to prove her absolute loyalty to her beautiful master, my green tea junior brother actually proposed in public to abolish my cultivation. Everyone thought I would resist angrily, but I just smiled calmly and replied softly, "Okay, I will return all my cultivation to you." I was once the only genius in this world who was proficient in all kinds of cultivation and was a talented disciple that countless immortal cultivation forces vied to recruit. And now, I stand in public, being publicly judged by my master, the beautiful woman who once regarded me as a treasure. She will use the divine whip to hit my soul 100 times in front of all the monks in the world as a public execution. All this happened just because my new junior brother Tang Chi destroyed the Sect's treasure, but teamed up with my 4th senior sister and 5th junior brother to frame me for the crime. Their purpose was just to enjoy my embarrassing look as I was unable to refute. Faced with such a frame-up, I smiled and said, "This punishment is too light. Beating with the divine whip or public humiliation would not be as satisfying as abolishing my cultivation and expelling me from the sect. All this is only because I remember the experience of my previous life. At that time, I was also framed by my junior fellow apprentice, despised by my master, and regarded as a thorn in the eyes of my senior sisters. In the end, they teamed up to kill me, and I died with hatred in my heart, and my soul witnessed the tragedy that followed. The seemingly innocent junior brother actually harbors evil in his heart. He practices magic and attempts to achieve his own evil path at the cost of sacrificing the world. Later, he succeeded and massacred the Yuqing sect. 5 senior sisters were turned into his puppets, and even my once high and mighty master became his plaything. These are the truths I learned after my death. In my previous life, I was compassionate and wanted to save everything. In this life, I will not repeat the same mistakes. Since there is resentment and hatred, I, Zhou Tong, will take it back with my own hands. At this time, in Xianwang Mountain, in the Judgment Hall of Yuqing sect, my cold and noble master, Emo Liusu, said coldly, "Zhou Tong, you destroyed the sect's treasure. Do you know your crime?" "I know you." I smiled coldly. "How dare you? Is that how you talk to me?" Emo Liusu's face immediately turned cold. "The evidence is there. Not only do you deny it, but you also dare to be rude to your elders. This is really a crime of aggravating the crime. Why don't you kneel down?" A powerful pressure came instantly, like a huge mountain pressing down on me, almost crushing me completely. My bones made a crunching sound when they were under pressure, and the old injuries in my body worsened, and the pain surged like a tide. However, I still stood straight and stared at her coldly. "Emo Liusu," I said calmly, my tone cold. "You keep saying that there are witnesses and evidence, but you are just trying to cover up the fact that you are protecting your beloved disciple. In your eyes, I'm just a puppet, right?" Emo Liusu's eyebrows jumped, and a barely perceptible panic flashed in his eyes. "You are so bold." Emo Liusu was furious. His pressure became more and more intense, and he wished he could crush me into pieces. At this moment, a hypocritical voice interrupted. "Master, please forgive my brother. He may just be jealous of me, which is why he did such a wrong thing." Tang Chi, this seemingly innocent but actually extremely sinister villain, pretended to plead with Emo Liusu, and in his words he pinned the crime firmly on my head. I looked at him, the hatred in my eyes barely concealed. But at this moment, "Tang Chi, you are too kind." Emo Liusu actually revealed a rare smile, as if everything was under control. "I don't blame you. Today, this evil disciple must receive the punishment he deserves." Tang Chi pretended to kneel down again and begged desperately. His acting skills were first-rate, and the elders around him shook their heads. I knew that his kneeling not only failed to save me, but pushed me into the abyss. Emo Liusu's eyes turned cold, and he stared at me. "Why don't you thank your junior brother quickly? I really shouldn't have brought you, such an ungrateful and evil disciple, back in the first place." I laughed so unrestrainedly that tears almost came out. "Thank you." I stared at Emo Liusu, my voice as sharp as an ice blade. "I worship you as my master, but you have never fulfilled your responsibilities as a master and allowed your beloved disciples to humiliate me, who is doing the dirtiest and most tiring work in the sect. If it weren't for me, where would you find the time to be so high and mighty on Yuqing Mountain?" As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the place. The 2 senior sisters were so angry that they were shaking all over. They immediately jumped out and accused, "You ungrateful wolf! Your master adopted you. which is a blessing you have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. How dare you say such reckless words? Mo Liusu's face turned pale, and he said angrily, I picked you up from the deserted mountains and didn't let you live on the streets. This is already a great favor. Now you are not only ungrateful, but also resentful. What use do I have for you? Mo Liusu's pressure descended again, and I could hardly breathe. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down immediately to admit your mistake to your junior brother and accept the punishment. Otherwise, I've already said it. I interrupted coldly. This treasure was clearly destroyed by Tang Chi. I won't take the blame. Good. Very good. A cold light flashed in Mo Liusu's eyes. Since you were stubborn, don't blame me for using the judgment of conscience. Hearing these 4 words, the faces of the elders in the room changed slightly. The conscience trial was one of the most severe punishments in the sect. Once it was used, the end would be ruin. Master, there is no need to be like this. Although Zhou Tong made mistakes, he has made contributions to the sect after all. An elder tried to dissuade him, but was interrupted by Mo Liusu with a wave of his hand. No need to say more. I have made up my mind. As Mo Liusu finished speaking, a stream of light shot straight into the sky. The sky suddenly changed color, and the wind and thunder were surging. The scene of judgment was actually projected onto the sky, attracting attention from all directions. Look, the Yuqing sect's public execution, someone exclaimed. Who is so unlucky to be publicly executed by the Yuqing sect? Said a male cultivator. It's Zhou Tong. When my face appeared on the screen, many people widened their eyes. Oh my God, isn't it him? The champion of the 100 Sects Conference? Said another male monk. Most wicked geniuses in Yuqing sect, but I didn't expect that he would violate the sect rules, said a female cultivator in surprise. Everyone was talking about this, but Mo Liusu's voice interrupted them. Genius? He's nothing but morally corrupt trash. Then, Mo Liusu glanced at me and announced the sentence. Zhou Tong, your crime is unforgivable. You will be beaten with the divine whip 100 times and kneel on the cliff for 3 years. The elders all gasped. This kind of punishment was almost destroying one's cultivation. Even if the charges were proven, it was too harsh. I sneered, no longer having any lingering feelings in my heart. I have objections. Objection. Mo Liusu's eyes turned cold. Don't think begging for mercy now will work. The result is already determined. Beg for mercy. I laughed sarcastically. According to the sect's rules, my cultivation should be abolished, and I should be expelled from the sect. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar, and Mo Liusu was even more shocked. What did you say? Elders, please enforce the law impartially. I said loudly, since you have determined that I am guilty, I will voluntarily withdraw from the sect today and sever all ties with Mo Liusu from now on. Do you want to sever the master-disciple relationship with me? Mo Liusu's face turned completely gloomy and he was furious. That's right. Mo Liusu and I looked into each other's eyes. The storm in our eyes had long since subsided. I uttered these 2 words calmly, with determination written all over my face. Mo Liusu was stunned. It seemed that she had expected this result, but it seemed that she was caught off guard. Her heart beat violently. This traitor really dared to sever the relationship between her and his disciple? She felt a little heartbroken, but why did her heart surge? No! The elders around could no longer sit still and stood up to stop it. That's ridiculous. How can we make a hasty decision when we haven't figured out the matter at all? That's right. Why don't we bring out the mirror of the universe? Once this mirror is used, everything in the past will be revealed, and the truth and falsehood, right and wrong will be clearly distinguished. The elders did not expect the situation to escalate like this. I was originally Mo Liusu's disciple, so they shouldn't have interfered. But now they can't just stand by and watch. Because I am not only her disciple, but also the pride of the sect and a role model for the younger generation. Many people regard me as a role model. If I am easily convicted, the sect's faith will be shaken. Zhou Tong is a man of extraordinary talent. Even if he made a mistake, he should be dealt with carefully. How can we be so arbitrary? Said an elder. As soon as these words came out, Tang Chi's face turned ugly instantly. 4th senior sister Jiang Yuyao and 5th senior sister Gu Hongxiu also looked nervous. If they really used the Wanxiang Tianjiao mirror, their conspiracy would be exposed. Elders, aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? Jiang Yuyao interrupted hastily. The Amaterasu mirror is the most precious treasure of the sect. Every time it is used, it consumes huge resources. Why waste so much energy on a sinner? Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to her. An elderly elder stepped forward and said slowly, "Only the master can use the treasure." Now that the master is in seclusion, Emoliosu, as his direct disciple, naturally has the right to act on his behalf. I was immediately interested when I heard this. In my previous life, I was forced to endure humiliation and never had the chance to reach this point. But in this life, I want to see what choice Emoliosu will make when faced with the truth. No need. Emoliosu's voice was cold and firm. She looked down at me coldly. "You traitor, you want to threaten me by severing ties with me? Ridiculous. Since you think so, I will do as you wish." A huge spiritual energy suddenly burst out, and a piece of contract appeared in the air. The spiritual energy condensed into words, which was a book of severance. The law contract. Both parties dripped blood on it, and the contract officially came into effect. Whoever dared to violate it would pay a heavy price. Emoliosu did not hesitate. He snapped his fingers, and a drop of blood flew out and landed on the contract. "It's your turn." Emoliosu's eyes were as sharp as knives, staring at me intently, as if trying to capture any trace of hesitation or retreat on my face. But I burst out laughing, a big, ironic laugh. "Ha ha ha! What on earth was I expecting? I should have thought of it earlier." My laughter echoed in the hall, and Emoliosu's heart was moved again. He laughed? What was he laughing at? Why could he still laugh? Emoliosu's fists clenched involuntarily. "What are you standing there for? It's not bleeding yet. Or do you regret it?" she asked coldly. "I never regret it." My smile disappeared, and I said coldly, "There is no right or wrong today. Emoliosu, my good master, you know that you can find out the truth, but you insist on not doing it. Because in your eyes, I will always be just a plaything that can be manipulated at will. If you say I am guilty, then I must be guilty. Resist? That is treason." I slowly raised my hand, and a drop of blood condensed from my fingertips. "The thing I regret most in my life is kneeling down and recognizing you as my master. Now, I want to end this mistake with my own hands." Before I finished speaking, blood flew out and went straight to the contract. Wait a minute. Just as the blood was about to fall, a beautiful figure appeared. Fairy Baiha suddenly reached out and caught the drop of blood lightly. Seeing this scene, Emoliosu's originally tense body relaxed slightly, and his clenched fists slowly dropped, as if he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Zhotong, why are you like this?" Fairy Baiha looked at me with a complicated expression. "I know you have grievances in your heart, but you might as well be patient. When the Sect Master comes out of confinement, we will jointly plead for you and give you a chance to prove your innocence." Fairy Baiha spoke gently and advised me to stop for the time being. "Emoliosu is your master after all. Your behavior today was too rude. Why don't you admit your mistake to her first, and then we can put this matter behind us?" The elders around me all agreed and advised me to admit my mistake to Emoliosu. They didn't know that the matter was not that simple. Emoliosu remained motionless, like a statue. No one noticed that the moment I flicked her blood, her heart seemed to be pierced by electricity, and her whole body tensed up. Even now, her heartbeat was still rapid and difficult to calm down. "Look, your master has already acquiesced. Go and admit your mistake. Today's incident will be over." Fairy Baiha's eyes were filled with hope. She thought Emoliosu's silence was a compromise. As long as I was willing to bow my head, everything could be resolved. I smiled slightly and looked at her gently. "Fairy Baiha, thank you for taking care of me over the years." Fairy Baiha was slightly stunned, and then a trace of relief appeared on her face. However, when I turned my gaze to Emoliosu, her face was as gloomy as water. "If he wants to leave, then let him leave," Emoliosu said coldly. "If you want to return to my school in the future, then you should be more restrained. What happened today will not happen again." The elders looked at each other with a hint of joy in their eyes. Considering Emoliosu's personality, this was already a big concession. But at this moment, I let out a breath. Fairy Baiha's face changed drastically, and she felt the drop of blood in her palm suddenly become hot and violent. "No!" she cried out in shock, trying to increase the strength of her hand to suppress the drop of blood. But it was too late. Bang! The drop of blood was like a blazing meteor, smashing heavily on the contract. The scene fell into dead silence. Time seemed to have stopped, and only the bright red mark on the contract seemed particularly glaring. The contract was done, With a flash of light, the contract split into two, falling into my hands and Mo Liosu's hands respectively. How dare you? Mo Liosu's voice was like a cold blade. The cold aura on her body instantly swept the entire hall, and the air around her seemed to be frozen. Her expression was like an ancient piece of black ice, without any emotion, and her pupils were so deep that it made people shudder. Everyone's heart suddenly tightened. They understood that the matter was irreversible. My actions completely angered Mo Liosu. Go Hongxiu, Jiang Yuyao, and Tang Qi looked at each other, and the joy in each other's eyes was clear. When the master entered this state, it meant that he was merciless. Zhou Tong, from today on, you are expelled from the sect. From now on, you are not allowed to regard yourself as a disciple of Yuqing's sect, and you are not allowed to use any skills of Yuqing's sect. Anyone who violates this will be killed. Mo Liosu said coldly. I should have left anyway. Then I took out a jade pendant from my bosom. It was a simple jade, warm and peaceful, and obviously well-maintained. This was given to me by Mo Liosu herself when I first became her disciple. Mo Liosu's pupils shrank slightly, obviously recognizing the jade pendant. What are you going to do with this? Mo Liosu asked with a sneer, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Return the item to its original owner. I handed over the jade pendant, but Mo Liosu didn't want to take it at all. She just waved her hand, and a burst of qi instantly smashed the jade pendant into pieces. Dirty thing, since you have touched it, I don't want it. Then please return my token to me. My words startled Mo Liosu. She remembered very clearly that I had carved a wooden bead with my own hands and gave it to her as a token of my apprenticeship, but she had thrown it away at random long ago. Do you think I will treasure that broken wooden bead? What a joke! Mo Liosu's voice was filled with sharp sarcasm, showing no mercy to me at all. It doesn't matter. I smiled indifferently. That wooden bead, carrying the innocence and longing of my youth, is no longer important now. See you later. I turned around, determined to leave. The coldness in Mo Liosu's eyes became colder. Wait a minute, Mo Liosu suddenly shouted, with an undisguised threat in his tone. Your cultivation was given to you by the sect. Since you are leaving, leave your cultivation behind. Hearing this, the faces of the elders around changed drastically, and they looked at Mo Liosu in disbelief. She actually wanted me to give up my cultivation. What a big tone! I stopped and turned to look at her coldly. Have you ever taught me anything in all these years? Even the spirit stones for cultivation were earned by me at the cost of my life. Why should I leave my cultivation behind? This sentence caused everyone to gasp. It turns out that I have worked so hard all these years, without even the basic resources. It is hard to imagine that I can achieve today's achievements without any support. This means that my talent is probably terrifying. Stop talking nonsense. You look like a lost dog. Mo Liosu looked down on him with contempt in his eyes. The sect has protected you for so many years, otherwise you would have died out there. If you don't want to give up your cultivation, then do menial work for 10 years. After 10 years, I will let you go. Mo Liosu took out a token from his arms, on which were printed 3 large golden characters, Sect Master's Token. Once this order is issued, if I don't give up my cultivation, I will only be able to do menial work. This is clearly intended to cut off all my hopes. Mo Liosu was secretly proud in her heart. She didn't believe that I would be willing to give up my cultivation. No one could give up all their strength. Do you think you can force me to surrender like this? I said calmly, as if everything was expected. If I could really break off my relationship with you like this, I would feel relieved. The coldness in Mo Liosu's eyes suddenly deepened. She obviously didn't expect me to be so resolute. Humph, you were just daydreaming. She sneered, obviously not believing that I would really give up everything. But just as Mo Liosu finished speaking, a violent aura suddenly burst out from my body. Spiritual power surged wildly, and the momentum reached its extreme. Stop! Elder Bai has screamed. However, it was too late. Bang! With a loud bang, my aura collapsed instantly, my spiritual power dispersed, and I completely lost my cultivation. This scene was transmitted throughout the sect through the heavenly Tao image, and the expressions of countless disciples were filled with shock. This genius who once shined at the 100 Sects conference just abandoned his own cultivation like this. What a pity, some elders sighed. He has really given up completely. It seems that his heart is dead. Many people praised me. He is indeed a genius. It is rare to have such a resolute spirit. Humph. What courage! In my opinion, he is nothing but a fool who doesn't know how to adapt. Tang Chi was ecstatic, finally getting rid of the thread in his heart. In the punishment hall, Mo Liosu was stunned. My act of destroying my own cultivation once again exceeded her expectations. Mo Liosu's cold face and eyes actually showed a hint of tears, but she quickly suppressed this hint of tenderness. You can go now. After today, never come back. Without the slightest lingering thought, I turned around and strode away, my figure as straight as a pine tree, without any hesitation. Isn't this a bit too cruel to him? Fairy Baiha asked softly. Mo Liosu sneered. He is just a tool of the sect, and his achievements are also due to the sect's cultivation. Now that I have Tang Chi, a disciple with the appearance of a god king, why should I care about him? Mo Liosu's voice was so loud that it seemed as if she was speaking to me on purpose, but I did not stop. Mo Liosu's eyes were fixed on my back until I completely disappeared from her sight. Bring me the mirror of the universe. I want to monitor his every move. Mo Liosu said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders all changed color. This is inappropriate. Fairy Baiha frowned and said, Zhou Tong has abandoned his cultivation. If his whereabouts are exposed, his enemies will surely attack him. What does his life or death have to do with me? Mo Liosu's cold words chilled many elders from head to toe. She was planning to force me into a desperate situation, completely crush my pride, and force me to surrender again. Not only Fairy Baiha, but other elders present were also shocked by Mo Liosu's cruelty. As a master, he could be so cruel to his disciples, which was unique. You're courting death? Don't blame me. Tang Chi could hardly conceal his inner excitement. He clenched his fists and suppressed the urge to cheer loudly. Zhou Tong's existence had always been a huge threat to Tang Chi, but now this threat had finally been eliminated. He couldn't help but imagine that with his talent and acting skills, in time, everyone else would be trampled under his feet and become his tools. Thinking of this, Tang Chi looked at Mo Liosu with a bit more fanatical greed in his eyes. This cold and arrogant master was simply a deadly poison to all men. If one day, Tang Chi could crush Mo Liosu's nobility, press her under him, watch her cry and beg, and even die without regrets. However, Tang Chi's face soon darkened. He found that Mo Liosu was staring at the Amaterasu mirror, which reflected Zhou Tong's receding figure. This scene made Tang Chi feel extremely disgusted. He thought viciously, that person is finished. What is Master still looking at? He will never be able to compete with me again. The anger in Tang Chi's heart erupted like a volcano. He couldn't wait to force Mo Liosu's gaze away from Zhou Tong. He even had the urge to use extreme means to completely possess her. At this moment, Mo Liosu's voice sounded coldly. Baihe, where are you going? Fairy Baihe was slightly startled. She was about to leave when she was noticed by Mo Liosu. Zhou Tong is a junior in our sect after all, and I want to escort him for a while. Fairy Baihe responded calmly, although there was a hint of helplessness in her voice. Mo Liosu's eyes instantly turned cold, and murderous intent suddenly appeared. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife, and she shouted mercilessly, No! Fairy Baihe's face changed slightly. She didn't expect Mo Liosu to be so resolute that he would not even show mercy to a junior who was once his disciple. Fairy Baihe, you are an elder of the sect, yet you dare to say that you want to protect a traitor? Are you defying the sect's rules? Before Mo Liosu finished speaking, his powerful aura instantly suppressed Fairy Baihe. Even the elders around him felt this cold pressure. There is no doubt that Mo Liosu's strength in Yuqing sect is already unmatched. She has already surpassed her peers. Even some senior strong men are wary of her. Mo Liosu snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and pressed lightly. Fairy Baihe turned pale instantly, was knocked back a few steps, and spat out blood. It was obvious that she was no match for Mo Liosu. Capture her? Mo Liosu gave an order, and the disciples of the law enforcement hall quickly stepped forward and clamped Fairy Baihe tightly, preventing her from making any further moves. You! Fairy Baihe was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she was powerless to resist. Mo Liosu glanced around coldly and said sternly, From today on, whoever dares to secretly help that traitor, don't blame me for punishing him according to the sect rules. You will suffer the consequences at your own risk. After hearing these words, the elders lowered their heads and fell silent. Mo Liosu's attitude was more ruthless than they had expected. Isn't this a bit too harsh? An elderly elder muttered in a low voice. Mo Liusu glanced at him with disdain. Doesn't he think he is fearless? I want to see how long he can last without the protection of the sect. When reality shatters his dignity, he will understand that without my support, he is nothing but an ant. Mo Liusu's words were cold and ruthless, and were clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the image of the heavenly Tao, and also to Zhou Tong's ears. Mo Liusu's plan is very simple. She wants to use the cruel reality to completely destroy Zhou Tong's pride and make him crawl at her feet again and bow to her in order to survive. However, Zhou Tong, reflected in the Amaterasu mirror, still had an upright back and firm steps, and he walked further and further away without any hesitation. I wonder how long you can keep pretending. I'm afraid your legs have already gone weak by now. Mo Liusu sneered in her heart. When Zhou Tong encountered real danger, he would definitely beg for her forgiveness. Mo Liusu had no doubt that Zhou Tong would have a hard time after leaving the sect. At this moment, in the Amaterasu mirror, the figures of several disciples gradually approached Zhou Tong, and their number increased. This scene attracted the attention of the elders. What are these disciples going to do? Are they going to take advantage of the opportunity to add insult to injury? An old elder had a serious expression. He had seen too many similar scenes. Mo Liusu saw this and sneered. See? Zhou Tong can't even leave the sect. He will soon suffer the consequences. However, the next second, Mo Liusu's smile froze. With a thump, hundreds of disciples knelt down in unison, their eyes full of gratitude and respect, and they said in unison, "Brother, thank you for your kindness. Please accept our greetings." This scene caused a dead silence in the courtroom. Even Zhou Tong himself was stunned. "What have I done to deserve your worship?" Zhou Tong looked puzzled. A disciple stepped forward and said respectfully, "Brother, I'm afraid you forgot that I went crazy while practicing swordsmanship that day. Fortunately, you saved my life. As for me, my family suffered a misfortune and my parents got an incurable disease. It was my senior brother who came to our aid and saved my whole family from the dire situation." A male disciple then said, "Brother, you saved me 13 times during the beast tide. How could you not remember?" A male disciple followed. Afterwards, a female disciple continued, "Brother, you taught me the method of alchemy, which gave me an epiphany. I will never forget your kindness." The disciples dug up the past events one by one, and the various good deeds Zhou Tong had done for them gradually became clear before everyone's eyes. Those usually ignored bits and pieces, like dusty gems, finally emitted a dazzling light at this moment. "And me, I have also received kindness from you, brother." More disciples came upon hearing the news and bowed deeply to Zhou Tong, with immense respect and gratitude in everyone's eyes. The elders only realized at this moment that Zhou Tong had done so many good things in the sect. They felt complicated and fell into deep thought. "It's the past, why bother talking about it?" Zhou Tong smiled and said calmly, "I have already left the sect. The mountains are high and the waters are far. We will never meet again." However, the disciples were unwilling to leave and stood up one after another, expressing their willingness to escort Zhou Tong for a while. "Let's see who dares." Mo Liusu's furious voice suddenly came from the heavenly Tao image, shaking everyone's eardrums. "Whoever dares to approach that traitor, don't blame me for punishing him according to the sect's rules." Everyone thought that after hearing these words, the disciples would quickly disperse. However, to everyone's surprise, the disciples not only did not retreat, but became even more determined. "Brother, your kindness in saving my life is as heavy as a mountain. Now that he is in trouble, if I don't save him, what difference will I make between me and a beast? If the sect tries to stop me, I will rather quit the sect. If you still try to stop me, please kill me," the leading disciples said in unison. Afterwards, the others echoed in unison, "Brother, we will repay your kindness without regrets." Their voices merged into one, deafening, and echoed endlessly in the courtroom. Mo Liusu's face instantly turned pale, and her whole body couldn't stop shaking. Even she couldn't punish so many disciples at the same time. Otherwise, the turmoil and backlash inside and outside the sect would be something she couldn't bear. What made Mo Liusu even more angry was that she had always thought that Zhou Tong was just a self-righteous traitor. But now it seemed that he had already quietly won the support and admiration of so many disciples in the sect. It turns out this kid had this plan all along. Emoliosu was so furious that he could hardly control himself. I should have seen through it long ago. This evil creature from the mountains is indeed harboring evil intentions. He even formed a clique without telling us, and clearly wants to split the sect. Emoliosu's face was gloomy. Murderous intent emanated from her, so cold that it was suffocating. Even the white crane fairy could only lower her head silently, not daring to say anything. Tang Chi took the opportunity to whisper in agreement. Master is right. Senior brother usually seems to be low-key, but I didn't expect that he secretly won over so many people. This scene, I'm afraid he had planned it in advance. The purpose is to increase his own power, and want to use this to force Master to abdicate. That's right. I can also testify. Zhang Yuyao stood up to support, with a firm expression. You'll be disappointed in the end. Emo Liosu sneered. It's just a mob, not worth mentioning. What he did can't change any results, nor can it shake my will. The elders could not help but tremble in their hearts. Emo Liosu's words were too harsh. In order to belittle Zhou Tong, he even humiliated other disciples. This kind of demeanor was really not what a sect leader should behave like. However, the disciples were not moved at all. Zhou Tong looked at them with mixed feelings. He had never thought that he had so many supporters in the sect. You don't have to take such a big risk for me. I'm just a useless person. Why should I get involved in such trouble? Zhou Tong said softly. Looking at these sincere disciples, his heart was deeply touched. In his previous life, Zhou Tong always felt that he was a lonely man, carrying the hostility of the whole world, but ignoring those who had always admired him. Emo Liosu, Tang Chi, and others have never been everything in Zhou Tong's world. He also has these disciples who truly respect him, and they're the ones worth fighting for. In an instant, Zhou Tong's mind suddenly became clear. He once thought that he was trapped in shackles and could not break free. But now, the shackles that bound his mind have become fragile and can be broken at any time. In his previous life, Zhou Tong was close to the pinnacle of martial arts, but he stopped because of the unresolved obsession in his heart. Today, he finally found the missing puzzle piece, unlocked the shackles, and regained the qualification to strive for the pinnacle of martial arts. The power brought by the sudden enlightenment surged in Zhou Tong's body, as if everything in the world became open and bright. His aura changed quietly, and outsiders could not detect it, but he knew clearly that he was moving towards a higher realm. Brother, why did you stop? Are you feeling unwell? A disciple noticed something was wrong and asked with concern. This question made everyone nervous, and they all stopped and looked at Zhou Tong. After sending you thousands of miles away, we will eventually part ways. I appreciate your kindness, but it's time to go back now. Zhou Tong smiled and spoke in a gentle tone, but it made the disciples around him seem a little hesitant. Brother, your cultivation. They hesitated to speak, their worry evident in their words. Stop. Zhou Tong's tone sank slightly. Don't you guys listen to me? Seeing Zhou Tong's serious expression, the disciples could only nod in agreement helplessly. Don't be angry, brother. We listen to you. But please remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter in the future, we will help you share them. If anyone dares to bully you, we will definitely avenge you. Even if we have to chase them to the ends of the earth. Even if we are not strong enough now, one day, we will make those people pay the price. The young man's voice was sonorous and powerful, like a vow, conveying endless loyalty. This is not only a promise to Zhou Tong, but also a warning to everyone. Although Zhou Tong has lost his cultivation, his fellow junior brothers and sisters are still powerful. Anyone who dares to bully him must think twice before acting. When Mo Liusu heard these words, he was furious. He clenched his fists tightly and his chest heaved violently, unable to conceal his inner turmoil. How dare these traitors go against me? It seems that if I don't teach them a lesson, they will really treat me as a decoration. Mo Liusu gritted his teeth in anger and trembled with anger. Tang Chi's jealousy almost burst out of his eyes. He was unwilling to accept this. Why could Zhou Tong, a useless man, enjoy so much respect? He, Tang Chi, had an extraordinary understanding and possessed the deity of a god king. He should be admired and followed by everyone. But why could he never get rid of Zhou Tong's shadow? Zhang Yuyao and Gu Hongxiu also stared at this scene with eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. They had never expected that Zhou Tong, who was usually inconspicuous, had such a high prestige. Emoliosu, don't be stubborn anymore. Fairy Baiha looked at Zhou Tong's receding figure in the Amaterasu mirror and said with a pleading tone, Zhou Tong has made countless contributions to the sect. Wait until the sect master finishes his retreat, and then let the sect master make the decision. Wishful thinking. He is just a useless person. No matter how prestigious he is, he can't change anything. Mo Liusu sneered disdainfully. Without the support of the sect, he will eventually be forgotten by the crowd and will never rise again. The people around him were silent. Mo Liusu's words made sense. No matter how glorious Zhou Tong's past was, it couldn't change the fact that his cultivation was now completely ruined. Once countless geniuses lose their cultivation, they often sink and can never reach the top again. Can Zhou Tong really break this fate? At this moment, the strange phenomenon in the Amaterasu mirror suddenly erupted. The brilliant light enveloped Zhou Tong, and everyone was attracted by this scene, staring at the glowing figure intently. Is this Zhou Tong? What happened to him? Suddenly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Zhou Tong like a tide, and energy from all directions poured into his body continuously, and the whole scene was extremely shocking. Accompanied by a loud noise, auspicious air rose. The void was fragrant. Lotus flowers emerged from the ground, and strange phenomena of heaven and earth appeared one after another. Zhou Tong, he actually had an epiphany, an elder exclaimed, eyes full of shock. His soul has been sublimated, broken, and then rebuilt. He will embark on the path of cultivation again, and will be stronger than before. At this moment, everyone understood what had happened. Zhou Tong had not only re-entered the door of cultivation, but also had achieved great enlightenment, and his strength would be far greater than before. The powerful people from the various sects all over the world were furious. Quick, take our sect's token, prepare a generous gift, and ask this boy if he is willing to join our Wuji sect. Xintian sect cannot fall behind. This kind of genius must join our sect. For a time, the leaders of the major sects decided to extend an olive branch to Zhou Tong. A reborn genius is worth fighting for no matter what. When Mo Liusu saw this, the teacup in her hand was instantly crushed, and the scalding tea dripped down her palm, but she was unaware. Her eyes were empty, and she murmured dully, "This is impossible. That rubbish." She could no longer maintain her usual calmness. No matter how shocked everyone was, the strange phenomena in heaven and earth became more and more intense, and Zhou Tong's transformation was an irreversible fact. The sky gradually became dark, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds gathered, as if the entire sky was preparing for some kind of power that was about to arrive. This is a heavenly thunder tribulation. Zhou Tong's sudden enlightenment has actually alarmed the heavenly way. Fairy Baiha's voice trembled slightly, full of shock. She stared closely at the changes in the sky, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Emoliusu trembled all over and stared straight ahead. Zhang Yuyao and Gu Hongxiu were the first to lose control of their emotions, shouting excitedly, "Impossible! This is impossible! What virtue or ability does Zhou Tong have? Is he worthy? He is just an incompetent waste. In the entire Yuqing sect, only junior brother Tang Qi is worthy of shocking the heavens." Although Tang Qi didn't say anything, his expression revealed a hint of agreement. He also felt that Zhou Tong didn't have the qualifications at all. The elders nodded in agreement. After all, in common sense, it was absurd for a person whose cultivation had just been abolished to trigger a strange phenomenon of the heavenly way. However, the next moment, a loud thunder exploded in the sky, which seemed to hit everyone in the face invisibly. Crack! The thunder was deafening, and the power of thunder came down like a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky. Everyone was stunned. Their hearts went cold. The truth was before their eyes. The heavenly thunder tribulation had actually arrived. The brilliant thunder surged in the air, like thunder dragons dancing in the sky, and gradually condensed into a huge thunder disaster map in the air. The map trembled slightly, and then turned into a vast galaxy, and countless stars seemed to fall and hit Zhou Tong directly. Everyone was extremely shocked. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that those stars were nothing more than the extreme concentration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and contained supreme opportunities. In full view of everyone, Zhou Tong opened his arms wide and swallowed all the power of the stars into his body. Suddenly, Zhou Tong's aura surged like a blowout, and he leapt from immortal with all his cultivation wasted to the peak of the acquired realm. The path of cultivation is difficult, and each step requires countless days of accumulation. However, Zhou Tong actually crossed the 9 small realms of the acquired realm in an instant and reached the peak, which simply subverted common sense. Everyone held their breath. Was such progress even possible? What did this epiphany mean? In fact, no one could understand that this epiphany was not just a simple improvement of realm, but Zhou Tong's state of mind had reached great perfection. From this moment on, he had the qualifications to aspire to the Emperor realm. This vision was the recognition of his potential by the heavenly Tao. Mo Liusu glanced at him with disdain on his face and said coldly, "What's the big deal? Ancient books record that if someone burns their potential to the limit, their realm will rise temporarily, and they can even deceive the heavens and bring down strange phenomena. But the price of this is dash." Mo Liusu paused and glanced at Zhou Tong with a mocking look. When the oil is exhausted, the lamp is extinguished, and everything turns to ashes. "What?" someone exclaimed, looking at Zhou Tong in shock. If what Mo Liusu said was true, Zhou Tong was just burning out his potential. In order to gain temporary glory, he ruined his future. Isn't this extremely stupid? After hearing this explanation, many people began to waver and started to think that Zhou Tong was engaging in a crazy and self-destructive behavior. Mo Liusu had a sarcastic smile on his face and said coldly, "In order to slap me in the face, you actually chose to burn out your potential. How stupid. You were just putting on a clown show." Go Hongqiu echoed, "Master, this piece of trash has already exhausted his potential. If he kneels down and begs for mercy now, will you still accept him?" Mo Liusu sneered and said with a tone of pity, "He and I have some bad fate after all. If he can repent in time, I don't mind rewarding him with some elixirs to help him survive." Many people looked at Zhou Tong with pity, believing that even though he was once glorious, he was destined to end up in the end and become one of the countless forgotten geniuses in history. However, just when everyone thought that Zhou Tong's fate had been decided, a louder roar broke all speculation. Boom! An unprecedented vision erupted between heaven and earth again. The rays of light shone everywhere. The earth cracked, spiritual springs surged, lotuses grew in clusters, surrounding Zhou Tong's figure. Hundreds of birds chirped and surrounded him. Tigers and leopards prostrated themselves and knelt before him, as if the immortal king had descended. The whole world seemed to be moving for him. Zhou Tong's aura surged again, and he directly entered the Xiantian realm and broke through 9 levels in succession, reaching the peak of the Xiantian realm. Such an amazing breakthrough could not be explained by burning potential. Crossing 2 realms and attracting such an amazing phenomenon of heaven and earth, it was impossible for a mortal to do it. Birds respect the Lord King. Beasts revere the Holy Spirit. The map swallows the stars and the moon, and springs gush out from the earth. Someone couldn't help but recite the verses in Emperor Qing 2, which perfectly matched the vision before their eyes. What does this mean? Zhou Tong actually has the potential to become an emperor. Someone in the crowd wiped his sweat and whispered, "Although Zhou Tong's aura is weak, I feel an involuntary urge to worship him. This is not right. Is he really the son of destiny?" "Could it be that the Yuqing sect let a real dragon go?" said a male cultivator. If that's the case, it would be very interesting. I want to see Mo Liusu regretful." A female monk continued. Discussions gradually arose, and some people even began to propose accepting Zhou Tong again and allowing him to return to the sect to resolve the crisis. The elders were also sweating and staring at Mo Liusu silently. The scene was tense. However, Mo Liusu showed a disdainful smile on his face and said coldly, "So what if there is a strange phenomenon in the world? Scum is scum after all. I will never let him come back. He is at such a low level, not even as good as a menial disciple. Who would take in this waste?" Mo Liusu's words made Tang Qi feel relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. Indeed, although Zhou Tong had started practicing again, he was no longer at the same level as Tang Qi. Tang Qi was confident that with his cultivation of the state of mind, he would one day step into the extraordinary realm, while Zhou Tong could only linger at the low level. However, before Tang Qi's smile could fully unfold, suddenly, powerful figures descended from the sky and landed beside Zhou Tong. They're the heads of the major sects. There were exclamations in the field, and everyone recognized the identities of these people. They were all important figures from major forces. and there were even some overlords at the headmaster level. Young friend, you are free now. Are you willing to join my Qingdan sect? A kind old man walked towards Zhou Tong with a smile and a gentle tone. Qingdan sect. Everyone was amazed when they heard the name. Although Qingdan sect did not have any top experts, they were a holy land for alchemists and had close ties with all the top forces. If Zhou Tong joined Qingdan sect, he would receive countless elixirs to support him and quickly recover his peak strength. Then, an elegant man walked out with a smile. Old man, don't rob people randomly. Zhou Tong, these medicine-making guys don't know how to practice. It's a waste of your talent to follow them. There was a commotion among the crowd. It's him, the leader of Taiqing sect, Ing Shaoxian. Even Mo Liusu couldn't remain calm when Ing Shaoxian appeared. Taiqing sect and Yuqing sect were equally famous, and both were among the top 3 sects with great power. Ing Shaoxian, with such an identity, actually came to recruit Zhou Tong in person, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Do you want to take me as your disciple? Zhou Tong asked calmly. No, it's my master who wants to take you in as his disciple. If you agree, you will be my junior brother, Ing Shaoxian said gently. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked again. Ing Shaoxuan's master was the supreme elder of Taiqing sect. If Zhou Tong became Ing Shaoxuan's disciple, his seniority would be equal to Ing Shaoxian. Even Mo Liusu would have to address him as Uncle Master. When seeing him, Mo Liusu's face changed drastically. He stood up from his seat abruptly and saluted Ing Shaoxian in the image of Tiandao. Senior, do you really want to accept this evil disciple into the sect? Ing Shaoxian sneered and asked, do you have any objections? Or do you want to change your mind and accept him as your apprentice again? Mo Liusu hastily denied. Absolutely impossible. I will never want such a scum again, Ing Shaoxian sneered. Then shut up and watch carefully. Mo Liusu was unwilling to give up and said coldly, Senior, you may not know that this evil creature has a demon seed hidden in his body. If you bring him back to the sect, the consequences will be disastrous. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene froze instantly, and everyone's faces became extremely serious. Carrying a demon seed is a taboo in the cultivation world. Having a demon seed means being involved with the devil, betraying the human race, and becoming the enemy of everyone. After hearing this, Ing Shaoxuan's expression suddenly turned cold. He grabbed Zhou Tong's arm and swept his divine light across it. Sure enough, a wisp of dark demonic energy seeped out from Zhou Tong's palm. This demonic energy was exactly the same as the breath of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon is the natural enemy of mankind. It takes pleasure in killing and devouring humans. All practitioners hate the heavenly demon to the core. This scene caused an uproar among the crowd, and their eyes toward Zhou Tong instantly turned into contempt and hatred, with some even wishing to tear him into pieces immediately. Turns out he's a devil. It was such a pity that I felt sorry for him just now, but in the end my kindness was wasted, said a male monk angrily. Don't insult the dog. The devil is worse than a beast. He should have been killed long ago, another male monk mocked. No wonder he suddenly became so strong before. It turns out that he has become a monster a long time ago, and is essentially a waste. A male monk continued to sneer. Ing Shaoxian stared at Zhou Tong coldly with a dagger-like gaze, and asked, is what Mo Liusu said true? No basis at all. Zhou Tong retorted without hesitation. You still dare to quibble? Mo Liusu sneered. Now that there is evidence, it's useless for you to deny it. Kill him. The crowd around them quickly became excited, and many people shouted to execute Zhou Tong. Those who were possessed by demons must not be forgiven. This is the iron law of the human race. The slightest negligence will lead to disaster. A cold light flashed in Ing Shaoxuan's eyes, and he slowly raised his hand, ready to attack Zhou Tong. Wait, there is no demon seed in his body. Ing Shaoxian suddenly spoke, his voice icy, but with a hint of shock. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned. The demon seed was a sign of being possessed by a demon. Now that the demon seed had disappeared, Zhou Tong was no longer suspected of being possessed by a demon. However, someone suggested, even if the demon seed in his body is gone, it is an indisputable fact that he is related to the demons. For the sake of safety, it is best to kill him. This proposal was agreed by many people. Cutting the grass and eradicating the roots, rather killing the innocent than letting them go, this is the attitude of the human race towards the demons. Ing Shaoxian frowned and said to Zhou Tong, According to the rules of the mainland law enforcers, if you want to avoid death, you need a sect willing to guarantee you. Otherwise, even if you are not killed, your cultivation will be sealed and you will never be able to practice again. Can you find a sect willing to guarantee you now? Everyone turned their eyes to Emo Liosu in the image of Tiandao. She shook her head with contempt and said coldly, Yuqing sect is a famous and upright sect. We will never guarantee the devil. You can deal with him as you wish. Tang Chi's eyes were full of sneers, thinking that Zhou Tong had no chance of turning things around. Even if Zhou Tong had an epiphany, so what? He would eventually fall into decline, and only he, Tang Chi, was the true son of destiny. Ing Xiaoshuan's expression condensed, and he slowly raised his hand. In this case, I can only seal your cultivation. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the crowd. Wait a minute, we are willing to guarantee him. Everyone looked sideways in the direction of the sound. A girl in red walked into the venue from the crowd, like a breeze blowing on the face, with a charm that was hard to ignore in her every move. Yu Tsangyue! Someone recognized her and exclaimed. This girl was the top disciple of the Huan sect. She had won the second place in the last 100 sects war, second only to Zhou Tong. Although the Huan sect had long since declined, it was once one of the top sects on the continent. Yu Tsangyue's arrival instantly attracted everyone's attention. Huan sect? Emoliosu showed some disgust in his eyes and sneered. You evil witch, are you worthy of guaranteeing others for such an evil sect as Huan sect? Yu Tsangyue was not moved at all, with a cold gaze, staring directly at Emoliosu, and said calmly, If you are not convinced, you can ask your master to come and talk to my master. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. Although the Huan sect was declining, its leader, Yu Tsangyue's master, was still a terrifying existence that could not be ignored in the world. Decades ago, she personally started a bloody storm on the continent and destroyed more than a dozen sects, but no one could do anything to her. Since the Huan sect is willing to guarantee him, according to the rules, we should not make things difficult for him. Ing Xiaoxian said coldly, then turned and left. The strong men from other sects were no longer interested and left one after another. Yu Tsangyue were the only ones left on the field. The two looked at each other, and Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with complex emotions. If there was anyone he felt guilty about in his previous life, it must be this little demon girl in front of him. Yu Tsangyue. Zhou Tong whispered her name. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Tsangyue sneered, then unsheathed a long sword and pointed it directly at Zhou Tong's throat. I never thought that a heartless person like you would end up like this. Yu Tsangyue's voice was cold, and the sword light was approaching. Do you still remember what you did to me at the 100 Sects conference? You are not qualified to call me that anymore. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were all stunned. No one expected that there was such a deep grudge between Zhou Tong and Yu Tsangyue, and their relationship was extraordinary. Mo Liosu's expression instantly became even more gloomy, and he said sarcastically, Having an affair with a witch is really shameful. It seems that my decision is right. Such a filthy person is not worthy of being my apprentice. Zhou Tong completely ignored Mo Liosu, looked at Yu Tsangyue calmly, and said softly, Why did you save me? Yu Tsangyue sneered. You are so self-righteous. Is there a possibility that I saved you just to kill you with my own hands? Yu Tsangyue's sword advanced a little further, and blood began to seep out of Zhou Tong's throat. Tang Chi witnessed all this from a distance, his heart filled with ecstasy, and he could hardly suppress his excitement. Kill him quickly, Tang Chi shouted in his heart, looking forward to seeing Zhou Tong die under Yu Tsangyue's sword. Any last words? If so, say it quickly, otherwise you will never have another chance. Yu Tsangyue said coldly, the sword approaching, his eyes full of determination. However, facing the threat of life and death, Zhou Tong showed no fear. He smiled and looked at Yu Tsangyue and said calmly and sincerely, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Just a few words, like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattered all the indifference on Yu Tsangyue's face. Her hand trembled, and the long sword slipped to the ground. Mo Liosu in the judgment hall suddenly became extremely cold, and anger surged in her heart. She could no longer remain calm. This traitor apologized easily in front of the witch and admitted his mistakes, but in front of her, he refused to surrender even if he died. Chapter 8. Humph! I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days, you have not only become shameless, but also have a big mouth. The little witch raised her eyebrows, hooked her jade feet lightly, picked up the sword, and placed it on Zhou Tong's neck again. Do you think I won't kill you just because of your sweet talk? Zhou Tong stared at the face, but his thoughts returned to the past. In his previous life, Tang Chi colluded with the devil and wanted to sacrifice everyone to fulfill his great cause. Zhou Tong fought to protect everyone, but was betrayed by several senior sisters. In the final battle, he was stabbed by Mo Liusu's sword and died with hatred. Only this little witch stayed with him all the time, fought with him till the end, and finally died. When he thought of this, Zhou Tong was filled with mixed feelings. A few encounters could keep each other together through life and death, but 1,000 years of kindness only brought cold betrayal. The gap between people is really bigger than that between people and dogs. His thoughts suddenly came back to life, and when he saw that bright and charming face again, he smiled, and the little girl was stunned. It had been a long time since he had smiled so sincerely. In the last life, you and I shared life and death. In this life, I will accompany you through thick and thin. Zhou Tong made a promise in his heart. For some reason, when Mo Liusu saw Zhou Tong smile, her heart trembled violently, as if she was hit by an electric current, feeling numb and painful. She had seen this smile before. When Zhou Tong became apprentice that day, his fair and tender little face already showed signs of youthfulness, but was also full of admiration. But now, Zhou Tong would never smile at her like that again. He gave all his tenderness to the witch. Why, in the whole world, he can only smile at me like this? Mo Liusu's breathing was unstable. She forced herself to forget that childish face, sat up straight again, and watched coldly. What happened to you? It's like you've become a different person? The little witch put away her sword and looked at Zhou Tong carefully. In her impression, Zhou Tong's eyes were always full of forbearance and caution, but now he seemed to have experienced a lot and let go of everything. You are such an unscrupulous fellow. No matter how good your acting skills are, you can never fool me. If you want to atone for your sins and let me forgive you, you must do 3 things. Yu Tsang-yue's eyes shifted, her 2 little hands restlessly stroking her hair, but her mouth was very hard. I do. Zhou Tong answered without hesitation. I haven't stated the conditions yet. Then I would like to do that too. I want you to join the Huan Sect. I want you to help the Huan Sect win the next 100 Sect conference. This is what I want. It's not over yet. I still want you to help me practice. It's my honor. The 2 spoke and answered quickly, and with just a few words, they left the whole world stunned. There is no other reason. It's just because it's too explosive. What kind of sect is Huan Sect? It has a very bad reputation and cannot stand alone. It will be completely destroyed in no time. The conditions proposed by the little witch were simply making things difficult for people. And what was even more outrageous was that Zhou Tong actually agreed to them. Crazy. All crazy. The combination of a witch and a mentally ill genius who was abandoned by his master was truly shocking. Even Yu Tsang-yue was shocked by Zhou Tong's decisiveness. In just a short moment, countless emotions appeared on her face. Surprise, confusion, helplessness, and questioning. In the end, she simply turned around and stood with her back to Zhou Tong. No evidence. Then I can swear on the law of heaven. As soon as Zhou Tong raised his hand, a cold little hand grabbed his wrist. No need. I'll take you to see the master. If you dare to lie to me again, I will never forgive you. As if she was afraid that Zhou Tong would go back on his word, she turned into a stream of light and rushed away with Zhou Tong. Hongchen Mountain, Huan Sect. The light of the Amaterasu mirror followed Zhou Tong and reflected here. Unlike the grandeur and prosperity imagined, there is only a dilapidated and desolate mountain gate here. The cold wind blew, the fog was everywhere, and the weeds were so dense that they were even worse than a desolate grave. People were puzzled. Even if the Huan Sect was defeated, it would not end up like this. You wear your back? From the dilapidated house, a graceful figure walked out slowly, stunning countless people in an instant. This person is the leader of the Huan Sect, the feared female devil decades ago, Moronya. Just by standing there, she perfectly demonstrated what it means to be the most stunning person in the world. Even Mingyue pales in comparison to her. Even if Mo Liusu stands beside her, she will be relegated to the background. Oh my God, she's so beautiful. How can there be such a beauty in the world? Someone let out a sharp scream, rolled his eyes, and lay down. Isn't it said that the leader of the Huan sect is an ugly, evil, and smelly old woman? Isn't it said that she is a horny beast with a mistress of 30,000 yuan, who can go without a bath for 3 months, but cannot live without a man for a day? This is simply a deception, a huge deception. With a look like this, countless men would be willing to die for her even if she just snaps her fingers. When ordinary people saw Murongya, they all fell in love with her, and only the leaders of the major sects breathed a sigh of relief. The rumors turned out to be true. This woman had really reached the end of her rope, and it looked like she wouldn't live long. By then, the Hawan sect can be destroyed in a snap. Ha ha, ha ha. Emoliosu laughed from the bottom of his heart. A shabby sect and a shabby person just match each other perfectly. It's really a foolish dream to want to win the championship of the 100 Sects Conference with this. Hearing this, Zhou Tong frowned and looked directly at Emoliosu. Do you think it's funny? I'm putting this out there today. We're going to win the championship. You are overestimating your own abilities. Look at your new master. She is about to be finished. As soon as she finished speaking, an abnormal blush appeared on Murong Ya's face, which made Zhou Tong's pupils shrink suddenly. This is clearly a sign of a combination of Taoist injury and demonic possession. If you're not careful, you'll end up dying. Master, what's wrong with you? The little witch asked in panic. I didn't. Before Murong could finish her words, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards limply. Master, don't touch her. Zhou Tong stopped Yu Tsang and asked, Is there a furnace for alchemy here? Are there any demon-suppressing herb, heart-searching herb, or soul-purifying flower? Zhou Tong announced a series of elixirs, which shocked many alchemy masters. This is the recipe for the 7th grade elixir, the Bodie pill. This young man actually wants to refine the Bodie pill. Yes, I'll get it right away. The little witch seemed to have found her backbone and immediately went to look for the elixir. You are such a pretentious person. Even a master-level pharmacist may not be able to make a 7th grade elixir. Do you think you can defy the heavens? Then you just wait and see. Zhou Tong sat cross-legged and no longer looked at Emoliosu. Chapter 9. Zhou Tong lifted up the fallen Murongya with one hand and supported her so that she could sit cross-legged. Master, I want to help you suppress your inner demons. Can you please cover that mirror? Zhou Tong pointed at the Amaterasu mirror. He didn't like the feeling of being watched by others. That's easy. Even though I'm at the end of my strength, I can still destroy a mirror. Murongya stared at the sky with a sharp gaze. A powerful wave was gathering. You dare! Emoliosu was anxious. Amaterasu realm was the sect's greatest treasure. If it was destroyed, she would not be able to escape heavy responsibility. But if she was withdrawn at this point, she would have no way to continue monitoring Zhou Tong, which made her very unwilling. After some consideration, she finally made a choice. Don't be so complacent. It won't be long before the Hawan sect disappears completely. By then, I wonder who will be able to protect a loser like you. As soon as she finished speaking, she withdrew the Amaterasu mirror. Murongya spat out another mouthful of blood, and her breath became weak again. At the same time, bursts of black smoke came out of her body, filled with sinister and violent aura. This was a demonic obstacle, the manifestation of the inner demon. Little guy, get out of the way. Don't get involved with this stuff, or you'll die. Murongya said anxiously. No one knew better than her how terrifying the inner demon was. This kind of power specifically targets the spirit, and anyone with weak mental strength will be killed instantly. Even with her powerful cultivation, she was tortured to the point where her life was worse than death. If Zhou Tong, a mere teenager, dared to touch her, he would be reduced to ashes. Who do you think I am? I am just a demon in your heart. How can I take you seriously? Without saying a word, Zhou Tong reached out and touched Murongya. Don't want. Murongya's face changed drastically. Just as she was about to stop it, she felt 2 hot hands pressing on her soft waist. For a moment, she felt as if she had been electrocuted and couldn't help shaking violently. Perhaps because of the inner demon, her body became extremely sensitive, and her seductive eyes were filled with mist, making her look delicate and charming. Just as she was about to get angry, she felt an extremely powerful mental force emanating from Zhou Tong, which instantly suppressed her inner demons and made her feel much more relaxed. Is this your mental power? The stunning face showed an unprecedented surprise. This pure mental force is extremely powerful and is the nemesis of all inner demons. However, She didn't know that this mental power was just the tip of Zhou Tong's iceberg. In his previous life, Zhou Tong was only one step away from the Emperor realm, and his mental power had even surpassed the Emperor realm. Now that he was reborn, although his cultivation was not inherited, his mental power was completely preserved. In today's world, he is number one, and almost no one dares to claim to be second. Little guy. Murong Ye's red lips moved slightly, but her heart was in turmoil. Could it be that this child was her destined lucky star? Perhaps the Huan sect was not destined to perish. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile slightly. At this moment, the sky and the earth lost their color, and the unparalleled elegance seemed to be materialized, turning into rippling waves, sweeping across the withered grass, the rotten wood, the wasteland, and the endless sky. Zhou Tong was surprised to find that the surrounding space actually showed signs of vitality, which was simply beyond common sense. She dances away the world with her hands and attracts the spirits with her smiles. All things in the world are captivated by her every frown and smile. The Huan sect's Haan Tiangong is so powerful that it is against the will of heaven. Then, Zhou Tong shook his head slightly, denying this idea. If it were really that powerful, the Huan sect would have already become a great emperor sect. Perhaps Moronya is the only one who can charm everything with just a wave of her hand. Forcing himself to calm his mind, Zhou Tong controlled his palms to move slowly on Murong Ye's delicate body, injecting his mental power into various important acupuncture points. You little guy, be gentle. Murong Ye suddenly reacted strongly, her shoulders trembling slightly, and her uncontrollable expression made Zhou Tong's breathing become much heavier. Just bear with it will be fine soon. As he spoke, he quickened his movements, and his mental power condensed into threads, stimulating the other person's body. Don't go too far, little brat. Murong Ye's reaction was even greater. She looked at Zhou Tong with a slight anger, her eyes full of charm, as if she was accusing Zhou Tong of being a lecher. However, Zhou Tong became even angrier and directly scolded. I know that you will become sensitive when you are in the state of inner demon, but you are the leader of the Huan sect after all. Can't you even bear this little stimulation? As soon as these words came out, the other party felt extremely aggrieved and almost cried, "Why are you so fierce? What's wrong with the leader of the Huan sect? I've lived for more than 100 years, and I've never been touched by the opposite sex." Zhou Tong was stunned and couldn't close his mouth. He never expected that the leader of the Huan sect was actually a girl over 100 years old. This is too magical. Hold on a little longer. His movements became gentler and more focused, not being distracted by the other person's charm. Moronya was very nervous at first, but when she found that Zhou Tong was really focused on saving her, she finally let down her guard. This little guy seems different from those stinky men, and he's so cute. Thinking this in her mind, she reached out and wanted to touch Zhou Tong's face. You're not quiet, are you? You're still trying to tease me. I think you deserve to be punished. Zhou Tong said unhappily. This woman really has no idea how charming she is. Her pure and charming temperament is enough to turn anyone into a beast. Isn't she afraid that he will do something bad to her? Ah! Murongya was like a frightened rabbit, covering her red cheeks with her hands. It's so embarrassing. I am coming. At this moment, the little witch arrived in time, holding a rusty alchemy furnace in her left hand and a bundle of elixirs in her right hand. Is this enough? Zhou Tong took a quick glance and nodded slightly, which made the other party feel relieved. Do you really want to refine a 7th grade elixir? Do you know how to refine elixirs? Need I say more? Zhou Tong said without any modesty. How come I don't know? There are so many things you don't know. After hearing this, the little vixen blinked her eyes. Her long eyelashes flickered continuously. Half of her pink eyes bulged slightly, and she looked very unhappy. Murongya couldn't help laughing. She knew that her precious girl was holding her breath. Rise! Zhou Tong did not delay. His mental and spiritual powers burst out at the same time, ignited the divine fire in an instant, and began to refine it. What a powerful control, girl. You picked up a big treasure. Murongya looked at the little vixen with eyes full of kindness. As the flames swirled, time passed by second. Zhou Tong's forehead was covered with sweat, but he remained as steady as a mountain. The 7th grade elixir posed no challenge to him. After another half day, the cauldron suddenly shook, and with a snap, the cauldron lid was blown away. Immediately afterwards, a ray of brilliant light mixed with a sacred aura flew out. The little witch girl opened her mouth wide. Even though she knew nothing about elixirs, she knew that Zhou Tong had succeeded. Boom! The sky was suddenly overcast, and the earth began to tremble, as if something was about to happen. Be careful. Once the 7th grade elixir comes out, it will cause thunder and fire in the sky and on the earth, Zhou Tong said with a serious expression. On the other side, in the main hall of Yuqing's sect, Mo Liusu's face was extremely gloomy. That traitor actually dared to cover up the Amaterasu mirror. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Master, calm down, Tang Chi gloated and said. Without your protection, brother can do nothing. That's true. Do you think he can make a 7th grade elixir? Hearing this, Tang Chi immediately revealed a proud look. You worry too much. Senior sister once said that my attainments in alchemy have long surpassed senior brother, and I can be called the best of the younger generation. However, even I can only refine 5th grade elixirs. Do you think it is possible for you to succeed? Chapter 10. When these words were spoken, everyone around sighed. Although Tang Chi is arrogant, it must be said that he does have the capital to do so. At such a young age, only about 15 or 16 years old, he has reached the level of a 5th grade alchemist, which is an extremely explosive existence in the entire alchemy world. Moreover, there have long been rumors that this person has an enlightened mind and is knowledgeable in everything. Since he has reached such a high level in alchemy, what about other aspects? This made many people gasp and couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. Perhaps this Tang Chi can really surpass Zhou Tong. As if aware of everyone's thoughts, Mo Liusu finally revealed a smile. She will let everyone in the world know that Zhou Tong is not worth mentioning in her eyes. Losing Zhou Tong was as easy as losing a sesame seed. As long as she wanted, she could easily teach a second Zhou Tong, or even one who was stronger than him. As soon as she thought of this, she made up her mind to personally train Tang Chi and make him the center of everyone's attention. By then, Zhou Tong will know that his arrogance and persistence are simply not worth mentioning. Tang Chi, listen to my orders, Emoliusu said. Disciple is here. From today on, I will officially accept you as my personal disciple. You can freely use all the resources in the sect as long as they do not involve secrets. If you have any doubts about your practice, you can ask any elder for advice. I hope you will not let me down. When these words were spoken, everyone trembled slightly. They all understood that Mo Liusu was determined to support Tang Chi and abandon Zhou Tong. Great! This way, junior brother will surely be able to make rapid progress and leave that rubbish far behind. Zhang Yuyao and others were overjoyed and couldn't help cheering. Boom! At this moment, an extremely majestic sound permeated the heaven and earth. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction where the thunder came from. I saw a flash of lightning like a spear of God, tearing through the sky and rushing down. At the same time, fire surged out from the earth, gushing out like a sacred tree that grew against the wind and rushed into the sky. Thunder and fire collided with each other, roaring loudly, instantly igniting everything and bursting into brilliant light. However, although this scene was magnificent, it only lasted for less than a breath and disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened. Is that heavenly thunder and earthly fire? Someone swallowed and spat, speaking uncertainly. It seems so, but it also seems not to be. The thunder and fire are phenomena of heaven and earth. They shouldn't end so quickly. That direction seems to be Hongshan Mountain, the location of the Huan sect. Someone suddenly said something, and it was like throwing a stone into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. Hiss! No way. When the thunder and fire appear, there must be a rare treasure. Could it be that the 7th grade elixir has really appeared? You are all surprised by what you have seen. It was indeed thunder and fire from heaven and earth. It was just a failed attempt at alchemy, Tang Chi said with a smile, attracting everyone's attention. Alas, there are always people who aim too high, and this is the result. I didn't expect that my senior brother would make such a low-level mistake. You mean Zhou Tong was forcing himself to make the elixir, and he failed? That's right, not only did he fail, but he was also retaliated by the heavenly Tao, Tang Chi said confidently, his heart full of disdain. You dare to compete with me at this level? Maybe I overestimated you before. What a pity. He is obviously a top talent, but he lost because of his own pride. It's really lamentable, someone murmured. He asked for it. He is worthless, and yet he wants to compete with junior brother. He doesn't even consider his own worth. This is what he deserves. Go Hongqiu said this sarcastically, causing many people to nod in agreement. Hongqian Mountain, Huan Sect. Murongya held the Linglong Bodie pill in one of her hands, which was shining brightly, while she slowly put down her other hand. Just now, this woman relied on her decayed body to smash the heavenly calamity with one palm, forcibly annihilated it, and stopped the storm. This fighting power surprised Zhou Tong. This woman might really have the strength to sweep across hundreds of sects in her peak period. Master, take it quickly, the little witch urged from the side, her eyes full of anticipation. Murongya nodded slightly, opened her thin lips, and put the pill into her mouth, extremely elegantly. In an instant, an extremely peaceful wave came from her body. It was a harmonious breath, so gentle and kind that it seemed to be able to wipe out all evil and dissolve the inner demons. 10 breaths later, everything returned to calm, and Murongya slowly opened her eyes. How does it feel? The inner demon has been suppressed for the most part, but the wounds on my Tao are still there, and I need to slowly recuperate. Now I am already 20 of my peak level. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's pupil shrank slightly. If it was an ordinary inner demon, it would have been cured by taking the elixir he personally made. It's okay, as long as I'm there to help you heal. Within half a year, your inner demons will be gone and your spiritual injuries will be healed. Zhou Tong said confidently, and before he finished speaking, a wisp of fragrant breeze blew by, and it turned out that Murongya moved and hugged Zhou Tong in her arms. Zhou Tong was caught off guard, and his entire face was enveloped in a warm, fragrant, and soft feeling. That ugly woman from Yuqing Sect is so blind that she doesn't even want such a treasure. It's a bargain for my master. But I have nothing and no gift, so I can only give her a hug as a reward. The voice lingered in Zhou Tong's ears, lingering and stirring his soul. If Zhou Tong had not had unrivaled spiritual power, he would have been bewitched and lost, and would have sunk into depravity. Please let go first. It took a lot of effort to break free, only to see the other person smiling like a flower, with one hand on his chest, where Zhou Tong's warmth still remained. You are indeed mentally strong. You have passed the test, and can learn the Haan Tiangong. Hearing this, Zhou Tong was struck by lightning. No. He quickly refused, saying that he had countless unique skills in his mind, and was not interested in the great way of the union of yin and yang. Come here. The other party smiled like a fox and grabbed Zhou Tong. It was hard to imagine that Murongya, who was so shy just now, seemed like a different person, exuding an aggressive charm all over her body. It turned out that the inner demon suppressed her nature. If you become my disciple, you must learn my unique skills. You can't escape it. Before he could struggle, a slender finger touched Zhou Tong's forehead, and then 4 big words appeared in his mind. Haan Tiangong. What is Haan? The answer is, to unite the great way of heaven and earth, to rejoice with one heart through eternity. This is the way of rejoicing. Just a few words made Zhou Tong's body tremble violently. Could it be that his understanding of Huan has always been wrong? Master, I have thought it through. I want to learn the Haan Tiangong. That's right. Murongya's smile became more intense, her eyes full of tenderness, which made Zhou Tong melt. The first step is to practice first. Take it off. What to take off? Zhou Tong was slightly stunned. Need I say more? Of course it's the clothes. The first level of Tiangong is the art of sex. Don't you know that? Zhou Tong was petrified again. Chapter 11. Is this the art of sex? Zhou Tong asked with his eyes closed and breathing rapidly. That's right. Don't be nervous. It's normal to feel dizzy. Everyone has a first time. It will be fine after you get used to it. Murongya's face flushed, and her voice was soft and sweet, as if she was trying her best to suppress something. Even so, moving notes still burst out from her thin lips, which was truly soul-stirring. Are you two done yet? It's just dual cultivation. Is it necessary to be like this? The little witch blushed and said angrily. Zhou Tong's upper body was naked, revealing his delicate and firm muscles. Murongya put her hands on his back and passed wisps of red spiritual energy to him. Huff, huff, huff. Zhou Tong's breathing became heavier, and he felt extremely tired. This is a horrifying fact. His mental strength is as vast as the ocean, and this is too much for him to handle. If it were someone else, he would have been drained dry long ago. It's beyond imagination. This mental power is not only powerful, but also extremely pure, without a single distraction. Murong sighed again, but her voice became weaker. If it were you, I might be able to entrust you with peace of mind. Master, what are you talking about? It's nothing. Just concentrate. The next step is the main event. Success or failure depends on this one. Zhou Tong was stunned and forced himself to cheer up and accept the other party's baptism. Strangely enough, although he had consumed a lot of energy, his mental strength became sharper than ever before, as if he could communicate with everything, see through the laws of nature, and understand all the mysteries of the world. This is a state similar to enlightenment, and it is the state that all practitioners dream of. Bang, bang, bang. A strange sound came from his body, and his internal organs were roaring, as if the world was being created, or as if a god was roaring. To unite with the way and heaven, bind all things. An extremely majestic voice resounded in Zhou Tong's heart, and then blood-red lines appeared on his body, like shackles, finally converging at his heart. Zhou Tong couldn't help but shout. He felt refreshed. The mental energy he had consumed was instantly replenished, and he became even stronger. This is the Huan lock. Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the red lines on his body, feeling that there was incredible power flowing in them. This Albizia lock can bind all things. Once it is entangled with anything, it can be forcibly controlled and driven by itself. If the mental power is strong enough, it can theoretically even drive the way of heaven. Zhou Tong suddenly remembered Murong Ye's charming smile. Even the mountains, rivers, and vegetation fell in love with him. So he was filled with vitality. It actually worked. This is the first time I've seen Albizia locks. The little demon girl looked surprised, as if she had seen something incredible. Don't you? Zhou Tong asked doubtfully. Not just me, not even Master. Zhou Tong was completely shocked and looked at Murong Ye intently. Girl is right. I can only imitate the divine form of the Huan lock, but I can't really master it. And you are the most special. Maybe, Zhou Tong said without comment. Since it's done, let's try the effectiveness of the Huan lock. Murong Ye said with a charming smile. That makes sense. Zhou Tong looked around, looking for a target for the experiment. At this moment, Murong Ye suddenly grabbed his wrist. Master! Zhou Tong was stunned, only to see Murong Ye grab his hand and press it against her chest. The soft touch made Zhou Tong hold his breath and stop thinking temporarily. Little guy, try to put the shackles on me? How can this be possible? This is a slavery chain. Once successful, Master will become mine. Before she could finish her words, Murong Ye's temperament changed drastically. I saw a layer of gray in her pupils, and her whole body exuded a cold and cruel aura, like a demon, sharp and cutting, full of aggression. Oh no, Master's jade demon body has acted up, the little witch exclaimed, causing Zhou Tong's heart to flutter. The jade demon body is a special secret method of the Haan Tiangong. After entering this state, one's strength will increase by leaps and bounds and become extremely aggressive. This was originally controllable, but after merging with Murong Ye's inner demon, the jade demon body will become a killing machine, destroying everything indiscriminately. Master, calm down. Little guy, words alone can't move me. If you can't make me surrender, you'll be in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, a gloomy gray air penetrated into Zhou Tong's arm through his palm, forcing the red lines to retreat step by step and headed straight for Zhou Tong's heart. Hurry up, or it will be too late. I believe you can do it. Release the love lock to entangle me and make me yours. It's simple, right? Murong Ye spoke again, and at the critical moment, Zhou Tong finally made up his mind. Huan lock, counterattack. He roared, his heart beating violently, and the blood-red shackles seemed to be burning, instantly becoming dozens of times stronger. They forced back the gray line with unstoppable force and entangled Murong Ye's delicate body. Well, Murong Ye's delicate body trembled slightly, and she bit her red lips lightly, but Zhou Tong felt great difficulty. If it weren't for his unrivaled mental power, he would have never been able to succeed. Even so, he was exhausted and sweating profusely, almost fainting. After a moment, Zhou Tong's heart made a soft sound, and the two of them glowed at the same time, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. At this moment, he could clearly feel the rhythm of Murong Ye's life, and even the rhythm of her heartbeat could be easily grasped. You made it, little one. Try to give me orders. Master, Zhou Tong stared at those bright eyes and said softly, Yeah, I'm here. Listen to me, calm down. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flashed on the other party's body. The shackles lit up for a moment, and the domineering aura disappeared instantly. Muronya let out a light cry, as if she had turned into a powerless and weak woman, and fell into Zhou Tong's arms. Zhou Tong held the soft jade in his hands and quickly opened his arms to hold the slender waist. The faint scent of sweat emanating from Muronya's body intoxicated him. Master, aren't you afraid? Zhou Tong's heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but ask, what are you afraid of? Are you afraid that you will bully me? There are so many stinky men who want to bully me, and none of them have a good ending. Do you have any other means to counter the huan lock? No, what I mean is that you are different from those stinky men. It's okay to be bullied by you. Zhou Tong was stunned for a moment. At this moment, his body changed again, and his cultivation increased rapidly. He instantly broke through the 9th level of the innate realm and entered the realm of soul division, singing all the way. Half an hour later, this improvement slowly stopped. At this moment, Zhou Tong had already stepped into the 9th level of soul division. The huan heavenly art is so terrifying. Chapter 12. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong had already joined the Huan Sect for more than 10 days. Just now, he was sparring with Yu Tsang Yue, but now, he was being stepped on by this woman. At the beginning, it was just a serious fight, but when the little demon girl found that she couldn't defeat him in a battle of the same level, she finally got angry and humiliated. Hey, we agreed not to use our full strength. You're going too far. Zhou Tong was knocked to the ground. He propped himself up with his hands, trying his best to resist the little witch's jade feet that were stepping on his cheek. Too much. How dare you say that? You've obviously done something even more outrageous to me. You abandoned me at the 100 Sect conference and turned around to save your useless senior sister. Do you think I've forgotten all that? The little vixen's face flushed with excitement in her eyes. She slowly twisted her jade feet, gradually increasing her strength, pressing Zhou Tong's arm down. Zhou Tong was also in a dilemma. He was blinded by the little witch at the beginning, and now that she was bringing up the past, he had nothing to say. I thought you were relieved. Hearing this, the little witch burst into laughter. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? Remember how others called me witch seductress, etc. Do you think I am a woman with a broad mind? Zhou Tong was lying on the ground, looking up. The scene was so exciting and thrilling. It's hard to say, at least from the outside. You do have a big chest. Hearing this, the little demon girl was slightly stunned, and her eyes immediately reflected excitement and playfulness. Okay, why didn't I realize before that you are actually a sultry little pervert? Come, sister will give you a reward. As she spoke, she stepped even harder. Zhou Tong couldn't hold on with both hands and could only hold on to the slender and smooth foot with his backhand to prevent her from succeeding. At this moment, both of their bodies trembled at the same time. The little vixen gasped, but Zhou Tong felt that this foot was a perfect work of art, small and delicate, as white as jade, with 5 cute toes that seemed to be retracted because of nervousness, like round cardamoms, emitting a faint fragrance. What is even more eye-catching is that there is a red rope wrapped around the ankles of the little witch, with 2 golden bells hanging on the rope. When it shakes slightly, a crisp sound can be heard, which makes people's hearts ripple. Stop it now! Zhou Tong resisted with all his might and vowed to never surrender. The little witch refused to give in. She had been badly bullied by this guy in the past. Now she was finally stronger than him. When would she take this opportunity to get back at him? Not only does she want to settle the score for being bullied in the past, but she also wants to pay in advance for any possible bullying from Zhou Tong in the future. Stop, I can smell the sour smell on your feet. Hearing this, the little witch was struck by lightning and stopped for a moment. Then, a shy expression appeared on her face, and she couldn't help feeling angry. Nonsense, it's obviously fragrant. I've soaked my feet in the flower petals of the Tianxiang flower. In order to step on me, you actually soak your feet in flower petals in advance. You are so gentle, Zhou Tong said, gritting his teeth. How is it? Are you mesmerized by my tenderness? Then enjoy it. Bah! Ahem! At this moment, a voice was heard, which startled the 2 of them and made them alert. When they noticed who was coming, they immediately relaxed. Master! The little vixen flew directly into Muronya's arms and acted coquettishly and relentlessly. It seems that you 2 are getting along very well. I am relieved now. The so-called Huan Sect is all about family happiness. Muronya reached out and embraced the 2 of them, her face full of relief. What happened? Zhou Tong looked at the other person and keenly noticed something. Alas, I can't hide anything from you, Murongya said helplessly. Your former master has done something weird again. 3 days later, she is going to hold a grand ceremony to accept Tang Qi as her personal disciple. Not only that, she also sent out invitations to invite young disciples from all sects to attend the ceremony. Coincidentally, our Huan sect also received an invitation. That old woman is really interesting. She made dumplings just for your vinegar. The little witch looked at Zhou Tong and couldn't help but said teasingly, does she want to build momentum for her disciples? Or does she want to provoke you and make you regret it? Boring. Zhou Tong couldn't help curling his lips and said nonchalantly. The 100 Sects conference was just around the corner, and his top priority was to improve his own strength. He had no time to worry about these calculations. You're not going? Murongya held the invitation between 2 fingers and waved it in front of Zhou Tong. No, Zhou Tong said without interest. If you don't go, I will. The little witch sneered and took the invitation. I still have a score to settle with Chen Linger, so I'll take this opportunity to settle it all at once. You. Zhou Tong was helpless because Chen Linger was his former senior sister. At the 100 Sects conference, Zhou Tong abandoned the little witch in order to save Chen Linger. From then on, the two of them were like water and fire, confronting each other everywhere, and accumulated a lot of resentment against each other. Since you want to go, I will accompany you. Zhou Tong immediately changed his decision. That's right. If you insisted not to go, I would have thought you were afraid of them. Don't forget, from now on you are also a senior brother of the Huan sect, and you are also my man. How can you be afraid of those little bastards? The little witch turned and left, with a graceful posture and high spirits, like a warrior ready to go to the battlefield. Master, it would be better if you just told me about this alone. Wouldn't it just cause more trouble? After the little witch left, Zhou Tong suddenly said. Hearing this, Murongya was slightly stunned, and then she actually smiled playfully. Master did it on purpose. Master just couldn't stand the complacent look on those guys' faces. My disciple is clearly a treasure in the world, but they don't know how to cherish her. They're the ones who should regret it. Zhou Tong felt a warm feeling in his heart, and then he nodded firmly. Master is right. I didn't want to pay attention to them, but since they took the initiative to attack, my Huan sect cannot be weaker than them. 3 days passed in a flash. Xianhuang Mountain, Yuqing Sect. The place was bustling with people, gathering the young generation from various sections. Countless young boys and girls were eagerly waiting to see what kind of genius could make Yuqing Sect willing to give up Zhou Tong. On the high platform, Tang Qi looked down and couldn't help but feel his heart surge with emotion. This was the scene he had always dreamed of, and now it had finally come true. There would no longer be a place for Zhou Tong here. Master, do you think senior brother will come today? He looked at Mo Liusu beside him and asked in a well-behaved manner. It will definitely come. Mo Liusu didn't say anything, but Chen Linger at the side spoke first. That traitor is just playing hard to get. Let's see how long he can hold it in. Chapter 13. Mo Liusu looked calm and didn't say anything, but she glanced outside the sect from time to time, as if she was waiting for something. People from the Huan sect are here. Someone shouted, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Mo Liusu narrowed her eyes and stared intently. I saw a red light spreading in the distance, like the red dust coming, magnificent and pervasive. In the gorgeous mist, 2 figures walked side by side in the air and floated over. They were Zhou Tong and the little demon girl. This scene amazed everyone. Needless to say, the little witch was extremely beautiful. She wore no jewelry or makeup. She wore a long red dress and stood in the wind like a fairy. However, even so, his appearance still did not overshadow the young man next to him. Zhou Tong had a face as white as jade, a look of a dragon and a phoenix, and was elegant with a kind of plain yet timeless majesty, an invisible domineering aura that quietly impressed people. Hiss! Some people gasped and were silently shocked in their hearts. This kind of aura was not something a young man could possess. Rather, it was like that of a peerless strong man who had been invincible for a long time and had seen many vicissitudes of life. Many talented boys and girls already felt a little suffocated. In the last sect meeting, all of them were suppressed by these 2 guys and couldn't even raise their heads. Now these 2 monsters are together. For a moment, countless fearful glances were cast at them, but the 2 seemed unaware and landed gracefully. You are so impressive. If you don't know me, you might think you were the protagonists. At this moment, a harsh voice came immediately, which made many people excited. It's coming, it's coming. The main event is approaching so soon. Go Hongqiu and Zhang Yuyao were walking towards them with mocking smiles on their faces. Their eyes passed over the little witch girl and fixed on Zhou Tong. You traitor! You are so arrogant. I thought you had some backbone and would never come back until you die. Senior sister, you overestimate him. I told you that he would come back to beg for mercy within a month. I was right, wasn't I? The two men looked down at Zhou Tong Dao and said, Today is the day that junior brother becomes master's personal disciple. If you dare to make trouble, don't blame us for beating you to death and throwing you off the mountain. For a moment, this place became the focus of everyone. Countless lights were cast here. Some were curious, some were excited, and some were full of teasing. They really wanted to see what choice this former leader of the younger generation would make. On the high platform, Emo Liusu, Tang Qi, and Chen Linger saw everything clearly. Master, should we stop them? This kind of nonsense is really too ugly. Chen Linger suddenly asked. No need for that. There is no need to show mercy to this traitor. He has brought all this upon himself. Emo Liusu suddenly felt very confident. She knew Zhou Tong's character well. If there was no reason, he would never participate in Tang Qi's moment of glory. Now that he's here, it means Zhou Tong has something to ask of the sect. This time she wants to train Zhou Tong well. Where did you get those two stinky mouths? They're so disgusting. I'm here to help you clean them up. The little witch was never a good person, and she moved towards the two men. Wait a minute, don't do it. Zhou Tong was a step faster and grabbed her wrist. Seeing this scene, the two women immediately smiled and said as expected. Zhou Tong was still the same loser as before. No matter how he was humiliated, he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. You want to protect them? The little demon girl asked in surprise. No. Zhou Tong shook his head and walked towards the two women who were chattering. Kneel down and talk to me. Go Hongqiu joked that he really thought Zhou Tong came to surrender and felt that he could control the other party firmly. Suddenly, Zhou Tong moved and slapped her in the face. Bang! The sound was so loud and powerful that everyone trembled. The corners of Ge Hongqiu's mouth were cracked, and he let out a shrill scream. Ah, you piece of trash. What are you doing? I'm telling you to shut up. You bitch. Do you feel good about it, huh? I kill you. The other party was completely crazy. Zhou Tong had always pampered and coaxed her, which made her develop such an arrogant character. Now Zhou Tong's attitude towards her took a sharp turn for the worse, which made her instantly furious, and she pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. You really think you're a piece of cake? When I was nice to you, you said whatever you wanted. But now I don't care about you, you're nothing. Even though Zhou Tong's cultivation level had dropped drastically, his current strength was no match for the opponent. He attacked directly with force and kicked the opponent in the abdomen. Go Hongqiu's eyeballs popped out from the blow, and he flew backwards like a broken sack, falling miserably to the ground. This scene deeply stimulated Zhang Yuyao, who was standing aside. How dare you? Do you know the difference between us? You're just a traitor now. Compared with us, one is in heaven and the other is on earth. To you, we are like gods. Zhang Yuyao yelled. She wanted Zhou Tong to recognize his identity clearly. There was no room for him to be presumptuous here. You fucking die too. Zhou Tong let go completely, speaking his mind directly without giving any face. He grabbed Zhang Yuyao's hair, pressed her head hard to the ground. Bang! I'll let go. Are you begging me? Zhou Tong asked jokingly. Dream. Yes, you are dreaming if you want me to let you go. Everyone was stunned. They had never seen Zhou Tong so cruel before. Some of them couldn't help but tremble. Stop it. Just then, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore. The space was distorted and Mo Liusu, Chen Linger and Tang Qi suddenly appeared here. Zhou Tong then stopped what he was doing and glanced at these people with a calm expression. You have committed a capital crime by daring to commit a crime here, Mo Liusu said indifferently. Stop scaring me. Old woman. The little demon girl stepped forward and confronted them, saying, These two bitches provoked the Huan sect first. Even if they were beaten to death, it was their own fault. If you don't accept it, go and ask my master. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately thought of the evil woman Moronya and couldn't help but shudder. Even though everyone said that the woman was on her last legs, no one dared to offend her. Zhou Tong, you are so reckless. I am very disappointed in you. Chen Linger said arrogantly. You actually mixed up with the witch. You really degenerate yourself. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to lecture me? Zhou Tong said disdainfully. Chunlinger raised her pretty face and said, "How childish. You attacked the junior sisters just to attract my attention. Now I'm standing here. Do you dare to hit me?" Chapter 14. When these words were spoken, everyone around was stunned. They had never heard such a request before. Chunlinger's face was full of arrogance, and her eyes showed a look of condescension. The reason why she dared to do this was because she was fearless. She could clearly feel that Zhou Tong once had secret feelings for her. Otherwise, how could Zhou Tong abandon the little witch girl at the 100 Sects conference and rush to her side unconditionally? If he didn't like her, how could Zhou Tong take the initiative to give up his time for cultivation and take the trouble to help her study the sword manual so that she could become the best swordsman of the younger generation? If it wasn't for his love, how could Zhou Tong be willing to consume his spiritual energy to give her an initiation? But so what? She was originally a cold and aloof person, as elegant as a snow lotus, and she didn't care about worldly matters. Moreover, she looked down on Zhou Tong's lack of dignity, his servile and cautious appearance. In her eyes, only the high-spirited and talented junior brother was the real genius, a towering existence. Even now, she thought Zhou Tong was playing hard to get, and she despised him even more in her heart. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhou Tong smiled gently, rolled up his sleeves, and slapped the white face hard. "You go to hell too." The pride on Chunlinger's face was instantly shattered. She was hit like a spinning top, spinning backwards and crashing into a pillar. For this special girl, Zhou Tong gave special strength. Puff! The little devil girl couldn't help but burst out laughing. She was very satisfied with Zhou Tong's performance. Not only her, but everyone around her couldn't help laughing. Chunlinger came back to her senses, her face full of disbelief. At this moment, she was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. The Zhou Tong in the past would never embarrass her. "You really dare to hit me? Even my father has never hit me. Then you should thank me. After all, I helped you make up for the missing fatherly love." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone laughed again, with the little witch laughing the most wantonly. Chunlinger glared at her fiercely, but the little witch hugged Zhou Tong's arm and looked back at her with a smug look on her face. "Let him go. I'm going to teach him a lesson today." Chunlinger suddenly became uneasy, as if something had been taken away by someone. Even Emoliosu was affected. His chest rose and fell slightly, and he looked like he was ready to take action at any time. "Brother, you are going too far." Tang Chi was wearing a gorgeous robe, which made him look handsome and extraordinary. He was particularly eye-catching. When he opened his mouth, countless female disciples looked at him sideways. "Wow, is that the Tang Chi who has become famous recently? He is indeed a handsome man. I heard that his talent is second only to Zhou Tong. I don't know if it is true or not. That's all old news. Zhou Tong is a useless man now. He is not worthy of being mentioned in the same breath with him. Of course, otherwise, why would Master Mo accept him as his true disciple? Zhou Tong has been with Master Mo for more than 10 years, but he doesn't deserve such qualifications." Hearing these comments, Tang Chi unconsciously raised his chin and looked down at Zhou Tong. Emoliosu was also watching Zhou Tong's expression, trying to see if there was anything unusual. However, Zhou Tong didn't care at all, staring at Tang Chi with eyes as sharp as swords. "A fellow like you is worthy of calling me senior brother? How shameless! Everyone listen to me clearly. I, Zhou Tong, have long severed all ties with the Yuqing sect and will never return in this lifetime. Even if I turn into a handful of yellow earth or a wisp of duckweed in the future, I will never fall on the territory of Xianhuang Mountain, unless the Yuqing sect has been reduced to ashes before that." These words and oath were deafening, as if mixed with the great voice of the Great Way, enough to show Zhou Tong's determination. However, before he could finish his words, Zhou Tong felt his arm tighten and saw the little witch's eyes moving, and she had already snuggled up to him. "Don't say such stupid things. As long as I am alive, as long as Master is alive, someone will always put you first in their hearts. You will not be lonely, and you will not turn into a floating duckweed." Hearing this, Zhou Tongyu choked up and his eyes became slightly moist. He had to admit that this woman touched the softest part of his heart. "Which, your charm skills have reached this level. How dare you disrupt my concentration?" As he said this, he stretched out his hands and grasped the slender waist of the little girl. This scene made many people jealous. Isn't this the scene in which fairies become a couple and gods are a couple? So, what if they were a witch? So, what if they were useless? At least at this moment, they were worthy of everyone's envy. Tang Chi was almost going crazy with jealousy. He stared at the little vixen intently, wishing he could swallow her up in one bite. She is so beautiful and charming, even more beautiful than his 5 senior sisters. If he could get her, wouldn't he be so happy? Humph! You have no sense of shame for doing such shameless things in broad daylight. Chun Linger said indifferently, and Mo Liusu was also cold as ice. You can sit anywhere. The apprenticeship ceremony is about to begin. Remember to watch the ceremony carefully. After she finished speaking, she turned and left, climbing up the platform step by step. You disappoint me so much. Chun Linger also left a word and chased after him. Ling, do you think that evil disciple has really made up his mind? Emoliosu asked in a low voice. Master, you're worrying too much. I have seen through his thoughts long ago. Oh, tell me about it, Emoliosu said with interest. Master, think about it. If he really joined the Huan sect, he should call you Tsang-Yu's senior sister, but he calls her witch. Emoliosu's eyes lit up, and she felt relieved. In her opinion, this was undoubtedly a derogatory term. So that means that the evil creature still wants to come back, but he just pretends to be very convincing this time. He's just holding on. Let's see how long he can hold on, Chun Linger said disdainfully. She had already thought about how to punish Zhou Tong. I have decided. I will mobilize the whole clan for today's apprenticeship ceremony. I will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao for your junior brother and help him ascend to heaven in one step. Emoliosu said excitedly that she wanted to show Zhou Tong in front of him how much she doted on Tang Chi, so that he would know that she could give others the things he dreamed of at will. After seeing this scene, she didn't believe that Zhou Tong could continue pretending. Zhou Tong and his companion found a secluded place to sit down. No one was willing to approach them, so there was an empty area around them. At noon, the sun shines on the earth, and a clear voice resounds through the sky. The auspicious time has arrived. Let's begin the ceremony. Everyone's eyes turned towards the platform at the same time. The platform was divided into 9 floors and reached into the clouds. 9 disciples stood on each floor, holding sharp swords. They looked solemn and dignified, and exuded a sharp sword aura. Is this posture intended to attract the attention of heaven? When these words were spoken, people's eyes widened, and the talented disciples from other sects were even more incredulous. The Yuqing sect is really generous. They would do this for a disciple. It seems that they really want to make him the number one among the younger generation. When they thought of this, many people looked at Zhou Tong at the same time. Zhou Tong's eyelids jumped. This ritual of inducing the heavenly Tao was extremely energy-consuming. Not only did it consume countless resources, but it also required the connection between 81 subarrays and one main array. The Yuqing sect once held a sword-fighting ceremony for Chun Linger to help her become the number 1 sword-fighting person. It was Zhou Tong himself who drew the formation for her at that time. The reason is simple. It's because although the level of each formation is not high, it is extremely complicated and involves the laws of nature. Ordinary formation masters dare not try it at all for fear of backlash. Only Zhou Tong, who had a clear mind and a strong spirit at the time, could do this job. Moreover, the preservation conditions of this Yintiandeo formation are extremely harsh. It must be discarded after one use. If it is reused, it will cause a big mess. Chapter 15. The rosy glow shot up into the sky and lingered in midair, revealing a graceful and elegant figure. Mu Liusu was seen with flying white hair, holding a sword, and exuding a sacred aura. Suddenly she moved, formed a sword gesture with her hand, and slashed a sharp sword towards the sky. Boom! The clouds broke apart, revealing a clear sky. The sword formation rises, and the Taoist magic is summoned. She chanted softly, her voice gentle and melodious, and then magic arrays lit up in the Yuqing sect. There were 81 in total, corresponding to each disciple on the platform. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong was finally relieved. These guys really reused the previous formation. The 81 people on the platform seemed to have sensed something and began to brandish their swords, performing different sword techniques with great skill and practice, as if they had demonstrated it thousands of times. At this moment, Emoliosu swung his sword, and a larger sword formation immediately emerged at the bottom of the platform, encompassing everything. Is this the ceremony that attracts the attention of the heavenly Tao? It is so grand and vast that it makes me feel suffocated. The elders from other sects who were present at the scene breathed heavily. It was the first time they had seen such a scene. There is no doubt that this is a ceremony to communicate the way of the sword. Once it attracts the attention of the heavenly Tao, Tang Chi's sword skills will inevitably experience a qualitative leap. Before he finished speaking, countless natural treasures rose into the sky, exploded in midair, and turned into pure spiritual energy, gathering around Tang Chi on the platform. This scene made everyone gasp. Each of those treasures was priceless, but Yuqing's sect used them without hesitation. How much did they value this disciple? Did you see clearly? You piece of trash. This is the treatment that junior brother deserves. You will never be as good as him. Ge Hongqiu was still jumping around, racking her brains to try to break Zhou Tong's defense. It was obvious that she knew very well what Zhou Tong cared about most in the past. Unfortunately, that Zhou Tong no longer existed. Roll! She received another loud slap in response, and the little witch slapped him away without even turning her head. Puff! Ge Hongqiu spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes full of resentment, but no one cared about her. On the high platform, Tang Chi opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He looked down and immediately found Zhou Tong's location. They were just like ants. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he was full of energy and pride. From now on, he would leave Zhou Tong far behind, and the two would never be compared again. Connect the heaven and earth, lead the avenue out. Here comes the sword. Tang Chi roared, and a golden sword flew through the air and landed in his palm. This is the heavenly Tao sword, a ceremonial weapon, but it is also the most respected sword among all. Tang Chi held the sword and practiced his swordsmanship, and a 1,000-foot-long light burst out from his body. Boom! There were strange fluctuations in the sky. Everyone held their breath. They saw a huge vertical eye opening and closing, like the eye of heaven, its gaze fixed on Tang Chi. It succeeded. It actually succeeded. This Tang Chi is going to be amazing. He will firmly be the number one among the younger generation. Ha! This feeling is truly extraordinary. Tang Chi laughed loudly, and visible sword ripples followed his gaze and flowed into his body, making his aura extremely sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Mo Liusu and Chun Ling headed in the direction of Zhou Tong at the same time. However, Zhou Tong did not show any abnormality. He was even drinking with the little girl, looking very happy. It's really pitiful that you are still pretending at this time, just like a clown. Chun Linger said. Xiao Qi, how do you feel? Mo Liusu leaned over and asked Tang Chi. Master, my understanding of the way of the sword has improved several times, and this is just the beginning. Once I have mastered all these insights, no one among my peers will be able to match me. That's good. I hope you won't disappoint your teacher's expectations. Don't be like someone who is ungrateful, crosses the river and burns the bridge, and is despised by the world. Don't worry, Master. I'm different from him, and I won't let you down. The little demon girl poked Zhou Tong and said with a smile on her face, Look, the acting skills of this master and disciple are really wonderful. Zhou Tong nodded and said, Don't worry, there are more exciting things to come. Before he finished speaking, something strange happened. Only a loud roar was heard around the platform, and 81 disciples vomited blood at the same time, and their breath became weak. Not only that, the main array and the 81 sub-arrays also began to tremble violently, emitting a strange light, and even cracks appeared. What's going on? Everyone was shocked, and then they felt a sharp chill that made their scalps tingle. Looking up, the eye of heaven in the sky had changed. It was no longer a calm gaze, but was filled with anger, and its gaze was filled with murderous intent as it rushed down. Oh, why? What happened? Tang Chi's expression changed drastically. His skin was cracked all over his body, blood was gushing out, and he almost looked like a monster. He couldn't help but scream, with fear in his eyes. Master, save me, Master! Master, what's going on? Where are the disciples from the formation hall? Stand up and speak. Mo Liusu roared. Chen Linger looked unhappy. Ge Hongqiu and Jiang Yuyao kept shouting. Formation hall, you guys did a bad thing. If something happens to my junior brother, I will make you pay with your lives. Under the gaze of these crazy women, the chief disciple of the formation hall walked out trembling. Reporting to Master Mo, this accident came too suddenly, and all the formations were broken. Don't talk nonsense to me. If it's cracked, fix it immediately. Mo Liusu interrupted and ordered with a cold expression. Hearing this, a trace of bitterness emerged on the face of the eldest disciple of the formation hall. Reply to the real person, we can't repair it. Emoliosu suddenly became even angrier. What nonsense! How could such a huge Yuching sect and its prestigious formation hall be unable to repair even a few small formations? Master, I really don't dare to lie. This formation is not only the Yuching sect, but I remember that there is only one person in the world who has the ability and courage to practice it. When these words were spoken, not only Emoliosu, but everyone else also perked up and pricked up their ears. In the past 100 years, the only sect that could successfully attract the attention of heaven was the Yuching sect. Since then, countless sects have been trying to find the secret, but in the end, they have found nothing. Now it seems that the key to all this lies in this person. Who is that person? Find him here. We can't miss his benefits. The eldest disciple of the formation hall trembled slightly, and his expression was indescribably strange. Master, this person was once a disciple of our sect, but you expelled him from the sect. Now he is at the scene, but when these words were spoken, everyone was struck by lightning. This was no different from naming names. For a moment, Emoliosu's expression became extremely wonderful. Chunlinger also looked horrified. She remembered that it was indeed Zhou Tong who carved the formation himself, but she didn't take it seriously. Now that the old things were brought up again, she felt an unprecedented shock. Chapter 16. So it was him. Everyone suddenly realized that it was all like a dream, and that reality was so absurd and ridiculous. If this is true, it can only be said that the entire Yuching sect is a bunch of clowns, and their purity is extremely high. The only disciple in the world who could set up the heavenly Tao formation was expelled from the sect, and he was also forced to abandon his cultivation and fill up with hatred. Even a pig-brained person could not do such a thing. Ing Shaoxian from Taiching sect was also at the scene. He couldn't help but beat his chest and stamp his feet, looking at Emoliosu with anger on his face. If Zhou Tong had not listened to this woman's instigation, he would have been a member of Taiching sect long ago. How could Huan sect have gotten such a big advantage? Since you can repair it, why are you still sitting here? Go and repair the formation. Zhang Yuyao and Gu Hongxiu were the first to react. They immediately jumped up and pointed at Zhou Tong's nose and gave orders. However, Zhou Tong remained indifferent and continued to look at and talk with the little witch. This action undoubtedly added fuel to the fire and made the two people furious. Didn't you hear me talking to you? If something happens to my junior brother, your life won't be enough to pay for it. Zhang Yuyao roared with a ferocious look on her face, and she overturned the table in front of Zhou Tong, spilling all the pure wine and delicacies on the table. No one around stepped forward to dissuade them. They all watched the farce with great interest. The Yuching sect has really lost face today. Even if one is a scoundrel, one knows that one should have the right attitude when asking for help. Fairy Mo is known to be pure, elegant, and polite, but her disciples are so arrogant and vulgar. It is really eye-opening. Are you begging me? Zhou Tong remained calm and looked at the two people in front of him indifferently, but his light words made the other party furious again. Please? Who do you think you are? Stop flattering yourself. We are giving you a chance to atone for your sins. You are right. You are a traitor who destroyed the sect's treasure. It is a great favor that you are not executed. You will never be able to repay this favor until you die. Now you must repair the formation for my junior brother. Hearing this strange argument, Zhou Tong's smile became even wider. I won't. What can you do to me? You deserve to die. You have to do it today, or you won't be able to leave alive. The two were furious and were about to call on the strong men around them to take action. Zhou Tong, let's stop here. If you continue to use Qiao's words like this, it will only make people hate you more. At this moment, Chunlinger leaped down from the high platform and came in front of several people. She stared at Zhou Tong, her expression still cold as before, and said, "Don't you just want to return to the sect? It's too embarrassing to take advantage of such a trivial ability. Forget it. Even if it is for the sake of my junior brother, I will fulfill your wish. You go and save my junior brother immediately. After you succeed, I will ask Master for mercy. Whether it will be successful or not depends on her opinion." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked as if struck by lightning. For the first time, they felt that the Yuching sect could be so shameless. A talent like Zhou Tong, even if he is completely useless and can never practice cultivation, just based on his ability to depict the heavenly Tao formation, countless sects will fight to get him. On the other hand, the Yuching sect clearly still had a trace of affection for Zhou Tong, but they had no intention of making up for it, and even treated Zhou Tong like a beast. Listen to the nonsense that woman said. Even if Zhou Tong helps them out of danger, whether he can return depends on their mood. Doesn't that mean Zhou Tong is just begging for food on his knees? This is really a nose drawn on a piece of paper. The face is not small. In my eyes, you are nothing. Zhou Tong stood up and confronted him with a sharp look. Help me quickly, master. I feel so much pain. I'm about to die. An even more tragic voice from Tang Chi was heard from the platform, causing Chun Linger's face to tremble. Don't make me hate you. If something happens to my junior brother, you can't bear the responsibility. Come with me now. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to use force and grabbed Zhou Tong's shoulder with one hand. Do you think I'm dead? The little witch immediately became angry and attacked fiercely, fighting against Chun Linger. The palm wind swept across, thunder and lightning roared, and Chun Linger was completely at a disadvantage and was blown away. How is that possible? She was shocked and could not accept this result. The strength of the two was obviously similar before, and even if there was a slight difference, it was only a fine line. Why was there such a big difference now? The little witch was also a little surprised, and then she smiled happily, as if she had thought of something. In the past few days, she has been studying with Zhou Tong, who has preached and answered her questions, which has greatly improved her comprehension of the Haan Tiangong. Now, she can easily surpass Chun Linger. That's enough. Suddenly, Mo Liusu's cold shout was heard, and then a strong pressure came down, accurately pressing on Zhou Tong and the little demon girl. Go save them. Mo Liusu looked down at Zhou Tong and gave orders as before. Who are you talking to me with? Zhou Tong looked up at the other person with a sarcastic look on his face. He didn't look like the oppressed party. It seemed more like he was examining Mo Liusu, trying to tear off her superior disguise. I am commanding you as a strong man. Mo Liusu's expression changed several times, and the words he said made people feel cold all over. Everyone knew that this woman was going to turn against them completely. In the world of warriors, the strong are respected. As long as one is strong enough, one can deal with the weak at will. This is the law of nature. But Zhou Tong smiled even more brightly, because the other party had run out of tricks. Do you think you can be the only one in charge? Zhou Tong said sarcastically. It's enough to control you. Not necessarily. Zhou Tong was fearless. As soon as he finished speaking, someone interrupted him. Mo Liusu, you're the leader of Yuqing Sect after all. Don't you feel ashamed to force a young man in such a despicable way? The person who spoke was Ying Shaoxian, whom Zhou Tong had met once. Zhou Tong had a very good impression of this man and had expected that he would jump out to help him out. The reason is very simple. This person is a gentleman who can truly judge the situation. He cannot tolerate dirty behavior, but he can also see Zhou Tong's value. If he doesn't do a favor now, when will he do it? This is our Yuqing Sect's business, so it would be better for Senior Ying not to interfere. Mo Liusu's face changed slightly. This man's move put her in an awkward situation where she couldn't move forward or backward. You are wrong again. Zhou Tong is no longer a disciple of Yuqing Sect. Ying Shaoxian ruthlessly finished off the opponent, determined to embarrass him. Facing this person, Mo Liusu has no right to be tough. Okay. Since Senior wants to protect this evil creature, I will step back. Her chest rose and fell, and she stared at Zhou Tong. You just want benefits, then state your conditions. Wouldn't it be better if this was done earlier? Zhou Tong looked around and pointed his finger at Chen Linga, Ge Hongqiu, and Jiang Yuyao. You, and you kneel down and beg me. In addition, I also want the 7-star Jade Blood Lotus of the Yuqing Sect. Chapter 17. What a big mouth you have. You really dare to daydream. Mo Liusu and Chen Linger's faces immediately turned ugly. Ge Hongqiu and Jiang Yuyao became furious and pointed at Zhou Tong's nose and cursed him. They could not accept either of these two conditions. For many years, they have looked down on Zhou Tong from the bottom of their hearts. In their eyes, Zhou Tong is not even as good as a slave. Making them kneel down to Zhou Tong was more painful than killing them. Don't dream about the 7-star Jade Blood Lotus. It is the sect's sacred object. There is only one of its kind. It is priceless, and you are not qualified to get your hands on it. Mo Liusu said coldly. As for asking them to kneel down to you, I can only say that you can't afford it. Change the conditions. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sneer. Do you think I'm discussing this with you? You're wrong. This is a notice and also an order. You can only choose to do it or not. There is never an option to change it. Are you threatening me? Mo Liosu exuded a harmless aura. Of course. Can't you see it's so simple? Zhou Tong responded without flinching, which made people's hearts tremble. This young man was so tough. It seemed that hatred for someone could really last forever. You beast. Do you really think we can't deal with you? I won't surrender to you even if I have to kneel down like a dog. Ge Hongxiu and others could no longer tolerate it. In the past, Zhou Tong would never dare to be so arrogant. He wouldn't even dare to fart. Then you can just wait for your beloved junior brother to become a dead dog. I have plenty of time, but he can't hold on for much longer. Zhou Tong said lightly. At this moment, Tang Chi was in dire straits. His skin was cracked all over his body, like a bloody man, almost dying. But Zhou Tong knew that this guy would not die so easily. Not only was he favored by fate in his previous life, but he also had a powerful soul hidden in his body with many trump cards. But today, in front of everyone, if he uses his trump card, firstly, it will be easily exposed, and secondly, it will consume a lot of energy. He will never make a move unless it is absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Mo Liosu's expression changed again and again, and he was already burning with anger. Do you think that if you kill Shaoqi, I will accept you as my apprentice again? Forget it. Even if you beg me to be your disciple, I won't be interested in you now. Zhou Tong responded bluntly without showing any mercy. Okay. Since this is your choice, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Mo Liosu took a deep breath and his eyes became ruthless. She turned around and looked at the three female disciples around her and said, I accept your terms. Master, Zhang Yuyao and Gu Hongqiu's faces changed drastically. Do you really want us to kneel down and worship this piece of trash? What? You don't want to? Or do you want to see Tang Chi die? It turns out that your feelings for him are just this. Zhou Tong laughed at the side, causing several people's faces to change. But then Zhang Yuyao revealed a mocking look. I see. You are jealous of our junior brother and want to see how far we can go for him. Then I'll tell you, you can't even compare to a hair of my junior brother. We won't care if a piece of trash like you dies immediately. In order to save my junior brother, we can even give up our dignity. She said this with self-movement, then swiftly knelt down in front of Zhou Tong with a playful look on her face. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tong felt speechless and showed an expression that was more disgusting than eating half a pound of flies. It seems that senior sister has touched your sore spot. You are so pitiful. You are always comparing yourself with junior brother, but you can never compare with him. As she spoke, she also knelt down, as if it was an honorable thing to do. Chun Linger followed closely behind, and at the moment her knees touched the ground, she still acted superior, as if she was rewarding Zhou Tong. Chapter 18. Looking at these three faces with abstract expressions, Zhou Tong slowly raised his hand with a strange smile. Snap! 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 3 slaps. Each one gets one. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Take your eyes away. It disgusts me. You hit me again twice. How dare you? Chun Linger couldn't believe it. Zhou Tong obviously loved her, yet he dared to do this. This method of attracting her attention was too despicable. She swore in her heart that she would never give Zhou Tong a good face again. Bang! Zhou Tong was not polite and rewarded her again. Ugly people are often mischievous. As he spoke, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief, as if they were stained with something dirty. Seeing this scene, Chun Linger felt extremely humiliated. She could no longer hold it in and spat out a mouthful of blood. Have you had enough of the trouble? Mo Liosu asked in a cold voice. Of course not. Hand over the 7-star jade blood lotus. Don't make me say it again. Snort! This time, Mo Liosu did not hesitate. He stretched out his hand and waved it. A colorful lotus appeared out of thin air and flew in front of Zhou Tong. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, and many of them looked at the lotus with greed, wishing they could take it for themselves. This is a rare holy object in the world. It can not only increase one's cultivation level, but also has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Every petal is priceless. It's really good stuff. It makes me feel relaxed and happy. Keep it well. Zhou Tong handed it to the little witch and winked at her. The little demon girl understood what he meant and put the lotus into her space ring, while at the same time crushing a jade pendant without leaving a trace. Can you repair the formation now? Mo Liosu urged. Of course. Zhou Tong said easily that this was as difficult as climbing to the sky for others, but as easy as pie for him. A brilliant light emanated from between his brows, which then turned into visible ripples and spread toward the platform. This is a mental fluctuation. Hiss. Ing Shaoxian sucked in a breath of cold air. Except for him, everyone around him looked calm and unaware of the mystery at all. This mental force looks plain, but it is extremely long-lasting, hiding an indescribable power that is difficult to detect unless one has profound Taoism skills. The effect was obvious. Under the cleansing of this spiritual light, the broken formation was restored at the same time, and the eye of heaven in the sky also returned to normal. Boom! After a moment, magnificent sword waves surged from Tang Chi's body, and it was obvious that there had been a qualitative leap, breaking through a certain limit. Ha, I did it! He laughed loudly, and as the eye of heaven disappeared, the injuries on his body healed instantly. Good! You are worthy of being my disciple. Emoliosu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Zhou Tong and the little witch girl. In an instant, the air around them became much colder. Hand over the 7-star jade blood lotus, and I will consider giving you a lighter sentence. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. People knew that the Yuqing sect was planning to turn against them. Chapter 19. Are you going to go back on your word? The little witch stared at Emoliosu, anger already in her voice. Going back on your word? Not really. You were never qualified to make a deal with me from the beginning. All of this is just a temporary measure. Emoliosu remained calm and said, I'll repeat it again. Hand over the 7-star jade blood lotus. Then kneel on the ground and wait for your punishment. What if I say no? Zhou Tong rubbed his brows and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Then I will tear you into pieces. Ge Hongxiu said proudly. Weren't you very arrogant just now? If you dare to force us to kneel, you should have expected this kind of outcome. Stop talking nonsense. It's time to teach this rubbish a lesson. Zhang Yuyao was equally furious and wished she could sentence Zhou Tong to death. Kneel down. Emoliosu pressed down with one hand, like a 1,000-foot mountain, landing on the shoulders of the two men. The two men's bodies were shaking violently, almost hunched over, but they held on in an instant, preferring to break rather than bend. Do you want to bully the Huan sect? Or do you want to fight with our master? The little demon girl took a step forward, activated the Haan Tiangong, and propped up a sea of red dust. Hearing this, Emoliosu looked even more disdainful. Your master? Is he talking about that useless person who has run out of energy? There were bursts of laughter all around, as if mocking the little witch for being at her wit's end. They saw clearly a few days ago that the female devil could not even protect herself and had long lost her deterrent power. Humph! You are wrong. My master has already taken the Bodie pill. Even though he has not recovered to his peak, it is enough to deal with you. You are so arrogant and bluffing. Tang Chi walked down from the platform and looked down at Zhou Tong with an unprecedented sense of superiority on his face. Don't think I don't know that you can't refine the Bodhi pill at all, and you have suffered a serious injury because of it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so eager to get the 7-star jade blood lotus. Hearing this, Emoliosu suddenly realized. I see. You, this evil creature, not only want to save yourself, but also want to save that female devil. It's a pity that you don't have that chance. As she spoke, she pressed her palm downward, and an even more violent force came, ready to completely crush Zhou Tong and the other man. At this moment, a soft shout like the cry of a phoenix echoed through the sky. How many lives do you have to pay for hurting my disciple? The sky light was changing, the wind and thunder were howling, and invisible ripples were rushing towards them at a high speed, making Emoliosu the first to bear the brunt. Boom! With a loud bang, her aura exploded, and she lost her balance. Her feet stepped on the void, and she retreated repeatedly. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and then they saw a fairy-like figure suddenly appear. The leader of the Huan sect, She-Devil. Many people stood up and addressed Moronya in different ways, looking extremely nervous. The little witch breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Zhou Tong, who had guessed this scene long ago and asked her to pass the message in time. Otherwise, she would have suffered a great loss today. Who dares to commit violence here? Yuqing sect is not a place where you can act wildly. Several elders jumped up and surrounded Moronya. How dare these old guys stand on the same level with me? Get out of here! Moronya's long hair was dyed with snow, and she directly activated the jade demon body. She seemed like a different person. A cold and murderous aura surged out of her like a tide, leaving many people with cold hands and feet. It was with this attitude that this female devil overthrew several sects. Calm down. Let's talk it over. Chapter 20. The pupils of the elders of Yuqing's sect contracted as they sensed a dangerous aura. You hurt my disciple and asked me to calm down. Why don't you just die? Murongya was ruthless. She sent out a hand seal that exploded in the air. Suddenly, terrifying ripples swept in all directions, injuring several elders at the same time, and Chi Qiao fell down bleeding. This scene made everyone panic. With such strength, how could there be any sign of exhaustion? It seems that this woman really took the Bodie pill, and Zhou Tong made the Bodie pill. That's impossible. You're obviously going to die. That piece of trash can't possibly make a 7th grade elixir. Tang Chi's face was gloomy, and he said with certainty. These words reminded many people of the scene on that day. There was indeed thunder and fire near Hanshan Mountain. I guess that must be the strange phenomenon caused by the Bodhi pill. When they thought of this, many people showed a dazed look on their faces. It is amazing that Tang Chi can refine 5th grade elixirs. So what about Zhou Tong? Evil spirit? Monster? It seems that in the way of alchemy, it is not that Zhou Tong cannot compare with Tang Chi, but that Tang Chi is not worthy of being compared with Zhou Tong. This is fake. They must have obtained the Bodhi pill from some other means, Jiang Yuyao said. Among the younger generation, no one can surpass junior brother. That's right. There is only one explanation. Mo Liusu adjusted his breath and confronted Murongya from a distance. The scene of two peerless beauties standing in the air is undoubtedly extremely pleasing to the eyes. However, there is still a gap between the peerless beauties. Mo Liusu is like the bright moon in the sky, and Murongya, even the real moon would pale in comparison to her. Comparing the two sides, the difference is obvious. If you dare to hurt them, I will make you pay the price. Murongya's expression changed immediately, and she was about to take action with swift and decisive action. Humph, it's just some trash I casually threw away, but you treated it as a treasure. You're really hungry and don't care about what you eat. Mo Liusu's expression changed slightly, but he still couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Hearing this, Murongya actually stopped, and her eyes suddenly became playful. Are you jealous? What a joke. What's so good about you that I should be jealous of you? There's so many things. You are jealous that I am stronger than you, jealous that I am prettier than you, and even more jealous that the little guy abandoned you and became my disciple. The smile on Mo Liusu's face gradually faded. Murongya continued to talk. You have no idea how much the little guy likes me as his new master. He asks about my well-being and cares about my injuries every day. He not only refines various elixirs for me, but also massages my body at night. Mo Liusu secretly clenched her fists, her cheeks slightly red. However, Murongya twirled her hair with one finger and said coyly and contentedly, It's really annoying to have such an excellent and considerate little guy. I told him not to bother with it, but he was still mean to me. Alas, what else can I do? Of course I have to pamper him well. If anyone dares to bully him, I will make him suffer eternal damnation. Suddenly, Murongya's expression became extremely sharp. She stared at the other person and said, When the little guy was your disciple, he would not treat you like this, right? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too ugly. That's nonsense. He's obviously better to me. Mo Liusu was completely enraged. His aura surged violently and could not be contained at all. She was not angry because of Murongya's bullying, but because she was really jealous. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. She was jealous of Zhou Tong's respect and care for people other than her. This should have been a privilege that belonged to her alone. If she didn't give it, no one else could take it. It's really surprising. Murongya's face turned completely cold. He's so good to you, and you want to drive him away. You're such a beast. Chapter 21. Call. A gust of wind blew past, heading straight for Murongya. It turned out that Mo Liusu couldn't hold back any longer and took action directly. She was anxious. Murongya's smile grew even wider, her snow-white hair flying, and she stretched out her hand. I know you're anxious, but don't be anxious. In a flash, the two men exchanged moves. Mo Liusu came quickly, but left even faster. He was knocked flying and landed on the platform. The 9-story high platform collapsed in an instant. A terrifying aura was flowing in the air. Smoke and dust were flying, and the 81 disciples on the stage seemed to be locked up, unable to escape for a while. Hurry up and save them. Elder Baihao exclaimed, watching those disciples about to be buried under the dust. Just at this moment, Zhou Tong took action. Combined, he just clapped his hands, and the 81 sub-arrays merged into the main array, instantly cutting off the breath blockade. This short moment brought hope. The disciples exerted their strength at the same time and broke free without any casualties. Thank you for saving my life, brother. They knelt down on one knee and bowed devoutly to Zhou Tong. No need. I am no longer your senior brother. Zhou Tong's ruthless words added a hint of sadness to the eyes of these disciples. But then, only sincere gratitude remained in their eyes. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Tong's move was too fast, and his method was too sophisticated, leaving them confused. What's more crucial is that they couldn't even tell Zhou Tong's strength. It seemed like he had no cultivation at all, or he seemed to be at the peak of the soul separation realm. In short, it was very confusing. There is only one thing that is certain. Zhou Tong has no wounds on his body, and he is still as strong as ever. This made the geniuses from other sects tremble. Are they going to be suppressed by this person again at this 100 sects conference? You useless thing. It was his master who put you in danger. Why do you need to worship him? There was a loud bang. The dust exploded, and a disheveled figure slowly emerged. Mo Liusu's hairpins were in disarray. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her breath became much shorter. People once again witnessed Murong Ya's strength. Even though this woman was burdened with spiritual injuries and inner demons, she was not someone that her peers could challenge. Do you think you've won? Mo Liusu took a deep breath and said unconvincingly, You can continue. I only need one hand. Murong Ya said with contempt, causing Mo Liusu's chest to heave, and he almost wanted to fight again. Wait a minute. At this moment, Tang Chi suddenly inserted himself between the two of them. Xiao Qi, please get out of the way. It's dangerous here. Master, don't worry. I have my own solution. Tang Chi smiled harmlessly, turned to look at Murong Ya, and his expression became serious again. Senior Murong, today is my apprenticeship ceremony, but you broke into my sect and hurt my master. Even if you were a strong man, I still want justice. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned the heavenly sword and aimed it at Murong Ya. I want to challenge your disciple to a sword fight. If I win, you will apologize to my master. Laugh! Murong Ya sneered. Teach him a lesson. Yes, sir. The little demon girl was eager to try. She took a step forward. Her almost extraordinary aura made Tang Chi's face change. Chapter 22. The person I want to challenge is not you, but him. He pointed his sword at Zhou Tongdao. I used to respect you as my senior brother, but you teamed up with outsiders to injure my master. Today I want to seek justice for my master. If you are not a coward, then accept the fight. You're so funny, the little demon girl said with sarcasm. You just accepted the baptism of heaven, and now you want to challenge a person whose cultivation has been abolished. Who is the coward? Don't say these useless things. Strength is everything in this world. If he's scared, just say it directly. Don't keep hiding behind a woman and make people laugh. Mo Liusu also echoed from the side, looking at Murong Ya and said, Don't you think highly of this evil creature? How come you don't even have the courage to let him take action? Have you discovered that he is a useless person? Hearing this shameless remark, Murong Ya's breath rose again. Are you good at talking? Then let's see which one is harder, your words or my fists. I advise you not to be too presumptuous. This is Yuqing's sect. If I summon the Grand Elder, you will die here. Before that, I can crush you to death 10 times. Master, Zhou Tong suddenly hugged Murong Ya's arm to calm her down. Little guy, it's time for me to end this. I accept this kendo competition. After hearing this, Tang Chi almost laughed out loud. I didn't expect that this loser would actually take the bait. In the ring, swords and knives are ruthless. Even if he was killed by accident, others would have nothing to say. This time, he wants to defeat Zhou Tong completely. Everyone looked over expectantly. They couldn't see Zhou Tong's level of cultivation, but as long as they started fighting, Zhou Tong would not be able to hide it. Little guy, you have to be careful. Murong Ya felt Zhou Tong's persistence and did not dissuade him, but only gave him concerned advice. Don't worry, I won't lose. Under the gaze of everyone, the two turned to the ring, and the moment they approached each other, Tang Chi revealed his true face. From today on, your era has officially ended. I want to let you see the strength of the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth, but before he could say anything, a hearty female voice came over the wind. You are so arrogant. Who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be undefeated? I am here to meet you. The next moment, sword energy was seen flying, and a purple-clothed figure appeared in front of everyone. The other person looked like a young girl, with a sword on her waist, and looked heroic. As soon as she appeared, she attracted exclamations from everyone. It's Longling Yun. She's here too. Legend has it that she has inherited the sword master skills and has mastered them thoroughly. She is truly unfathomable. Someone revealed the woman's origins, causing countless exclamations. I have also heard that her talent in swordsmanship is unrivaled in the world. Not to mention her peers, even the older generation of masters are no match for her. If these three were to compete in swordsmanship, it would be hard to say who would win. Everyone was whispering, but Longling Yun stepped onto the stage first and faced Zhou Tong and Tang Qi. As soon as they met, a look of surprise appeared on Tang Qi's face, and he started to make plans in his mind. You two are so good, aren't you? I'm itching to do it. Come one by one or all at once. I'll keep you company. Everyone immediately became interested. This girl was really confident and must be quite capable. Let me do it first. After I deal with you, it won't be too late for me to deal with him later. Tang Qi took a step forward and said gracefully, Do you think you can beat me? I don't think I will lose. If I win, you have to agree to one condition. How about joining the Yuqing sect? It's a deal. I hope you don't lose too badly. Longling Yun was full of vigor and vitality, with an invincible belief between his brows. Zhou Tong had already retreated from the ring. He frowned, feeling that the woman's sword intent was somewhat familiar. Sword Saint. I remember now. This Longling Yun actually inherited his legacy. A tall and majestic figure emerged in Zhou Tong's mind. It was the Sword Saint himself. The two had fought against each other in their previous life. The reason why I can remember it is that the Sword Saint himself persisted for 3 full moves before being defeated by Zhou Tong, who was almost enlightened. Chapter 23. On the stage, Longling Yun and Tang Qi confronted each other. Before the two of them started, the surroundings were filled with a cold sword energy, making everyone's hair stand on end. What a strong momentum. It seems like they're evenly matched. There will be a wonderful, decisive battle today. That's nonsense. Junior brother is much stronger than this woman. The battle will be over soon. Gu Hongxiu said mindlessly, staring at Tang Qi with only obsession and admiration in his eyes. Don't be careless. This woman is really not simple. Chunlinger's face was solemn. Among the people present, her sword skills were among the best, and she had also been baptized by the way of heaven, so she had seen more than ordinary people. The little vixen also became interested. She looked at the woman on the stage, and her right hand kept opening and closing and clenching. This is treating the opponent as an imaginary enemy and simulating the battle scene in the mind. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I am not as good as her. After a moment, the little demon girl came to a conclusion and looked at Zhou Tongdao again. Who do you think will win? Everyone's eyes turned to look over. Even though Zhou Tong's cultivation was destroyed, he was once the king of the younger generation, and his vision was unmatched. What can a useless person understand? He can only try to attract attention. Zhang Yuyao said coldly from the side, and the little witch glanced at her and instantly shut her up. At this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly said, This is a battle without suspense. The winner will be decided within 3 moves. The result is that Tang Qi was defeated miserably. One stone caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was in an uproar and looked at Zhou Tong in disbelief. This is impossible. Tang Qi is not only a top talent, but he has also been trained in swordsmanship. There may not be anyone among the younger generation who can defeat him in 1 move or 2. Someone said in disbelief, I think you are jealous and crazy. You are really ugly and make a fool of yourself. Chunlinger spoke in a mocking tone, still bearing the grudge of the slap in the face, and verbally suppressed Zhou Tong. Chunlinger, I have to say that your talent is really mediocre. I shouldn't have helped you hold the Yintian Dao ceremony. After all, even if that opportunity is given to a pig, the pig will get a pair of bright sword eyes and will not become blind. Zhou Tong looked at the other person with only contempt in his eyes, which made Chunlinger feel ashamed and angry. That's enough, Mo Liusu said contemptuously. You are not qualified to judge Linger. Zhou Tong was not afraid at all and looked at her in the eye. This is the first time I heard that evaluating garbage requires qualifications. As a piece of trash, she at least did one thing well. That is, she learned to sort herself. Garbage should stay with garbage. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like thunder from the sky, exploding on everyone's forehead. Zhou Tong scolded all the disciples of Mo Liusu in one breath. You! Mo Liusu's pupils contracted, and at that moment, her body temperature rose rapidly. She could no longer tell whether it was anger or shame. She just felt a sharp pain in her heart. It's not like this. It shouldn't be like this. Originally, there was only respect and admiration in Zhou Tong's eyes when he looked at her. There was a time when, whenever she was upset and exhausted, she would calm down when she saw those eyes, and all her doubts and confusion would dissipate. But now, Zhou Tong only looked at her with disgust and ridicule, and gave all his tenderness to others. This is not right. This shouldn't be the case. Mo Liusu appeared calm on the surface, but was struggling inside. There seemed to be two wills fighting against each other in her body. One was the desire to be cared for. The other was the pride to maintain a superior position, which made her at a loss. Boom! There was a violent fluctuation on the stage, which brought everyone's attention back. Tang Chi took the first step. He held the heavenly Tao sword in his hand, gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and transformed it into a 10-foot-long giant sword, which he chopped down vertically. This scene made everyone tremble. Use the power of heaven to transform the Tao and transform objects into spirits. This is an extremely high realm that can only be mastered by those who have crossed the extraordinary barrier and stepped into the heaven-slaying realm. However, Tang Chi used it easily. Chapter 24. Let's see how that woman can block it now. She defeated Junior Brother in 3 moves. It's a joke, Zhang Yuyao sneered. In her opinion, this one move could decide the outcome. She had already thought about how to humiliate Zhou Tong. But the next moment, her expression suddenly froze. Long Lingyun had clear eyes, holding an ancient sword in his hand and gently swinging it forward. In an instant, there was a violent roar of wind and thunder, and another giant sword appeared out of nowhere, also with the power of transforming objects and communicating with spirits, which was very exciting. Swords clashed, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The sword energy swept across the sky. Even the clouds in the sky were shattered and scattered. Tang Chi's face was solemn. After testing, he finally became serious. This Long Lingyun was indeed not a simple person, but he still looked confident, as if he was certain of winning. Miss Long, if you can't bear it anymore, just admit defeat. I can stop in time. He took a step back and leaped into the air. Countless lights appeared behind him, as bright as the galaxy. The stars in the sky. This is his signature sword move. Whenever he uses it, he is sure to win. Almost no one of his peers can escape unscathed. Everyone was stunned, seeing the sky full of stars falling down, illuminating the surrounding areas, leaving no place for people to escape. This is simply the pinnacle of swordsmanship and has already touched the threshold of momentum. In the practice of swordsmanship, when the technique is fully developed, one becomes a force, and when the force is broken, one attains. Sword skills, sword momentum, and sword art represent the levels of cultivation. In the whole world, there are only a handful of strong people who can comprehend sword momentum. As for sword art, it only exists in legends. It's over. Long Lingyun is powerless to save the situation. Someone said confidently that the battle had reached a suspenseful point, and facing a blow from the pinnacle of swordsmanship, unless one could comprehend the power of the sword, one would be at the mercy of the opponent. At this moment, people once again looked at Zhou Tong and wanted to see how he would explain. It's time to end it, Zhou Tong Dao. Before he finished his words, the situation on the stage quickly reversed. Long Lingyun wiped the sword with his fingers, and an aura that dominated the world suddenly burst out. Everyone felt terrified, as if a sword was hanging over their heads and they could die at any time. Not only that, the stars in the sky transformed by the sword energy were also shaking, and then shattered in succession, and finally turned into nothing. Sword power. Impossible. I am not wrong. It is everywhere, omnipresent, indestructible, and invincible. This is called sword power. Cut. Long Lingyun waved his sword lightly in front of him. Although the two were dozens of feet apart, Tang Chi was struck by lightning and fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings, spitting blood from his mouth. The winner is decided. Bitch, you dare to hurt my junior brother? I will make you pay with your life. Go Hongqiu was about to rush forward while shouting. But suddenly he met Long Lingyun's eyes and was so frightened that he almost lost control of his bladder. I lost. Tang Chi climbed up and said unwillingly that his defeat was a foregone conclusion, simply because he encountered a dimensionality reduction attack. Although Miss Long's swordsmanship is powerful, she may not be my opponent in a real fight. Hearing this, Long Lingyun didn't even bother to give him a glance. She has seen many losers shouting, "You!" Tang Chi's face changed slightly, but he saw that Long Lingyun was already facing Zhou Tong. Next, it's your turn. Chapter 25. It's finally my turn. Zhou Tong couldn't wait and jumped onto the stage. After seeing my strength, instead of running away, you're moving closer to me? Long Lingyun said with some surprise. How can I beat you up if I don't get close to you? Zhou Tong said bluntly and took the red dust sword from the little demon girl's waist. Teach this woman a lesson. If you lose, I won't forgive you. The little witch waved her pink fists. We're guaranteed to win. Zhou Tong responded with a relaxed look on his face. What a big tone. You really don't know what you can do. Tang Chi mocked directly. Even I am no match for her. If it were you, you wouldn't even be able to take a single blow. Everyone nodded in agreement. It's not that Zhou Tong is too weak, but that Long Lingyun is too strong. Zhou Tong ignored everyone's thoughts, stared straight into Long Lingyun's eyes, and felt a hint of clear stupidity. Can you read? Zhou Tong asked, which immediately made Long Lingyun angry and embarrassed. Don't say these useless things. We are fighting with swords. Seeing this appearance, Zhou Tong already had the answer in his mind. No wonder Long Lingyun could master the sword skills. It turned out that she possessed the legendary wisdom without words. Those who possess this wisdom are born illiterate, but they can understand the meaning by looking at the shape, gain enlightenment by looking at all things, and grasp the essence by looking at the classics. This is truly amazing. The old bastard sword master had this kind of physique, and I didn't expect his successor to have the same condition. What are you looking at? You dare to be distracted when competing with me. You are so brave. Long Lingyun made her move. Her eyes flickered, her wisdom started to work, and she opened her sword eye. Suddenly, Zhou Tong turned into a bunch of rigid lines in her eyes, and there was no trace of sword energy flowing. This is clearly just an ordinary person who doesn't know how to use a sword. My expectations were wasted. Long Lingyun immediately lost interest and was about to end the battle. At this moment, Zhou Tong started the opening move. Long Lingyun froze immediately, and it seemed as if a massive thunder exploded in his mind at the same time. This was an extremely dangerous signal, so without saying anything, she prepared to use her sword skills. However, it was too late. Zhou Tong seemed to have turned into an abyss, with no flaws and no leakage. Long Lingyun could not help but tremble. His whole body felt like he was carrying a 10,000-ton boulder and was completely suppressed by the more powerful sword force. I can't even fight back. She was horrified in her heart, and only now realized that Zhou Tong was not ignorant of swordsmanship, but was extremely unfathomable. It's time to go. Zhou Tong finally drew his sword, and the sword light was like water, gracefully passing across her throat, but she was like a puppet and could only let him do whatever he wanted. The light and shadow changed, the two figures intertwined, standing back to back, and everything returned to calm. There was dead silence all around, and you could hear a pin drop. He looked confused and didn't understand. I can understand the sweat. What's the result? Who won? Someone asked in confusion. This is the strongest sword I have ever seen, simple but unsurpassed. After a long time, an old man murmured, his voice full of sighs. The most powerful sword. Whose is it? Someone else asked further, but saw that Long Lingyun on the ring was already kneeling on one knee on the ground. I lost, completely lost. She admitted it herself, revealing the strength of the victory and defeat. Seeing her distraught appearance, everyone found it difficult to breathe. What kind of failure could make him so decadent? The gap must be huge, and there is no chance of winning. Chapter 26. I don't believe it. Some people jumped out and questioned this absurd scene. That's right, this must be fake, this is acting. How can a useless person do this? Go Hongqiu shouted, staring at Zhou Tong with bloodshot eyes, as if he was looking at his mortal enemy. It must be true without a doubt. His sword power is even stronger, far beyond Long Lingyun, but you just didn't notice it. Ing Shaoxian spoke, slapping the faces of those who questioned him. Tang Chi's face turned ashen, and he could no longer maintain that innocent image. A violent aura rose from him. The man who could kill him in one move was killed in one move by Zhou Tong. It was truly a satisfying, crushing victory. People then realized that even if Zhou Tong was disabled, his peak height could not be easily surpassed. Some sects that were at odds with the Yuqing sect did not even try to hide it, and their disciples and elders laughed out loud. They just felt that the heads of the Yuqing sect's top leaders were stuck in the toilet. Otherwise, they would never have made such a stupid decision to expel Zhou Tong from the sect. Kendo is just a minor path. Only hard power is the most important, Mo Liusu said in a cold and hard tone. Yuqing sect will never take in a scum who harbors evil intentions, let alone a useless person. After hearing this, Tang Chi finally calmed down. Mo Liusu was right. Zhou Tong was already useless. Why should he fight with him? In an instant, he regained his arrogant state. He was sure in his heart that if they fought normally, Zhou Tong would not be his match. Zhou Tong shrugged, not caring about what anyone thought. The farce was over, and it was time to leave. He didn't want to stay here, even for another second. Wait a minute. Just then, Long Lingyun called him. What's up? According to the agreement, if I lose to you, I will join your sect. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart moved again. This Huan sect was going to go against the will of heaven. A female devil, a little witch, a former number one of the young generation, plus Long Lingyun. Is the Huan sect going to become a den of monsters? Don't make the mistake, girl. They are not upright and will be wiped out soon. If you want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, it's best for you to stay in Yuqing sect. We will provide you with the best resources. An elder stepped forward to persuade them, and immediately attracted countless contempt. The abacus beads of Yuqing sect were about to fall on their faces. Hearing this, Long Lingyun looked back, and his eyes swept over Mo Liusu and her disciples. I'm sorry, I'm not good at intrigue, and I'm not interested in the weak. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately ignited the anger of everyone in the Yuqing sect. This means to scold them for being bad and useless without any mercy. Ignoring everyone's expressions, Long Lingyun came in front of Murongya and knelt on one knee on the ground. Senior Murong, I wonder if I can have the honor of becoming your disciple? It is my wish to find a genius and nurture him. Murongya smiled happily, and without wasting a moment, she accepted him as her disciple. I'm sorry to have to inconvenience you. My Huan sect has long been in decline, and including you, we only have 3 disciples. Wouldn't that be better? Long Lingyun was delighted and pointed at Zhou Tongdao. This way, I can learn sword skills from him anytime. Ahem! The little witch cleared her throat twice, and her expression instantly became serious. You can join us, but you have to abide by the rules. From today on, I am your senior sister, and Zhou Tong is your senior brother. Do you understand? I understand. I will respect you. No. You can disrespect me, but you can't harass your senior brother. Long Lingyun's expression changed slightly. I will try my best. Also, you can't spar with him for more than 2 hours a day. I understand. Senior brother also needs to practice and rest. No, he has to help me practice for the remaining 10 hours. He swore to do that. Chapter 27. The wonderful apprenticeship ceremony has come to an end. Although it is not as exciting as everyone imagines, it has a different kind of excitement. Everyone was very satisfied, except the people from Yuqing sect. This was supposed to be their chance to establish their authority, but they were humiliated repeatedly by Zhou Tong, the abandoned disciple, and they lost both their dignity and face. Tang Chi was even more furious. Seeing Zhou Tong surrounded by beauties, his magic power almost exploded. His own failure was frustrating enough, and Zhou Tong's perfection was even more difficult for him to accept. Trash will always be trash. Even if they can be proud for a while, they will eventually become my stepping stone, because I am the master of this world. It's getting late. We should go back. Murongya was smiling from ear to ear. She was wearing a long dress with wide sleeves and was carefully protecting her 3 beloved disciples before leaving. You can't leave yet. Mo Liusu suddenly spoke, causing everyone who was about to leave to pause. Return the 7-star Jade Blood Lotus. Pooh! Murongya spat in her face and left without looking back. The air between heaven and earth suddenly solidified. Master, you are so handsome. I like you so much. Long Lingyun was swept through the void, his eyes full of little stars, looking at Murongya with admiration. What a little girl who has never seen the world. This is just the beginning. There are more handsome ones to come. Ha! Zhou Tong couldn't help laughing and looked at Murongya. like two foxes who had successfully stolen a chicken. Wow, 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 you two are so in sync. I didn't expect that someone would get tired of the old and love the new. When he got a new disciple, he forgot about the old one. The little witch said with a sour taste in her mouth. Be good, Yuer. Don't make a fuss. There's a big surprise. You will know it when you return to the sect. The four of them flew all the way, crossed the space, and soon returned to Hanshan Mountain. I never thought that the once powerful Huan sect would fall to this level. Looking at the barren hilltop, Long Ling Yun couldn't help but sigh. Soon, they arrived in front of the sect gate, where there was only a tattered plaque fluttering in the wind. Long Ling Yun suddenly stopped and looked at the three words on the plaque. He felt that they were full of beauty and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. God will reward hard work. That's the Huan sect. You are really illiterate. Even if you can't read, you should at least know how to count. The little witch was shocked. Even though Zhou Tong had already introduced Wu Zi Huijin to her, she was still extremely surprised when she saw him in person. Isn't she pretending? No, I've seen guys with worse conditions. As soon as they entered the sect, the little demon girl and Long Ling Yun became alert. Be careful. There is a strange smell. Someone has been here. The little demon girl's face changed drastically, and she rushed out first, heading straight for the sect's warehouse. Zhou Tong and Murongya looked at each other and followed. With a bang, the door of the warehouse was pushed open, and it was empty inside, with nothing left. These damn bandits. The little witch's face turned pale, and the joy in her heart disappeared. This was the last bit of wealth left by the Huan sect. More importantly, the elixir for refining the Bodie pill was also taken away. As a result, they were unable to cure their master's inner demons. Don't worry, I know who did it, Zhou Tong said calmly, and with a wave of his hand, countless tiny formations flew from all directions and formed an image. I had forgotten that you are a master of formations. The little witch was overjoyed, and her hanging heart slowly settled down. Since Zhou Tong was well prepared, there wouldn't be any problems. Chapter 28. At some point, she had begun to subconsciously rely on Zhou Tong. As he was speaking, a figure appeared on the screen. I saw a few middle-aged men working very quickly. They emptied the warehouse in the blink of an eye. It only took 10 breaths. Heh, we are all old acquaintances. How could the Yuqing sect be so despicable? Long Ling Yun said angrily that these people were all elders of Yuqing sect, and they took advantage of Murong Ya's absence to wipe out Huan sect. That's outrageous. I'm going to settle the score with them. Just as the little witch was about to take action, Zhou Tong grabbed her wrist. Relax, just give it to them if they want it. When did you become so generous? That's because someone is more generous than us. Zhou Tong looked at Murong Ya and said, Master, give them a whole life. Okay. Murong Ya waved her long sleeves, and it seemed as if the sky was filled with stars. Countless treasures flew out from her sleeves and piled up into small hills. The other two were simply stunned, looking at the scene in disbelief. Among these treasures, there are elixirs, and spiritual stones, and their value is dozens of times higher than the lost part. Bad woman, who did you rob? The little witch asked subconsciously. Don't say such harsh words. This is called, it's impolite not to reciprocate. If you dare to cut off our support, you should be prepared to be responded to. Murongya raised her delicate chin and said, When you were confronting the Yuqing sect, I had already arrived first and took advantage of the situation to steal something from them. Master is mighty. The three of them bowed down in unison. They were really rich this time. Xinhuang Mountain, Yuqing sect. All the people from other sects had left, and there was nothing left except a mess. Emoliosu, this is all your fault. Fairy Baihel launched into a direct attack. I want to impeach you for abusing your position as the sect leader and doing whatever you want. If you hadn't driven Zhou Tong away, we wouldn't have suffered such a great humiliation today. The other elders remained silent. Each of them had a solemn look and some resentment in their eyes. Be patient. Everything is under my control, Emoliosu said calmly. It won't be long before the Huan sect disappears completely. As soon as he finished speaking, several elders walked out of the crowd and displayed the treasures they had looted. Did you take this opportunity to get it from the Huan sect? The others looked at each other, and many of them had joy in their eyes, as these treasures were worth a lot of money. They didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Under the rule of the jungle, if they couldn't even protect their own treasures, they deserved to be destroyed. This is enough to make up for our losses, several elders said with satisfaction. Oh no, Oh no! Just then, a disciple stumbled over with a look of panic on his face. Speak slowly. This is Yuching's sect. Even if the sky falls, there are people to hold it up. Emoliosu said dissatisfiedly. Master Emo, the sky has really fallen. Our sect's treasure house has been looted by others. When these words were spoken, everyone present was struck by lightning. You're lying. I dare not lie. If you don't believe me, just look. The disciple tremblingly handed over a note. Emoliosu took it and took just one look at it. His face quickly turned pale. It said, Moronya was here. Bitch, I will never forgive you. She gritted her teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I will go find the law enforcers and report that the Huan sect is not meritorious enough, and have them remove the Huan sect's name. Chapter 29. I am Lord Miranji's Da. The law enforcement officers arrived, but the situation was different from what Zhou Tong had imagined. In his impression, law enforcers have always been inhumane, but now the other party knelt at Muronya's feet, his eyes full of admiration and fanaticism. The title of the female devil is not given for nothing. She can reach the moon in the sky, catch turtles in the 5 oceans, and even make people scare them to death. However, being shattered into pieces is only the limit of the other party's endurance, but it is not the limit of Muronya's charm. Master, stop making trouble. Zhou Tong only needed to make a slight move to save the law enforcer's life. Little guy, someone has reported to the law enforcers that we don't have enough merits, and they want to cancel our sect. I know who did it. Zhou Tong said this with a sarcastic look on his face, but he knew very well how difficult this matter was. The law enforcement organization is extremely powerful. It is responsible for maintaining order, eradicating evil, and has the power to manage and punish all practitioners. In order to maintain operations, law enforcement organizations also regularly issue various tasks. You will gain merits by completing tasks, and with the merits, you can exchange them for various rare treasures. As a sect force, a fixed amount of merit must be paid to the law enforcers every cycle. If the fees are overdue for a long time, the law enforcers will be disqualified from establishing a sect. The Huan sect has been in name only in the past few years, so the law enforcers have never come to visit. Now that this matter has been brought up, it is definitely not a trivial matter. These guys are too much of a bully. I won't hand it over to them. Let's see what they can do. Murongia suddenly became like a sulky little girl and said nonchalantly. She had no good feelings towards law enforcement officers. She had dealt with them decades ago, and the results were not pleasant. Don't make a fuss. This is not a joke. Zhou Tong said with a serious face. He was very clear about the strength of the law enforcers. Some of them were old monsters who were not weaker than Murongia at her peak, and he would be at a disadvantage if he confronted them head-on. The law enforcer's messenger was helped up, but he was still staring at Murongia. His soul was almost drawn away. Senior, please go back and tell the elders that we will go to receive the mission tomorrow to repay the merits we owe. Okay, I know. I will definitely pass on the message and wait for you to come tomorrow. The other party jumped away, looking back every few steps, reluctant to leave. Get out of here, Murongia said unhappily. Even though he was scolded, that person smiled even more brightly and flew up to the clouds with full satisfaction. Zhou Tong was stunned. He didn't expect that such a difficult guy would turn into a bootlicker when he met his master. You used a fantasy on him? Zhou Tong looked at Murongia and asked. Chilua Fantasy is the 3rd chapter of Haan Tiangong, a supreme technique of enchantment. When ordinary people perform this skill, their charm value will skyrocket. However, if it is performed by a stunning beauty herself, its lethality will be absolutely terrifying. Who made him have such a bad attitude? Of course I have to teach him a lesson. Zhou Tong couldn't help but smile bitterly. The nickname was indeed not wrong. It made sense that his master was called the female devil. Master, I also want to learn this move. It is much more useful than swordsmanship. Long Ling Yun jumped out from somewhere. As a woman, and a beautiful one at that, she was almost bewitched by her master just now. This move had reached the level of defeating the enemy without fighting. At this moment, a white and tender hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her ear. That's a nice thought. I've already taught you the Haan Tiangong. If you want to practice this move, you should learn to read first. Follow me, the little witch said bluntly and was about to take Long Ling Yun away. Chapter 30. It hurts. Weren't you soaking your feet in flower petals just now? Why are you suddenly behind me? Shut up. The witch's face turned red. Ever since she stepped on Zhou Tong with her feet last time, she developed a habit of soaking her feet in flower petals. Well, Murong suddenly frowned. A cold aura emanated from her body, and her hair turned gray. Oh no, Master's Jade demon body has acted up. I will take Master to suppress his inner demon first. Zhou Tong's expression changed slightly, but he was not too panicked. He picked up Murong horizontally and left the two of them behind him. Looking at his back, Long Ling Yun seemed to be thinking about something. Brother, you are so skilled. You're the only one who talks too much. The spacious healing room was filled with rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth and bursts of medicinal fragrance. This place has been transformed into a medicinal field. Zhou Tong planted all the spiritual medicine seeds he had robbed. He planted the 7-star blue blood lotus in the center of the medicinal field, like the king of all herbs. Just by staying in this room, your cultivation will naturally increase. Not only that, it can also calm the mind and suppress inner demons. Zhou Tong put Murong down and couldn't help laughing out loud. Master, stop pretending. Oh my, you found me. Murong lay on the bed with a playful smile on her face. Her beautiful figure was displayed vividly, making people's blood boil. Little guy, come here, let the master take a good look at you. Suddenly she knelt up, pulled Zhou Tong over, and pressed his head on her thighs. How could a naive young boy endure such stimulation? Zhou Tong's body straightened up like a dried, salted fish. Why are you still so nervous? Your love lock is clearly wrapped around my body. I've been yours for a long time. Be good and relax. The whispers were gentle, just like the sweet words between lovers. Even a person with a heart of stone would become soft as silk at this moment. Zhou Tong's heart was beating very fast. Through the connection of the huan lock, he could clearly feel Murong Ye's emotions. Passion, happiness, joy, self-pity. These emotions are mixed together. The more entangled, the more fierce, even to the point of being difficult to resolve. Master, be careful of your inner demons coming back. Calm down quickly. Zhou Tong was shocked and was about to use the huan lock. Click, click. At this moment, 2 hot tears fell on his face, and he was stunned. Murong cried, You, little guy, your teacher is so happy. I have met countless men, but only you are willing to protect me from the wind and rain. Thank God for letting me meet you, the most important person, in the most difficult time. Hearing this, Zhou Tong seemed to be infected. Tears suddenly filled his eyes, and all his psychological defenses were destroyed in an instant. He had fought through hardships and shielded himself from the wind and snow for countless people, but only this peerless and charming person responded to his feelings. Little guy, have you thought about the sad things too? Be good. Master is here. Have a good sleep in Master's arms. I will always be with you, and I will always love you. Zhou Tong felt exhausted both physically and mentally, and slowly closed his eyes. In a dream of a sea of flowers, his cultivation quietly broke through the shackles. The soul-splitting realm is broken, and the soul-transforming realm emerges. Chapter 31. The law enforcement city is located among the mountains and valleys, and is a magnificent city. At this moment, Zhou Tong, the little demon girl, and Long Ling Yun had already arrived in the city. From today on, for the survival of the sect, they will have to work as laborers for a period of time. Murong stayed in the Huan sect to prevent certain people from violating martial ethics and stealing the house again. It is clearly an organization of law enforcement officers, but it is unusually prosperous. There are countless rare treasures available for trading in the periphery, and the currency used for trading is merit. The law enforcer established a monetary system on his own, so you can imagine how powerful he is. The 3 of them went directly to the law enforcement hall, where they could accept missions and gain merit. After verifying their identities, they finally stepped into the hall. As soon as I entered, I saw someone I knew. I saw Tang Chi and Chen Linger walking side by side, followed by 2 lackeys, as if they had been waiting here for a long time. Hey, isn't this the famous trader? I haven't seen him for a few days. How come he is like this? The 2 lackeys said sarcastically, with mockery and ridicule in their eyes, attracting countless gazes. Brother, I guess you are here to complete a mission, but it's too late. Tang Chi's eyes were full of teasing. Whether it's too late or not, it's not up to you to decide. Zhou Tong walked past him and looked at the middle-aged man behind him, who was the law enforcer who came to his house yesterday. I am the envoy responsible for receiving you. You can call me Luo Yi. Luo Yi got straight to the point and said, The merits owed by the Huan sect over the years, including interest, total 500,000. If you can't pay half of the merits within 3 days, then there is no need for the Huan sect to exist. Hearing this, the people around were shocked. If 500,000 merits were converted into spirit stones, it would be equivalent to 5 million spirit stones. Such a value is almost enough to match the entire assets of a small sect. A sect as poor as the Huan sect could never come up with such wealth, so its dethronement is a foregone conclusion. When they thought of this, many people showed expressions of gloating. Many people hope that the Huan sect will disappear. In this way, Zhou Tong and others will not be eligible to participate in the 100 Sects War, and they will have one less terrible opponent. Zhou Tong smiled. He had already understood that if he accepted the task of refining pills, he would gain 10,000 merits for each 7th grade pill he refined. For him, it would be easy to collect 250,000 merits within 3 days. However, just as he was about to take on the task, Luo Yi suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, all the tasks have been contracted by Yuqing sect at present, and you have no right to accept them. When these words were spoken, the 3 of them were stunned. To contract the task in advance, one needed to pay a huge amount of merit as a deposit. In order to trip them up, the Yuqing sect actually went to such lengths. Long Lingyun frowned and pointed at the people around him who were accepting tasks and asked, "Why can they accept it but we can't?" "It's very simple." Luo Yi raised his lips, revealing a teasing and amusing smile. "Because Yuqing sect has already instructed that anyone can take the mission, except you." Seeing the other party's expression, Zhou Tong and the other 2 immediately understood that Luo Yi had also been bribed by Mo Liusu and was deliberately targeting the Huan sect. "Huh, I said it's too late. It's too late. Master has taken action. You don't have any chance," Tang Chi said arrogantly, staring at Zhou Tong meticulously, wanting to see him break down. But Zhou Tong remained calm, and his hopes were dashed. "It's really disgusting that you're still pretending to be calm at this time." The 2 lackeys couldn't help but jump out, pointing their fingers at Zhou Tong. "You'd better recognize the situation. If you want to save the Huan sect, kneel down immediately and beg for mercy from Senior Brother Tang. If Senior Brother is happy, he might even give you a chance." After Zhou Tong finished speaking, he hadn't reacted yet, but the little witch was the first to exude a fierce, murderous aura, which made the 2 men's faces change. "I think you are tired of living. Which, I advise you not to be so presumptuous. This is the law enforcement hall. If you dare to attack, you will die without a burial place." Chapter 32. The 2 men were not afraid at all. They stared at the little witch arrogantly, and even hoped that she would take action. "Kneel down and bark like a dog." The little vixen suddenly changed her temperament, becoming naturally charming, like a fairy in the mortal world, exuding a breathtaking charm. A dreamlike fantasy. Zhou Tong's face changed, but he immediately calmed down. When this move was made, the eyes of the people around stared in amazement. Even if they tried their best to restrain themselves, they could not hide the admiration in their pupils. The person closest to him was the first to be hit. He had already lost his mind and knelt down without hesitation. "Bark like a dog 3 times, said the little witch coldly and condescendingly. "I like you. I like you. I like you." Hearing the noise, the others woke up instantly and broke out in a sweat. The barking of the licking dog is really extraordinary. They were just 1 step away from joining the ranks of the bootlickers. The Huan sect is so terrifying. A person like you has no right to like me. Even if I die, I won't even look at you. The soft and rosy thin lips spoke the coldest words, which broke the other person's heart. "No, please give me a chance. If there is anything you don't like about me, can I change it?" "No." As soon as these words were spoken, the other party's eyes instantly became dead, and then endless resentment surged out. "Which, you dare to reject me, then you can die too." He was filled with murderous intent, and in an instant, he had reached the point where love turned into hate. He directly used his killing move to tear the beauty in front of him into pieces. The corner of the little witch's mouth slightly raised, and the red dust sword was instantly unsheathed, and she mercilessly cut the man into 2 pieces. The red rain was falling, but her clothes were not stained with blood. She bloomed in the carnage like a flower at dawn. "I'll murder." "Kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times. The little witch put away her dreamy illusion and said to the other lackey. With a plop, the other party knelt down without hesitation. "Woof, woof, woof. Ah, this is a good dog. Only a good dog has the right to live." The little witch looked at Chunlinger and Tang Chi and challenged them without backing down. If you dare to kill someone here, you're dead. The law enforcers will make you pay the price. Chunlinger was furious, with murderous intent in her eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people in white robes rushed to the scene and surrounded the place. These people were the guards of the law enforcers. When they saw the corpse on the ground, their pupils couldn't help but shrink suddenly. I killed him. He attacked me first, and I was forced to fight back. The little witch admitted it generously. Wait a minute. The man in the lead had a stern look on his face. And in front of everyone, he activated the image recording and sound recording formation and instantly grasped the whole story. The other party's killing intention is confirmed, and the attack intention is obvious. It can be judged as legitimate defense, and there is no need to pursue responsibility. Retreat! The captain of the law enforcement team waved his hand, and the entire law enforcement team went away like a tide, leaving everyone with dazed faces. Chapter 33. There is actually such an operation. People were stunned and silent. They are afraid of becoming bootlickers, and even more afraid of being used in self-defense. Luo Yi's face was also very ugly, but he could do nothing about the little witch because law enforcement requires strong evidence. You dare to kill our people. You deserve to die. Tang Chi and Chunlinger were filled with murderous intent and were ready to fight if they had a disagreement. This matter could not be let go like this. However, Long Lingyun and the little demon girl were not afraid at all and directly suppressed each other. Zhou Tong even mocked. You two, one is a piece of trash who knelt on the ground and was slapped by me, and the other is the defeated subordinate of my defeated subordinate. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Chi couldn't help himself first. He was a child of destiny. How could he be crushed by others? It's just a simple sword fight. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. I can teach you a lesson with just one hand. Zhou Tong shook his head, found an open space, and sat cross-legged, no longer paying attention to this incompetent and angry guy. Long Lingyun and the little demon girl also calmed down and stood beside him waiting. Since they cannot accept the existing tasks, they can just wait here for new tasks to be released. They have no reason to give up until the last moment. Give up, the Huan sect can no longer be saved, Chunlinger said, gritting her teeth. It will be kept. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. After finishing speaking, Zhou Tong simply closed his eyes and entered into a state of meditation, looking calm and detached. You! Chunlinger looked very unhappy, and she subconsciously clenched her fists. She was already extremely upset. The less Zhou Tong acted like he didn't care, the more he cared. Zhou Tong was obviously not like this before, and Chunlinger could clearly feel his love for him. Why is this happening? Zhou Tong said he doesn't love her anymore. He is so cruel and heartless. What does he think of Chunling? Unconsciously, her breathing became much heavier. When she looked at the little witch and Long Lingyun, there was jealousy in her eyes. It's no big deal. After the Huan sect disappears, he will eventually come back to me. Just as she was comforting herself, a powerful aura descended from the sky and stunned everyone. Whoever can save my daughter, I, Shengwan Wuhui, will reward you handsomely. Zhou Tong opened his eyes. Shengwan Wuhui is the leader of the Shanqing sect. He has a very high status and great power. The other person looked anxious, holding a pale girl in his arms. It was his daughter Shengwan Wugo. His appearance attracted the alchemists present, including some true masters. However, after investigation, many masters shook their heads secretly. This child has been poisoned by the strongest water poison and is extremely resistant to any medicinal pills. The situation is very dangerous. Shengwan Wuhui looked gloomy. He had heard these words many times. Is my Wugir really hopeless? I can save him. Zhou Tong suddenly stood up and became the focus. People looked at him strangely. Even the masters were at a loss as to what to do. So what could a young boy like him do? Shengwan Wuhui also looked over. His eyes were bloodshot, like a ferocious beast ready to eat people. Boy, are you kidding me? No, I can cure Ling Qinjin's water poison, but I have to use an extraordinary method. Zhou Tong was about to explain when Tang Chi, on the side, looked overjoyed. He had once found a great opportunity, and the ring he carried with him contained not only the souls of powerful men, but also various elixirs that were enough to dissolve the water poison. This is a good opportunity to show off. How could he let it go? Senior, please do not listen to his nonsense. I have a 9 nether wind and fire pill here that can save Ling Qianjin from his urgent danger. Tang Chi said proudly, and then took out the pill. The entire law enforcement hall was suddenly filled with the aroma of medicine, and many alchemists' eyes lit up. This was an 8th grade elixir, extremely precious, and something that they could only dream of, but could never reach. Okay. God is helping me. If you can save Wuck, I will agree to whatever you ask for. Shangguan Wuhui said excitedly, as if he saw hope. He took the pill and was about to give it to the girl in his arms. Wait a minute. Zhou Tong hurriedly stopped her. I've already said that to save your daughter, you must use extraordinary methods. Taking any elixir will only make things worse. Chapter 34. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak nonsense here? Shangguan Wuhui said angrily. If you dare to make trouble again, I will kill you on the spot. Senior, you don't know that this person was once my senior brother. Because of his evil intentions, he was expelled from the sect by my master. Now he has fallen into depravity and joined the Huan sect. You'd better not believe his words. Tang Chi was fanning the flames from the side, and as expected, a sarcastic look immediately appeared on Shangguan Wuhui's face. Under the gaze of everyone, Shangguan Wugo swallowed the pill. Then, the poison in her body quickly disappeared and her complexion returned to its rosy color, as if she had really recovered. How does it feel? Shangguan Wuhui asked the girl excitedly. Daddy, I feel much better. My body is warm and comfortable. Seeing this scene, everyone looked at Zhou Tong, their eyes full of mockery. I thought he was very capable. He was so confident just now, but it turns out he was just lying. I think he thinks Miss Shangguan is beyond saving, so he wants to give her some random treatment. Even if he fails, Sect Master Shangguan can't blame him, and he still owes him a favor. You don't need me to tell you. I've seen this a long time ago. No wonder this person was expelled from the sect. He was not wronged. Seeing Zhou Tong being criticized, a cruel look flashed in Tang Chi's eyes. He wanted to take this opportunity to completely destroy Zhou Tong and make it impossible for him to make a comeback. Senior, I have an unwelcome request. He bowed and said to Shangguan Wuhui, I owe you a great favor. Just tell me what conditions you have, and I will agree to them. Thank you, Senior. Tang Chi showed joy on his face and suddenly pointed at Zhou Tong. Please allow me to report this to you, Senior. I used to respect this person immensely, but his actions really disappointed me. Not only did he betray the sect, but he also colluded with outsiders to insult my master. Please help me punish this person, Senior. The faces of the people around changed. It seemed that Tang Chi was determined to kill Zhou Tong. Xiao Qi, this is our own business. Why bother the Senior to intervene? I don't know what was wrong with Chun Ling. She actually spoke for Zhou Tong. Needless to say, even if little brother doesn't speak, I won't let this kind of scum do whatever he wants. Shangguan Wuhui said sternly, took a step towards Zhou Tong, and terrifying pressure rushed towards him like a tidal wave. I will destroy my own cultivation, slap myself 300 times, and then cut off one of my arms. Today's matter will be over. Otherwise, what else can you do to me? Zhou Tong was rude, with pity and mockery in his eyes. This expression made Shangguan Wuhui angry. If you don't cherish the chance I gave you, don't blame me for being ruthless. This is the law enforcement hall. How dare you commit violence here? The little demon girl and Long Lingyun circulated their energy at the same time to share the pressure with Zhou Tong. Long Lingyun looked at Luo Yi behind him, and the other party had an expression as if he was enjoying a good show. Someone is causing trouble here. Why don't you go and call them? Why did you call for help? There is nothing illegal here. What's more, you were the one who cheated first. You should be punished if you have to. He said this with a joking look on his face, making people suddenly remember that this person had also been bribed by the Yuqing sect. Let's see who can save you now. Shangguan Wuhui had a cold expression and was about to attack Zhou Tong. 5. Zhou Tong was indifferent and suddenly started counting. Are you counting down the days until your death? Shangguan Wuhui just found it extremely funny. 4, 3, 2. What are you counting? Shangguan Wuhui frowned. For some reason, a trace of worry arose in his heart. What? After the countdown, Zhou Tong sighed softly, and then a scream resounded throughout the hall, making Shangguan Wuhui tremble all over. What? What's wrong with you? Chapter 35. Daddy, it hurts so much. Shangguan Wugo fell to the ground, her petite body struggling and twisting, finally curling up into a ball. I saw that there were 3 colors of red, green, and blue intertwined on her body. representing fire, wind, and water respectively. Instead of achieving a balance, these three forces became completely violent and seemed about to tear the body apart. What's wrong with you, my child? Don't scare Daddy. Shangguan Wuhui roared miserably, his voice full of heartache, and the domineering look on his face was instantly shattered. At this moment, he was like a wounded old ape. Although he possessed superb skills, he fell 3 times with every step and had to crawl to pick up the girl. Someone come. Someone come quickly. Can someone check what happened to my daughter? He shouted, and an old alchemist came forward, and after checking it out, his expression turned extremely ugly. What's wrong? Shangguan Wuhui's heart sank, and he felt his hands and feet cold. Then I'll be frank. Water poison has entered the lungs, fire poison has entered the heart, and wind poison has entered the abdomen. The situation is extremely grim. So, my daughter narrowly escaped death. After hearing this, the old man shook his head slightly. It's a euphemism to say that you've narrowly escaped death. Even gods can't help you in this situation. You should prepare for your funeral. Shangguan Wuhui was struck by lightning, and then he looked at Tang Chi with eyes as sharp as swords. Didn't you say you could save my daughter? If anything happens to her, I'll make you pay the price. Tang Chi was instantly sweating profusely, and he felt the breath of death. I don't know what happened. I should be fine after taking the pill. Maybe it's a side effect. Yes, it must be a side effect. Please take a deep breath. It's normal to feel dizzy. Court death. Shangguan Wuhui was furious, and his aura turned into thunder and fell on Tang Chi's head, instantly severely injuring him and causing him to bleed from all 7 orifices. Please spare my life, Senior. I did something wrong with good intentions. Tang Chi knelt down and begged for mercy without any dignity. Even if he had the soul of a strong man in his body, he could not resist the furious Shangguan Wuhui. If this wasn't the Hall of Law Enforcement, I would kill you right here. Zhou Tong looked at the farce in front of him with a calm face. We have nothing to do here, let's go. After saying that, the 3 of them turned around and were about to leave. Big brother, save me. A trembling and endearing voice came from behind, causing Zhou Tong to stop subconsciously. Looking back, I saw Shangguan Wugo stretching out his little hands, begging for help with a pleading look on his face. Children are the most sensitive at this time. At the critical moment of life and death, they can accurately perceive who the savior is. Shangguan Wuhui finally came to his senses. Zhou Tong's previous advice was still ringing in his ears, but unfortunately, he turned a deaf ear to it. Boy, can you really save my daughter? What did you call me? There was no emotion in Zhou Tong's eyes, only a cold indifference that treated human life as worthless. Even though Shangguan Wuhui was used to seeing life and death, he couldn't help but tremble. When he thought about what he had just done, he regretted it so much. Sir, please save my daughter's life. He lowered his noble head, his voice full of pleading. I refuse. Zhou Tong refused to accept the gift and just sat cross-legged on the ground. Hearing this, Shangguan Wuhui actually showed a hint of joy on his face. Chapter 36. Zhou Tong refused, but did not say that he could not save him. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. With a plop, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the leader of Shanqing Sect actually knelt on his knees and paid homage to Zhou Tong. I am stupid, and in my eagerness to save my daughter, I was not able to distinguish right from wrong, and I have offended you, sir. Please be merciful and give me some advice. Please save my daughter's life. I am willing to sacrifice my life to repay you. Seeing this scene, everyone was moved. Although Shangguan Wuhui was a little domineering and pedantic, he was still a real man. The most shocked person was none other than Chen Linger. What kind of person was Shangguan Wuhui? Even Mo Liusu would have bowed respectfully to him. But now he was kneeling in front of Zhou Tong and begging with tears and blood, as humble as a child. In contrast, Zhou Tong remained calm and even closed his eyes. It seemed as if all this was natural, and that Zhou Tong deserved the respect of this peerless, powerful man. Chen Linger couldn't help but feel dazed. Was this still the same timid and cautious junior brother? It seemed like he had become a different person. It was not until now that she realized that Zhou Tong had really changed. When she thought of this, she felt extremely panicked. She originally thought that Zhou Tong was playing hard to get, but now, she seemed to be really going to lose Zhou Tong. No, I don't want a future without you. I didn't mean to keep you hanging. Her throat seemed to be stuck, and her voice was so weak that no one could hear what she said clearly. Big brother, Please save me. I'm not afraid of death. I'm just afraid that if I die, Daddy will be too lonely." The little girl was so sensible that it was heartbreaking. Shangguan Wuhui burst into tears when these words were spoken. This is the only flesh and blood left by his deceased wife. If he were to leave him, he would not want to live anymore. The two girls around Zhou Tong were moved by such a scene. Long Lingyun winked at Shangguan Wuhui, indicating that he should go and ask the little witch for help. It can only be said that Wu Zi Hugan is indeed psychic and immediately grasped the key point. Among those present, the only one who could make Zhou Tong change his mind was the little witch. Shangguan Wuhui really understood and begged the little demon girl sincerely. "Baby, I really have no other choice. Please help me. I will reward you handsomely after the success." The little witch nodded in agreement and patted Zhou Tong's shoulder gently. "Hurry up and save him. The child is innocent." "Well, for your sake." Zhou Tong stood up and reached out to pick up Shangguan Wugo. It was this simple action that broke Qin Linger's heart. The evil woman just said one sentence, not a negotiation, not a request, and certainly not an order, but Zhou Tong took action for her. What kind of pampering and favoritism is this? The threat of a strong man is like the breeze blowing on your face. The worship of a respected man is like the calm water, and only the emotional ties can make him lower his eyes. Originally, this kind of feeling belonged to her, but now she has thrown it away by her own hands. Oh my God, what did I miss? What on earth did I do? Chun Linger, you are simply the stupidest person in the world. She covered her face with her hands, tears falling from her fingers, but no one cared. "Sir, can my daughter be saved?" Shangguan Wuhui stood up, but his body was still hunched. No one laughed at his flattery, but only felt that his back was extremely majestic. "If I can save you, don't worry." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tong exploded with mental power comparable to that of an emperor. He wanted to use the most violent means to eliminate the poison. Such terrifying energy was beyond everyone's understanding. They couldn't even perceive it, but they saw the little girl's expression finally relaxed. "It's all right, it's really all right." Shangguan Wuhui was extremely excited, just because the blue and red colors covering his daughter's body had disappeared, which was a good sign. "It's not over yet." Zhou Tong put away his spiritual power and said calmly, "The wind and fire poisons have been eliminated. Only the water poison remains. How to solve it? We need to mobilize the strong wind and ignite the earth fire to break the Yin water poison in her body." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present suddenly changed color. Chapter 37. Gangfeng is also known as the Wind of Life. It is a gift from heaven to the creatures on the continent. As long as you bathe in the strong wind, you can get rid of stubborn diseases, avoid poison and filth, improve your cultivation, and gain understanding. Every strong wind tide is a great event celebrated by the whole world and cheered by everyone. It's a pity that such an event only happens once every 100 years, and it has been less than 50 years since the last one. Anxiety showed on Shangguan Wuhui's face. Was he going to let his daughter wait another 50 years? Huh, I thought you had some skills. Tang Chi stood up spitting out blood, his eyes filled with undisguised resentment. You deliberately set an impossible condition just to cover up your incompetence. You can't do it at all. As soon as this was said, everyone agreed. The conditions Zhou Tong proposed were the same as not having proposed anything at all. If we wait until the strong wind arrives, it will be too late. Mr. Tang is right. Luo Yi finally stopped pretending and openly supported Tang Chi, saying, "Master Shangguan, in my opinion, this guy is a liar." The reason why Ling Qianjin was able to be saved might be because young Master Tang's elixir worked, and he just happened to take the credit. Yes, it's all my credit. This rubbish is just pretending. Tang Chi's eyes lit up, and he immediately found an excuse for himself. People looked at each other, and it was not difficult to see from their eyes that many people believed Tang Chi's lies. The reason is simple. Zhou Tong obviously did nothing. He just held Shangguan Wugo for less than half a quarter of an hour, and the crisis was resolved. It is hard not to be suspicious. "Shut up." Shangguan Wuhui was furious and said, "Whoever has the ability, please come forward and help my daughter detoxify. If you succeed, I will give you the entire Shanqing sect. If you can't do it and still dare to make trouble, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless." Everyone suddenly fell silent, not daring to speak. Shangguan Wuhui's words were already mixed with the sound of swords and weapons, and no one dared to offend him. "Sir, I am willing to pay any price to save my daughter. May I ask why you are teaching me? Shengguan Wuhui looked humble and bowed to Zhou Tong again. Set up an altar and offer sacrifice to the wind. Zhou Tong spoke concisely, but Shengguan Wuhui trembled all over. Not to mention him, everyone present widened their eyes, thinking that Zhou Tong was talking in his sleep. Strong winds occur once every 100 years. This is the law of nature. Even if the sky collapses and the earth collapses, it will not change. Who is Zhou Tong? He's just a genius at best. How can he do things according to the will of heaven with his flesh and blood? This is totally a fantasy. Zhou Tong didn't care about everyone's opinions at all, and continued. Outside the law enforcement city, there is an altar near the mountains and rivers. The altar is divided into 7 levels. Each level must be guarded by a strong man in the soul transformation realm. Listen to my orders. When I go up on the stage to offer sacrifices to the wind, no one else is allowed to come within 10 miles of me. The wind is rising today. Can we wait 3 days and nights until the wind dies down? Sure, I'll go get someone right away. Shengguan Wuhui did not hesitate. His body turned into a gust of wind and rushed away, leaving everyone standing there in a daze. You are so reckless that you dare to boast about such an incredible thing. Do you know what the consequences will be? Chun Linger acted very familiar and looked anxious as she blamed Zhou Tong. What does it have to do with you? Zhou Tong sneered. Don't be unreasonable. Come back to the Sect with me. Only the master can protect you. Chun Linger grabbed Zhou Tong's wrist and was about to take him away by force. Let go! A scabbard of a sword slashed down and hit her wrist, causing her to step back in pain. If anything happens, our master will protect him. There's no need for you to pretend. The little witch stood in front of Zhou Tong with a sharp momentum. She had disliked this woman for a long time. Chapter 38. You are harming him. If you still have a conscience, you should think about him and let him go with me. Chun Linger was so excited that mist appeared in her eyes. Chun Linger, Zhou Tong called softly, as gentle as before. I'm here, junior brother. She raised her head suddenly, with a look of surprise in her eyes, waiting for Zhou Tong's response. You make me sick. As soon as these words came out, Chun Linger's expression instantly shattered. Why? You weren't like this before. You clearly said. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhou Tong. Listen to me, I won't look back. The years I've lived with you are my biggest stain. I wish you would die right now. No, don't do this. She begged bitterly, no longer showing her former arrogance. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure it out. Wasn't it that he didn't respond to Zhou Tong's feelings? Wasn't the master a little strict with him? Aren't the junior sisters a little naughty and rebellious? Why did it come to this? Zhou Tong has tolerated them for so many years. Why can't he take a step back? Senior sister, there is no need to beg him. Let's see what will happen to him after he fails. Tang Chi was so furious that he grabbed Chun Linger and tried to drag her away. This damn woman actually dared to think about rekindling our old love. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you in the future. He cursed in his heart. However, Chun Linger didn't move at all, and a look of fear appeared on her face. You are right. We must protect him. You quickly sent a message to Master and asked her to prepare for rescue. No, I'll send it myself. Chun Linger ran away while speaking, crushing the sound transmission jade pendant at the same time. Bitch! Tang Chi looked at the enchanting figure, his eyes gradually turning blood red. Outside the law enforcement city, at the corner of Tianyu Mountain, beside the Dequan River, in less than 2 hours, a towering altar rose from the ground. 7 stone pillars were erected around the altar, corresponding to the Big Dipper in the sky. Everything is ready. Only the strong wind is missing. The moment Zhou Tong stepped onto the altar, all irrelevant people stepped back. Countless strong men stood in the air, looking at each other from afar with solemn expressions. Tang Chi looked cold, but his heart was beating fast. He was afraid that Zhou Tong would really succeed, which might overshadow him and make Imo Liusu change her mind. Master, will that guy succeed? Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore, so he asked the soul in the ring. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one can change the will of heaven. An old voice was heard, and Tang Chi finally felt relieved. His master never made any mistakes. At this moment, an atmosphere of tranquility flowed around Zhou Tong, and time seemed to have stopped. This is a great opportunity, and I happen to have some questions that need answers. The supreme mental power rushed up to the clouds, and then red lightning burst out from his body, and the huan lock rang. and they pierced into the sky together. Boom! Huge ripples spread out, and no matter how far apart they were, everyone could clearly feel the endless majesty contained therein. It's actually the fifth level of Haan Tiangong, Sankong divine language. This little pervert has actually reached such a realm, the little witch said in surprise. Zhou Tong looked up at the sky, and his will was transmitted to the sky through his mental power. No one could hear what he said. Old Tiandao, I know you are here. Why don't you get out now? Chapter 39. Zhou Tong displayed his extraordinary power and used the Haan Tiangong to its full potential, breaking through a barrier. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, thunder rumbled, and a heavy sense of oppression poured down like a mountain, making everyone on the altar look horrified. Hold on, nothing will happen to you. I will take responsibility for all consequences. The boy's face showed determination and reassuring confidence. When he died in his previous life, he had already created a formation that could communicate with the laws of the universe, which could be used today. Boom! The thunder danced wildly, bringing down a huge thunder disaster, trying to destroy everything below. Zhou Tong went against the will of heaven and must accept punishment. Come on, let's see what you can do. Grandpa will beat you all. The altar burst into a bright light, enveloping him and protecting him. Zhou Tong leaped forward and, amid shouts of horror, jumped into the sea of thunder. He was filled with anger. In his previous life, he was targeted by the heavens and suppressed everywhere, eventually ending up with a tragic death. Now he wants to break the limit, find the source, and find out why fate has to make things difficult for him. As soon as the thought came to his mind, he became even more courageous, and the Huan lock swept out, tearing apart one bolt of lightning after another. Suddenly, a streak of light came rushing over and hit his body. Zhou Tong seemed to be frozen in place. The thunder stopped roaring, and a bright road appeared under his feet, extending into the distance. He saw the scene after his death in his previous life. Tang Qiqing was still not satisfied with becoming an emperor, and he actually joined forces with the extraterritorial demons to sacrifice the entire continent in a blood sacrifice in order to achieve immortality. In order to fight against him, countless geniuses shed their blood, countless heroes turned into bones, and refused to surrender until their death to stop him. The blood flowed into a long river, and the heroic souls filled the sky and the earth. One group of people fell down, and another group stood up, one after another, never letting him get his wish. This is a blood-stained painting, endless and full of sadness. At the end of the scroll, Zhou Tong saw people kneeling down to worship his statue, calling out devoutly, hoping that his heroic soul would return. I understand. I understand everything. Zhou Tong shed tears. The reason he was able to be reborn was that these people's faith broke through time and space and protected his soul. There was a flash of light, and the scene changed again, and countless people appeared in front of Zhou Tong. His heart ached, knowing that these people were powerful men who had died tragically at the hands of Tang Qi, at the age when they were most vigorous and energetic. I'm sorry, I could have stopped all this, but I let myself fall, and let you suffer misfortune. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt warmth all over his body. Those people were glowing, looking at him tenderly, without saying a word, but giving him endless strength. I swear, in order to make up for my sins and to let your heroic souls rest in peace, I will let Tang Qi die to pay for his sins. Boom! Zhou Tong no longer hesitated. He punched through the flowing light and reached out to grab the mark on his head. This is the law of heaven, which is responsible for the operation of all things. It is difficult for ordinary people to touch it, but Zhou Tong has all kinds of blessings and no taboos. Fate, you son of a bitch, bring some wind to Grandpa. In the sky above the law enforcement city, countless people were looking up in the direction where Zhou Tong was, and the only sound of swallowing saliva could be heard in the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and the colorful clouds were dyed with the light of the setting sun, indicating that dusk had arrived. I knew it. He's just pretending. He is making a fool of all of us. Tang Qi breathed a sigh of relief, with a look of triumph on his face. The crowd suddenly became noisy, and many people showed dissatisfied expressions. Chapter 40. There are many famous figures among them, but today they were played around by Zhou Tong like this, and one can imagine how angry they are. What should I do? Please don't let anything happen. Chun Linger's palms were soaked with cold sweat, and she prayed silently in her heart. Long Lingyun and the little demon girl were also extremely nervous and approached Shangguan Wugo at the same time. If Zhou Tong fails and Shangguan Wuhui turns against him, they will kidnap Shangguan Wugo without hesitation and force him to calm down. Farther away, a snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, as if a fairy was standing still, isolated from the world. Traitor, I told you to play with fire and get burned. Now it's finally backfired. You will soon understand that in this world, you can only be safe by my side. The corners of Imo Liosu's mouth curled up, and a hint of genuine joy suddenly appeared in her eyes, which were usually calm. At this moment, the world suddenly changed. Who? Who? The fierce wind came with great speed, like a prehistoric beast, and it let out a heart-pounding roar. In the blink of an eye, the strong wind swept to the ground, collapsing rocks, destroying huge trees, and the sound of tearing cloth was heard in the air, which was extremely piercing and noisy. However, the people in the sky had already become stunned, and the people on the ground were even more fearless. They stood up suddenly and ran out like crazy. Wind! 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 Strong wind! Strong wind! People raised their arms and cheered wildly, ran upside down, cried for joy, and were as happy as children. When they saw a hint of green in the wind, the expressions on their faces were distorted by the roar. The wind is blowing. It is indeed the wind of life. Ha ha! Shangguan Wuhui was ecstatic. The usually steady Sect leader now looked like a trembling sick cat and could faint at any time. My daughter is saved, he shouted, picked up Shangguan Wugo and rushed in that direction, with the little demon girl and Long Lingyun following closely behind. As soon as he got close, Shangguan Wugo reacted, and his whole body floated up and flew towards Zhou Tong. Endless strong wind penetrated into her body, and after a moment, a ball of faint blue light was forced out. That was the most poisonous thing in the water. Boom! The earth cracked open and underground fire gushed out, burning the water poison, trying to burn it and evaporate it. However, the water poison was so fierce that it instantly turned into a vast ocean, suppressing the earth fire, and was about to return to Shangguan Wugo's body again. Not good! Shangguan Wuhui's face changed drastically, and he was about to take action to resist. At this moment, a strong pressure came from above, which made him change color. Zhou Tong was seen being entangled in the strong wind, like a god of the wind, controlling everything here. He waved his hand, and the emerald green wind condensed into a spear in his hand. I will set the sea on fire. The spear fell and merged with the earth fire, and the wind and fire took advantage of it, becoming hundreds of times stronger. Call! In a brilliant glow, a huge fire engulfed the sky, burning the poisonous sea and purifying all filth. This is not the fire of destruction, but the fire of the Tao, the fire of life. All those who wandered in the sea of fire were baptized. The little demon girl, Long Lingyun, Shangguan Wuhui, Shangguan Wugo, and the Shanqing Sect's disciples on the altar all gained huge benefits, and their cultivation level skyrocketed. If one person succeeds, the whole family will benefit. Chapter 41. Every one of these people's cultivation level skyrocketed. Shangguan Wuhui looked radiant and much younger, as if he had returned to his youth. Shangguan Wugo's sickly look was gone. Her little face flushed with an expression of enjoyment and comfort. What was even more exaggerated was that fluctuations of spiritual energy appeared in her body, which had never practiced cultivation. In the blink of an eye, she completed the foundation building and entered the acquired realm. The little demon girl glowed all over, breaking through the limit of the Haxin state and stepping half a foot into the Zhantian state. Long Lingyun's cultivation also reached the peak of the Haxin state. Not to mention the disciples of Shanqing Sect. Their cultivation base has increased tremendously, and some have directly entered the Haxin realm. The people outside had red eyes when they saw the people in the Sea of Fire, and they could hear Shangguan Wuhui's unbridled laughter from such a distance. This old dog really made a fortune. Not only did he save his daughter, but he also got a large number of talented disciples. That kneeling was really worth it. Some people complained that they were about to rush into the Sea of Fire to share the opportunity, but the fire was extinguished in the blink of an eye, and this feast did not belong to them. Well, everyone beat their chests and stamped their feet, feeling extremely regretful, but then they no longer had any regrets. It is only because the strong wind of life blows across the heaven and earth, baptizing everyone indiscriminately. How could this happen? Why did this happen? God, You are so unfair to me. Tang Chi was furious. Even though he was bathed in strong winds, he couldn't feel happy at all. Looking at Zhou Tong, who was as majestic as a god on the high platform, he was so jealous that his heart was about to burst. Master, didn't you say it was impossible? He questioned the old man in the ring, anger already in his voice. The only response he got was a long silence. What's wrong with you? Speak. I am ignorant. I have never seen such a method. Maybe he is special. No, I'm the most special one in the world. No one can be more dazzling than me. He became furious, and his expression gradually became ferocious. Calm down, kid. Don't be obsessed. The old man roared, temporarily suppressing Tang Chi's madness. I'm going to destroy this piece of trash and snatch all the women around him away from him, making him deserted by his friends again. Tang Chi gnashed his teeth and said, Master, you have to help me. Otherwise, my thoughts are not clear, and I can't help you rebuild your body. Okay, I promise you. I have already prepared a curse formation that is enough to bring bad luck to Zhou Tong. I have also refined the love poison. As long as I plant it in those women, I guarantee that they will be completely devoted to you. Ah, that's great. Thank you, Master. Tang Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he looked at Zhou Tong on the podium with a playful smile. Just wait. I will drag you into the dust again and make you fall into ruin. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth. Through his supreme mental power, he had already heard the conversation between the two clearly. Curse formation? Love poison? Interesting. He remembered that Tang Chi had never used this method in his previous life, so it must have side effects. It seemed that the other party was really forced into a corner this time. When he thought of this, he actually felt a little excited. If Tang Chi dares to attack, he will let the other party know what cruelty is. Strong wind. Swing. Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing the strong wind to become even more violent, pouring into everyone's body, helping them to be reborn. Countless powerful men came out of retreat, their faces filled with confusion. That's not right. The time of day hasn't come yet, but this strong wind has come 50 years earlier. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. Why bother? This is a great gift from heaven. If you want to waste it, it's up to you. Some strong people have no taboos and just meditate and breathe. In this case, wasting a second is a huge loss. In the most central hall of the law enforcement city, a haggard and old figure slowly opened his eyes. This man exuded the aura of death and was an old man who was about to die. Chapter 42. However, when he slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light comparable to thunder suddenly shot out from his cloudy eyes, instantly piercing through the space and falling on Zhou Tong. Good boy. You can actually stir up the wind of life. It seems that I am not destined to die, and I can still fight for a while longer. The old man opened his arms and exhaled sharply, and the strong wind within 100 miles was instantly absorbed into his body. The process was very short, and other people were unaware of it, but Zhou Tong could see it. The mental power crossed the void and landed on the old man. Oh my goodness, I see the old monster. He murmured that this old man's strength was definitely stronger than Murong Ya's at her peak. Little guy, I owe you a favor. Dozens of miles apart, the two men looked at each other. Zhou Tong saw that the old man's body was rejuvenated. He nodded slightly, then withdrew his gaze. The winds kept blowing, and the revelry never stopped. It was a rare grand event that lasted for 3 full days. It was dusk again, the strong wind gradually died down, and people's faces were filled with pure joy without any impurities. This good fortune was given to us by Master Zhou Tong. Someone in the crowd shouted something, and it was instantly recognized by countless people. Everyone looked up and looked at Zhou Tong with gratitude, but they saw that the young man had a solemn expression and could not say the words of gratitude no matter what. You guys. When Zhou Tong opened his mouth, it was like the voice of heaven, shocking the soul. Have you ever forgotten the perseverance of our ancestors in fighting against the heaven and earth and never giving in? I haven't forgotten. Everyone blurted out with piety in their eyes. In their sight, Zhou Tong seemed to have lost his outline, merged with some supreme will, and gave them earnest instructions. Have you ever forgotten the pioneering and enterprising spirit of our ancestors? Don't dare to forget each other. Have you ever forgotten the courage of our ancestors who fought bravely and were not afraid of death? Never forget, we should encourage each other, work hard, and have no fear or regret. Everyone spoke in unison, like thunder and sea, and their strong will reach the sky. Children of the future, did you hear that? Zhou Tong said in a low voice, but there was no echo in his ears. He looked down at everyone again. His voice became softer, and the contours of his facial features became clear again. In that case, for the next 100 years, we will be the great prosperity. Everyone was even more delighted, and their shouts echoed throughout the world. Junior brother has changed. He has really changed. Why didn't I notice it earlier? Chun Linger's eyes were filled with tears, and she cried uncontrollably, feeling that she had lost something extremely important. Bitch, you still have a nerve to cry. Tang Chi became furious when he saw this scene, and then laughed sinisterly. Master, I want to use the love poison on her and make her my slave. Don't be impulsive. Love poison has side effects. The old man said earnestly. No, I want to use it. At this moment, Mo Liusu in midair had a blank expression on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. She stood there for 3 days and 3 nights, and now finally moved. There was a flash of white light, and she came to Zhou Tong's side. Now I allow you to return to the sect. I can also accept you as my personal disciple and let you enjoy the same treatment as Tang Chi. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into complete silence. Chapter 43. Zhou Tong glanced at the woman with a strange look. If it had happened before, he would probably have had a cold expression on his face and mocked Mo Liusu mercilessly. But after experiencing the silence of the heavenly Tao, he felt a little bored. I refuse. Mo Liusu's face was immediately filled with anger. However, in Zhou Tong's eyes, it became interesting. This woman is so unattainable and difficult to approach. People also described her as being as noble as a snow lotus, detached from worldly matters, and looking like a fairy. However, Zhou Tong knew that this fairy had a very bad temper. Could it be menopause? I gave you a step, you better get off. Mo Liusu said in a cold voice. The aura of a strong man had already leaked out. However, Zhou Tong just sneered in response and took out a contract from his arms. Do you dare to tear this thing up in front of me? That is... The people below squinted their eyes and saw clearly what it was. The letter of severance of friendship is in duplicate, and each party holds one. It represents the severance of grudges and the never-ending reconciliation. If anyone violates the contract, there will be a terrible backlash. Oh my God, Master Zhou was forced to sign this. The people of Yuqing Sect are really cruel. You don't even know this. There was a huge commotion that day, and the whole world could see it. Then the Yuqing Sect must be regretting their decision. Now that they have seen the value of Master Zhou, they are eager to redeem him. How ridiculous! After experiencing the baptism of the strong wind, everyone had an excellent impression of Zhou Tong and couldn't help but speak for him. Mo Liusu hesitated. For any cultivator, heaven's punishment was a terrible nightmare. You can come back to me as long as you endure a little hardship. Don't you even want to do this? She said, wanting Zhou Tong to break the contract and bear the harm. These words shattered everyone's perspectives, and many people expressed disgust. Is this woman so confident? Maybe ordinary people would flock to her, but Zhou Tong would never. A person with such ability will be sought after and treated as a distinguished guest wherever he goes, and may not necessarily look down upon the Yuqing Sect. Having said this, let's not dwell on it any further. Zhou Tong put away the contract and was about to leave. Mo Liusu moved subconsciously and pressed his shoulder. There has to be a limit to fooling around. If you really make me angry, can you afford it? Zhou Tong sneered and looked at the pretty face with amusement. Mo Liusu, you're so persistent with me. Are you regretting it? Or are you in love with me? As soon as these words were spoken, Mo Liusu's pupils suddenly contracted, and Zhou Tong could clearly feel that a surge of shame was surging out of the other person's body. What nonsense! You want me to keep thinking about you? Do you think you deserve it? Mo Liusu was furious and had made up her mind that even if she had to use violence, she would take Zhou Tong back by force today. I will train him well when the time comes. I don't believe Zhou Tong won't change his mind. However, she miscalculated. She was not qualified to do whatever she wanted here. Master Mo, my little brother has done me a great favor. If you dare to force him, I will be the first one to disagree. Shangguan Wuhui stood up directly and separated Mo Liusu. Senior, Mo Liusu's face changed slightly. She couldn't afford to offend this person, so she could only salute obediently. This rebel is making trouble with me. I'm just about to take him back to give him a good lesson. Please don't interfere. Chapter 44. Didn't you sever your relationship? How can you still call each other master and disciple? Shangguan Wuhui interrupted her rudely. What's more, I heard that you forced him to give up his cultivation. Do you know how much hatred this means to a cultivator? Mo Liusu was speechless after being rebuked. To destroy a person's cultivation is like killing his parents. It is truly an irreconcilable hatred. I didn't think at the time that I would make it up to him. Unnecessary. Zhou Tong looked at Shangguan Wuhui calmly and said, Master Shangguan, let's go back to Law Enforcement City. I have a favor to ask of you. Ha, you're my benefactor, so why should we be so formal? Let alone one thing. Even if it's 10 or 100 things, I will never refuse. Shangguan Wuhui said generously, and with one step, the world turned upside down, and the two of them returned to the Law Enforcement City. The others returned one after another, and Mo Liusu followed. All of us from the Huan Sect are here today for only one reason, and that is to pay back the 500,000 merits that we owe. Zhou Tong looked at Luo Yi and said coldly, Fortunately, the 3-day deadline has not yet passed. There is still half a quarter of an hour left, so we have caught up. Shangguan Wuhui understood and said, I will pay for the 500,000 merits. Luo Yi's face was unclear. He knew that he had offended Zhou Tong, and this was not a reassuring result. If he were a normal person, he should have humbled himself and made good friends with Zhou Tong, and perhaps he could have laughed it off. But this person is not so normal. This time he targeted the Huan Sect because he received a request from the white moonlight in his heart. As a senior bootlicker, he would help the goddess complete the task even if it means sacrificing his life. That's right, his goddess is Mo Liusu. When the two met for the first time, Luo Yi understood what love at first sight meant. Over the past 10 years, his love for her has grown stronger and stronger. Until now, he thinks that dying for Mo Liusu is not a big deal. So, he glanced at Mo Liusu inconspicuously, wanting to ask for her opinion. Not surprisingly, Mo Liusu shook his head slightly at him and insisted that he destroy the Huan Sect. In an instant, Luo Yi's expression became extremely firm, like a loyal dog that had received orders from its master. I'm sorry, the time has passed. According to the law enforcement regulations, the Huan Sect should be canceled. You can go back. How can this be possible? The little demon girl scolded. There is still half a quarter of an hour left. Are you blind? You'd better watch your words. If you dare to disrespect me here, I will let you know what regret is. Luo Yi, as a law enforcer, you don't enforce the law impartially, but instead deliberately target someone. Aren't you afraid that the chief law enforcer will find out? Shangguan Wuhui also stood up and asked with a bad look. Luo Yi's body trembled slightly, and he immediately forced a smile. Master Shangguan, although you are an important figure, you are not qualified to point fingers at the law enforcers. As for what the chief law enforcer thinks, you don't need to worry about it. Zhou Tong took a step forward and looked at the other party. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Think carefully before answering. You only have one chance. Hearing this, Luo Yi burst out laughing and sat aside sipping his tea. He even offended Shangguan Wuhui, so he was not afraid of offending Zhou Tong again. Time passed slowly, and half a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. This time it's really expired. I declare that the Huan Sect is no longer relevant. He looked down at Zhou Tongdao. It was such a satisfying feeling to have the final say and control other people's fate. Especially at this moment, seeing a peerless genius helpless made him feel extremely happy. But then, Zhou Tong smiled, which made him frown. What are you laughing at? Go back and disband the Huan Sect immediately. This is an order. You know the consequences if you disobey it. The Huan Sect will not disband. Your orders are bullshit and have no effect in front of me. How dare you challenge the law enforcers? I think you were tired of living. Someone come here. As soon as he finished speaking, before anyone arrived, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Today I want to see who is tired of living. Hearing this, Luo Yi's pupils trembled violently, but Zhou Tong remained calm. This old monster of a law enforcer has been watching in the dark for so long, and finally he is willing to come out. Chapter 45. Who is it? Everyone was horrified. This aura was too terrifying. Compared to it, Shangguan Wuhui's aura seemed insignificant. He's an old law enforcer. Someone reacted first, his eyes filled with awe. Immediately afterwards, the void shattered and an old figure walked out. When he saw this person, a look of deep fear appeared on Luo Yi's face. How is it possible? Wasn't he about to die? Why did he suddenly become so energetic? Meet the chief law enforcement senior. Shengguan Wei bowed politely, as obedient as a little child. This old man is the chief law enforcer of the Eastern Continent. People never expected that they would see this elusive big shot here. It is no exaggeration to say that this person is the most powerful person in the entire Eastern Continent. Under the surprised gazes of countless people, the old man came to Zhou Tong and put his hand on his shoulder. Boy, you're pretty good. Thank you for the praise, senior. I really deserve it. Zhou Tong spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, which made the old man laugh heartily. Okay. Young people should have this kind of confidence. Boy, you went against the will of heaven and called upon the mighty wind, which allowed me to live a few more years. I owe you a big favor. You can ask for any conditions. As long as I can do it, I will not refuse. When these words were spoken, everyone was extremely envious. What the chief law enforcement officer said was an imperial decree. If Zhou Tong wanted to, he could even use this favor to destroy the Yuqing sect. Luo Yi's face was pale, his legs were shaking, and he could hardly stand. Just now, he was extremely arrogant, thinking of himself as a person of high status and not taking Zhou Tong seriously. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Tong became the chief law enforcement officer's guest of honor, and killing him was as easy as crushing an ant. Relax, nothing will happen. The favor of the chief law enforcement officer is too valuable to be used on me. He comforted himself in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Who the hell is Luo Yi? Is he worthy enough for the chief law enforcement officer to take action personally? However, accidents always happen unexpectedly. Zhou Tong's gaze suddenly met his eyes, and at that moment, he felt that the blood in his body froze. With a plop, he knelt straight down, his clothes soaked with cold sweat, because the chief law enforcement officer also looked over. Senior, this man used the name of law enforcement to do shady things and wanted to cut off the inheritance of our Huan sect. I have an irreconcilable hatred for him. I wish he would suffer all the tortures in the world and die without a burial place. These words were so shocking that everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Zhou Tong really used his favors in this kind of place. Many people have listed Zhou Tong as someone who should not be provoked because he is vindictive and always keeps his word. Are you sure you won't regret it? The old man was also a little surprised that he didn't need any favors to deal with a bad apple. If I don't kill him, my mind won't be clear. If his death is not tragic enough, I won't feel comfortable. I am willing to do this even if it costs money. Zhou Tong raised his head and said, full of youthful spirit, which he would never change. What a clear thought. What a happy mood. As cultivators born between heaven and earth, what we seek is to live up to our conscience and not give in to our nature. I agree, the old man said. His eyes became cold and sharp, as if two mountains were pressing down on Luo Yi. Have mercy. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong, Master Zhou. Please let me go. I am willing to be your slave. Luo, he was almost frightened to the point of peeing his pants. His hands and feet were cold, and he almost lost his soul. You don't know you're wrong. You just know you're going to die. Zhou Tong said coldly that he would never change his mind. Drag him away. The chief law enforcement gave an order, and immediately 2 golden-armored warriors came forward and dragged Luo Yi behind a door. Chapter 46. Immediately afterwards, an extremely shrill scream was heard from there, which made people silent. Compared to enduring torture from law enforcement officers, dying immediately is actually a relief. Little guy, even if you didn't beg me, I would have cut that bastard into pieces, so it doesn't count as you doing me a favor. The chief law enforcement officer presented Zhou Tong with a token. The token was engraved with the words Han Yi, which was obviously the name of the chief law enforcement officer. Hold this token, and you will be half my disciple. When you are in danger, you can crush the token, and I will personally help you clear the obstacles. Thank you, senior. Zhou Tong accepted it without hesitation. Little guy, hurry up and get stronger. This world is not peaceful. It needs younger and more powerful lives to carry it. I can only protect you for 10 years at most. Zhou Tong's heart trembled. How could he not know the hardships of this world, with villains running rampant inside and demons eyeing him covetously outside? The reason why the universe was peaceful was that there were peerless strong men carrying the heavy burden and moving forward. The chief law enforcement officer left, and the crowd dispersed. Before leaving, they all expressed their gratitude to Zhou Tong. After Shengguan Wuhui paid 500,000 merit points for the Huan sect, Everything was settled. Let's go. Zhou Tong said this to the two women beside him and was about to leave, but was blocked by Mo Liusu. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the road. When you've had enough fun, come back with me, Mo Liusu said with trembling eyebrows. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Zhou Tong took out the token of chief law enforcement and said with a stern look on his face, Would you really use this kind of thing on your master? Mo Liusu's body trembled slightly, but she still did not move away. Then just watch with your eyes wide open. Zhou Tong sneered and was about to crush the token. Brother, wait a minute. Just then, Tang Chi came up with a fake smile on his face, acting like a pug. Brother, Master is doing this for your own good. If you can come back, we will all welcome you, right? Senior sister? Yes, welcome. We welcome you. Chen Linger spoke in a somewhat mechanical voice, her face somewhat dull. Zhou Tong knew immediately that Chen Linger had been infected with the love poison. Master, please give me 2 more love poisons. I want to plant them on the 2 women around him. While observing Zhou Tong's expression, Tang Chi was talking to the soul in the ring. Love poisoning cannot be abused. The soul said solemnly, This is a double-edged sword. The person who casts the goo will also be restricted and develop feelings for the person who receives the goo. Although it is only 1/10 of the person's feelings, if you are not careful, you will be backfired. I don't care. Give it to me quickly, otherwise I won't rebuild your body. Tang Chi threatened in a ferocious tone. Well, you must keep your mind calm and don't let anything go wrong. I'll make preparations right away. Zhou Tong heard the conversation between the two clearly, smiled slightly, and slapped Tang Chi in the face. Why did you hit me? Tang Chi gritted his teeth. No one dared to slap him in the face. I am happy to do so. If you don't agree, just get out of here. No way. It's only right for a senior brother to teach a junior brother a lesson, so I should also accept it. He forced a smile, but was furious in his heart. If he didn't give the love goo time, he would never give up. Ruzi is teachable. Zhou Tong nodded in satisfaction and slapped him again. It's done. The old man's voice made Tang Chi ecstatic. Give it to me now. He couldn't wait to feed the poisonous insect with his own blood, and then threw it at the little witch and Long Ling Yun. Chapter 47. Careful. Zhou Tong released his mental power, alerting the 2 girls around him. Found it. Long Ling Yun was the first to respond. With his wisdom that saw through everything, he was about to swing his sword to split the insect in half. Don't do it. Let me handle it. The little witch smiled like a little fox. She was very familiar with the love poison. It was the specialty of the Huan Sect. If Tang Chi dared to show off in front of her, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. The little witch just hooked her jade fingers and pinched the 2 poisonous insects on her fingertips. At the same time, Zhou Tong released his mental power to provide cover, making the other party mistakenly believe that he had succeeded. The 2 of them worked together seamlessly. Tang Chi immediately revealed a happy smile, which was ostentatious and unrestrained. He looked at the little witch and Long Ling Yun greedily. These 2 stunning women were about to become his possessions. What are you looking at? Close your dog eyes. Zhou Tong sneered and inserted 2 fingers into his eyes like 2 dragons playing with a pearl. Ah, my eyes, I'm going to destroy you, you piece of trash. How dare you shout? Zhou Tong was even more ruthless. He gathered all his strength and kicked him in the crotch. Ah! Tang Chi was kicked into the air, his body arched into a shrimp shape, and he fell heavily to the ground. I saw him covering his crotch with his hands, kicking his legs wildly. His face was ashen, veins bulged on his neck, and he looked like he was about to die. Zhou Tong narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a perfect opportunity to kill the other party. Shangguan Wuhui is right next to him, and he also has the favor of the chief law enforcement officer. As long as he makes a decision, it seems that he can keep all the people from the Yuqing sect here. But he still held back. This matter was not that simple. In his previous life, whenever he was about to kill Tang Chi, an accident would always happen, leaving the other party with a lingering chance of survival. This is the blessing of good luck, mysterious and yet real. If you want to truly destroy the opponent, you can only constantly undermine his fighting spirit, wear down his will, destroy his spirit, suppress his dignity, and make good luck no longer favor him. By then, Tang Chi would be a real ant and could be killed with ease. You've gone too far? Mo Liusu watched Zhou Tong take action and could not help but said angrily, How dare you hurt your junior brother in front of me? It seems that I have to teach you a lesson. She raised her arm and was about to hit Zhou Tong. Master Mo, you passed. Shengwan Wuhui was quick to block the attack. He stared at Mo Liusu with a bad look on his face. Zhou Tong is no longer your disciple. If you dare to act violently again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Snort! Mo Liusu's chest heaved, but he could only give up. Let's go. She grabbed Tang Chi and Chenlinger and turned to look at Zhou Tongdao. Don't think you can be arrogant just because you have achieved a little. There are many geniuses in this world who are better than you. You are just luckier. Come back when you have had enough trouble. I will give you a better salary. After saying this, she flew away and disappeared at the end of the sky. I am leaving now. If you have any requests in the future, I will not refuse. Shengwan Wuhui bowed and said goodbye to Zhou Tong and others. We should go back too. We have been away for 3 days and 3 nights. Master must be getting anxious waiting for us. The little witch took out a jade pendant to transmit sound and was about to report her safety to Muronya. Before she could send a message, the jade pendant lit up first and emitted a strange wave. After reading it, the little witch's face turned extremely ugly. This bunch of bastards. What's wrong? Zhou Tong asked. Chapter 48. It's urgent. Let's talk while we're on the road. The 3 of them did not hesitate and pushed their speed to the limit, running towards Hanshan Mountain. The Righteous Alliance has gathered hundreds of people to attack Master, and has already attacked Red Dust Mountain. On the way, the little witch spoke concisely. The Righteous Alliance, what is that? Why have I never heard of it? Zhou Tong asked in surprise. That's normal. You used to be a disciple of a big sect, so you naturally don't know too much about these small fry. The little demon girl said sarcastically. They are just some independent cultivators who gathered together for the sake of warmth. They were originally an insignificant force, but as their numbers grew, they gave themselves the title of a righteous person. Since they took on the name of justice, they have begun to forcibly absorb other independent cultivators. If you dare not obey, you will be directly attacked by them. They are indeed a bunch of rats, but why did they come to the Huan sect? Aren't they afraid of Master? Zhou Tong said doubtfully. Murong Ye's name as a demon was known to everyone, and strangers didn't dare to approach her. He didn't think that this group of villains really dared to punish evil and promote good and fight against the real devil, but they must have the courage to make money in the name of fighting the devil, and it was very bold. Master has destroyed more than a dozen sects, but there are always some that slip through the net. They have also joined the Righteous Alliance and are always looking for revenge. I see. That's not surprising. Zhou Tong suddenly realized and quickened his pace again. Although he had the motive, Zhou Tong really wanted to know where the confidence of this Righteous Alliance came from. Muronya was able to destroy them once, so why couldn't she destroy them a second time? On Hanshan Mountain, outside the Huan sect, the area has been dyed blood red. Muronya was independent and self-reliant, preventing the Righteous Alliance from taking a single step forward. Red Dust Sea. She opened her thin lips slightly, and a vast sea of red dust rose up, enveloping everyone in it. A dreamlike fantasy. With one move, most people were captured by her charm. They fought for her and killed each other, resulting in heavy casualties. Are you all here to die? I will grant your wish. Murong Yao formed hand seals, preparing for a more powerful killing move. Don't be so proud, you female devil. No matter how powerful you are today, you will only end up dead. The leader of the Righteous Alliance had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were flashing with crazy hatred. He just spread out his palm, and 4 jade pendants appeared, all emitting strong fluctuations. This is... Muronya frowned and recognized the origin of these jade pendants. It is clearly the communication jade pendant of Yuqing Sect, Shanqing Sect, Taiqing Sect, and the Law Enforcer, which can summon the strong men of each force respectively. She never expected that the big hat of the Righteous Alliance could actually deceive the trust of these 4 forces. Crack! The 4 jade pendants were crushed at the same time, and then a strong wave was transmitted in the space. 4 figures appeared at the same time, and each of them was extremely powerful. Just surrender. The 4 of them attacked at the same time and broke the Red Dust Sea. Muronya flew backwards, bleeding from the corner of her mouth and suffering minor injuries. Die witch! The leader of the Righteous Alliance laughed wildly, his eyes gleaming with wanton pleasure. Stop! At this moment, Zhou Tong and 3 others arrived in time and stood in front of Muronya. 3 little bastards, how dare you try to stop a chariot, said the leader disdainfully. Look what this is. Zhou Tong took out a token with the words Han Yi written on it. What the hell is Han Yi? Is that your name? Don't worry. I will write it on the tombstone right away. The leader waved his hand and smashed the token into pieces. However, he didn't notice that the faces of the law enforcers around him had turned purple. Chapter 49. The moment the token shattered, Zhou Tong was stunned. He never expected that the other party would attack so decisively and impatiently. What was broken was not a token, but the lives of all of them. The law enforcer on the opposite side was also confused. Isn't Han Yi the name of the chief law enforcer? Regardless of whether the token is real or fake, anyone who dares to insult these two words is guilty. You're done for. No one can escape today. The little witch and Long Lingyun looked at the people in front of them with pity. They had seen people seeking death, but they had never seen anyone seeking death like this. Huh? Who are you trying to scare? If you dare to speak so alarmist in front of me, today will be the day you die. The leader of the alliance had no scruples, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes as he said, Listen, everyone. This female devil's disciples are also a group of devil cubs. For the sake of the people of the world, kill them for me. Wait a minute. The law enforcer suddenly shouted, stopping everyone. What do you want? The alliance leader asked dissatisfiedly. The law enforcer ignored him and looked straight at Zhou Tong. Boy, what on earth is that token? You already know this. Why are you asking me? Zhou Tong said coldly, making the other person's hands and feet cold. You were frightened like this by a small piece of wood. Aren't you afraid of losing your reputation as a law enforcer? The leader of the alliance said with a frown. That's the chief law enforcement token. As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence on the spot, and everyone in the righteous alliance felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Only the leader didn't take it seriously. Instead, he laughed even more wildly. Huh? Look how scared you are that you actually believed such a ridiculous thing. This kid is nothing. What qualifications does he have to contact the chief law enforcement officer? He must have heard of the name of the chief law enforcement and forged the token specifically to scare you. Whoever kills him will not only be blameless, but also meritorious. Hearing this, the law enforcer's eyes flickered. What the other party said made sense. The chief law enforcer always stayed out of sight, and even he rarely saw him, let alone a young boy like Zhou Tong. While he was hesitating, Zhou Tong had already stepped out and blocked the group of women behind him. His face was grim as he said to everyone, Today you started an unjust war and destroyed our sect. Report all your grudges to me and explain them one by one. Don't die in vain. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Zhou Tong looked at the strong man of Taiching's sect again. I had a pleasant conversation with Sect Mastering. I believe he is not aware of what happened today. You can leave. I will forgive you for what happened. Then he looked at the strong man of Shanqing's sect and said, I have done a great favor to your sect master. You can ask him immediately and then make a decision. The other party's expression changed, and without delay, he immediately sent a voice message. Within a few breaths, his expression became more serious, and his eyes were full of respect as he looked at Zhou Tong. Brother, what's going on? The strong man from Taiching's sect asked in a low voice. Brother, I think this young man is very imposing and will become a great man in the future. Why don't we make a good relationship so that we can meet each other in the future? I understand. I'll go with you. The two of them left the righteous alliance without even saying hello. Coward waste. The leader of the alliance roared at their backs, but could do nothing. Zhou Tong looked at the strong man from Yuqing's sect again and said with a slightly complicated expression, What about you? Unexpectedly, the other party sneered and said disdainfully, What qualifications do you, a traitor, have to show off your power? The head of the law hall has issued a strict order to kill the devil first and then eliminate the rebels. I will not show mercy today. Zhou Tong nodded slightly. His eyes swept across the law enforcers and finally looked at the other people in the righteous alliance. Chapter 50. At this moment, Moronya had already come to his side. Little guy, there is no need to persuade these people. They were the ones who teamed up to kill your senior sister. It was because of seeking revenge that I became obsessed with revenge. These rats are all the ones who slipped through the net back then. Even if they want to leave, I won't agree. For the first time, Zhou Tong felt murderous intent from this woman and asked only one question. Do you regret it? If a master does not avenge his disciple, even if he cultivates to the emperor level and owns a vast territory, what is the value of it? I only regret that I was not ruthless enough at the beginning, which allowed them to cause trouble again. The leader of the alliance looked extremely unhappy. Demon, no matter how sweet your words are, you will not be able to escape death today. Everyone, the day of fame is today. Follow me to slay the demons. At one command, hundreds of people from the righteous alliance all moved, coming out with murderous intent. Come on, all of you! Zhou Tong's aura surged, and with a wave of his hand, the 8 wastelands were in turmoil. Light appeared in all directions, and dozens of formations rose up at the same time, covering the heaven and earth. Murongya expanded her domain at the same time, and the endless red dust turned into a sea of red dust, completely covering the 3 of them. With this double blessing, the strength of Zhou Tong and the other 2 increased dramatically, enough to deal with the enemy in front of them. A dreamlike fantasy. Wordless slash. The little witch and Long Ling Yun cooperated perfectly, the former bewitching souls and the latter reaping the harvest, posing a great obstacle to the other side. Gather our strength and kill these little bastards first. The elder of Yuqing's sect shouted loudly, and everyone responded and launched their strongest attack to crush Zhou Tong and others. Let me! Zhou Tong stood in front of the 2 men, with infinite light on his body, and delivered a shocking attack. This was the first time he had revealed his true trump card since his rebirth. This move was a forbidden technique he had learned in his previous life. It was the culmination of all the techniques, and once this technique was released, all the others would submit. His divine power was so immense that it disintegrated everyone's killing rage, and then he swept through like an unstoppable force, crushing dozens of people to pieces. What kind of trick is this? The enemy was horrified and looked at Zhou Tong with fear and hatred in their eyes. This boy was even more terrifying than the former eldest sister of the Huan sect, and he must not be allowed to stay today. You guys are quite capable, but if I want to destroy you, I'll have to use all my strength. The leader of the alliance said viciously, took out 6 more jade pendants, and crushed them at the same time. In an instant, 6 powerful auras and more than 100 people descended and directly joined the battlefield. It's the 6 major sects. Zhou Tong's eyes trembled slightly. Under the top 3 sects, the 6 major sects were the strongest. They had only one reason to take action, and that was to kill Murongya and prevent her from rising again. My Huan sect has no grudges against you. Why are you persecuting me? Murongya looked at the people from the 6 major sects and circulated her aura to the extreme, trying her best to stop them. Everyone has the responsibility to eliminate demons and defend the way of morality, which you will die today. The leader of the Blood God sect said with red eyes, your disciples are not ordinary people. After drinking their blood, our sect will become stronger. Despicable. Do you deserve to be called righteous? Haha. What's the right way or the wrong way? Fists are the only way. I'm stronger than you, so I'm justice. Can't you figure out such a simple thing? Everyone laughed and mocked that the Huan sect had reached its end. Just then, an old voice was heard. Does having a big fist mean you have the final say? Then let me show you how I am right. A beam of red light rushed over and directly hit the leader of the Blood God sect. Puff! The other party didn't even leave a last word before exploding lightly. Chapter 51. Such a powerful man died just like that. Without any fanfare, his death was not even as good as a fart. The scarlet blood spilled down, shining brightly under the reflection of the sunlight, shocking everyone's heart and soul. Who did it? The leader of the alliance was horrified to see an old man appear out of nowhere and tower over everyone's heads. The withered figure looked like rotten wood, and it seemed that it would collapse at the slightest touch. But the other person's eyes were bright and clear, as if there were 2 suns hidden in them, making people dare not look directly at them. It's me. I'm here to explain things to you. The chief law enforcement officer spoke in a steady voice, his body slightly hunched, yet he made everyone dare not breathe. Senior, we are fighting against demons and defending the way. Please do not encourage the demons. The people of the world will remember your kindness. The leader of the alliance said through gritted teeth. What if I say no? Then you are going against the righteous path. Not only the major sects, but even the law enforcers will not let you go, no matter how strong your cultivation is. I'm afraid you will not have a good ending. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped hard in the face by a powerful law enforcer. What are you doing? He was furious and was about to scold, but he saw the law enforcer kneeling down in front of the old man. Master Chief Law Enforcement, it is all my fault for being blind and offending your envoy. Cut off one of your arms and get out. Thank you for your kindness, sir. The man cut off the left arm without hesitation, and then fled away quickly. Seeing this scene, all the people in the Righteous Alliance turned pale, and a strong feeling of dizziness instantly rushed to their hearts. "Run away!" Someone shouted, and everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They knew they had hit a wall today. These people never expected that the token was actually the real thing, and they couldn't help but feel full of resentment towards the leader of the Alliance. This old bastard summoned a peerless evil star with his own hands. In this case, there is no need to seek revenge or grudge. It is a blessing from our ancestors that we can leave alive. Why are you running? Aren't you here to reason? I will accompany you to the end and stretch my muscles. The chief law enforcement took a step forward, and in an instant the world turned upside down, standing in front of everyone. Puff! In just a flick of a finger, the leaders of the 6 major sects were turned into ashes, without even their souls left. Eh? The other sect leaders were all frightened. Normally, they were all extremely noble. Wherever they went, countless people would kneel down devoutly and worship them as gods. Their strength is even more outstanding and transcendent. Moving mountains and filling the sea is no problem for them. The best among them can even pick stars and refine the void. However, at this moment they were as fragile as ants and were easily crushed to death without even a chance to resist. The old man was clearly no longer young and exuded a strong aura of death. But he was able to lock them all and judge them one by one. The Alliance leader's eyes widened, his whole body soaked with sweat, and the intense fear even made him forget to run away. Although the chief law enforcement officer only targeted the leaders of various sects and ignored a small fry like him, Murongyu was different. She attacked directly and swept away these small fry. Past grudges and the hatred of her apprentice are driving her, and this time she will show no mercy. She focused on the Alliance leader and wanted to capture him alive. Because she knew clearly that this siege was definitely not launched by a group of rabble. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind it, and she wanted to dig it out and seek justice for her eldest disciple. General Law Enforcement, please spare us. We know we are wrong and should not be deceived by the evil man. Chapter 52. A clan leader begged for mercy, but he didn't even have the courage to take action. If it weren't for me, you have killed the entire Huan sect today. How can you offset your guilt with just one sentence? The chief law enforcer was calm and ruthless. He stretched out his hand and killed another clan leader. So far, he had only made 3 moves, and half of the leaders of the 6 major sects had been killed, but he had no intention of giving up. Sir, you have killed enough. We have suffered heavy losses. Please have mercy and stop immediately. Huh? How can killing insects be too much? I wish I could wipe you all out. The old man's aura surged like the Yangtze River, crushing the sect leader to pieces. This was not the end. He reached another hand into the space tunnel, grabbed a person who was about to escape, and crushed the space along with it, leaving only broken bones in the void. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were gone, leaving only a sect master and the elder of Yuqing sect. The chief law enforcement pressed forward step by step, completely suppressing their power and making them kneel in the air like ordinary people. They could only kowtow and beg. You are the supreme being. We are all insects. We have paid enough. Please spare us. The elder of Yuqing sect was shaking wildly, and when he saw Zhou Tong standing aside, he felt that he had grasped a glimmer of hope. Senior, I have taught Zhou Tong before, so I am his elder. For this reason, please let me go. Hearing this, Zhou Tong walked over with his eyes narrowed. What do you think, little guy? Asked the chief law enforcement officer. I remember I gave you a chance. Zhou Tong looked down at the other party. Please give me another chance. After all, I am your elder. Good. Zhou Tong nodded, and when hope appeared in the other party's eyes, he cut off the other party's head with a sword and killed the last sect leader at the same time. I'll give you a chance to die quickly. Little guy, the bandits here have been eliminated, but the leader has not yet been captured. Do you dare to come with me? The chief law enforcement officer spoke with great vigor, which made Zhou Tong slightly stunned. In an instant, he understood what the old man meant. The other party was going to take him to the sect that had caused trouble and give them a bloody warning. From now on, no one will dare to plot against the Huan sect, at least in the eastern continent. Zhou Tong, I'm willing to go. At this moment, the battle below also came to an end. Murongyu was seen standing in the bloody mud, with white hair flying and corpses all around her. She destroyed the entire Righteous Alliance with just her sword, except for the leader who was still alive. He was held in her hand and was already dying. Master, Please interrogate this guy carefully. I'll be back with you soon. Zhou Tong said hello and rushed away with the chief law enforcement officer. In the Blood God Sect's council chamber, all the great elders had delighted looks on their faces. This time, the Huan sect will be destroyed. With their blood as food, the sect master will surely increase in strength by leaps and bounds. This is a blessing for our sect. This is indeed a rare opportunity. It's heaven's will that our Blood God sect will prosper. Oh no! At this moment, the disciple guarding the gate came to report in a panic. Reporting to all the great elders, the people from the Huan sect are here to kill us. How many people are there? A young man and an old man. Humph! It seems that there is really no one left in the Huan sect. I guess these two are the ones who slipped through the net. I will go and capture them right now. Chapter 53. Tell your old fellows to come out and die. Zhou Tong followed the chief law enforcement officer to the gate of the Blood God sect and started challenging them as soon as he landed. Who are you to dare to come here to provoke me? All your 9 clans deserve to die. The gatekeeper disciple held a blood-stained spear and pointed it at Zhou Tong. It seems I've been too nice to people. Without saying a word, the Huan lock reached into the ground and dug out a huge rock weighing 10,000 tons. Under the horrified gaze of the gatekeeper disciple, Zhou Tong directly threw it out. Boom! Accompanied by a cloud of dust, the gate of the Blood God sect was smashed to pieces. Boy, you're looking for death. A strong, murderous intent suddenly descended upon him, and the Blood God sect's grand elder revealed his true form, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. A tiny ant actually dared to take the initiative to attack and smash their storefront. This is simply treating their faces as toilets. You are used to bullying others, and today it is you who should die. Zhou Tong confronted him. Humph! A frog in a well doesn't know how vast the Milky Way is. Several more supreme elders came out and looked down at Zhou Tong. You are lucky, kid. The leaders of the 6 major sects have joined forces to wipe out the Huan sect. I believe they have arrived now. You, the fish that slipped through the net, have managed to escape, but instead of keeping your tail between your legs, you have offered yourself to me. I can only say that your fate has run out. Hearing this, Zhou Tong's smile gradually became strange. I'm afraid you don't know yet. Your leader has been killed. Not even his soul is left. Everyone in the Blood God sect was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. You're such an alarmist little bastard. You can even make up such ridiculous words. I have to admire your imagination. After he finished speaking, they noticed Han Yi behind Zhou Tong. Who is this old man? He has 1 foot halfway into the coffin. Is he your slave? Well, today I will free you both. Just as he was about to take action, the sound of breaking wind was suddenly heard in the distance. I saw a messenger rushing over, throwing down news from far away. It's terrible. The Righteous Alliance and the leaders of the 6 major sects besieged Hanshan Mountain. Now they have all been killed. The wasteland is covered in blood. The sound was not loud, but it traveled far enough and became a world-destroying thunder when it reached everyone's ears. What? This can't be true. What on earth has happened? The Huan sect can't possibly be so powerful. Soon after, another messenger arrived and told the truth. It was the chief law enforcer who took action. He came hand in hand with a young man to settle accounts with all the major sects and start a massacre. The people from the Blood God sect widened their eyes. They looked at Han Yi again, with unstoppable fear surging in their eyes. Excuse me for asking. You are? A supreme elder asked tremblingly. I am Han Yi, an old servant who is about to die. I come to you today to reason with you. The chief law enforcer's old body burst out with an aura of destruction, and the opponent was the first to be hit, his face changing drastically. No, you can't do this. You. He was blown into pieces, and the half-sentence he hadn't said disappeared into thin air. Why not? Your leader has already said that fists are the hard truth. I am here to reason with you. We beg for mercy. We know we were wrong, and we are willing to make compensation. Several supreme elders knelt on the ground at the same time, without even the thought of struggling. The disciples of the sect were stunned. The supreme elders, who usually acted high and mighty and even treated the sect master with respect, now acted like a group of cowards, only knowing how to cry and beg for mercy. Chapter 54. But they didn't understand that although the old man in front of them looked like he was about to die, he actually had a terrifying power in his body that was enough to turn the world upside down. The old man shook his head slowly. We don't want compensation. and we don't care about right or wrong. We just want to reason with you and show you my great principles. Run away. The 6 supreme elders made the decision at the same time and dispersed in different directions. But the outcome was already determined. The old man's body became ethereal, as if he had become a god. He stretched out his hand and covered the sky and the earth, leaving no place for anything to escape. Puff, 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 puff. The 6 of them were blown up at the same time, and there was no suspense about their deaths. What a horrifying scene it was. Except for Zhou Tong, all the living beings who witnessed it knelt down and could only accept their fate in fear. The chief law enforcement officer did not start a massacre. Instead, Zhou Tong rushed into the blood god sect and packed up all the treasures he liked and took away. No one dared to stop him. Let's go. Let's go to the next one. The old man walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, shattering the void. The eastern continent was hit by a major earthquake, and the news that the chief law enforcement officer threatened to purge the 6 major sects spread to everyone. The most fortunate ones were the leaders of Taiqing Sect and Shanqing Sect, thanks to the fact that the strong men they sent out were smart enough. Otherwise, they would also be included in the purge list. In contrast, the Yuqing Sect was in complete silence, as if it had suffered a disaster. Report. The chief law enforcer has already wiped out the leaders of 3 sections. Except for the supreme elders of the blood god sect who were killed on the spot, the leaders of the other 2 sects tried to escape, but were caught and then turned into blood missed by the chief law enforcer. Investigate again and report back. Yes. Tell me, what should we do? The deputy leader of Yuqing Sect sat in the first seat, looking down at the elders next to him. He was originally in seclusion, but faced with such a situation, he had to come out and take charge of the situation. What else can we do? Of course we have to fight them. Our Yuqing Sect is not comparable to the 6 major sections. We also have the Lingxi chain array, which can gather all the disciples and elders to launch the strongest attack together. We may not be afraid of that old man. An irritable elder slammed the table and said, Report. The chief law enforcement officer passed by the Haotian sect, but the other party refused to admit their mistakes and even united everyone to activate the sect protection formation to fight against them. In the end, they were all killed, leaving no one alive. Investigate again and report back. The deputy sect leader's face was as gloomy as water. I think there should be a way to solve the problem peacefully. The elder just now quickly changed his words. Reporting to the deputy sect leader, the other 2 cases have also had results. Another disciple stepped forward, attracting everyone's attention. Tell me quickly. Reporting to the deputy sect master, the last 2 sects suffered the least losses. They did not run away. They admitted their mistakes and gave sufficient compensation. They also beheaded the leader who proposed to attack the Huan sect in public. The chief law enforcement officer left. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of everyone present were focused on someone. This person is Huang Gang, the head of the law hall. He is also one of the instigators who sent people to encircle and suppress the Huan sect, and he is also Mo Liusu's pursuer. The purpose of this action may be to target Zhou Tong and win Mo Liusu's favor. Humph! I don't believe that little bastard dares to touch me. He may not even dare to come here. This is Yuqing Sect. Huang Gang said stubbornly that he never took Zhou Tong seriously from the beginning to the end. He didn't think that boy would dare to attack his former sect. Huang Gang, old dog, get out here and die. At this moment, Zhou Tong's voice came from above and resounded throughout the hall. Chapter 55. Zhou Tong's voice echoed throughout the hall, interrupting everyone's discussion. This little bastard is really here. How dare he? Huang Gang's face was extremely ugly. As the head of the law hall, everyone was intimidated by him, and no one dared to scold him by name. They are all good disciples you taught. The deputy sect leader looked at Mo Liusu with a rather dissatisfied tone. Even he didn't expect that a small abandoned pawn could cause such a stir. If I had known this, I should not have let him go, even if it meant burying him. Since you've come to our door, let's go out and take a look. The deputy sect leader stood tall, with a cold look in the corners of his eyes. A moment later, a dozen elders stood in the air and saw Zhou Tong and the chief law enforcement officer. Greetings, Lord Han Yi. What brings you here this time? The deputy sect leader bowed and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Zhou Tong took a step forward, his expression as calm as the other parties, and said, Kill. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of more than a dozen elders changed. They thought they could exchange a few pleasantries and ease the conflict, but Zhou Tong went straight to the point, turning all their prepared remarks into waste paper. "You little bastard, you have no right to speak here." A powerful aura descended and rushed towards Zhou Tong. Huan Gang walked out, looking down at Zhou Tong with an arrogant attitude. When he saw this person, a fierce look flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes. When he was still in Yuqing's sect, he was not liked by Mo Liusu. This old dog would take advantage of the situation and always cause trouble for him again and again, making him suffer for no reason. During those years, 80% of Zhou Tong's injuries were caused by this man. Now is the perfect time to settle all the new and old grudges together. "Old dog, my Huan sect has no grudge against you, but you sent people to destroy the sect and kill people. Have you ever thought that you would end up like this?" Snort. Huan Gang looked disdainful and looked to the side and above. In his eyes, Zhou Tong had no qualifications to ask him questions. "Senior, let's do it." Zhou Tong smiled slightly. Since the other party didn't care, he would care even less. The chief law enforcement officer did not delay and directly released an astonishing aura. "You." Huan Gang's face changed drastically, but it was too late for him to speak. The aura of the chief law enforcement officer was like a falling star from the sky, hitting him. Poof! He screamed and vomited blood. His internal organs were almost shattered. He suffered a fatal blow and was as fragile as a baby. This scene horrified everyone else. They had thought that if so many people joined forces, even if they couldn't defeat the chief law enforcement officer, they could at least fight off one or two of them. This idea was ruthlessly shattered at this moment. You must know that although Huan Gang has a poor character, his strength is top-notch, even surpassing Mo Liusu, and second only to the deputy sect leader. Such a strong man can't even withstand the opponent's breath. So how can they fight? How terrifying is this old man? "Senior, please show mercy." Huan Gang was instantly terrified and begged for mercy, but all he got was cold silence. "Ha! So you, an old dog, also know how to be afraid. You disdain to answer my questions, but don't you know that you are just an ant in front of the chief law enforcement officer? It only takes a thought to crush you to death. You little bastard, I'm going to tear you into pieces." Huan Gang roared angrily. He never expected that his life was in Zhou Tong's hands. This made him feel ashamed and angry. Chapter 56. Zhou Tong, have you made enough of this? Hurry up and ask the chief law enforcement officer to stop. If something happens to Hall Master Huang, can you bear the responsibility? Some elders reacted, but did not dare to step forward to mediate the fight, and began to put pressure on Zhou Tong. "I'm here to kill him today. I won't leave until he's dead. How could you ask such a stupid question?" After these words were spoken, the faces of several elders turned livid. They used to be able to control Zhou Tong at will, but he is no longer the same as before. This change made them extremely anxious and angry. "That's enough, kid." The deputy hall master finally spoke. "You are so violent at such a young age. You want to stir up bloodshed in the world just because you have received a little favor from the chief law enforcer. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Can the chief law enforcer protect you for the rest of your life? I am just asking for justice. He is allowed to destroy my sect, but I am not allowed to kill him. How can this be justified? But the Huan sect is still safe and sound. You should stop right away and stop now." "Huh? What a joke. He didn't kill us because he's not capable enough. But if I can kill him, I won't show any mercy." Before he finished speaking, Huan Gang's screams were heard in the distance. Even if he tried his best and burned his life, it was of no avail. He was held in the palm of the chief law enforcement like a flying insect. "Save me, save me." His voice was trembling and full of fear. For the first time, he knew what regret was. All this happened because he provoked Zhou Tong. "Boy, I'll give you one last chance to get the chief law enforcement officer to stop. The Yuqing sect will not hold you accountable in the future. Otherwise..." The deputy sect leader spoke in a cold voice and began to threaten Zhou Tong. With a clang sound, Zhou Tong drew his sword and pointed it at his throat. "From now on, if I hear your voice again, I will kill you. If you don't believe me, just try it." For a moment, the deputy hall master's hair stood on end, and he felt both angry and terrified. Some people wanted to dissuade him, but Zhou Tongdao said, "Whoever dares to make me let go of my hatred will be my mortal enemy." This sentence silenced everyone. Even Mo Liusu's face turned pale, and he didn't dare to say another word. The chief law enforcement officer smiled slightly when he saw this scene, then clenched his palms. "Ah!" Huan Gang let out one last scream before he exploded into a bloody mist. The head of Yuqing Sect's law hall died so easily. Boy, the thief has been eliminated. Do you want compensation? I guess these poor guys don't have anything good. Zhou Tong sneered, but his eyes looked towards the gate of Yuqing Sect. This facade is quite good. It can be used to compensate the Huan sect. No. Mo Liusu refused immediately. Not to mention that the gate itself was a valuable treasure. For a sect, the gate represented dignity. How could they just give it to someone else? I'm not discussing this with you. I'm just informing you. The chief law enforcement officer acted swiftly and decisively. With a raise of his finger, the gate rose from the ground. Today is just a warning. If you dare to provoke me again in the future, I won't let you off as easily as I did today. Before leaving, Zhou Tong made a final threat and then walked away. A long wind blew by, and the elders of Yuqing Sect seemed to be fixed in midair, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. How dare you do this, boy? I will make you pay the price. The indifference on the deputy sect leader's face disappeared, and his facial features were distorted violently. Then a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 57. Several elders were shocked and quickly supported him. After a while, the deputy sect leader came to his senses, with a crazy coldness surging in his eyes. In all his life, he had never experienced such humiliation. The same thing goes for the Yuqing Sect. Their leader was beheaded in front of them, and the group of people didn't even dare to fart. Even the main gate was taken away. This is intolerable. I declare that from today on, Zhou Tong is Yuqing Sect's #1 enemy. No matter what the cost, we must destroy him. After these words were spoken, the faces of the elders became much more serious, but they finally expressed their agreement. If this grudge is not avenged, the Yuqing Sect will lose all face. How can it survive in the future? Mo Liusu, this incident was caused by you, so you have to take most of the responsibility. The deputy leader said in a cold tone. I order your lineage to formulate a plan immediately to eradicate that evildoer. There must be no mistakes. Hearing this, Mo Liusu frowned. She is the only disciple of the sect master and is also the designated future sect master. Her status is no lower than that of the deputy sect master, and the other party has no right to order her around. I refuse. What did you say? The deputy sect leader immediately became furious. Huangang's fate was entirely his own fault, not Zhou Tong's. If you want to target him, please do as you please. I won't get involved. I just want to remind you to be careful of the wrath of the chief law enforcement officer. After she finished speaking, she walked away, and no one could see the complicated expression on her face. This bitch! The deputy leader was furious and stared at the rest of the people, saying, even if she's not here, it's the same. Send someone to find out the relationship between the chief law enforcement officer and that beast. I don't believe the chief law enforcement officer can protect him forever. Boy, you've been a little too ostentatious today by using my name. After leaving Yuqing Sect, the chief law enforcement officer spoke earnestly. Our relationship is not a secret. It is not difficult to find out if you investigate. You have now lost my protection. So what? Zhou Tong didn't care at all, and there was no fear on his face. Aren't you afraid of death? The chief law enforcement officer asked in surprise. I won't die. He was overflowing with strong self-confidence and full of confidence. He may not be the strongest now, but he is definitely the hardest to kill. The Emperor Realm Spirit alone was enough to give him the power to protect himself, not to mention that he was proficient in all things. With his endless means, he had no fear of not finding powerful allies. Old man, this battle has exhausted you a lot. This is a small gift from me. Please accept it. Zhou Tong handed a brocade box to the chief law enforcement officer, then carried the door and returned to Hanshan Mountain. What's so mysterious? The chief law enforcer opened the brocade box, and suddenly a golden light shot up into the sky, followed by a strong scent of elixir that wafted to his face. This is... He looked at the black and white pills in the box, and shock appeared in his eyes. Tianyuan Life and Death Pill. A top-grade, 8th-grade holy pill that can bring back the dead and turn bones into flesh. It can allow this old man to live another 10 years. The chief law enforcement took a deep breath and said, could it be that this guy stole it? No. There shouldn't be such a treasure in the 6 major sections. Even if there is, it has been used long ago. Could it be that he made it himself? In the secret room of the Huan sect, Murong Yu's hair was completely white and she had entered a state of inner demons erupting. At this moment, the leader of the Righteous Alliance was hung up with not a single piece of intact skin on his body. It was obvious that he had experienced unimaginable torture. Kill me, please kill me. I really don't know anything about what happened back then. Chapter 58. The other party cried and begged, with fear written all over his face. Well then, let's do it 10 more times. Muronya licked her red lips gently, like a cruel queen, and pointed her fingers at the other person's body. This is the highest level of bone-breaking magic. The Alliance leader's screams became hoarse, and his bones were constantly twisting and stirring. All his meridians were entangled together, and when they reached their limit, they could be heard breaking. This is an unimaginable torture. Muronya usually would not use this method, but in order to find out what happened to her eldest disciple, she could not care less. Master, please stop now. If you continue to release your anger like this, you will really become a demon. Why not let me interrogate you? The little demon girl looked worried. The thing she was most worried about had happened. The eldest senior sister was a thorn in the master's side. If the problem was not resolved, the master would never be able to let it go. I didn't expect that after so many years, Yair is still so stubborn. I'm really fascinated by it. The leader of the Alliance was already dying, but an unfamiliar voice came from him. Hearing this, Muronya's pupils suddenly shrank. Get out here, she roared, her emotions more chaotic than ever before. You really want to see me? Then I will respectfully obey your command. As the words fell, there was a puff sound, and a bloody hole exploded behind the Alliance leader. A ray of light flew out from the wound, spreading out smoothly and reflecting an image. In the video, a young man dressed in a green robe, as gentle as jade, smiled softly at everyone, like a handsome young man. Zhao Wutian. 3 words squeezed out from between Muronya's teeth, mixed with murderous intent. You're actually still remembers me, which makes me happy. After more than 10 years of separation, I prepared a gift for you. I believe you will like it. Zhao Wutian smiled like a devil and clapped his hands gently. A mass of ice crystals appeared behind him, and a person was frozen in the ice crystals. To be precise, she is a girl as beautiful as a flower, and time has stopped at the best age. Xiao Xiao. Muronya's eyes suddenly filled with tears. She called the girl's name, with an expression on her face that was unclear whether it was joy or sadness. Who is this? Long Lingyun asked curiously. This is our senior sister, Zhang Chuqiao. During a trial, she was besieged by disciples from multiple sects and eventually lost contact. We all thought she was dead, but we didn't expect that she was kidnapped by this man. It seems that those sects are just his pawns. You are such a smart and beautiful girl. I like you very much. Would you like to consider becoming my concubine? Greed flashed in Zhao Wutian's eyes, but his sight was blocked by Muronya. Mr. Zhao, if you dare to have your eyes on her, I will destroy your Tiandao mansion, even if I die. Now give Xiao Xiao back to me. Oh, this won't do. This child has a rare yin-yang body. Any man who practices dual cultivation with her will gain great benefits. I have waited so long for her to mature. How can I give her back so easily? The other person laughed jokingly, observing Muronya's expression with great interest. What do you want? It's very simple. You know I like you. As long as you are willing to be my Taoist partner, I will listen to you in everything. After all, compared to you, all other women are nothing. But if you dare to refuse, the other party's expression turned cold. In 10 days, I will auction off the qualification to practice dual cultivation with this girl. You probably don't know that, so far, there are already thousands of people ready to have a kiss, haha. Hearing this, Muronya's pupils instantly turned black. An extremely violent aura rose into the sky. Oh no, Master has been possessed by a demon. Long Lingyun exclaimed. Damn it, why hasn't the little pervert come back yet? Now, he's the only one who can hold down Master. The little witch's face was full of anxiety. She grabbed Long Lingyun and quickly escaped from the secret room. Chapter 59. A red and black aura rose into the sky, mixed with violent energy, scattering the clouds into pieces. Muronya lost control and released her power without restraint, as if she wanted to destroy everything around her. At this moment, she was standing in midair, her eyes locked on the little witch girl and Long Lingyun. Clarity and confusion were constantly intertwined in her eyes, and she tried her best to suppress the desire to kill. Stay away from Master. She is in danger now. The little witch seemed very experienced. She slowly retreated with Long Lingyun. Her movements were very gentle, trying her best not to anger Muronya. As long as they get out of the danger zone, They will be safe. But the situation this time was obviously different. Murongya's inner demon was extremely fierce, causing her to move instantly and pounce straight forward. Oh no! Run away! The two women's faces changed drastically. They increased their speed to the extreme, but they couldn't get rid of each other no matter what. Give me back my disciple's life, and you all will die. Murongya's voice was cold, and she obviously regarded them as enemies, and launched a devastating attack. The vast sea of red dust turned into waves and advanced forward at a terrifying speed, destroying everything wherever it passed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the two women. You go first, I'll block it. A look of determination flashed across the little witch's face. She pushed Long Lingyun away and faced the raging waves herself. Senior sister, go quickly. My life was given to me by my master. I will have no regrets even if I die in her hands. But you can't be in any danger. She activated the Haan Tiangong and also unleashed the Red Dust Sea in an attempt to fight back. But the strength of both sides was not at the same level. The red dust sea of the little demon girl was instantly destroyed, and her face turned extremely pale. Goodbye, master. I'm sorry, little pervert, I can't accompany you anymore. She closed her eyes resignedly, but the boy's face appeared in her mind. Come on, I'm coming. At this critical moment, a roar pierced the sky, injecting strength into the two desperate girls. Zhou Tong came galloping over and waved his hand. Blood-red thunder condensed in his palm and then turned into a crescent-shaped blade light, splitting the sea of red dust with just one strike. You're finally back. The little witch's voice was tearful and full of grievance. Don't worry. I'm here. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Zhou Tong passed the little witch and faced Murongya directly. Looking at his back, the witch smiled unconsciously, with unknown emotions surging in her eyes. He actually became a demon without permission. What an unreliable and irresponsible adult. Zhou Tong scolded, but his expression was extremely gentle. Give Xiao Xiao back to me. Murongya twisted her body in midair, her expression extremely painful, as if she was having a nightmare. A stronger force was gathering, and she could no longer control herself. At this time, Zhou Tong moved and threw out a finger, a fist, and a palm. 3 red lights crossed the void and pierced Murongya's eyebrows, chest, and dantian respectively, but did not hurt her at all. Immediately afterwards, red lines appeared on Murongya's body, and the Huan lock was successfully activated, suppressing all her strength. Calm down for a moment. As he spoke, Zhou Tong threw the door on his body down and pressed down on Murongya. Master, the little demon girl exclaimed. Don't worry, this is the most precious treasure of the Yuqing sect. It contains the universe and can calm the mind and soul. It will be beneficial to her and not harmful. Zhou Tong dispelled the little demon girl's doubts and looked at the two girls again. What happened just now? I was away for just a moment, and Master has become like this. The two men lowered their heads, hid nothing, and explained the whole story. Chapter 60. Tian Dao Mansion Zhao Wutian. There was a light in Zhou Tong's eyes, and he felt something familiar. The next moment he disappeared from the spot and came to the secret room. The secret room was in a mess. The leader of the alliance was still alive and had broken free from his restraints, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. You little bastard, go to hell. He suddenly launched an attack, and despite being tortured terribly, he still displayed a strength at the level of his state of mind. Puff! The battle ended in one encounter. Zhou Tong's palm pierced his heart, and his indifferent expression seemed as if he had done something insignificant. How is that possible? The leader of the alliance was in disbelief. His vitality gradually disappeared. His cultivation was obviously one level higher than Zhou Tong's. Your scum is still somewhat effective. Let me try this trick for the first time in a long time. Zhou Tong pressed his other hand on his forehead, and his terrifying mental power burst out instantly, using the soul-searching method. Even as he was dying, the leader of the alliance suffered a pain worse than death and was eventually blown into a pile of pieces. So weak, you can't even bear this. Zhou Tong looked disdainful. Even though the time was short, he still got useful information. Now it can be confirmed that he has indeed seen this Zhao Wutan. It was probably around this time in my previous life that something happened that shocked the continent. Tiandao Mansion held a grand event using the Yin-Yang Taoist body as a gimmick, attracting countless powerful people to attend. But in fact, it was just a conspiracy of Zhao Wutan. He finally launched a sacrificial formation, refining many powerful men into their origins, strengthening only himself. As a result, Tiandao Mansion became the target of public criticism and was soon destroyed by various forces. Only Zhao Wutan managed to escape and disappeared for decades. When he reappeared, he had become a demon that was hated by the whole world, and his strength was so strong that almost no one could stop him. It was a pity that he had bad luck, as he ran into Zhou Tong, who was about to achieve enlightenment. He was seriously injured and then killed by the Sword Saint, ending his life hastily. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong's mouth curled up. He didn't expect that he would have to face him so soon in this life. But it doesn't matter. He could kill him before, and he can still do it now. After making up his mind, he raised the ruined secret room to the ground with a wave of his hand, and then walked towards the spiritual herb room. There is a 7-star green blood lotus planted there, which can calm the mind. After Morongya regains her composure, she will definitely be transferred here. Zhou Tong stood in front of the door and put on a stern face before he even went in. In the room, Morongya was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt, her face full of guilt, and 2 girls were whispering to comfort her. Just then, Zhou Tong pushed the door open suddenly, making a lot of noise. When they first saw him, the 3 girls looked happy, but after seeing his expression, Morongya wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, even hiding her pair of white and tender feet. She has realized her mistake and reflected on it. The 2 girls stood in front of Zhou Tong and took the initiative to defend Morongya. Zhou Tong ignored them, walked around them to the bed, and stared at the woman who was playing the ostrich. Although Morongya only had a pair of eyes exposed at this moment, she portrayed her pitiful self vividly. Even a person with a heart of stone would not have the heart to blame her. They've already been mean to me. You can't be mean to me again. In the end, Zhou Tong couldn't help but let out a long sigh and sat down on the edge of the bed. As soon as he sat down, a cold hand grabbed his wrist. Morongya was looking at him pleadingly, as if she had something to say. However, Zhou Tong had seen through her thoughts long ago and asked calmly, "You want to save people, right?" Chapter 61. Hearing this, Morongya's eyes suddenly lit up. "May I?" she asked weakly. If she was alone, she would have probably rushed to Tiandao Palace alone, even if it meant risking her life, to save her eldest disciple. However, she was now tied down, and looking at the 3 disciples in front of her, she could not bring herself to say anything about saving them. She knew how powerful the Tiandao Mansion was, which was only stronger than the Huan Sect at its peak. She also knew how insidious Zhao Wutian was. Making an enemy of him would surely be disastrous. But she was not afraid of death. She was only afraid that her disciples would be bullied after her death. If Zhou Tong and the other 2 must be sacrificed to save Zhang Chuqiao, she would rather not save her. But if she did that, she would go crazy, feel guilty to death, and would never have peace. She is extremely vulnerable now and needs someone to give her answers. Even if the answer is wrong, it is much better than being in a dilemma. This is not evading responsibility. She is suffering too much and subconsciously wants to find someone to rely on. It's not that you can save them, it's that you must save them. Without letting Morongya suffer for too long, Zhou Tong smiled slightly and gave a firm answer. As soon as these words were spoken, the light in Morongya's eyes became brighter, as if thousands of stars were shining and burning with hope. "What about you?" She looked behind Zhou Tong. The 2 girls actually already had the answer in their hearts. "In order to perfect the way of the sword, I followed my senior brother and joined the sect. My senior brother's ideas are my ideas," Long Lingyun said without hesitation. "Me too." The little demon girl spoke concisely and with a firm tone. "In that case, we will set off immediately in 3 days and head to the place where Tiandao Mansion is located. We will not return until we rescue our senior sister." Zhou Tong made the decision. "Okay, I will listen to you." Before she finished her words, Morongya's facial expression went out of control. She quickly covered her head with the quilt, and then she let out an extremely suppressed cry. "Ahem." Zhou Tong coughed a few times, but just felt a little embarrassed. No matter in his past life or this life, he was not very good at coaxing women. "Take good care of her, and don't let her transform again." Zhou Tong turned around and was about to leave. "Senior brother, what are you going to do?" Long Lingyun asked curiously. Needless to say, this time they robbed too many treasures in their revenge quest, and also attracted a lot of hatred. Those scumbags from the 6 major sects and Yuqing sect will not stay still, and will come to seek revenge soon. In order to entertain them well, I plan to set up a sect protection formation to leave them with an unforgettable memory. Watching Zhou Tong leave, Long Lingyun's face was full of surprise. Brother, you can also set up a battle formation? I didn't even know that. There are so many things you don't know. The little demon girl smiled like a flower and gently patted the quilt. Everyone is left. How long are you going to be a coward? A groan came from the quilt, and after a few breaths, a crack finally appeared. A pair of bright eyes scanned for a moment before the quilt was removed, revealing a beautiful lady with tears in her eyes. You have no shame. You are an adult, but you are still crying. I feel ashamed for you. The little witch said teasingly. What do you know, you little girl? How dare you come and laugh at your teacher? Right. I don't know anything. I just need to practice hard and then fight. And Master has a lot more things to consider. After all, you already owe someone so much. Apart from giving yourself to him as a gift, I'm afraid you can't repay it. Chapter 62. Snort! Muronya rolled over and got out of bed, grabbing the little witch's wrist. I haven't urged you to practice well these past few days, so you've become increasingly tired. Don't even think about resting until you've cultivated the jade demon body today. The little witch suddenly turned into a bitter face, while Long Lingyun gloated over her misfortune. But immediately, her smile shifted to the face of the little vixen. Go learn to read. No, Master, I didn't make you angry. Who told you to always hang out with this stinky girl? This is called punishing all the fish, don't you understand? Amidst the wailing, the two women began their hellish journey of spiritual practice. At this moment, behind Zhou Tong, there were all kinds of rare and precious materials piled up. These were the materials used to set up the formation, and there were as many as 10 small hills. During this robbery, he dug up the large formations of several families, and no materials for setting up the formations were wasted, as they were all pocketed by him. Since we want to play, let's play big, otherwise we won't be able to kill those beasts. Zhou Tong muttered to himself, with excitement shining in his eyes. Generally speaking, the strength of formations is divided into levels 1 to 9, with level 9 being the strongest. Its power is dozens of times that of level 8 formations, and it consumes more resources. The protective formation of the 6 major sects is a 7th level formation, the top 3 sects is an 8th level formation, and the city protecting formation of the law enforcement team has reached the quasi-9th level, which is currently the strongest formation in the Eastern continent. But it won't be long before this record is broken. With a bang, terrifying mental power gushed out. Zhou Tong was already familiar with it, and began to draw the formation. Whether it was refining elixirs or setting up formations, it was all accomplished by mental power. If it weren't for his weak body, Zhou Tong could have created even more terrifying existences. It can only be said that the 9th level formation is the limit of Zhou Tong's body, not the limit of his mental strength. One day later, Muronya and the other two, who had just finished their training, opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what they saw. As soon as their mental power was released, they felt a transparent barrier like an inverted bowl covering Hanshan Mountain. The formation hadn't even started yet, but the divine power contained within it already made them terrified. Even Muronya felt the same way, and she felt a chill. What kind of formation is this? Xintian Jihua Formation. Zhou Tong said the name of the formation, causing Muronya's pupils to tremble. 9th level formation. Well, it is indeed level 9 at the moment. It's a pity that Hanshan Mountain is too barren and there are no earth veins passing through it. Otherwise, as long as 3 earth veins converge here, the formation can break through level 9 and reach the ranks of a holy formation. Don't say any more. I feel dizzy. Muronya pressed her forehead, feeling overwhelmed by the huge surprise and happiness. Yuqing Sect, Meeting Hall. The deputy leader and the new leaders of the 5 major sects sat down for talks. If you ask why there are only 5 major sects, the only thing we can say is that one of them has been completely wiped out with not even a chicken left. Everyone, I've already found out. That little bastard only has one chance to mobilize the chief law enforcement. Now he has no more cards in his hand. It's time for us to take revenge. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with desire and restraint, as if they were waiting for someone to take the lead. I don't think so. The new leader of the Blood God sect suddenly said, I sent people to monitor Hanshan Mountain and learned that they are building a sect protection formation. I heard that they're very powerful, so it is better to be careful. Not worth mentioning. The deputy sect leader said confidently. Our sect has a treasure called the Destruction Pestle, which is specially designed to defeat formations. Formations below level 8 can be destroyed with one strike. Hearing this, several people in power immediately became interested. This way, there will be no risk of error. Chapter 63. Eastern Continent, Sanqing Territory. Everyone was looking forward to it. Ever since Zhou Tong wreaked havoc on several major sects, they had been waiting for the good show to begin. Because no one would believe that those high and mighty sects would swallow this bitter pill. If you don't dare to cause trouble for the chief law enforcement officer, can't you deal with a small fry like Zhou Tong? The fact was just as everyone expected. Not long after, a declaration of condemnation spread throughout the world. This was a wanted order jointly issued by the 5 major sects in Yuqing Sect, aiming to announce to the world that Zhou Tong had become a demon, not only killing countless people, but also looting countless treasures. All the righteous people in the world should rise up and attack him. Whoever can kill Zhou Tong can take possession of the property in Zhou Tong's hands. When the list of treasures stolen by Zhou Tong was made public, many people went crazy. It's like a mountain of gold fell from the sky. Whoever can get it can reach the sky in one step. To slay the demons and defend the righteous path, it is our duty. Someone in the crowd shouted something that was full of instigation, which immediately triggered a huge chain reaction. For justice, with fists raised and eyes red, people ran towards Hongqian Mountain in groups. They knew how powerful Morongya was, and many people might die if they went there. But so what? There is no shortage of people in this world who want to risk their lives to gain wealth. Especially those lunatics who have nothing. If you lose, the price is just a worthless life. If you win, you can directly step into the peak of life. What a mob! We can turn them into pawns with just a little trick. In the distance, the deputy leader of Yuqing Sect and the leaders of the 5 major sects all sneered. Even if Zhou Tong was really killed by these people, the murderers would not get any benefit but would be dealt with secretly. It's just a pie in the sky. Do you really think that anyone can take away such enormous wealth? Is it really okay to make such a big fuss like this? If the law enforcers take action again, one of the people in power said with lingering fear, "Don't worry, I have already arranged everything. I have also found that the chief law enforcer has gone into seclusion. No law enforcer will intervene until this matter is settled." The deputy leader said with confidence, "When most of those rabble are dead, we can join the battlefield in the name of revenge for them. This is called having a legitimate reason. Even if the chief law enforcer investigates us later, we are not afraid at all." As soon as these words were spoken, the other 5 people all nodded in praise, but a chill ran through their hearts. Ginger is always wiser with age. This old bastard really has sinister intentions. Hongqian Mountain, in front of the Huan sect. Zhou Tong sat in the rocking chair, looking down at the people in front of him leisurely. Everyone looked at him with greed and desire in their eyes. "Are you all here to kill me?" Zhou Tong asked with a chuckle. "That's right. You've been too reckless and killed innocent people. People all over the world have long been dissatisfied with you. In order to uphold justice." Stop. Zhou Tong paused the other party's long speech and yawned with a dull look. "Don't say these useless things. I'm lying here. If you have the guts, come and kill me. Of course, all the consequences will be borne by yourselves." He even closed his eyes after saying this. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but get furious. This kid didn't even take them seriously. How ridiculous. This brat is so arrogant. I will chop off his head right now. Some people have a bad temper and will rush forward. Wait a minute. Seeing how calm he is, there must be something fishy going on. Don't act rashly. His friends around him stopped him and reminded him not to be the first to take action. You're just playing tricks. You think you can scare us off? I can only say that you are too young. The huge wealth is right in front of you. If you don't dare to take it, let me do it. Chapter 64. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward first. Everyone held their breath, ready to see what would happen to him. If the first person to eat crab is lucky, then the first person to eat spider is a bit pitiful. When the man rushed within 10 feet of Zhou Tong, an excited smile broke out on his face. Suddenly, an invisible energy fell and hit him. With a puff sound, that person was like a fart, dissipated easily, leaving nothing behind. The 9th level formation is so domineering. As long as he is in the formation, Zhou Tong can control the opponent's life. Moreover, this was just a small test. If he used his full strength, even if the leader of the Sanqing sect came here in person, Zhou Tong could make him come in standing and crawl out. Be careful, someone is attacking us from the dark. The remaining people immediately became alert and kept watch on their surroundings. It must be that female devil. I knew she wouldn't just ignore it. Mirangia, listen carefully. We are not here to target the Huan sect. If you know what's good for you, you'd better not interfere. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of the whole world. Someone shouted into the void, trying to threaten Moronia, but after half a quarter of an hour, there was still no response. It seems that woman knows how powerful she is. This is a good opportunity. Let's go. Another group of people who wanted to eat spiders launched a charge. This time there were more than 30 of them, and then they all turned into more than 30 farts. This scene instantly made the surrounding atmosphere quiet. It was as quiet as a ghost cave, and everyone could hear the sound of their companions swallowing saliva. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. There is something fishy going on. Finally, someone reacted and realized that even Murong, you couldn't deal with so many people quietly. To be honest, even the chief law enforcement officer cannot do this. The situation is not right. Let's retreat first. When things seem impossible, the remaining people should retreat and prepare to make a comeback after recuperation. Come as you like. Leave as you like. Do you think this is a public toilet? Zhou Tong opened his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, he controlled the formation to block everyone's retreat. What do you want, kid? Seeing that they couldn't escape, some people bravely asked, Kill you all? Any objection? A terrifying aura rose up from behind Zhou Tong, ready to attack at any time. Have mercy. We know we were wrong. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people gave up resistance. As the old saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero. They are truly a group of men who can bend and stretch. Who sent you here? Zhou Tong asked. Of course it's us. A strong man blurted out without thinking. Before he could finish his words, he was killed by the chi and turned into nothing. You evil fellow. You really deserve to die. I remember now. It was the people from Yuqing Sect and the 5 major sects who forced us to come here. We are all innocent. Ruzi is teachable. Zhou Tong nodded with satisfaction. If you were facing law enforcers, would you say the same thing? We can swear, everyone said in unison. Very good. Go and work to atone for your sins. Zhou Tong gave these people tools and asked them to build the city wall of Huan sect within 1 day. Looking at the dejected backs of these people, Zhou Tong couldn't help laughing. I swallowed the bait. Now it's time for those who call themselves hunters to show up. He was actually looking forward to it vaguely. Chapter 65. The wind whistled, and the clouds in the sky dispersed. When people saw more than a dozen huge spaceships crossing the sky, they knew that the Real highlight was about to begin. This is the signal for the 5 major sects and Yuqing sect to take the stage. What a strong sense of oppression. Is this the foundation of a major sect? These spaceships are like monsters. The young cultivator had a look of horror on his face. Facing this creation that seemed to have the might of heaven, he couldn't help but tremble all over. You still underestimate these spaceships. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are weapons that can destroy a clan. An old man explained, these spaceships are both offensive and defensive. Not only are they impregnable, but they are also equipped with energy cannons that consume a huge amount of spirit stones to activate. One shot can turn even the strongest masters into ashes. Hiss. So, the Huan sect is doomed this time? Needless to say, they are guaranteed to die. Sending out this force is a complete waste of talent. In less than half an incense stick of time, the sky above Hongshan Mountain was filled with flags, and a murderous aura filled the world. Zhou Tong, your death is approaching. Looking at the young man on the top of the mountain, the deputy leader of Yuqing Sect stood on the bow of the ship and declared arrogantly, Old bastard, if your grandfather hadn't shown mercy, you would have been killed by the chief law enforcement officer long ago. Now, not only are you not grateful, but you even dare to come and provoke me. You are such a heartless person. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all those in power became extremely ugly. Zhou Tong lightly threw out their most embarrassing memories. This is intolerable. How can a young child know how big the world is? We are here to seek justice for the innocent people who just died tragically at your hands. You should just accept your death. Before he finished speaking, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became extremely violent. More than a dozen warships gathered power at the same time and revealed their black gun muzzles. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of spirit stones were consumed. A dazzling light flashed in the muzzle and would soon turn into thunder and pour out, destroying everything within the muzzle. Zhou Tong's eyes widened. There was no fear on his face. Instead, it was full of excitement, like a child who had found an interesting toy. How stupid. Why didn't I make more of these useful gadgets in my previous life? He patted his head and stared at the spaceships intently. After just a short gaze, he completely understood the structure of these spaceships. In his opinion, these spaceships were too crude. If he were to forge them himself, he would be able to create a weapon that was 100 times more powerful than this. It's a pity that too many materials have been consumed in order to set up the formation. When he thought of this, Zhou Tong's eyes lit up again. If all these spaceships were dismantled, the material problem could be easily solved. I originally wanted to have some fun with you guys, but since you're so polite, I'll just go straight to the main course. Zhou Tong's spirit moved, and the Haan formation expanded instantly, covering everyone in it. Haan, the stars are turning. The Great Formation officially began to operate, and with just a glimpse of divine power, it was able to control the space with ease. Buzz! Along with the fluctuations of space distortion, more than a dozen spaceships disappeared in an instant and were transferred to other places by Zhou Tong. Only strong men from various sects were left at the place. They were confused at this moment and had no idea what was going on. Where's my boat? Where's our big boat? Even the deputy sect leader had an expression as if he had seen a ghost and stared at Zhou Tong intently. You little bastard, it's you who did this, right? Can you please stop talking? Don't you know how disgusting those two big yellow teeth of yours are? Grandpa will show mercy and help you get rid of them personally. Another wave of spatial fluctuations quietly emerged, causing the deputy sect leader's face to change drastically. Before he could make any move, his two front teeth disappeared. The only remedy he could offer was to let out a beautiful scream. Now people can finally confirm that it was indeed Zhou Tong who was causing trouble. It's a formation. He used a very powerful formation. Someone noticed something and things started to get a little confusing. Chapter 66. The formation that can affect space is at least a 7th level formation. This fact shocked them greatly. It had been less than 2 days since they learned that the Huan sect had started to set up the formation. What kind of master could accomplish such a feat in such a short time? Could it be that there are other masters supporting the Huan sect? Many people find this thought horrifying when they think about it carefully. Don't panic. Even with the formation protecting him, he won't be able to escape today. The deputy sect leader was confident of victory and took out the destruction pestle from his ring. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This treasure is specifically designed to defeat formations. As long as the formation is below level 8, it can be broken with one strike. What is that? Zhou Tong frowned and didn't see clearly what it was. Bring it here. He waved his hand, and the destruction pestle was taken away from him. The deputy sect leader's face turned paler in an instant. He was careless just now and did not dodge. You little bastard, give me back my treasure, he roared. What's yours is mine. What's mine is mine. After Zhou Tong looked at it for a moment, a look of disdain appeared on his face. No one wants this piece of junk, so I'm giving it back to you. The next moment, the destruction pestle returned to the hands of the deputy sect leader. Huh, I didn't expect you to seek your own death. Say goodbye to your sect protection formation. The deputy sect leader laughed wildly and threw the destruction pestle into the air. With a loud bang, the destruction pestle hit the barrier of the formation, and then it exploded. Nice fireworks anymore? Zhou Tong's voice brought the dazed crowd back to their senses. When they saw the half-smile on the boy's face, they felt cold all over. The other party had already seen through the function of the destruction pestle, but still allowed them to attack at will. This can only mean one thing, that the Huan sect is not afraid of the large formation at all. In other words, this is at least an 8th level formation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The deputy sect leader was doubting his life. The Yuqing sect's protective formation was an 8th level formation. Once it was fully activated, he had no confidence that he could escape unscathed. It seems that you have no more means to please me. In that case, it's time to end it. Zhou Tong said this calmly, but it made everyone shudder. What do you want to do? It is a great pleasure to have friends coming from afar. Now that you have come, you may as well die. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tong's aura became extremely sharp. Haan Tiangong returns to 1. Boom! The real killing move was activated, and the terrifying chaotic energy rushed in from all directions, crushing all these people. We're done! Zhou Tong clapped his hands, looked at the sky without a trace of blood, and finally couldn't help laughing. What a pity that a bunch of cowards only dared to send their clones here. Outside Hongshan Mountain, The masters of all major sects vomited blood at the same time, with looks of horror on their faces. They had just experienced a real death. The clone was extremely important. Once it was destroyed, their strength would drop significantly. Go and call the law enforcers. We need law enforcers to enforce justice. The deputy sect leader roared without any image, and fear was already growing in his eyes. Chapter 67. The law enforcers are here. I saw a middle-aged strong man in a golden robe tearing through the void and landing outside Hanshan Mountain. This is the golden-robed elder among the law enforcers. He holds a very high status in the law enforcement city and is the right-hand man of the chief law enforcer. At this moment, he was looking at the leaders of the major sects with a strange expression. He was used to seeing ordinary people seeking protection from law enforcement officers, but he had never experienced this kind of scene. It is good enough for the high-ranking and powerful people in these big sects not to bully others. It is hard to imagine who can force them to ask law enforcers for justice. You were dealt with by the Huan sect? The golden-robed elder tried hard to suppress his laughter and asked this question with great effort. It was that little bastard who used despicable means. The deputy leader of Yuqing's sect's face turned red. Making him admit defeat was more painful than killing him. What despicable means? He used the materials he stole from us to set up an 8th-level formation, waiting for us to take the bait. Hearing this, the indifferent expression on the law enforcer's face collapsed instantly. He even thought there was something wrong with his ears. An 8th-level formation? What is that concept? Even if the highest-ranking master in the Formation Master Association were to set up the formation himself, it would still take a month, and there would also be the risk of failure. Now, when he heard that someone had completed an 8th-level formation in less than 2 days, he immediately expressed his doubts. I don't believe it. However, he believed it immediately because they were now close enough to Hanshan Mountain, and Zhou Tong directly activated the formation and transferred them all over. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, the golden-robed elder was the first to react, and then he took a breath. As the chief law enforcement officer said, "This boy is truly extraordinary." He remembered the instructions given by the chief law enforcement officer before he went into seclusion, asking him to take care of Zhou Tong no matter what. Because the chief law enforcement officer suspected that Zhou Tong could refine an 8th-grade elixir, it now seems possible. Young man, I am a law enforcer. You can also call me Elder Jean. I was entrusted by these people to mediate the grievances between you. After saying that, he gave Zhou Tong a look, which made Zhou Tong instantly understand that this was one of his own. Elder Jean, you've come at the perfect time. I was just looking for a law enforcer to seek justice. Zhou Tong pointed at the leaders of the major sects with a sad face and said, "These people are rampant and reckless. This time they're even trying to destroy our Huan sect. Please punish them severely." When these words were spoken, all the major sect leaders were furious. "You little bastard! You dare to cry thief in front of the law enforcer." The deputy leader jumped up, pointed at Zhou Tong's nose and cursed. "Not only did you steal our spaceship, but you also destroyed our clones. Such a sin is intolerable. What else can I say?" Zhou Tong just laughed, with no concealment of the mockery in his eyes. "You have been taught a lesson by me, which only shows that you are not capable enough. Will you give up slapping a mosquito to death just because it is weak enough?" "I won't." Once these words were spoken, the person on the other side was almost so angry that he vomited blood. These words are so hurtful, comparing them to pests, implying that they are stupid, bad, and weak, and they want to bully others but get beaten to the ground. It is completely treating their facial skins as insults. "Kid, stop making excuses here. Return our spaceship quickly, and we will leave immediately." The strong men from the major sects knew that they could not gain any benefits, so they put forward conditions. Chapter 68. "I'm sorry, you can't drive the boat away, but you can carry it." Zhou Tong clapped his hands, and a mountain of spare parts appeared before everyone's eyes. Ah! Ah! The new leader of the Blood God sect couldn't breathe and fainted. He never dreamed that Zhou Tong would dismantle their spaceship into parts in the blink of an eye. This is simply a peerless, destructive star. Each part of the spacecraft is connected by secret forces. Once separated, the cost of reassembling it is even higher than building a new spacecraft. In their eyes, these materials are no different from scrap metal. "You beast!" There was a tremor in the deputy sect leader's voice when he cursed. The loss this time was huge, and his heart was bleeding. This type of armed spaceship is the deterrent force of a sect. Each one is very valuable. If it is used alone, it is enough to destroy a small or medium-sized sect. Now that half of the Yuqing sect spaceships have been destroyed, it will inevitably lead to a decline in competitiveness and fall behind the Shanqing sect and the Taiqing sect. As soon as he thought of this, crazy hatred welled up in his eyes. Sir, I want to report that hundreds of practitioners came to talk to him and persuaded him to be a good person, but he killed all of them. This thief has a devil's heart. Please execute him on the spot. The deputy sect leader used his trump card. No matter what, Zhou Tong could not escape the crime of killing the wandering cultivators. If the law enforcers pursue the matter, it will be enough to cause him serious injuries. Bullshit. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Zhou Tong pointed at the other party and responded. Those people were forced here by you using force and coercion. I felt sorry for them, so I took them in and protected them. How dare you slander me? I'll slap you in the face. Then Zhou Tong clapped his hands and called out those guys who were undergoing labor reform. You are still alive? How is this possible? The deputy sect leader said in disbelief. You old dog, you still have the nerve to say that. A middle-aged woman stood up, holding her waist with both hands, and cursed fiercely. It was you who coerced and bribed us to attack the Huan sect. Thanks to Mr. Zhou's kindness and repaying evil with kindness, we have a chance to survive. He is our great benefactor. How dare you mislead the people? Elder Jin's eyes suddenly became sharp, making all the powerful people feel a chill in their backs. This is slander. What evidence do you have? The deputy leader's eyes trembled. He recognized this woman. She was the informant who had colluded with him before and mixed in with the crowd to stir up everyone's emotions. The two parties agreed that after the matter was accomplished, Yuqing sect would provide shelter for the woman and her family. Of course, this was just a blank check, as Yuqing sect would not protect those worthless ants. Humph, I knew you would say that, so I prepared a sound recording formation in advance. I am willing to present it to the law enforcer with both hands. After these words were spoken, the deputy sect leader's face turned completely pale. He knew he had no way of defending himself. This stab in the back was really cruel. At this point, what else do you have to say? Elder Jin has great momentum and may take action at any time. The deputy sect leader didn't understand why things had developed to this point. He had clearly already arranged for the law enforcers to make Zhou Tong suffer a loss no matter what. However, he did not expect that he would directly attract the golden-robed elder of extremely high status, causing all his arrangements to fail. It seems that you have nothing to say. Not only did you deceive the independent cultivators, but you also have a criminal record. Tell me, do you want to be beaten or punished? Chapter 69. We accept the punishment. Several clan leaders were horrified and said without hesitation. They would rather bleed profusely than endure torture from law enforcement officers. After saying this, several people became extremely depressed. They just felt so ashamed that not only did they fail to take revenge, but they also suffered heavy losses. Maybe this revenge itself was a mistake. Wait a minute. At this time, Zhou Tong suddenly spoke, and he walked in front of the blood god sect's leader and looked into his eyes. What? What do you want to do? Although he possessed extremely strong cultivation, the leader of the blood god sect felt a chill in his bones when facing this young man, as if he was being stared at by a prehistoric beast. I saw you the other day. Zhou Tong hinted at something, causing the other party to shudder. In front of the chief law enforcer, you kept saying that you knew you were wrong. Why did you come back and disturb my sect again? Elder Jin also looked over, making him sweat profusely. Aye. He seemed to have become mute, his eyes rolling rapidly in his sockets, but he couldn't find a suitable reason. Tell me quickly, you are a well-known and large sect. Is it possible that someone could threaten you? When these words were spoken, the other party's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. That's right. We were coerced, and the culprit is this old bastard. The leader of the Blood God sect immediately understood and pointed his finger at the deputy leader of the Jade Purity sect. The leaders of the other four major sects also reacted and pointed at the Yuqing sect together. It would be better for me to let my friend die than for me to die, and the other party is not wronged. This revenge plan was planned by him alone, and he couldn't shirk his responsibility no matter what. How dare you? How dare you? The deputy sect leader's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. The rule of law enforcement is that those who are forced to follow the enemy will be punished, but the main culprit must be punished. Originally, the six sects shared the blame, so it wouldn't be too serious. But now that he has become the main culprit, it won't be so easy for him to get away with it. He looked at Zhou Tong with bloodshot eyes, feeling as if his internal organs were about to explode. This time he was completely doomed. You are so cruel, little beast. Do you really want to wipe out all of your former sect? Are you begging me for mercy? Zhou Tong spoke condescendingly, making the other party instantly furious, feeling that he was being looked down upon. Who do you think you are? Don't look down on me. I am the deputy leader of Yuqing's sect, an existence above all others. People should respect and fear me. How dare you do this? Above 10,000 people. What a big tone. Elder Jean sneered and slapped the opponent on the body, causing him to spit out blood. It seems that you haven't figured out your position yet. If you have anything to say, just go to the heavenly prison and talk. We have plenty of time. A golden chain flew out from Elder Jin's long sleeves and easily locked up the deputy sect leader, suppressing all his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, the powerful and impressive figure became a prisoner with a deathly pale face. Little brother, I'll take my leave now. I will send someone to deliver the compensation to these sects when it is small. Elder Jean looked at Zhou Tongdao and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, saying that he was indeed a person favored by the chief law enforcement officer, as he could easily play around with these people. Thank you, Elder, Zhou Tong said with a smile. Just send the compensation from the 5 major sections. As for the compensation from Yuqing's sect, I am willing to give it all to reward the law enforcement brothers who have been working hard for me. Hearing this, Elder Jean remained calm and nodded slightly, saying, I'll remember this. Chapter 70. You are so vicious, little bastard. The deputy sect leader was terrified. In this case, the law enforcers would inevitably squeeze out all his value in order to gain the greatest benefits. He would be completely useless. The other sect leaders also felt their hands and feet go cold. They thought that the deputy sect leader of Yuqing's sect was insidious enough, but they didn't expect that this guy was 10 times more insidious than him. So far, the decapitation operations of several major sects have completely failed. After watching the few people leave, Zhou Tong's eyes fixed on the middle-aged woman who had just testified. Before he could ask any questions, the other party knelt down first. Greetings, sir. My name is Lu Yin. I was hunted by my enemies and was displaced. I joined that group of people in order to seek shelter. Please have mercy on me and give me a chance to live. Zhou Tong's eyes flickered, and then he laughed. We are going on a long trip soon, and we are in need of a gatekeeper, so I decided to choose you. After saying that, he took out a token and threw it to the other party. With this token, one could enter and exit the formation. Thank you, sir. Lu Yin thanked him profusely and kowtowed vigorously. As soon as he returned to the depths of the sect, Zhou Tong saw 3 women waiting for him. Zhou Tong had asked them not to show up beforehand, but now that the storm had settled, the 3 of them finally relaxed. The person you left behind, I feel something is wrong. Murong, you got straight to the point and said, there's a faint evil aura around her, just like devil. That is the devil's aura. Zhou Tong gave the answer directly, causing the 3 people's faces to change drastically. Then how dare you give her the token? Isn't that inviting a wolf into the house? Murong said with some concern. The demons are the greatest enemy of all mankind, and once discovered, they must be destroyed immediately. All we can say is that she was once a demon. Now, most of her demonic energy has disappeared, and she has begun to transform into a human. When these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. Several people found it unbelievable. They only knew that humans could degenerate into demons, but they had never heard that demons could transform into humans. Moreover, in the eyes of the demons, humans are no different from food. How could they lower their status and transform into human bodies? You want to keep her by your side and observe her closely? Murong suddenly asked. Yes, I have a feeling this woman has a big surprise for us. Zhou Tong said with a grim smile that he had killed countless demons in his previous life, and he wondered if the fish caught this time would be a big fish or a treasure. As night falls, the dim moonlight illuminates Yuqing's sect, adding a sense of desolation. You damn bug, even this can't kill you. You're really lucky. Tang Chi was furious in his own mansion. It was thought that with the 6 sects joining forces, Zhou Tong would surely die, but he did not expect that a formation master would back him up, allowing him to escape. Junior brother, what did you do to me? Why do I feel strange in my body? Chun Linger said with difficulty, twisting her body desperately, as if she was resisting some strong desire. Hearing this, Tang Chi became even angrier. The love poison he had planted in Chun Linger had taken effect, and this was originally a good opportunity to possess her. But after Zhou Tong kicked him in the crotch, one of his functions temporarily disappeared, which made his hatred for Zhou Tong even more intense. It's all your fault. If you dare to make me unhappy, I will make your woman betray you. His eyes turned red as he tried to control the poisonous insects that he had planted in Longling Yun and the Little Witch Girl a few days ago. In the Huan Sect, the four masters and disciples were looking at the constantly beating love goo with different expressions, except for Murong whose face was almost frozen. Give me the poisonous insect. I want this rapist to pay the price. Chapter 71. Murong grabbed the love poison and used her heavenly power to refine it in an instant. After a burst of colorful light, the two poisonous insects actually merged together and turned into a gem. This is a reversed love goo, which has become a mother goo, and the goo worm on the goo caster has been downgraded to a child goo. Whoever controls the mother goo can control the goo caster's desires. Zhou Tong couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect Murong's counterattack would be so brutal. Tang Chi dared to use the love poison on the people of the Huan Sect. He was really seeking his own death. Go mate with the wild boar, you damn pervert. Murong flew into the sky, aimed in a certain direction, and threw the mother goo out. Zhou Tong's spiritual power followed closely, and when he saw the poisonous insect taking root in a wild boar, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid Tang Chi will suffer from insomnia tonight. However, Tang Chi was not the only one suffering from insomnia. In the Yuqing Sect's cave, Mo Liusu suffered a terrible nightmare. For a strong person like her, she only needed to meditate to replenish her energy and no longer needed sleep. But she had been worrying too much in recent days, and because Zhou Tong had been criticized by her fellow disciples, she was mentally tormented, so she took a long-awaited rest. But as soon as she closed her eyes, she saw a scene that made her heart tremble. Under a broken sky, Zhou Tong stood in midair with a majestic look and a graceful posture. He was so ethereal, clear, and flawless, and it seemed as if he was only one step away from entering the realm of the Supreme Emperor and achieving eternal myth. But this road was abruptly blocked by someone. A slender hand holding a sword pierced into his chest and stirred it madly, as if it had an irreconcilable hatred with him. Facing this man, Zhou Tong did not resist at all. Instead, he looked at him with a sad smile on his face, muttering something. Eventually, he died and fell into an endless abyss. No! Mo Liusu let out a heartbreaking scream and woke up immediately. At this time, her pajamas were already soaked, and the cold sweat stuck to the brocade and stuck to her body, outlining her moving curves to the fullest. She just felt a bitter taste in her mouth, and her heartbeat was extremely fast. A cultivator at her level would no longer have meaningless dreams. Everything in the dream had cause and effect. It was either a result of something going wrong in cultivation or a glimpse into the future. Why would I have such a dream? Even if it was true, I should be happy that the traitor is dead. Why would I be worried about him? She tried desperately to regulate her inner breath, trying to make her breathing steady, but to little avail. The aftertaste of the scene in which Zhou Tong was stabbed in the heart was so strong that it kept playing in her mind, causing her limbs to go numb for a long time. Oh no, I'm having a nightmare, and it's a very deep nightmare. She looked serious and realized the seriousness of the problem. As far as she could remember, this was not the first time she had experienced a nightmare. About 10 years ago, her nightmare was even more terrifying, even to the point of being life-threatening. But since something happened, the nightmare disappeared, and since then, her path of cultivation has been smooth and without any troubles. What on earth happened? I shouldn't have forgotten something so important. She got stuck in a rut, trying desperately to recall the past. Before she knew it, she felt extremely tired and fell asleep again. The familiar scene appeared again. The same hand, the same sword pierced the same person. Zhou Tong was still muttering before he died. The only difference is that part of Zhou Tong's words were retained. The thing I regret most in my life is... Before he could finish his words, Mo Liusu was awakened again, gasping for breath and sweating profusely. Chapter 72. He regretted it? What did he have to regret? If this is a dream that reveals the future, it means that Zhou Tong really regretted it in the future. Could it be? Mo Liusu thought of a possibility, and a gleam of light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Humph! I knew that the traitor would regret it one day after breaking off relations with me, she said proudly. Based on this calculation, the identity of the woman who killed him is also obvious. It must be that witch Muronya. Someone come. Pass my order and let Hongxiu come out immediately. She couldn't wait a moment and ordered the people around her. Hongxiu's name is Xia Hongxiu. She is her second disciple. She is best at drawing talismans and fortune-telling. Her talent is rare in 1,000 years. Mo Liusu summoned her so that she could use her divine powers to complete her prophetic dream, extract it, and announce it to the public. In this way, Murongyu will be disgraced, and Zhou Tong will certainly regret it extremely and see clearly who is the one who can protect him. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but smile happily, and the unhappiness that had accumulated over the past few days seemed to be swept away. Master, iarikome. Xia Hongxiu came fluttering over. She was wearing a bagua robe with a dot of cinnabar between her eyebrows. She looked calm and elegant. Although she was beautiful, she exuded a sense of loneliness that kept strangers away. Girl, your master had a feeling tonight and got a prophetic dream. Unfortunately, the dream was incomplete, and I couldn't understand its deep meaning. Emoliusu got straight to the point and said, I want to use your Tianji technique to complete the dream. What do you think? Of course you can. Xia Hongxiu closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then readily agreed and began to draw talismans and set up the formation. Half an incense stick later, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, revealed a faint smile, and said to Emoliusu, Disciple is ready, master. Please go and invite sixth junior brother. Hearing this, Emoliusu frowned slightly. The sixth junior brother mentioned in Hongxiu's mouth was referring to Zhou Tong. Xia Hongxiu has been dealing with Tianji for many years and always keeps herself in seclusion, not getting close to others. Therefore, she is unaware of the fact that Zhou Tong has been expelled from the sect. Why are you looking for him? Can't you do it alone? After hearing this, Xia Hongxiu showed a rare expression of surprise. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with what the teacher said? Master, have you forgotten that junior brother can protect you from disasters and save your life? Only when he is by your side can you be safe and sound. What? Mo Liusu's eyes suddenly widened, and her whole body felt as if struck by lightning. She finally remembered what happened 10 years ago. At that time, she was haunted by nightmares and almost went insane. In order to seek peace and tranquility, Xia Hongxiu told her fortune. The hexagram shows that she will encounter 3 disasters and 4 calamities in her life. If she wants to resolve them, she must find a destined person to help her. So she followed the advice and found a young man in the south of the barren mountain at ean time on a sunny day, and then took him as her disciple. This young man was her destined person, Zhou Tong. Master. It took Xia Hongxiu's continuous calls for Mo Liusu to slowly come back to his senses. There is no time to lose. Please invite sixth junior brother here. That rebellious son has betrayed his master. Mo Liusu said coldly. What? No need to waste time. Help me pick the dream. It won't be long before the traitor comes back on his own. She couldn't wait to find out the truth that would make Zhou Tong regret it. Chapter 73. Master, are you sure you want to do this? Xia Hongxiu's face looked very ugly, and there was even a hint of murderous intent in her eyes, but she hid it very well. Any questions? Mo Liusu's voice gradually became colder, and she began to become impatient. Of course it's okay. Master is blessed with great fortune. Even if sixth junior brother is not around for the time being, he can still take care of himself. After saying this, she took out an incense burner from her arms and lit it silently. What is this? Is this also part of the heavenly secret technique? Mo Liusu asked subconsciously. Yes, this is the incense that attracts the gods. It can make it easier for Master to enter the realm of prophecy. Then let's get started. Mo Liusu nodded and then sat in the magic circle. As the magic circle slowly turned on, she saw the familiar dream again. The sea waves overturned, the space shattered, and the universe was cracked. What a heroic fight this is. However, Mo Liusu had no idea of the process and was destined to go towards the known ending. With a puff, the sky was stained with blood, and the blood of the nearly enlightened one was spilled down, reminding her that the scene was about to be repeated. The next moment, Zhou Tong was seen standing in midair with a long sword piercing his heart. At the same time, the haze on the sword holder gradually faded away, revealing his true face. Mo Liusu held her breath. She knew without even looking that the woman was Muronya. She just insisted on taking a look just to be on the safe side. She will soon see Murong Ya's ugly face. But then, her expression suddenly froze. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Her face was pale, her hair was flying, and she was screaming hysterically, as if she had suffered a huge blow. It was because that woman was not Murong Ya at all, but herself. Mo Liusu killed Zhou Tong and perfectly predicted the future of his previous life. This is fake. Something must have gone wrong. How could I kill him? Never. She was completely mad, with boiling emotions surging in her heart, and 2 lines of blood and tears couldn't help but roll down. At this moment, Zhou Tong in the dream suddenly turned his head and met her eyes. Tong, facing those gentle eyes, she called out subconsciously, with some anticipation in her heart. The thing I regret most in my life is taking you as my master. As soon as these words were spoken, the light in Mo Liusu's eyes instantly faded. At this moment, she felt as if thousands of snakes were biting her heart and the pain penetrated her bones. No, don't leave me. She vomited blood and woke up in reality. Master, what's wrong with you? Xia Hongxiu asked anxiously. I'm fine. She shook her head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. She thought she could catch Moronya, but she didn't expect that the murderer was herself. Your current condition is very serious. The 3 calamities and 4 disasters have shown signs of recovery. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of fear appeared on Mo Liusu's face. As long as one is a cultivator, there is a possibility of encountering the 3 disasters and 4 calamities. It is just a matter of probability. But for some people with extraordinary talents, God will punish them, greatly increasing the probability of them encountering disasters, and a very small number of people are destined to go through the 7 tribulations. Mo Liusu is such a person. The so-called 3 disasters and 4 catastrophes. Disasters are major disasters, and catastrophes are minor disasters. The 3 disasters are the disaster of physical destruction, the disaster of divine disorder, and the disaster of severing the path, which can completely destroy a cultivator's cultivation. These 3 disasters are nightmares that make all practitioners shudder. Chapter 74. The so-called 4 calamities refer to the unforeseen calamity that brings nightmares, the life-threatening calamity that shackles one's cultivation, the loneliness calamity that causes one to be deserted by friends and relatives, and finally, the abandonment calamity that makes one forget the past. Moronya's current symptoms are exactly the symptoms of the onset of the Wuwang tribulation and Chigue tribulation. What should I do, Master? Should I apologize to that traitor and invite him back? Mo Liusu said in resistance that she had never thought of bowing to others, especially Zhou Tong. No, Xia Hongxiu directly denied her idea. You have already severed your relationship, and he has found a new backer. Forcing a reunion will only do harm and no good. What should I do? It's very simple. Make him lose his backer, suppress him to the point of despair, and then conquer him. Then you two will be as perfect as before. Hearing this, Mo Liusu immediately perked up. This way, she wouldn't have to bow to Zhou Tong and could survive the calamity safely. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The price is just that Zhou Tong will suffer a little more, and she will give him full compensation when the time comes. That's exactly what I meant, Master. Mo Liusu nodded. In that case, Master, please take some more rest. I will take my leave now. Xia Hongxiu stood up and was about to leave when she was stopped. Girl, you are the best to your teacher. Of course, we are of the same lineage. The better the Master's luck, the more benefits I will get. Xia Hongxiu smiled charmingly, but as soon as she left the cave, her expression turned gloomy. Idiot! Trash! Bastard! She cursed angrily. I pointed out a road for you, but you didn't take it. Don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. The Tianji Dao that she practiced required the help of a lucky person to succeed, and Mo Liusu was the lucky person she chose. Seeing that Mo Liusu was about to overcome the 3 disasters and 4 calamities, she didn't expect that the other party would self-destruct at the last moment, which ruined all her arrangements. Because of this, she changed her mind and decided not to rely on Mo Liusu anymore. Instead, she would devour the other party's luck and reach the Great Road by strengthening herself. From now on, the more unlucky Mo Liusu is, the more benefits she will get. That's why she made up a lie to prevent Zhou Tong and Mo Liusu from reconciling. However, this was purely unnecessary. No matter what, Zhou Tong would never forgive Mo Liusu. My good master must be feeling extremely comfortable now. I wish her happiness. Xia Hongxiu smiled teasingly. When she heard that Zhou Tong was expelled from the sect, she had already decided to kill him, so she lit the incense. Mo Liusu had no way of knowing that it was the long-lost disaster-inducing incense that was specifically designed to amplify the disaster that was happening to her. In the Immortal's cave, just as Xia Hongxiu had imagined, Mo Liusu was experiencing cruel torture. I saw her kneeling on the ground, covering her head with her hands, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. My head seems to be splitting open. Who can save me? Who can help me? At this moment, she is no longer a real person who is high above everyone else, but a helpless, weak woman. Anyone can manipulate her and leave her powerless to resist. Before she could finish her words, an even more intense pain came over her, almost making her collapse. Ayah! In an instant, she was sweating profusely. Her body kept twisting and twitching, and she was attacking everything around her uncontrollably. Boom! A burst of powerful energy swept past, causing the cabinet next to it to suddenly collapse, and the treasures inside were scattered all over the floor. Only an inconspicuous wooden ball rolled over and stopped at her feet. At this moment, Mo Liusu returned to normal, and the pain just now miraculously disappeared. This wooden ball. She bent down to pick it up, and suddenly her pupil shrank as she remembered the origin of the wooden ball. Isn't this the token of apprenticeship that Zhou Tong gave her? His body can suppress disasters, and his token can suppress calamities. This is indeed true, she murmured to herself, feeling extremely sad. Chapter 75. Tong are my disciple, Mo Liusu called out excitedly, and when she swept her mental power over the small wooden ball, she immediately showed a moved expression. There were waves of spiritual fluctuations on the wooden ball, mixed with an extremely pure wish. This was a young man's ambition carved with his true love and energy. I, Zhou Tong, pray to heaven and earth, wishing my master to be free from disasters and calamities, and to live in long-lasting peace and happiness. I, Zhou Tong, pray to the years, wishing my master's fame to last for thousands of years and long be respected. I, Zhou Tong, pray to fate, wishing my master less worries and a smooth road ahead. It was this humble wish that turned into an indestructible barrier, helping Mo Liusu to withstand countless disasters and shatter countless nightmares. It was not until now that she realized that it was not she who was protecting Zhou Tong, but Zhou Tong who protected her. Every word was like a carving knife, piercing deeply into her heart. The disciple whom she once despised and looked down upon the most turned out to be the one to whom she owed the most. Now, that man was ruthlessly driven away by her. He suffered humiliation and his cultivation was abolished. So he was completely disheartened and left without hesitation, right? Zhou Tong must have been extremely desperate at that time. The person he trusted most betrayed him. The most respected people hate him. The person who misses him the most wronged him. The more Mo Liusu thought about it, the more she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. The pain was unbearable. She put herself in Zhou Tong's shoes and felt like she was suffocating. She couldn't bear this feeling of being helpless and alone in the world even for a second. Buzz! The small wooden ball suddenly lit up, indicating that Mo Liusu had just encountered another disaster. That was a disaster of being abandoned by friends and family and being lonely, but it was blocked by the small wooden ball. Mo Liusu carefully picked up the wooden ball, then used the golden thread to guide it and put it on her slender neck. Looking closely, there were 12 spots of light flickering faintly on the wooden ball. Those were the 12 wishes, all of which were her amulets. Tong, don't worry, Master will bring you back no matter what. She said to herself, forgive Master, although my methods may be more intense and may even cause you to suffer some pain, it will soon pass. When the time comes, I will treat you twice as well. She pretended to be affectionate, tears streaming down her face, clutching the wooden ball tightly. If Zhou Tong were present, he would only feel disgusted. These were just crocodile tears. Zhou Tong, who was far away in Hongshan Mountain, felt a chill and sneezed violently. Who is scolding me, he said to himself. The Huan sect just received good news that the compensation from the 5 major sects had arrived. However, what was even more worth celebrating was that the deputy leader of the Yuqing sect was sentenced to death and went to report to the king of hell in advance. Zhou Tong felt nothing in his heart. If one deputy sect leader fell, another would take his place. Yuqing sect had plenty of those, so he didn't feel bad. At this time, He was carrying out a great project. Under the astonished and admiring gaze of the three women, he was building an unprecedented and terrifying spaceship. The little witch girl held the blueprint of the spaceship like a dog looking at the stars, with a face full of question marks. Muronya also frowned and expressed her doubts. Different fields are like different worlds. There is nothing they can do if they don't understand. Only Long Lingyun could understand something. After reading the drawings, he expressed his sincere admiration. Brother is the best in the world. Of course, I never doubted it. I told you you're fat, and you're still panting. The little witch snorted arrogantly, rolled her eyes at Zhou Tong, and then looked at Long Lingyun. Aren't you illiterate? How can you understand something so profound? Chapter 76. Don't look down on me, Long Lingyun said proudly. I'm not bragging. I admire all the ways of the world, but I am only obsessed with the way of the sword. You're just a little sister, yet you dare to act so arrogant. The little demon girl attacked mercilessly. How could such a powerful girl be killed in one blow? Upon hearing this, Long Lingyun immediately became dejected. Since she joined the Huan sect, she has made great progress through constant exchanges with Zhou Tong. For a period of time, she even thought that her swordsmanship was close to Zhou Tong's. But every time they officially fought, she could never see Zhou Tong's second move. When she was on the ground, she thought Zhou Tong was on the mountain. When she climbed up the mountain, Zhou Tong ran to the sky. The gap is so big. Are you all dead? Can't you see I'm busy? You really have no sense at all. Come over here and help connect the parts. Zhou Tong looked at the three women and said unhappily, the ultimate battleship is even more difficult to make than the 9th level formation. It has hundreds of thousands of parts, and the connection method of each part is very complicated. It is really too much for him to do it alone. Yari kome. Yaonu and Long Lingyun came up excitedly, and after Zhou Tong taught them the connection method, they started working according to the drawings. The teacher is here too. Muronya also felt itchy, and after taking a look at the blueprint, she picked up the hammer in a daze and smashed it down lightly. Wait! The little witch's face changed wildly. With a loud bang, a huge flame suddenly erupted with a shock wave, blowing the three people away. The two girls fell headfirst into the bushes, while Zhou Tong plunged headfirst into the wall. After he pulled his head out with great effort, he looked at Muronya with disbelief. I was wrong, and I am willing to make amends. I'll give you double compensation. Tell me how you did it? Zhou Tong shocked everyone many times, but was also shocked by Muronya many times. How could a person's control ability be so poor? I used to be very accurate, but I became like this after I developed a demon in my heart. It turned out to be a robbery. Zhou Tong suddenly realized that the inner demon is also one of the 3 disasters and 4 calamities, which can be classified as the unforeseen calamity or the broken path calamity. Then you can go play over there. The 3 of us will be enough. Muronya pouted her lips, looking like she was being bullied, but she could only obey, because her help is to cause trouble. However, she was just watching from the side, and her eyes were gradually attracted by Zhou Tong, and she could no longer look away. This young man is full of confidence, and his domineering look is something you can never get enough of. I want to record this moment. She took a deep breath, practiced the Haan Tiangong, painted in the air, and depicted Zhou Tong's eyebrows and eyes. But her control is so poor that every stroke she makes is so unconventional and unexpected that it makes people laugh. One more time. Start over. Ruin. Come again. It's finally a bit decent, but it's still not enough. I'll do better next time. She discarded her paintings again and again, but her heart was extremely peaceful. She was neither arrogant nor impatient, and she kept striving for perfection. Even she herself didn't know that during this process, the Wangji in her body was gradually fading away, making her one step closer to her peak self. After a long time, the 4 of them were filled with joy. It's done! Several people spoke in unison, but they were celebrating 2 different things. Finished. The ship is ready. Chapter 77. What are you drawing? The little witch was alert and looked over with sharp eyes. I won't tell you. Muronya smiled lightly, with profound meaning. Show me. Don't want. She put the painting away gently, looking extremely elegant. I'm also interested. What did you just do? Zhou Tong looked surprised. He originally wanted to find time to resolve Muronya's unexpected calamity, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. It's a secret. Even the little ones can't read it. Muronya's cheeks were red. If Zhou Tong knew that she had secretly drawn him, She would be too ashamed to face anyone. Forget it. Zhou Tong smiled and waved his hands, took out 2 jade cards and said, I made 2 amulets with the remaining materials. You can wear them with you. They may be useful in the future. After saying that, he gave the jade token to the little demon girl and Long Lingyun. The jade token contained his spiritual power, which could resist inner demons and mental attacks, and could even save lives at critical moments. That's thoughtful. The little witch accepted it with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. Long Lingyun held the jade token in both hands and carefully kept it close to his body, treating it as a treasure. Murongya watched eagerly from the side, and when she saw that there was no share for her, she gently tugged at Zhou Tong's sleeve. What about mine? Zhou Tong's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he looked at the other party helplessly and said, You want one too? They all have it. Why don't I have it? Murongya looked like a jealous little girl and refused to give in. That's a talisman. With your strength, do you still need it? Well, when you became my disciple, you didn't exchange tokens with me. You are also. Just as Zhou Tong was about to speak, he met Murongya's sparkling eyes and was suddenly speechless. You have already put the love lock on me, which is equivalent to giving you my entire being. Isn't that enough? Ahem. Zhou Tong coughed twice. This made sense, and he couldn't refute it. Then, give me some time, I will prepare well. Murongya's face immediately lit up with joy, and she quickly instructed, It must not be any worse than the previous token of apprenticeship. It must be at least 10 times stronger. Okay. I'll do as you say. Zhou Tong smiled. It turned out that Murongya was competing with Emoliosu. You're the best, little one. After Murongya succeeded, her attention was attracted by the warship behind Zhou Tong. The ship was completely pitch black, exuding a tough and cold aura. Although it was only a dozen feet long and tiny compared to the spaceships of the 6 major sects, Murongya could feel a huge sense of oppression from it. She jumped onto the boat and found that there was no crystal cannon on the hull, but it contained terrifying power, which seemed to have earth-shattering destructive power once it erupted. This is no longer a boat, but a magical instrument. Riding on this boat, no matter how big the sky is, you can go anywhere. Let's call this ship Hongshen, Zhou Tong said. Now that everything is ready, it's time for us to go to Tiandao territory and bring back our families. As soon as these words were spoken, Murongya became extremely excited. She had been waiting for this moment for many years. Xiao, just bear with it for a while. I will come to save you. Your junior brother is very powerful. He will make those who bully you pay the price. At this moment, Lu Yin, who was taken in by Zhou Tong, came up and knelt down in front of them with a respectful look on her face. The master is going on a long journey. What instructions do you have for me? Chapter 78. Take good care of the house and don't let the wolf in. I will reward you when I come back. Zhou Tong said lightly. Lu Yin looked conflicted, as if she wanted to say something. Mr. Zhou, can I take my family here for refuge? Hearing this, Zhou Tong was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct. Doesn't this devil betray people? Your family? Yes, it's my young lady. She is being hunted by her enemies. She is alone and helpless and wants to find a place to stay. I see. Zhou Tong interrupted her and said, You can bring one person in and out of here, but if you dare to make trouble, you will bear the consequences yourself. Thank you, Master Zhou, for your help. Lu Yin was extremely grateful and kowtowed 3 times. Look after your home. We'll be back soon. Zhou Tong held a token and started the red dust. Our goal is to the Sea of Stars. The 3 women spoke excitedly, and as soon as they finished speaking, the spaceship leaped up instantly and rushed into the sky at an extremely terrifying speed. There was a continuous sound of sonic booms, and even the sound was left behind. When people outside just noticed it and looked up at the sky, they saw a black shadow crossing the void. What is that? It looks like a spaceship. I think you were dreaming. How can a spaceship be so fast? Compared to the shock of the crowd, the few people on the boat were not affected at all. Even though they were speeding at top speed, they still walked on flat ground. Is this really appropriate? Long Lingyun asked. If we leave a demon in the sect, she might bring in a stronger demon. Don't worry, they can't turn the tables. If they dare to act recklessly, the Xintian Jihua formation will discipline them. Discipline? When the little demon girl heard these 2 words, her expression became a little strange, but then she figured it out. Even a 7th grade elixir can give birth to the rudiments of spiritual intelligence, let alone a 9th grade formation. That formation might be smarter than an ordinary person. In a deep forest near Hanshan Mountain, there was a coffin in front of Lu Yin. She was kneeling on her knees, praying devoutly. Great Holy Heart Demon Lord, your loyal servant asks you to return. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a noise in the coffin. With a bang, the coffin lid exploded, and immediately a strong breath rushed out from it. The strange thing is that these auras are not evil or turbid, but instead have a hint of holiness, which is completely different from the demonic aura. Then a very cute little girl walked out of the coffin. Lu Yan, I didn't expect you to be willing to follow me. The little girl's voice was complicated. She was originally the supreme demon. Just because she didn't want to slaughter humans, she was assassinated by the demon lord of the same race. Now that she is alive again, she wants to cut off all ties with those demons. Now she is a pure human being, Lord Sacred Heart. The other demon lords have already calculated that you may have successfully reincarnated, and they are likely to send people to hunt you down at this critical juncture, so you must move with me to a safe place. Before Lu Yin finished her words, an evil aura suddenly attacked her. I never thought that the dignified Saint Heart Demon Lord would fall to this point. It's really a gift from heaven. A cold voice was heard, causing the master and servant to change their expressions. Oh no, the other Demon King's minions are coming. Follow me. Lu Yin was quick-witted and quick-handed. She hugged the reincarnation of the Holy Heart Demon Lord and ran towards the Huan Sect. Chapter 79. Where can you run to? An evil voice full of teasing followed closely from behind. Who are you? How dare you chase after Saint Heart Venerable? Aren't you afraid of breaking a taboo and being punished by having your heart pierced by 10,000 swords? Lu Yin ran away while cursing. Judging from the opponent's aura, he is definitely a demon general level figure. There is no way he can be his opponent. The Holy Heart Demon Lord has just been reincarnated and is still a child, so he is even less capable of fighting with him. Lady Xingxin betrayed her position and has been expelled from the demon clan. Several demon lords have issued a hunting order against her at the same time. Do you think I will let go of this great merit? The other party laughed sinisterly. The voice was getting closer and closer. The demonic energy was rolling. Even the space was dyed black, full of oppression. I will let you be clear-headed ghosts. When you get to the underworld, remember to tell the King of Hell that it was the demon Commander Goe who sent you on your final journey. The subordinates of the Tao Tai Demon Lord. The Holy Heart Demon Lord gritted his teeth, secretly hating the Tao Tai Demon Lord, who had always been at odds with her, and only took the other's share of the sin of killing her. Now that she is in a desperate situation, the other party will not miss the opportunity to beat her up. We can't escape. Put me down and go. The Holy Heart Demon Lord made a judgment instantly and couldn't bear to watch this loyal subordinate suffer the same disaster as himself. Hearing this, Lu Yin was deeply moved and wished she could die for the Demon Lord. Don't worry, sir. I have found a great backer who can keep us safe. As she spoke, she quickened her pace, and Hangshan Mountain was right in front of her. Big backer. The Holy Heart Demon Lord's eyes lit up, and he said, Could it be that you have taken refuge with other demon lords? Is there anyone willing to take us in? No, that sir is not a demon, but a human. Hearing this, the hope in Xingxin's eyes dimmed instantly. Humans are weak and have difficulty protecting themselves. Let's not get him into trouble and go somewhere else. You can't go anywhere, so just wait and die. At this moment, a dark humanoid creature caught up with them, and when it opened its mouth, it revealed a mouth full of fangs, looking ferocious and terrifying, and it pressed down on the two men with a palm. The two of them changed color at the same time. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill them instantly. I never thought I would die at the hands of such a minion. The Holy Heart Demon Lord had a look of unwillingness on his face. At this moment, the token on Lu Yan's body actually glowed, and then a space wave swept over and transferred them to Hangshan Mountain. With a loud bang, the ground exploded. The demon marshal's attack missed, and there was a look of surprise on his face. You actually have a trump card to escape. You're just barely surviving. I have memorized your breath. He grinned and looked towards the hills in the distance. I am not dead yet. The Holy Heart Demon Lord had a look of surprise on his face. At this moment, they had already arrived at the Huan Sect. We are safe now. Lu Yin let out a long sigh and collapsed to the ground. Is it safe now? Xing Xian looked around in confusion. This was just a dilapidated sect. How could it provide them with shelter? At this moment, dark clouds appeared in the sky and rolled towards them. That guy is chasing us again? It doesn't matter. He's just courting his own death. Lu Yin said confidently. Huh, why don't you guys run away? Run away quickly. This will add some fun to me. The evil demon commander spoke like a cat playing with a mouse, enjoying the pleasure of torturing his prey very much. Since you're not going to run away, then go die. Chapter 80. Just as he was about to make a move, his face suddenly changed. He felt a powerful aura pressing down on him, causing him to fall heavily to the ground like a bird with broken wings. It's a formation. The Holy Heart Demon Lord had a look of shock on her face. She didn't notice anything unusual just now until the formation was activated, which made her feel something. It can only be said that this formation is very sophisticated. So this is your confidence, but we still have to find a way to escape. Ordinary formations can't stop a demon commander-level warrior. You're right, this trivial trick can't save you. The demon marshal struggled to stand up with a ferocious look on his face and walked forward step by step. But he soon discovered something was wrong. Just because with every step he took, the pressure around him became more terrifying, greatly suppressing his strength. Hiss! The Holy Heart Demon Lord couldn't help but gasp. In her opinion, the demon marshal's strength had been suppressed to the limit, and now he was no different from an ordinary person. What kind of formation is this? It can actually be done to this extent. Was it really set up by humans? She was extremely suspicious. Although she had never killed a human, she liked observing humans. In her impression, there is no strong person in the human world who can set up such a formation. Could it be that humans are hiding their abilities and hiding all the top strong men, preparing to strike a heavy blow to the demons at the critical moment? Lu Yin, kill him. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the demon lord's order, Lu Yin did not hesitate. Want to kill me? You were just dreaming. Fortunately, I have the magic weapon given by the demon lord. The demon Marshal Gohue laughed, took out a magic bottle from his arms, and pointed it at the two people in front of him. Oh no, it's the soul bottle, the Holy Heart Demon Lord exclaimed. Get out of the way! I saw a terrifying black gas about to burst out from the mouth of the bottle and destroy everything around it. At this moment, a flash of light appeared in the void, and an even more terrifying aura fell. Bang! With a crisp sound, the bottle of dead souls exploded on the spot, and the demon marshal was the first to be hit and targeted by that breath. No! A look of fear appeared on his face, and then his flesh and blood melted away, his bones shattered, and his internal organs disintegrated, leaving only a pool of ash that was then blown away by the wind. How is this possible? I must be dreaming. The Holy Heart Demon Lord was sweating profusely. She was terrified by this scene. The whole process took less than 2 blinks of an eye, and a demon general died easily. What kind of horrible formation was this? Lu Yin, tell me, have you really seen the human who set up the formation? Of course, he is a handsome young man, and it seems that his cultivation is not very high. Superficial, this must be a disguise. The other party is definitely a super old monster. That's what I think too. The Holy Heart Demon Lord had a solemn expression on his face, and suddenly he smelled a refreshing breath. What is this? It's definitely a tonic. Her eyes glowed, and she came to the spiritual herb room following the scent. Oh my god, it's actually the 7-star Jade Blood Lotus. It can help me recover my cultivation quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to pounce on him. Wait a minute, Demon Lord. This will make that adult angry. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped him. Hearing this, the Demon Lord couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It's really too torturous to only be able to look but not eat. I'll just eat a leaf. I'm sure that person won't find out. As long as he's not found out, it won't be considered a mistake. She comforted herself, her little hand already stretched out. Chapter 81. At this moment, a huge wave occurred in the void, pressing down directly on the Holy Heart Demon Lord. Ah! She screamed and was pressed to the ground. Her little face turned pale. I know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'm still a child. Xingxin begged for mercy with tears in her eyes, her small body trembling as she feared she would be wiped out. Lu Yin also knelt down, holding the token in both hands, and kowtowed to apologize. Please be merciful. My lady is young and naive. She won't dare to do it again. Boom! The sound of thunder was heard in the air, and streams of spiritual energy condensed into the shape of a palm, falling towards the buttocks of the Holy Heart Demon Lord. Snap! 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 The sound of spanking was incessant, and it looked like a parent scolding a disobedient child, which made Lu Yan's heart tremble. This is the famous Demon Lord. who can be killed but not humiliated. No one in the Heavenly Demon Clan dared to teach her a lesson like this, but she was defeated in the Huan sect. Whoa, stop it. How can you bully a child? I told you not to do it again. Don't hit me again. Ah, it hurts. After 30 hits, the strong sense of oppression finally disappeared. The Holy Heart Demon Lord sat down on the ground, then suddenly jumped up and lay on Lu Yin. You cry? Nonsense. I am the Demon Lord, a person who kills without blinking an eye. How could I cry? The little girl felt extremely aggrieved now, and she sobbed stubbornly. When I regain my strength, I will definitely give this person who set up the formation to. Before he finished his words, a thunderbolt burst out and exploded above their heads. Ah, I was just kidding. Sheng Xian squatted down and hugged her head, forcing herself to stop crying. She touched her little butt and felt only pain, but no further injuries. Lu Yin, I need to revise the human research report I wrote. There are still some scary guys among the human race. She said with lingering fear that although this formation only taught her a lesson, it would be easy to kill her if someone wanted to. At this moment, a large pile of construction tools fell from the sky and landed in front of the Holy Lord, which scared her. What does this mean? Reporting to the Demon Lord, we have been protected by this place, so we must repay the owner of this place with labor. We'd better repair the wall before that master comes back. The Holy Heart Demon Lord curled her lips and seemed like she was about to cry again. She was a dignified and great lord, but she was also forced to do labor. I see. Thousands of miles away, Zhou Tong couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? The little witch looked over. Nothing, just thought of something interesting. Several people rode the wind and clouds, traveled day and night, and had already walked out of the territory of Sanqing realm and were about to enter the Tiandao realm. Murongya was pretending to be calm, but Huan Lok would not lie and showed her excitement to Zhou Tong without reservation. Take it easy. Zhou Tong grabbed her hand, causing her to tremble slightly. What are you doing, little guy? Before she finished her words, Murongya felt her fingers getting cold, and there was something shiny on the ring finger of her left hand. Ring? It's a keepsake. Chapter 82. Zhou Tong emphasized, but saw the other party's smile gradually become more and more presumptuous. It's much better than that ugly woman's. Murongya looked at the dazzling ring, and there seemed to be stars twinkling in her eyes. At this moment, Longling Yun sounded the alarm. Master, there are 2 warships approaching from behind. It seems that they are preparing to go to the same place as us. Murongya frowned slightly, and a look of disgust flashed across her face. This group of people must be a bunch of rapists coveting her poor eldest disciple. Never mind them. Looking at their flags, they seem to be from the Indulgent Sect. Upon hearing this, Murongya's eyebrows suddenly raised and an astonishing aura emanated from her body. What's wrong? Is there a grudge? Zhou Tong asked. It's more than just a grudge. It's an irreconcilable feud. Murongya gnashed her teeth and said, the leader of the Zongqing sect was once my senior sister. Because she was dissatisfied with the master passing the position of leader to me, she betrayed the sect with half of the Huan sect's heritage. When master learned about this, he was so angry that he vomited blood and died. Since then, I have become radical and planted the seeds of evil in my heart. So he is such a ruthless person, Zhou Tong said disdainfully. So the technique they practice is also the Haan Tiangong? They are not qualified yet. Only the genuine sect master can receive the complete inheritance and educate the disciples. These people should have only learned the first level of Tiangong, and they have gone to extremes. Zhou Tong sucked in a breath of cold air. The first level of Huan Tiangong was the art of sex. Men and women practicing together could complement each other's yin and yang and strengthen each other. But if it went to extremes, it would become the vulgar art of sexual intercourse. Acting in this way will inevitably lead to disaster and will not last long, and it will be difficult to achieve enlightenment in the end. Can the art of sex really bring about the balance of yin and yang? The little witch suddenly asked, stumping everyone else. Aren't you a witch? You don't even know about this kind of thing? Longling Yun looked at her with strange eyes. I'm called the witch because I like to torture people. The little witch glared back. Don't just blame me. You also learned the art of sex, but didn't you practice it? Senior sister, you know me well. I love swords as much as my life, and I am not interested in love affairs. Longling Yun said perfunctorily, looking at Murongya who was standing beside him. Girl, you know me well. Although I have lived for more than 100 years, I am still a girl. Finally, Murong Yu's gaze fell on Zhou Tong again, making him feel uncomfortable. Master, you know me well. I used to be, to put it mildly, a bootlicker. Then we can rest assured. The three women breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Boom! A deafening roar suddenly approached, and two warships of the Zongqing sect were seen speeding up and flanking the Hongshan on both sides. Oh my, isn't this my talented junior sister? I haven't seen her for decades. How come she is now in such a miserable state with only a small boat? A wanton voice was heard, and Zhou Tong looked in the direction and saw an extremely coquettish woman. There was so little cloth on the other person that even a beggar would shed tears of pity upon seeing it. It could only barely cover the private parts, and when the wind blew, a large area of white body was exposed. What's even worse is that this woman can't wait to show off her powerful assets to everyone. Speed up and get rid of them. Murongya frowned, too lazy to pay attention to them. Don't be so anxious. We sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. Isn't it nice to catch up? With a playful look on her face, the woman actually turned a warship sideways to block the way of Zhou Tong and others. This scene made Zhou Tong laugh. How dare you play bumper boats with me? Do you have the ability? Chapter 83. I'm warning you once. Get the boat out of the way. Zhou Tong's voice was flat, but everyone could hear it. But the other party simply ignored it. I'm warning you this second time. Move the boat away, or you will bear the consequences. Zhou Tong's voice became stern, and the person on the other side looked disdainful when he heard it. Who do you think you are to give us orders? I saw dozens of young boys and girls sticking their heads out of the boat. They were paired up, behaving intimately and boldly, and were extremely coquettish. The young man in the lead looked down at Zhou Tong and the others with mockery and ridicule in his eyes. It was obvious that he was the leader of this group of disciples. The woman next to you is very nice. How about exchanging with mine? He glanced greedily at Murongya and the others, not hiding his possessiveness at all. The leader of the Zongqing sect just watched from the side and had no intention of stopping it. Long Lingyun drew out his sword, and the little witch's face became terribly gloomy, ready to take action at any time. Zhou Tong smiled. He would not give anyone a third chance. Holding the token in his hand, he increased the power of the red dust to the limit. Boom! A terrifying roar was heard, causing screams of surprise from people on the opposite ship. They're crazy and want to crash right into us. Don't be afraid, they're just pretending. I want to see if they have the courage. The young man raised his lips, confident that Zhou Tong and the others would be defeated. In his opinion, if the small Hongshan dared to confront them head-on, it would be like an egg hitting a stone. However, the slap in the face came extremely quickly. Before he could finish his words, the warship under his feet made a loud bang, followed by an extremely violent vibration. Madman! The face of the leader of the Zongqing sect on the other ship changed drastically. She never expected that Zhou Tong and others could be so crazy. Are they really not afraid of death? She soon understood why. The red dust was like a red-hot steel knife cutting into the butter, easily cutting the ship in half while remaining intact. How is that possible? A look of disbelief flashed across her face. Their spaceship was not made of paper, yet it seemed so vulnerable in front of the red dust. What a monster of a ship is that? Or, what a monster is the man who built it? Master, help me! The spaceship crashed, and dozens of disciples of the Zongqing sect fell from the air like dumplings, dancing and gesticulating. Especially the leading disciple. His face no longer had that kind of confidence. Instead, it was replaced by a deep fear. A bunch of rubbish, the little demon girl taunted. If you can't even ride the wind and fly into the air, you might as well just go and reincarnate. The Zongqing sect's leader had an extremely ugly expression on her face. She just stretched out her hand and pulled all the disciples up. This is too much. Looking at the destroyed spaceship, she trembled with heartache and couldn't understand when Murongya became so wild. Catch them. I'm going to settle accounts with them. Looking at the Hongshan that was about to speed away, the leader of the Zongqing sect gave the order with gritted teeth. Boom! The spaceship under his feet suddenly roared like a wild beast, and at full speed, it quickly approached the red dust. Chapter 84. At this moment, Zhou Tong's voice was heard again from the Hongshan. I'm warning you for the first time. If you dare to come within 30 feet of us, we will destroy you immediately. The disciples of Zongqing sect were shocked and immediately slowed down. They didn't want the only remaining ship to be shattered. You guys are quite sensible. Zhou Tong nodded and said, It seems that using strength to teach you how to be a good person is still very effective. Once is enough. Hearing this, the faces of all the disciples of Zongqing's sect turned red. This was a naked humiliation, no different from being slapped in the face. Arrogant. I want to see what you are capable of. The Zongqing sect leader's face changed slightly, and the next moment he stepped into the air, jumped onto the Hongqin, and came in front of the four people. Miranjia, how are you? Lian Hanxing, who gave you the courage to come before me? Murong Ye's expression was cold, and her eyes were filled with strong disgust. Zhou Tong took a look at the other person and found out that the leader of the Zongqing sect was named Lian Hanxing, which was a good name. Umph. You have nothing to be proud of? I heard that the Huan sect has completely fallen under your leadership. If Master still has a spirit, he must regret his original choice. Lian Hanxing spoke in a provocative tone, focusing on attacking Murong Ye's soft spots in an attempt to waver. However, Murong Ye seemed to have been prepared and responded, Master should be thankful. If the throne had really been passed on to you, the Huan sect would have long since become a place where filth and dirt are hidden. She would not be able to rest in peace even if she died. As soon as these words were spoken, the other party's defense was instantly broken. Murongya, don't pretend to be a chaste saint in front of me. You have had fun with many men over the years. Let me see your true face. Before he finished speaking, Lian Hanxing's brows cracked, and one of his vertical eyes opened suddenly, staring at Murongya. After a moment, she showed an expression of disbelief. How is that possible? You are over 100 years old and still a virgin. How could you bear it? Then she looked at Long Lingyun and the little demon girl and got the same result. This is not true. How can you be called the Huan sect if you are like this? Lian Hanxing said madly, as if she had suffered a huge blow. On the road of cultivation, only those who can control themselves can go further. Although the Haan Tiangong is the way of yin and yang, one must also control desires and not be promiscuous. Otherwise, one will destroy one's own foundation. This was what her master once taught them, but she had long forgotten it. Only Murong Ye had been insisting on following it. When she thought of this, she became extremely angry. Who are you pretending to be a good student and a good disciple for? That old thing is already dead. Do you still want her to crawl out of the grave and praise you again? You are jealous. Murong Ye looked at her with pity. Jealous? Me? Huh? What a joke. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you've learned to be humorous. Lian Hanxing said crazily. Do you think I care about that old woman's praise? I never care what she thinks of me. She doesn't like me anyway. All this is because of you. As she spoke, she saw Zhou Tong beside her, and her expression immediately became extremely gentle. I understand. No man is interested in you, so you have to stay single. Or, this guy is not in good health and cannot satisfy you three. Shut up and get out of here. Murong Ye stood in front of Zhou Tong and shouted coldly at Lian Hanxing. Huh? You're in a hurry. It looks like I was right. Let me help you arouse this boy's sexual desire. As soon as she finished speaking, she activated her divine power, targeting only Zhou Tong. Beautiful and dreamy, enchanting and soul-stealing. Chapter 85. Lian Hanxing exuded an enchanting aura, enveloping Zhou Tong. She is using her most powerful charm to transform the world into a land of tenderness, enough to make even the most hard-hearted people fall for her and worship her. Lian Hanxing's beauty and strength are comparable to Mo Liusu, second only to Murong Ye. There are very few people who can withstand her move. Sure enough, Zhou Tong's face changed and turned red, as if he was trying hard to endure some kind of desire. Young man, enjoy life to the fullest. You should grab the beauty in front of you with both hands. If you miss it, you will regret it in the future. She just opened her arms, making her open and majestic chest look even more sturdy, and a white light was so dazzling that it hurt the eyes. Into my sister's arms. I will take good care of you. You will soon be able to experience the most wonderful feeling in the world. After these words were spoken, Zhou Tong's expression became even more difficult, as if his patience had reached its limit. This scene made Lian Hanxing extremely proud. She only needed to use a little bit of charm to make Murong Ye's disciples unable to control themselves. Vomit. A violent vomiting sound was heard, and the expression on her face suddenly shattered. Zhou Tong was seen bending over and making an exaggerated vomiting gesture, as if he had a stomach upset. You, what's wrong with you? Lian Hanxing asked with a frown. Master, this Annie is so disgusting. Zhou Tong complained to Murongya with a miserable look on his face, but with a sly smile on his face. Don't be afraid, Master is here. Just hide behind me, and that ugly monster won't be able to do anything to you. Murongya hugged Zhou Tong and patted his back gently. However, the heartwarming conversation between the master and the disciple made Lien Hanxing feel like he was struck by lightning. My aunt? Ugly. At this moment, her faith in Taoism was almost shattered. Over the past few decades, some people said that she was vicious, some said that she was promiscuous, but no one said that she was ugly. With her peerless beauty and supreme charm, countless important figures became soft-hearted in front of her, bowing their heads in obedience to her and doing whatever she said. This is her reliance and her pride, and it must not be desecrated. But now, this pride has been trampled to pieces by Zhou Tong. She has been defeated completely and has no dignity at all, which is unbearable for her. Who are you calling Annie, you little brat? In an instant, murderous intent boiled over, and Lien Hanxing became angry and humiliated. I'm talking about you. Zhou Tong looked at him nonchalantly, his eyes clear and even with a hint of sarcasm. This look hurt Lien Hanxing deeply. No man had ever looked at her like this. Other men only had undisguised lust in their eyes. My master is 1,000 times more beautiful than you. I'm used to her. If you continue to flirt in front of me, you're simply asking for trouble. I kill you. Lien Hanxing finally couldn't bear it anymore and attacked Zhou Tong in anger. Good job. Zhou Tong did not dodge at all. His terrifying mental power condensed into a heavy hammer and smashed hard into the opponent's forehead. Ah, it hurts. Lien Hanxing stepped back, feeling a piercing pain in her head. She didn't even know what Zhou Tong had done. Is that all? Zhou Tong said to himself that this was the first time he used mental power to attack since his rebirth. Judging from the effect, it should be enough to make a strong man of Mo Liusu's level feel dazed. If his cultivation level was improved a little more, he would be able to control his mental power to launch stronger attacks. In that case, Lien Hanxing would not have been able to escape so easily. I didn't want to get entangled with you, but since you've made a move, then stay. Chapter 86. Murongya's expression was cold, and her long hair turned white in an instant. Lien Hanxing's face changed slightly. She knew that Murongya was getting serious about it. Don't think I'm afraid of you. If we take action here, your 3 disciples will be affected. She tried to threaten Murongya to make her afraid to act rashly. Stop talking nonsense and go to hell. The little witch took the first step. The other party dared to use her to threaten her master, which had touched her reverse scale. With one step forward, the sea of red dust ripples, dragging everyone into the realm. Little girl, you are still very immature, Lien Hanxing said with disdain, but her expression was very solemn. She knew that none of her disciples could fight with him. With a clang, the sword was unsheathed. Long Lingyun, with the power of sword, also joined the battle. It's never going to end. Lien Hanxing was feeling annoyed, but she had to be careful in her response, because the sword energy was everywhere and hard to guard against. If she was careless, she would suffer. Coupled with Murongya's pressure, she was instantly caught in a tough battle. Damn it, these 2 brats are so difficult to deal with. It seems that if we want to escape, we must capture a hostage. She thought quickly in her mind and immediately took a liking to Zhou Tong, who was doing nothing. It's decided to be you. In her opinion, Zhou Tong had the weakest aura. Not only was he the easiest to control, but he also attracted the most hatred. She would be letting herself down if she didn't catch him. In a flash, she decisively activated the jade demon body, and her aura suddenly surged, improving by more than 1 level. Then, she cleared a path, used her body to withstand the attacks of the 3 people, and rushed straight towards Zhou Tong. Although she used a protective spell, she was still seriously injured, but she didn't care because one of her hands was already on Zhou Tong's shoulder. Boy, you finally fell into my hands. She resisted the urge to vomit blood and said with a sneer on her face. Then you better hold on tight and never let go. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth and looked at him without fear, which shocked Lien Hanxing. This is definitely not an expression a hostage should have. Zhou Tong stretched out his hands and wrapped them around hers. Under her surprised gaze, Zhou Tong's hair turned white. This scene made Lien Hanxing's heart beat wildly. Zhou Tong was so young, but he had already reached the 4th level of Haan Tiangong and the realm of Jade Demon Body. What a terrifying talent. However, it was too early for her to be surprised. Immediately afterwards, Red thunder surged out from Zhou Tong's body, wrapped around her arms, and tried to bind her entire body. Huan lock. You actually created the huan lock. The surprise on Lian Hanqing's face immediately turned into horror. She knew that if she was completely entangled, she would lose her freedom forever. Let go. Her voice trembled. She was really scared and immediately hit Zhou Tong with her other hand. Don't worry, I'll give you another one. Zhou Tong mobilized his mental power and once again turned it into a sledgehammer, striking the opponent directly between the eyebrows. This time it was even heavier, causing Lian Hanqing to scream miserably, and most of the strength in his body was removed. During this time, Murongyu arrived in time and slapped her on the back. Lian Hanqing felt a black screen before his eyes, and then he fell down limply and lay on the deck. Call! Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. It would be very scary for such a strong man to be trapped in a fight. Little guy, do you want to use your shackles to restrain her? If you do that, your strength will skyrocket again. Murongyu said seductively with a wicked smile on her face. Chapter 87. Lian Hanqing woke up, and when she found that all her clothes had been changed, her face suddenly changed. I'm captured. She suddenly jumped up from the bed. Her body couldn't help shaking, and her heart sank to the bottom. What she feared most was Zhou Tong's huan lock. If he put the shackles on her while she was unconscious. When she thought of this, her hands and feet became cold, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She would rather die than lose her freedom and become a tool for others. The door was opened, and Murongyu walked in gracefully. When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. Lian Hanqing was so jealous that she was about to cry. You should be satisfied now, right? I have completely lost to you. Now you can let your apprentice play with me, as he pleases. Murongyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Looking at Lian Hanqing's pitiful appearance, who was frightened, she just felt relieved. It's a pity that my disciple doesn't like you. As soon as these words came out, the other party instantly turned into a furious cat and couldn't help but roared. How long are you going to humiliate me? If you have the guts, kill me. I'm just telling the truth. Murongyu suppressed her smile. If the little guy could put shackles on you, not only would he be able to increase his cultivation, he would also be able to gain a powerful fighter, but he refused. Hearing this, Lian Hanqing's pupils suddenly shrank, and she quickly checked her body. When she found that she was really not being controlled, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a strange emotion surged in her heart. I'm lost. How is this possible? She bit her red lips lightly, and Zhou Tong's figure appeared in her mind, and she suddenly felt so angry that her teeth itched. What did that little devil mean? A beautiful woman fell in front of him, letting him do whatever he wanted without any resistance. He only needed to move his fingers to completely possess her. Zhou Tong actually gave up under such circumstances. Did he despise her? Or, playing hard to get? This is definitely playing hard to get. Being a beautiful lady in the world, she instantly thought of a logical explanation. Zhou Tong must have deliberately ignored his charm and pretended to be indifferent in order to stimulate his competitive spirit and make himself obsessed with him. Boy, you've made a wrong calculation. I won't be fooled by you. Just as Lian Hanqing was about to move, a sword was put at her neck. Mirangia, do you really want to kill me? She tensed her body and her pupils suddenly contracted. She was extremely weak now and would surely die if a fight broke out. I do want to kill you, but I can also give you a chance to atone for your sins. Murongyu put away the sharp blade, snapped her fingers, and a ray of light penetrated into the opponent's eyebrows. Ah! Lian Hanqing couldn't help but cry out in pain. What did you do to me? It's just a little trick. Next, you have to help us save people. If you succeed, I will let you go free and all our past grudges will be wiped out. If you dare to play tricks again, I see. Humph. You just want to save your disciple, don't you? I hope you won't break your promise. I can swear to God. No need. I trust your reputation. Lian Hanqing waved her hand, walked out of the room, and came to the deck. She looked back and didn't see her own spaceship, and a trace of anxiety suddenly appeared on her face. Don't worry, I have sent all your disciples back and taught them a bit, so they won't go astray in the future. Murongya's voice came from behind. Chapter 88. Have a finger in the pie. As soon as she finished speaking, she discovered that there was a breath of air around her. She saw Zhou Tong sitting cross-legged on the deck, seemingly practicing. Are you trying to create a chance encounter? Don't think I can't see through your little tricks. Lian Hanqing snorted coldly and tried to ignore Zhou Tong. But then, she stopped again. only because Zhou Tong exuded the aura of a cultivator. This is the first level of soul transformation. How is this possible? Lian Hanxing was stunned. Zhou Tong's hiding method was too advanced, so she couldn't see Zhou Tong's cultivation level. Now that she knew Zhou Tong's true realm, she almost dropped her jaw. This is too weak. Am I going to fall into this kid's hands? She said this with a shocked look on her face, but she didn't know that Zhou Tong was undergoing a transformation of his own at this moment. After his rebirth, he has mastered too many unique skills, each of which is of extremely high quality. If they were to be lost in the outside world, they would surely attract the attention of the entire continent. But for him who is preparing to break through to the Emperor realm, these are no longer necessary. If you want to become a true Emperor, you must first comprehend the 6 realms of nothingness. Among them, the state of unconsciousness is the ultimate of unique skills, and one can create unique skills at will. However, it is extremely difficult to reach this level. Not only does one have to forget all of one's unique skills, leaving only a set of techniques to protect the body, but one also has to go through a long period of suffering and adjustment. In his previous life, Zhou Tong had stepped half into the realm of unconsciousness. He integrated the strengths of hundreds of schools and created a move called breaking all methods that could break all the ways. Now he has cut off all the unique skills in his mind and is using the Haan Tiangong as a self-protection method to start impacting the state of unconsciousness. The Haan Tiangong is divided into 9 levels. The first level is the art of bedroom. The second level is the sea of red dust. The third level is the dream of beauty. The fourth level is the jade demon body. And the fifth level is the divine language of the sky. The so-called divine language of the sky is the power to communicate with heaven and earth, to understand the movement of heaven and earth, to let water, fire, wind, thunder, mountains, rivers, and plants all enter your heart, and then control them. This level is very similar to the state of unconsciousness. Unconsciousness is the state of controlling all things, while the divine language of the sky explains the mysteries of nature. Tao follows nature. What a coincidence. Zhou Tong suddenly understood. His accumulated experience finally led to a sudden enlightenment, and it was as if a window paper had been broken through, and he naturally entered the state of unconsciousness. Under Lian Hanxing's horrified gaze, his aura suddenly rose. This. She pointed at Zhou Tong with trembling hands, and saw that Zhou Tong's cultivation level was like riding a rocket. He made continuous breakthroughs from the first level of soul transformation and reached the 9th level with unstoppable force. How is that possible? Am I dreaming? She asked in self-doubt. You'll get used to it, Murongya said from the side, which made her feel like she was struck by lightning. Habit? Is this a daily routine for him? Before he finished speaking, Zhou Tong took another step forward, tore apart the barriers of the great realms, and stepped into the Hexian state. Boom! Thunder rumbled, illuminating the entire world. It's a thunder tribulation. He hasn't even crossed the barrier of transcendence, but he can trigger a thunder tribulation? What kind of monster is this? Lian Hanxing was stunned, but then something happened that shocked her even more. Zhou Tong was seen rising into the air, looking up at the thunder in the sky, his eyes shining with golden light, showing no fear at all. This pretentious thunder tribulation should just dissipate. He waved his hand. The sky exploded in an instant, and an amber star fell from the sky. The divine voice in the sky shakes everything in the world. Chapter 89. The stars in the sky blocked out the sun, casting a huge shadow that completely obscured the red dust. Lian Hanxing looked up at the sky, stunned, and her expression was out of control. Zhou Tong actually pulled the meteorite down from outer space. What kind of skill is this? Boom! Tianqing drove straight in and smashed into the thunder tribulation. Vast ripples surged across the sky, tearing everything in its path apart. After a long time, the clouds dispersed, the disaster ended, the sky was clear, and only Zhou Tong stood in the sky like a god. Tiandao Realm, Lingxiao Empire, within the royal family. A woman suddenly woke up from her sleep, her robes soaked with sweat. His Majesty, the night watchguard rushed in and asked with a worried look on his face. Nothing, I just had a nightmare again. All of you go out. The woman stood up and took off her golden nightgown, revealing her slender and voluptuous body. How many times has this happened? I've had the same dream again. This person is Qian Miaoyu, the supreme queen of Lingxiao Empire and also the most talented emperor in the history of the empire. 10,000 years ago, When the empire was first established, it could only survive in one corner. However, after 26 generations of monarchs worked hard to govern the country, it finally swept across the four directions and unified the entire Tiandao domain in this generation. The reason why this was so smooth was that Qian Miaoyu formed an alliance with Tiandao Mansion and hired Tiandao Mansion's leader Zhao Wutan as the national teacher, which widened the gap with the enemy country in one fell swoop. Nowadays, Tiandao Mansion is the largest sect in Lingxiao Empire, and Tiandao domain got its name from this. The cool wind evaporated her sweat and made the hairs on her delicate body stand up. "It's so cold," Qian Miaoyu shuddered, then sat on the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, as if it was a shell that could protect against danger. She was having trouble sleeping, as she kept replaying the dream in her mind. She didn't know when this dream started, but it kept haunting her like a maggot attached to her bones, and each time it became clearer and clearer. In the dream, countless powerful men came madly, wanting to destroy the empire and Tiandao Mansion. In order to survive, she joined forces with the strong men of Tiandao Mansion to fight against the enemies. The battle was extremely brutal. The imperial capital was destroyed and the Tiandao palace was uprooted, but they never gave up and kept fighting until the blood flowed like a river and never lost the upper hand. However, just when the stalemate was at its peak, the sky suddenly exploded and a golden-haired young man came riding on the wind, overlooking the world, as if he was stepping on everyone. The young man was shrouded in mist, with only a vague outline and a pair of majestic eyes, which left a lasting impression on her. The other party just waved his hand and pulled down the flying stars from the sky, launching a devastating attack on the strong men of Tiandao Mansion and the Empire. Every time she dreamed of this, she would be awakened by strong emotions and could hardly control her fear. Death was so real that sometimes she couldn't even tell which was a dream and which was reality. Qian Miaoyu is also a cultivator and even a rare genius. She knows that this dream is not groundless and must reflect some kind of cause and effect. "Come here, go and invite the Imperial Master over, and tell him that I have something important to discuss with him." Qian Miaoyu acted decisively and immediately sought a solution. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a familiar voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, the Imperial Master requests an audience." The queen was slightly stunned, and then said, "Announce." "Your humble servant greets His Majesty." Zhao Wutan appeared in the hall, as elegant as a scholar, without any sign of madness or viciousness in him. "Great minds think alike. I was just about to summon you, but I didn't expect the Imperial Master to come here on his own initiative." Chapter 90. Qian Miaoyu sat upright, looking both elegant and noble. "I wonder why the State Master came here so late at night." "It's just a small matter. Your Majesty, do you know about the auction in 5 days?" "Of course I know. It was held by you personally. Did you run into any difficulties? Tell me. I will help you solve it." "Thank you, Your Majesty. It's not a big deal. However, in order to ensure that the auction can be held smoothly, I'm going to find a strong assistant to escort you. I have come to ask for your permission." The other party took out a communication jade pendant and crushed it in front of Qian Miaoyu. "Your Majesty, please look." I saw a thin smoke rising, and an image suddenly emerged, reflecting a woman's face. Seeing this person, Qian Miaoyu remained calm, but her heart skipped a beat. She had never met this woman in real life, but she could call each other's name. Yuqing Sect, Mo Liusu. When these words were spoken, not only Zhao Wutan, but even Mo Liusu in the video was stunned. "Why does Your Majesty know me? You may not believe this, but I have met you several times in my dreams, and you left a deep impression on me." "Ha, Your Majesty really knows how to joke." Qian Miaoyu clenched her fists imperceptibly, and her voice gradually became cold. "Okay, you are such a famous person. Why did you go to so much trouble to contact me?" Emoliosu was not a fool. She clearly heard the displeasure in the other party's tone and didn't know when she had offended someone. But when she thought of her purpose, she still spoke. "On behalf of Yuqing Sect, I hope to become an ally with Lingxiao Empire. We will face difficulties together and will never betray each other. For this reason, I plan to meet with Your Majesty in person in a few days, and I hope you will allow me to present a generous gift to show my sincerity." Qian Miaoyu frowned even more tightly. If it were under normal circumstances, she would have directly accepted the olive branch throne by such a powerful force. But because of that dream, her impression of Emoliosu was not very good. "Master, what do you think?" This is certainly a good thing. Zhao Wutan answered without hesitation. As both were leaders of large sects, he and Mo Liusu had been in contact for a long time. Just today, Mo Liusu took the initiative to find him and threatened to discuss a cooperation with him. After learning about the content of the cooperation, Zhao Wutan agreed immediately without thinking. Mo Liusu actually wanted to join forces with him to jointly destroy the Huan sect. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? Since the Imperial Master has said so, this emperor has nothing more to say. Qian Miaoyu's tone softened. Dreams were just dreams after all. As an emperor, he could not give up a powerful ally just because of something so unpredictable. Your Majesty, I have another favor to ask of you. Mo Liusu had a smile in her eyes and made a request while the iron was hot. Speak. A few days ago, I heard that people from the Huan sect were preparing to go to the Lingxiao Empire. My Yuqing sect has an irreconcilable feud with them. I hope your Majesty can help us monitor those people in advance and deal with them together when we go there. That's easy. Do you have portraits of those people? Nature. Mo Liusu swiped his hand into the air, and 3 beautiful faces appeared. They are Murongya, Long Lingyun, and the little demon girl. They are a bunch of beautiful women. What a pity. Your Majesty and the Imperial Master can deal with these 3 people as they please, regardless of their lives. As for the next person, Your Majesty, please protect him well. You can injure him, but never kill him. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Tong's face appeared on the screen. When she saw this person, Qian Miaoyu's whole body tensed up. Chapter 91. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Zhao Wutian called out repeatedly before Qian Miaoyu came back to her senses. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Qian Miaoyu took a deep breath and suddenly recalled the scene in her dream. Although the face of the young man who pulled down Tianxing was blurry, she could never forget the look in his eyes. The eyes are exactly the same as the boys in the painting, as if they were carved from the same mold. Is this a coincidence? Her heart was pounding and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Even if it was a dream, there were too many coincidences. Who is this boy? His name is Zhou Tong. He was once my traitor and was bewitched by the witch of the Huan sect. I came here this time to lead him back to the right path. I see. I understand. Qian Miaoyu remained calm. She originally wanted to explain her dream to the imperial teacher, but now she suppressed the impulse. The boy in the dream must be paid attention to no matter what, as it concerns the survival of the empire. So this time she plans to observe it personally and will not use anyone else's hands. After seeing off Zhao Woshan and others, the queen's face became a little gloomy. Over the years, the Tiandao mansion has become increasingly powerful, and there are even rumors that the real controller of this land is not Qian Miaoyu, but Zhao Wutan. On the Hongshan, Zhou Tong was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a bright light shining between his eyebrows. Why is he still meditating? Is he going to have another epiphany? Lian Hanqing asked. Shouldn't, right? Murongya said uncertainly, which immediately attracted contemptuous looks. If you can't even grasp the situation of your disciples, are you worthy of being a master? Before he finished speaking, strong fluctuations emerged around Zhou Tong. Spots of light jumped and condensed into mysterious symbols in the air. Finally, they gathered together and turned into a book. What is this? The 2 mature women were stunned for a moment, then moved instantly and rushed to Zhou Tong at the same time. When they looked at it, they found that the book was formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it was mixed with mysterious Taoist rhyme, which made it elusive. Lioha Destruction Sword. Murongya read it out subconsciously. It was obviously a secret sword manual. Call! Zhou Tong let out a long sigh, with a hint of fatigue on his face. So this is the true meaning of creating all things. He finally understood that the so-called creation of all things was the collision between the unconscious state of the strong and the natural forces of heaven and earth, turning the invisible Tao into the visible law. There is no doubt that this is a supreme level of secret knowledge. Once one comprehends it, one can mobilize the natural forces of heaven and earth and exert unpredictable power. Let me see. Long Lingyun pricked up his ears and ran over when he heard the noise. As a result, when she opened the first page of the secret book, she was completely fascinated. She was illiterate, but she could understand the deep meaning. Just a brief gaze made her look solemn. How? The little demon girl asked curiously. This sword technique has a very high threshold. You need to practice to the sword power realm before you can learn it. There are 6 moves in total, containing the heaven and earth, east, west, south, and north. Each move can mobilize the power of heaven and earth with the sword, achieving unity between heaven and man, and can compete with the sword. When these words were spoken, everyone except Zhou Tong took a deep breath. Chapter 92. Sword Skills, Sword Momentum, Sword Art. Every realm you cross is the difference between heaven and earth. But with the help of this secret book, one can make up for the gap between sword power and swordsmanship. How amazing is its value? Without saying anything, Long Lingyun sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. It didn't take too long, even less than an hour, but drastic changes occurred in her. The overwhelming sword force was endless, growing at a momentum visible to the naked eye and entangled around Long Lingyun. She also had an epiphany. I must be dreaming. Lian Hanqing opened her eyes wide and suddenly seemed to think of something and grabbed Muronya's collar with an angry look on her face. You must be hiding something from me. Could these monsters have been grown from the ground? That must be it. I once heard an old guy say that there is a magical seed in the world. Once it is planted and germinated, it will grow into 7 awesome children. Now you have already hatched 3, so you must give me 1 no matter what. Master is getting old and confused. Do you believe what she says? Muronya said unhappily. I don't care. The old lady loves you the most. Who knows if she left the divine seed for you? Boom! At this moment, an even more terrifying sword force exploded and disappeared completely in an instant, as if it had never existed. I understand. Long Lingyun stood up with a look of joy on his face, his brows flashing with excitement that was hard to hide. My sword power has reached the minor success realm. If I use the secret book and draw on the power of heaven and earth, I will be able to defeat a sword cultivator with a major success in sword power. It can be said that I am invincible in the way of the sword. Oh my God! Lian Hanqing was about to cry with envy. Why was God so unfair? In the end, her eyes fell on Zhou Tong, full of undisguised greed. This is the most evil guy, who created the supreme secret book with a casual wave of his hand. Is it really good to be so against the will of heaven? Junior sister, I have never asked you for anything in my life. She hugged Muronya's thighs and pointed at Zhou Tongdao. Sell this boy to me. Just tell me what you want. I will do anything to get him. Muronya smiled gently, leaned down, and held the other person's head. With a bang, Lian Hanqing's pretty face came into close contact with the deck. A mere prisoner dares to put forward conditions. He really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Zhou Tong finished his meditation. Only now did he feel relieved from his accumulated fatigue. The creation of secret books consumes a lot of energy. According to his estimation, it will take at least 3 days to create another secret book of the same level. Stop making trouble. We have already entered the Tiandao realm. We will reach the capital of the Lingxiao Empire in a moment. At this time, dozens of warships were passing through the sky at the same time, coming from different directions and different forces. They must have all come for the eldest sister. This is because the Yin-Yang Taoist body is not only an excellent cauldron, but also a peerless genius. It is extremely tempting whether it is used for dual cultivation or accepted as a disciple, or both. Stop now. At the gate of the imperial capital, guards holding spears blocked their way and asked them to sign up for entry. Zhou Tong put the red dust into the ring and reported his name. The guards' expressions changed, and they looked at each other and smiled sincerely. Please come in, dear guest. We provide you with free tour guide services. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask her. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman with a great figure came forward and greeted Zhou Tong and others with a smile. Everyone, please follow me. When seeing this person, no one else reacted, except Zhou Tong, whose expression changed slightly. This woman was wearing a treasure that isolated her cultivation level. She looked like an ordinary person, but she was extremely powerful and was definitely not a tour guide. We are also distinguished guests and need a tour guide. After Zhou Tong left, someone shouted loudly and was slapped in the face. Fuck you. The guard looked at him with disdain and said, I'm giving you face. Chapter 93. My name is Bodie. My ancestors have been tour guides in the imperial capital. I wonder where these distinguished guests are from. The beautiful tour guide smiles sweetly, making people feel like spring breeze. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Lian Hanqing glanced at her and said in a bad tone, Yes, yes. Please don't be angry. I won't say anything more. The other person had a timid expression on his face, like a frightened little rabbit, and his little appearance was adorable. Long Ling Yun and the little which looked angry and glared at Lian Hanxing fiercely. Unexpectedly, the other party smiled brightly and said, "Sister, let me teach you a lesson. This kind of woman who appears to be delicate and artificial may be a hungry wolf in her heart." Hearing this, Bodie couldn't help but tremble all over. What happened? Was I exposed so quickly? She shook her head and quickly denied the thought in her mind. She was Yaoyu, the supreme queen of Lingxiao Empire, and was most proficient in disguise. Combined with the secret treasure passed down from ancestors, even experts in the industry cannot find any clues. Unless someone's mental power reaches an extremely terrifying level, he can peel off the layers of illusions and see her true face. But it is almost impossible for such a person to appear. After calming down, she began to look at Zhou Tong vaguely. They are so similar both in body shape and outline, they are more than 80% similar to the boy in her dreams. "Are you spying on me?" Zhou Tong looked at Qian Miaoyu with disdain, and this one glance almost froze the blood in her body. "I don't." Qian Miaoyu's voice was trembling. Zhou Tong at this moment was exactly the same as the person in her dream. She disguised herself and got close to Zhou Tong in order to find out his strength, but unfortunately, there seemed to be a lot of fog blocking Zhou Tong, so she couldn't get any information. There are only two explanations for this. One is that Zhou Tong's strength is too terrifying and has exceeded the limits of what she can perceive. The second is that Zhou Tong has mastered a special method that allows him to restrain his breath, just like her. If it was the latter, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. It only meant that the dream was fake. She would cooperate with Mo Liusu without hesitation and attack Zhou Tong and others. If it's the former, when she thought of this, she shuddered involuntarily and recalled the scene of the falling stars. "I have to see your strength, clearly no matter what." Now it seems that this is the only way. Qian Miaoyu was holding a jade pendant in her palm, emitting strange vibrations. This was an arrangement she had made long ago. As long as the jade pendant was crushed, powerful assassins would rush out and assassinate Zhou Tong. No one can hide their cultivation at the moment of life and death. This is the best way to test your strength. It doesn't matter even if these assassins are caught. They will choose to commit suicide at the first opportunity and will not leave any evidence. It doesn't matter even if Zhou Tong dies, or it would be better that way. For the survival of the Lingxiao Empire, she doesn't care even if it offends the Yuqing sect. "Little guy, this woman is a little strange." Murongya's voice rang in Zhou Tong's ears. "I know that she not only changed her appearance, but also hid her cultivation. Is there such a thing?" Murongya was a little surprised. She opened her third eye inconspicuously and finally discovered something unusual. She saw a beautiful face hiding an even more beautiful face, which made her feel a little surprised. It is indeed a disguise, but there is no sign of hiding the cultivation level. That's because she's wearing a magic weapon. This person's strength is probably at the heaven-slashing realm, having already crossed the threshold of the extraordinary. Hiss! Murongya took a breath of cold air. The other party was willing to disguise himself in order to get close to them. It was obvious that he had ulterior motives. "I see. She is definitely Zhao Wutian's spy, specially used to monitor us." Murongya thought of the most likely explanation. After all, in this unfamiliar country, who else would be so attentive to others except for their enemies? All I can say is that she guessed right, but only half right. Chapter 94. Catch her and torture her, and you'll find out the truth. In just a moment, she came up with a solution, simple and crude but effective. "Don't be so rude. Hold her down while I use the soul search technique on her." Zhou Tong made a better suggestion, which made Murongya very upset. When it comes to cruelty, the little guy is more cruel. "Everyone take your positions. When I count to 3, we'll start together." Zhou Tong used his mental power to notify everyone around him and asked them to enter combat status. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a snapping sound, and Qian Miaoyu also crushed the jade pendant at the same time. Boom! The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly became a mess, and a strong murderous aura gushed out, scaring everyone away like birds and beasts. "Little devil, give me your life." More than a dozen powerful men in black appeared at the same time, holding daggers and trying to kill Zhou Tong. Each of them has reached the heaven-slaying realm. Their speed is extremely fast, and their momentum is even more terrifying and shocking. However, as fast as they are there are still people who are faster than them. Murongya and Lian Hanxing turned into white hair in an instant and pressed Qian Miaoyu's shoulders on the left and right, making her unable to move. What are you doing?" Qian Miaoyu was shocked, but had an innocent expression on her face. "Stop pretending. You leaked a long time ago, let's go." The two mature women exerted their strength at the same time, dragging Qian Miaoyu, Zhou Tong, and the other two away from the spot in an instant. Their speed was so fast that it was as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving behind only a group of killers lying in the wind. After a moment, time seemed to start flowing again. "Oh no! Your Majesty has been kidnapped." In a secret space, an extremely erotic interrogation was taking place. Qian Miaoyu would never have imagined that one day she would appear in front of others in such a shameful manner. I saw that her body was tightly wrapped with a red string, which made her proud figure even fuller and more explosive, and her whole body was dropped in midair. "How come you are so skilled?" Zhou Tong looked at Lian Hanxing with an extremely strange look in his eyes. "You were surprised by what you have seen. My skills have long been perfected. This red line can suppress her cultivation. She, a mere heaven slasher, cannot escape. Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to get close to us? If you cooperate obediently, I can give you a quick death." Murongya looked at him and asked coldly, "I don't know what you were talking about. Let me go. I am just an ordinary girl. How dare you be so stubborn?" Murongya took direct action and pulled out a pendant from the ravine on the opponent's chest, making it difficult for the opponent's breath to be concealed. "Good baby," she praised, and then tore off Qian Miaoyu's mask, revealing a pretty face with a beautiful face. "You are a beautiful woman. Why do you become a thief?" Qian Miaoyu was silent. She had nothing to say. "Let me deal with her. It will be over quickly using the soul-searching technique." As soon as Zhou Tong approached, the other party showed a look of horror. "I'll tell you everything." Qian Miaoyu surrendered instantly and said, "It was Mo Liusu. Mo Liusu asked me to monitor you." Chapter 95. When Zhou Tong heard the name again, he felt nothing in his heart and even felt like laughing. Could it be that that woman thought that as long as she destroyed the Huan sect, she would change her mind? She was really fanciful. Mo Liusu, what a disgusting name. Lian Hanxing had a look of disdain, and it was obvious that he had heard of your name for a long time. However, when she learned about the relationship between Zhou Tong and Mo Liusu, she felt much more lost. It turns out that this kid really wasn't grown by you, but you stole it from someone else's field. How many times have I told you that he was born by his father and raised by his mother? There is no such thing as a divine child in the world. You have been brainwashed by this old man. Murongya was angry and almost started a fight. "Have you met his parents?" Murongya was stunned. Not only her, but even Zhou Tong himself had never seen his parents. Qian Miaoyu saw this scene, and she broke out in a sweat instantly, as if she had thought of something terrible. Born supreme. It is very likely that Zhou Tong is born supreme. It is recorded in the royal text that throughout the vast universe and trillions of years, there has always been a strange substance that can absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a long period of evolution, it finally became a human form and gave birth to intelligence. At this moment, the spiritual being is comparable to the supreme being. Legend has it that the supreme being is immortal and always looks young. Moreover, he has restrained cultivation and is proficient in many ways. Although he looks like an ordinary person, he can easily destroy the world with just one move. It's correct. All of them are correct. Qian Miaoyu felt that she understood everything, and combined with the conversation between Murongya and the other, she dared to conclude that Zhou Tong was the psychic god who transformed into a human form and was then picked up by Mo Liusu. As for being expelled from Yuqing's sect and joining Haan sect, it was just that the natural supreme being was experiencing the worldly world and perfecting his own Taoism. When he finishes his journey in the mortal world and completes his cultivation, there will be one more great emperor in the world. The emperor's name is Zhou Tong. I understand. No wonder Mo Liusu couldn't wait to recognize Zhou Tong. It turns out that she wanted to create a cause and effect relationship with Tianqing Supreme. What a good plan. The thought of this made her chest tingle with anger. Mo Liusu, you are greedy for wealth and want to cling to the Supreme. That's fine, but why do you want to use the Lingxiao Empire as a weapon and let the Empire clash head-on with the future Emperor? Does the Empire have the strength to do so? Does Mo Liusu know how terrifying Zhou Tong will be in the future? Right? She didn't know. But Qian Miaoyu knew it very well. With a wave of the hand, he pulled down the stars and destroyed everything. How domineering and terrifying is this? Millions of lives were reduced to dust, and the strongest ones were all ants, and were completely destroyed in an instant. What a desperate scene it was. No matter what, she couldn't let that happen. However, she had no idea how outrageous her imagination was. If Zhou Tong searched her soul, he would probably die of laughter. His strength comes entirely from his accumulation in his previous life and has nothing to do with his natural supremacy. Please let me go. I'm just an ordinary queen with plain appearance. How dare I plot against you? I had no choice. She said it pitifully, causing the onlookers to gasp. This guy is actually the empress of Lingxiao Empire, the little witch opened her mouth wide, feeling something was unreal. The queen herself is an undercover agent. Does she really not know how to write the word death? She's suspicious. Chapter 96. Lian Hanxing came closer, rested her cheek on the other's fragrant neck, and was sniffing something carefully. Sister, you smell so good. Qian Miaoyu got goosebumps, and before she could say anything to stop him, Lian Hanxing's voice turned cold. Are you hiding something from us? No. Qian Miaoyu screamed, and saw Lian Hanxing sticking out her little pink tongue and licking her face. This smells like a lie. Lian Hanxing's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she said to Zhou Tongdao, Boy, search her soul. No, please don't do that to me. I'm the ruler of the empire, and I bear the lives of millions of my subjects. If I die, my subjects will be slaughtered and bullied by foreigners. It's none of my business. I know you are all practitioners with consciences, and you will never be so cruel. Moral kidnapping? Do you think I have morals? My conscience is very bad. If you don't believe me, come and touch it. Lian Hanxing grinned wickedly and moved closer with her chest puffed out. The two of them were face to face, which made the queen blush. Stop making trouble. Murong, you stopped Lian Hanxing. After learning Qian Miaoyu's identity, she didn't want to embarrass her anymore. No matter what, this person is the nominal owner of this land. If we can get her help, the process of rescuing the eldest disciple will be much smoother. What is your relationship with Zhao Wutian? He is my imperial teacher. How can... Before she could finish her words, Qian Miaoyu felt a fierce, murderous aura. In fact, I'm not that familiar with that guy. He always acts very pretentious. I've disliked him for a long time. If I wasn't afraid of the Tiandao mansion, I would have dealt with him 800 times. We can help you kill him, but the prerequisite is that you must cooperate with us. Murongya looked into the other person's eyes and made the request in a slow and heavy tone. No problem, I promise you. Qian Miaoyu looked at Zhou Tongdao without any hesitation. If possible, please become my guest official so that we can communicate and cooperate better. In order to change the future in her dreams, she decided to take the initiative, and the first thing she had to do was to establish a good relationship with Zhou Tong. Hearing this, Zhou Tong and his companions looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect the other party to make such a request. The so-called guest officials are not subordinates, but more like a cooperative relationship. They can come and go as they please, which is very easy and free. If you think about it carefully, they have no reason to refuse. You pass. Lian Hanxing waved her hand and let the other person go. From now on, we are friends, right? Qian Miaoyu asked quickly, as if this question was very important to her. That's natural. You won't attack your friends in the future, right? As long as you don't take the initiative to become an enemy, we will always be friends. Zhou Tong made a promise, which made the other party completely relieved. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Tong clapped his hands, and the white space around them dissipated, and they returned to reality. Don't be so surprised, Zhou Tong said to Qian Miaoyu. The space just now was built by me using a formation. You can think of it as a space ring. Qian Miaoyu was shocked. Knowing everything, this is indeed the means of a natural supreme being. Suddenly, Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows and smiled. All of you go. Zhao Wutian is coming. Only your majesty and I will be left here. Chapter 97. Be careful. As soon as the words fell, the four women retreated quickly, leaving only Zhou Tong behind. Qian Miaoyu looked around, but she didn't feel anything. She couldn't help but admire Zhou Tong even more. As expected of a natural supreme being, his perception covers the whole world. She cannot compare to him even if she flatters him. His Majesty. Then a familiar voice was heard. It was Zhao Wutan's shout. Not good. Zhao Wutian has also seen your portrait. You will be recognized by him. Qian Yeyu then remembered the scene of last night, and her face turned pale. If she angered Zhou Tong, all her efforts would be in vain. It's okay. Just introduce me to him normally. He won't recognize me. Is this true or false? Qian Miaoyu was suspicious, but soon Zhao Wutan descended from the sky and came in front of the two of them. I am late in protecting you, and I am guilty. As soon as Zhao Wutian landed, he spoke anxiously, but there was not much on his face. Thanks to the concern of the Imperial Master, I am safe and sound. Please excuse me. After the polite exchanges, Zhao Wuxian's gaze immediately fell on Zhou Tong. Who are you? He frowned, feeling that the young man was somewhat familiar. Zhou Tong did not respond, but Qian Yayu stepped forward and said, thanks to this gentleman's help, I was able to escape safely. From today on, I will treat him as a guest official. Imperial Master, please do not be disrespectful. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wutian's pupils suddenly shrank. Qian Miaoyu is undoubtedly a domineering empress, and she does not allow anyone to be equal to her in the entire empire. Because of this, she had never paid homage to any guest official before, so why would she break the usual practice today? This old man has met the guest. Zhao Wutian looked at Zhou Tong, but couldn't tell his cultivation level, which made him feel a little annoyed. Since you were able to rescue His Majesty, you must be a top-notch expert. Please forgive me for being so presumptuous, but I would like to ask what your current cultivation level is? Zhou Tong smiled coldly, and his aura immediately blossomed. The first level of unity of mind. Zhao Wutian's face changed, and then a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. He hasn't even crossed the barrier to transcendence, and is nothing more than an ant. Your Majesty, this person's strength is really a bit. He hesitated to speak, implying that Zhou Tong was not worthy of being a guest official. But who would have thought that Qian Yayu not only did not despise Zhou Tong, but instead showed an expression of great admiration. As expected of a natural supreme being, he could even hide his skills so naturally. What a terrifying control power. You are truly a genius. I really admire you. With you by my side, I have nothing to worry about. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Wutan was immediately confused. Are you kidding me? That was just a state of mind. Not to mention me. Even Qian Yayu could be crushed to death. I don't know why she admires him so much. In an instant, a strong aura burst out from his body and rolled towards Zhou Tong. This is both a demonstration and a test. The Imperial Master must not be rude. Qian Miaoyu's face changed drastically. It was too late to stop it. She could only let Zhou Tong bathe in his aura. However, facing such power, Zhou Tong always had a calm smile on his face, as if he felt nothing. How is that possible? Chapter 98. Zhao Wutan was greatly shocked. It was impossible for his mere state of mind to withstand his momentum, unless the other party had a secret treasure or hid his cultivation. You're great, Zhou Tong said softly, gradually approaching the other party under his shocked gaze and gently patted the other party's shoulder. Then he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. After all, there are only a few people who dare to use the living silence array. Hearing this, Zhao Wutan's whole body trembled violently, and a look of extreme horror appeared in his eyes. How? How do you know? His heart was in his throat, and he couldn't hide his fear. No one knew his plan. He intended to gather the strongest people in the world under the name of an auction, and then sacrifice them all with the living silence array to fulfill his own path. But the young man in front of him could easily see through his plan. Who is he? It's a pity that this formation is only 90% complete. There are still huge risks. If we can. Zhao Wutan listened attentively, but Zhou Tong stopped talking abruptly, which kept his interest aroused. Your Majesty, the Imperial Master seems to be busy with something. Why don't we leave first? Zhou Tong looked at Qian Miaoyu and said, All right, thieves are rampant recently, so please take care of yourself, Imperial Master. I will return to the palace first. After saying that, the two of them walked side by side towards the direction of the palace. Huff, huff, huff. Zhao Wutan panted heavily in embarrassment and sat down on the ground. After all these years in a high position, this was the first time he experienced the feeling of his crotch being soaked with sweat. The living silence array is his biggest secret. If it is leaked, no matter how powerful he is, he will become the enemy of the world. By then, even if he has 9 lives, it will not be enough to die. Who is this person? Why can't I see through him? Is he really an old monster disguised as a teenager? But from his tone, it seems that he didn't see through my thoughts. Maybe this person is a friend rather than an enemy. It's best not to provoke him too much. He kept talking to himself and pacing around in a disorderly manner, having already lost his composure. No, I can't sleep or eat unless I find out his background. I need to find someone to test him. Kaching, how did you do it? He couldn't recognize you. Qian Miaoyu's face was full of curiosity. It's easy because I know his character. Zhou Tong smiled and said, he is a cautious yet arrogant person. Once he identifies his opponent, he will use all means to defeat him. On the contrary, if it's someone he looks down on, he won't care at all and won't even bother to remember what the other person looks like. Obviously, he never took me seriously. As expected of a guest official, you are able to completely understand the other person's character after only meeting him once. I admire you deeply. Qian Miaoyu flattered without hesitation, but she didn't know that things were far from that simple. Just now, Zhou Tong used his mental power to blind Zhao Wuxian's cognition, causing him to subconsciously separate the insignificant Zhou Tong and the terrible Keqing. From then on, he would think that Zhou Tong and Keqing were two different people, and he would not notice anything unusual even if Zhou Tong himself stood next to the portrait. After returning to the palace, Qian Miaoyu once again became the majestic empress, and Zhou Tong was arranged to live in the luxurious guest mansion inside the palace and was highly respected. I believe that within one night, the news that Zhou Tong became a guest official would spread throughout the imperial capital. Night falls in the imperial master's mansion. Zhao Wuqian's face was as gloomy as water. A young man was kneeling in front of him. He was obviously a powerful warrior in the Zhantian realm. Kill this man for me. If you fail to complete the mission, you will die. After saying that, he handed over Zhou Tong's portrait. Chapter 99. The young man's name was Moya, and he showed disdain the moment he saw the portrait. He's just a teenager, but the Sect master wants me to take action. Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? He exuded strong self-confidence and classified Zhou Tong as an ant. Zhao Wutan did not explain to him that Zhou Tong might have hidden his cultivation level. The Black Crow was just a chess piece that could be used to test Zhou Tong. The gap between the extraordinary and the extraordinary is difficult to cross. If Zhou Tong is really in the Hashin realm, he cannot be a match for the Zhantian realm. But if Zhou Tong can defeat Moya, it means that he is playing the pig to eat the tiger. He is definitely a terrible strong man who can only be a friend, not an enemy. I want you to kill him in public, in front of everyone. Zhao Wutan said viciously that by publicly assassinating the guest official, he was slapping the queen in the face. Over the years, Qian Miaoyu took him less and less seriously. It doesn't matter even if he fails. No one recognizes Moya, so naturally no one will find him. Kaching, I can't sleep. It was late at night, but Zhou Tong was summoned to the queen's bedroom. When he heard this question, his eyes widened. That's it. I haven't had a good night's sleep for several months. As soon as I close my eyes, I will be haunted by nightmares. Qian Miaoyu lay on her side on the bed, looking extremely tired. She did not tell Zhou Tong that her nightmare came from him. Could it be that he was robbed? That's not the case. It's probably because of my worry that I can't rest. I hope you can keep watch for me tonight. Come on, take a seat. As soon as he finished speaking, someone brought in a luxurious seat, which was more like a bed than a seat. Its style is not inferior to that of the dragon bed. Zhou Tong's eyebrows twitched. Was he asked to keep watch or sleep with his mother? Is there any alchemist in the palace? There is a 5th grade offering, but it is of no use. Then let me personally refine a 7th grade tranquilizing pill for your majesty, which will surely cure the disease. While speaking, Zhou Tong had people prepare the alchemy furnace and medicinal materials. He sat cross-legged on the seat and immediately got into the state. As expected of a natural supreme being, mastering all the ways is not just talk. I finally see it. Looking at Zhou Tong's skillful technique, Qian Miaoyu became more certain of her guess. For some reason, the long-lost sleepiness suddenly came over her at this moment, causing her eyelids to flicker and collide constantly. Kaching, can you say that sentence again? It's the promise you made to me. Why is that so difficult? Zhou Tong raised his head slightly, looked into the other party's eyes and said, We are already allies. If you don't take the initiative to become an enemy, we will never hurt you. Qian Miaoyu smiled, feeling extremely sleepy. She was sure that she would have a good dream tonight. After a while, the elixir was ready. A 7th grade elixir came into the world, and a thunder disaster was about to occur. Disperse! Zhou Tong raised his eyes and used his unconscious state to drive the divine language of the sky, dissolving the thunder into nothingness. Your Majesty, it's time to take medicine. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It seems like my efforts were in vain. Isn't he sleeping peacefully? Zhou Tong held the elixir and smiled helplessly. At this moment, Qian Miaoyu fell asleep in a bold manner. I saw two snow-white, smooth and slender legs tightly clamping the quilt. She also held the pillow in her arms and rubbed it with her face from time to time. I don't know who she was acting coquettishly with in her dream. What's even worse is that because of her dishonesty, her loose nightgown had come apart, revealing a large white cleavage that was so bright that it was almost tempting to commit a crime. It looks like he's fine. Zhou Tong felt relieved, took out the sword manual of Liu Destruction Sword, and began to comprehend it carefully. Chapter 100. For a strong man who has reached the state of unconsciousness, this is an unnecessary thing. What's more, this sword manual was created by him himself, and he has already memorized it. But Zhou Tong still maintained the habits of his previous life. He knew very well that the pinnacle of martial arts could only be reached through unremitting diligence. Practice swordplay 1,000 times, and its meaning will become clear. The road to becoming strong is endless. The Liu Destruction Sword has a total of 6 moves, corresponding to the 4 directions of heaven and earth and the power of nature. The southern sword represents fire and is primarily for defense. The north sword represents thunder, and its main function is to weaken. The east sword represents wood and vitality. The western sword is gold, which represents killing. In addition, there are the 2 swords of heaven and earth. The sword of earth is the sword of the underworld, which can capture the spirit of the killed person in the sword and make him a war slave. The heavenly sword is a sword of accumulated power and is also the strongest sword. It can accumulate sword power and store it in the sword, and then release it all at once, bursting out with power several times or even dozens of times the usual power. This is a sword that can kill enemies across levels. If you want to complete the heavenly sword, you must first forge the sword. This is easy for Zhou Tong, as he himself is the most powerful sword in the world. He stood still, but powerful sword energy burst out from his body. Instead of dissipating, it gathered towards the palm of his left hand. Hiss! Zhou Tong sucked in a breath of cold air and felt an extremely sharp pain, as if his hand was being hollowed out, with all the blood and bones shattered. But he endured it without saying a word, and even his expression didn't change. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a roar came from the bottom of his heart, indicating that the sword was successfully forged. At this moment, a space seemed to be opened up in his palm, and the sword force drove into it, like a mud ox entering the sea, unable to be filled for a long time. Good fellow. Zhou Tong was surprised. With the strength of his sword, it would take an hour to fully charge it. If it were Long Lingyun, wouldn't it take 3 days and 3 nights? If this move is used, there is nothing to say. It can only be described as horrifying. Before I knew it, the night was about to pass, and white light had already appeared in the east of the sky. Zhou Tong stood up and was about to leave when Qian Miaoyu on the bed suddenly made a noise. Guest. I saw her frowning and repeating these 2 words over and over again, as if she was having a nightmare again. Is it still not working? Zhou Tong shook his head. His mental strength burst out, and he was about to forcibly intervene in the other party's dream. Guest, kneel down and wash my feet. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tong's expression suddenly froze. Half an hour later, the great queen slowly woke up and stretched herself, showing off her beautiful figure to the fullest. It was a pity that no one appreciated it. You slept so comfortably. Has the guest left? She moaned with comfort and suddenly saw a brocade box at the bedside, which contained a tranquilizing pill. I accept it. She raised the corners of her mouth and asked the guard about Zhou Tong's whereabouts. Your Majesty, the guest official has just left the palace, and he has a guard team following him all the way. Then I feel relieved. No matter how rampant someone is, he wouldn't dare to do anything in the street, right? The image of Zhao Wutan appeared in her mind. She had already guessed that the other party would do something bad to Zhou Tong. Strange. Why does my waist hurt so much? Qian Miaoyu looked down and found 2 footprints on her waist. Who dares to kick me in my dream? Chapter 101. Greetings, sir. Greetings, Mr. Kaching. Zhou Tong was walking in the imperial capital in the early morning. When people on the roadside saw him, they all bowed and saluted him with awe in their eyes. They may not know Zhou Tong, but they definitely know the guards behind Zhou Tong. The guards were like peacocks spreading their feathers, announcing his identity everywhere. In less than half an hour, his title as the Empress's guest official had spread throughout half of the imperial capital. You must have a side job. Zhou Tong stopped and looked at them unhappily. These guys are simply like spirits of trumpets. Walking with them, Zhou Tong even feels like a circus monkey. He understood the queen's intention, which was to tie Zhou Tong to her chariot in order to solidify their relationship. Even if Zhou Tong wanted to break the alliance and attack her one day, he would still have more concerns because of this relationship. Master Kaching, let me tell you the truth. Protecting you is our side job, the leader of the guards said with a joking smile. Our main job is to be responsible for publicity. Okay. You won't pretend anymore, right? Zhou Tong looked at them and said, since the goal has been achieved, get out of my sight. You are not allowed to come out unless I call you. Yes, sir. The leader of the guards did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand and was about to lead the team away. Boss, is this really okay? His Majesty has said that we should always protect. Your Majesty has also said that everything must be done according to the guest's orders. Stop talking nonsense, and I will lead you to have fun. As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining 7 people immediately howled like wolves and all ran away in strange shapes. But Zhou Tong knew that these people did not go far, but were observing his every move from all directions. Never mind, as long as you don't bother me. He talked to himself, went to a roadside tea stall, ordered a pot of good tea, and prepared to enjoy this brief comfort. Muronya and her companions completely disappeared. They were exploring the imperial capital, looking for the whereabouts of their senior sister. Once there is any news, it will be passed on immediately. With their strength, there is no need to worry about any accidents. At this moment, he seemed to have become a painting. He in the painting was looking at the scenery, and everyone was looking at him in the scenery. Is that the guest official? He is so young and really is a handsome man. It's really enviable. He is so blessed to be chosen as a guest of honor by His Majesty. I still don't know what the reason is. Of course, His Majesty must have been attracted by his looks and is planning to have fun with him for a few days. He will get bored of him soon. That makes sense. Seeing him so arrogant makes me angry. I believe that day will come soon. Discordant sounds are always particularly harsh, but Zhou Tong doesn't care. What everyone didn't know was that his mental power had already spread out and locked onto several suspicious targets. He sensed Zhao Wutan's aura from these people. Compared to my previous life, I'm still too immature. Zhou Tong made an evaluation in his heart. He knew that with Zhao Wutan's character, he would not feel at ease unless he knew his background clearly. Now the campaigners have completed their preparations and have successfully aroused the dissatisfaction of ordinary people towards Zhou Tong. Then, it's time for the real tester to appear. What a great step-by-step approach. I look forward to more exciting performances. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth, and before he finished drinking the tea, a black figure appeared out of nowhere, holding a spear and stabbed at his throat. Puff! The teacup was pierced through, and the cold tip of the gun was only half an inch away from Zhou Tong's throat. Chapter 102. There was a sudden sharp scream from the crowd. Most of them were civilians. How could they have ever seen such a scene? The guest official was assassinated, blocked the entire place. The guard who was observing secretly jumped up in shock, but was held down by the leader. Just watch the show obediently. The guest official has already said that without his order, none of us can move forward. But you're a jerk. Kuching is a natural supreme being. Does he still need your protection? With a snap, the teacup turned into powder, but the tea inside was evaporated instantly, without a drop spilling on Zhou Tong. This scene made Moya's pupil shrink. Why not avoid it? Because I'm not afraid. I do not avoid it. Why aren't you afraid? Will you respond to the probing of an ant? Zhou Tong said rudely, seemingly forgetting that the tip of the opponent's gun was against his throat. You are so arrogant. I just can't stand your arrogant and conceited attitude. Do you dare to accept my challenge? After this was said, most people thought that Moya was sick. What level is he? What kind are you? Why do you dare to shout here? However, there are still people who are fighting against the odds and verbally supporting Moya. Well done. It is to let those who got in through the back door know that without real ability, even if they suddenly get a high position, they are just garbage. Boss, check out. Zhou Tong ignored everyone and slammed a spirit stone on the table. The tea is good. I will come again next time. Then he casually pushed the tip of the gun away and said to Moya, let's find an open place. Very good. Let's go outside the imperial capital. Emoya was overjoyed and said that he would not only assassinate Zhou Tong in the street, but also kill him openly. Only in this way could he slap the queen's face more harshly and complete his master's task perfectly. For a moment, the news seemed to have grown wings, and countless people rushed to the scene and followed the two to the outside of the imperial capital. Among these people are civilians, strong men, and spies from various forces. They all wanted to know what abilities the first guest official of Lingxiao Empire had. "Show us your skills," said Emoya. Zhou Tong did not refuse and showed his aura without any concealment. The first level of Hashin. He has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. It seems that he is not an ordinary person. Many powerful people were shocked by Zhou Tong. With such talent, he was considered a hero among men. Huh, is that all it is? Don't get scared to death later. Emoya laughed loudly. He wanted to humiliate Zhou Tong to the extreme. When his aura radiated, everyone looked at Zhou Tong with pity. It turned out to be the first level of Haan Tiangong. This black crow has crossed the gap between the extraordinary and the strength of the two is not at the same level at all. However, faced with such a huge gap, Zhou Tong not only did not show any fear on his face, but even looked a little disappointed. It seems like blaming the other party for being too weak. It's just a matter of liking. Why do you have such confidence? Let's see how long you can keep pretending. With just one move, I can make you kneel down and beg for mercy. Emoya raised his eyebrows slightly, flew into the air, and stabbed Zhou Tong with a spear. He used 70% of his strength in this attack, which was enough to kill a Xian realm expert in an instant. Zhou Tong slowly raised his left hand, and a cluster of flames suddenly burst out in his palm, and then it showed the momentum of spreading across the prairie. He used the Lioha Destruction Sword. This sword is the south, the main defense, called Remnant Fire, All Elephants. Chapter 103. The sharp spear light fell down like a flying fire and hit Zhou Tong's body head-on. Boom! The earth trembled, raising hundreds of feet of dust, and everything around became extremely hazy. "It's so fragile and not challenging at all," Emoya said with great arrogance, with a cruel smile on his face. The feeling of this shot is very familiar. It's the feeling of a precise hit. Then Zhou Tong must have been turned into powder. This is his confidence as a person at the heaven-slaying realm. Using the super to defeat the ordinary is undoubtedly a dimensionality reduction attack. What a pity! This guest official had great talent. If he had been given time to grow, he might have been a match for the other party. But he was strangled in the cradle. He deserves it. He has no ability but still tries to show off. I think it's because of the queen's pampering. That's right. This person was so arrogant that he thought no one could deal with him. Now he finally paid the price. Just then, the temperature of the surrounding air rose sharply, and a fire tornado shot up into the sky, tearing apart the haze in the sky and illuminating everyone's eyes. Some people's bodies and minds trembled, and they felt a long and lasting breath, which was not strong or oppressive, but unshakable. Zhou Tong appeared in front of everyone again, and he was surrounded by a layer of fire, like armor, which evaporated all attacks into nothingness. Impossible! Many people's faces changed. They were sure that Emoya had no intention of letting them win. With a 70% full-strength attack from the Haan Tiangong realm, even 5 Xian realm masters tied together would be easily killed instantly. However, this guest official was safe and sound, which can only be said to be extraordinary. I told you, Her Majesty the Queen has a ruler's eyes. She will never make the mistake of judging someone. The guard leader said proudly, looking at the black crow in the air with pity in his eyes. Poor bastard. He would never understand, even if he died, that the young man he was facing was the legendary natural supreme being. His cultivation is not obvious, but he is proficient in all ways. Killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. I don't believe it. This must be a trick, or you must have used a magic weapon. Emoya's eyes almost popped out. As a killer trained by Tiandao Mansion, he had killed countless geniuses over the years, but he had never encountered a situation like this. Those below the sky are like ants. This is the consensus of the whole world. Even the strongest genius can only sigh in despair when facing this gap. This time I will use all my strength to defeat you completely. He said this in a grim voice, his divine power emanating, and a huge Shura figure appeared behind him. This is the terrifying aspect of the heaven-slaying realm. After crossing the gap between the extraordinary and the extraordinary, one can transform mental power into Dharma images and have the power to move mountains and fill the sea with a casual strike. He just raised his spear, and the Shura shadow behind him synchronized with him, swinging it down in an instant, turning into thousands of murderous intentions. The Shuras danced wildly, destroying the world. The dazzling light illuminated the heavens, and everyone felt like they were suffocating. This was the power of the heaven-slaying realm. Zhou Tong was afraid that he was in great danger. However, when the meteor-like light fell on Zhou Tong, the flames around him were not weakened. Instead, they seemed to have obtained fuel and suddenly exploded in a terrifying manner. Liu had Destruction Sword, Nan, Remnant Fire, and World-Destroying Lotus. Boom! The shock waves scattered out with flames, sweeping like the sea and covering the area like moonlight, making the Black Crow bear the brunt of the attack. He was swept away, and even the Dharma image behind him disintegrated in an instant. The impact caused damage to his internal organs, and the scorching temperature caused his skin to burn, giving off the smell of barbecue. Puff! He couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. The scene was extremely dazzling and burned everyone's heart. The Haan realm was actually injured by the Xian realm. How could they have such a dream? What's even more terrifying is that Xinjing never took the initiative to attack from beginning to end, and everything was just forced counterattacks. Chapter 104. Is this the strength of Kuqing? He is indeed amazing. No wonder His Majesty likes him. He definitely hid his strength. In the crowd, a few wretched guys had flickering eyes and quietly retreated. They are all Zhao Wutian's spies, and such an abnormal situation must be reported to their master. This is not true. What on earth have you done? Emoya looked crazy, as if he had lost his mind. It's not that he is too fragile, but Zhou Tong's performance destroyed his worldview and made him doubt his own existence. You've already taken action twice. Is it my turn next? As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying sword energy violently burst out from Zhou Tong's body. The force was so terrifyingly powerful that the ground beneath his feet collapsed, and cracks spread wildly, seeming to stretch to infinity. The trees 100 feet away turned into sawdust in an instant, disintegrating and dissipating as they flew, until nothing was left in the end. The boulder that was more than 10 feet high was swept by a breath of air and turned into dust in the blink of an eye. All signs indicate that this will be a devastating blow. Emoya only felt his hands and feet were cold. He was completely suppressed by this aura. Every time he breathed, he felt like his lungs were going to explode. Even moving a little bit became a luxury. No, I don't want to die. He roared. Tears of blood flashed in his eyes, and a strong will to survive burst out. Originally, he was a qualified assassin and had long since disregarded life and death. But now, facing the overwhelming terror, he once again felt aversion to death. Don't kill me. I want to live. He roared and burned his blood and essence madly, increasing his strength by several levels. Just when people thought they would fight to the death, he turned around and fled while throwing the spear in his hand at Zhou Tong to slow him down. In the blink of an eye, the Black Crow disappeared into the horizon. He ran away. What a forgetful fellow. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth, raised his hand, and held the spear in the air. At the same time, he turned the spear head and pointed it in the direction where Emoya left. How can a warrior throw away his weapon so easily? I'll give it back to you. As soon as he finished speaking, all the tremendous sword energy was poured into it, and with a wave of Zhou Tong's hand, the spear broke through the air. Everyone was stunned, but a few people's expressions changed wildly, and they hurriedly chased after them, wanting to see the final result. In the Imperial Master's mansion, Zhao Wutian was drinking tea comfortably. Calculating the time, Zhou Tong should have been beheaded, right? Master, something bad has happened. Someone rushed in anxiously. It was the spy arranged by Zhao Wutan to watch the battle. Emoya is no match for that man. He can't even break his defense. With a snap, the teacup was crushed into pieces by Zhao Wutan. What nonsense! He said angrily that in his expectation, even if Zhou Tong could win, it would be a miserable victory. Master, help me! At this moment, Emoya fell from the sky, knelt on his knees, and begged for help with a terrified look on his face, as if a ghost was chasing him. You! Zhao Wutian just felt his heart blocked. It was the first time he saw this expression on the other person's face. What kind of terrible thing could destroy this person's intelligence? What on earth just happened? Master, I suspect that guy is... Before he could finish his words, a spear suddenly dropped from the sky and pierced him accurately from behind, nailing him to the ground. Chapter 105. With a puff, blood exploded and splashed onto Zhao Wuxian's face. He did not wipe the dirt off his face immediately because his eyes were attracted by the traces on the ground. The blood there gathered into 4 words, which sounded like a provocation and a warning. This won't happen again. His breathing began to become rapid and he felt dizzy. The thing I was most worried about happened. That guy who looks like a teenager is actually a terrifying and powerful person. Not only did the other party easily crush Moya to death, but he also sent him a warning, which meant that the other party had seen through everything, including his every move. It won't happen again. It won't happen again. It seems that he doesn't intend to target me. I should take the initiative to go forward and surrender in exchange for his favor. Master, we must avenge Moya. The spy looked at the tragic scene in front of him and said in grief and indignation that their Tiandao mansion had never suffered such a big loss before. Why do I need your guidance when I do things? Zhao Wutian was furious and slapped the man on the top of his head, which directly exploded him and made him die in an instant. He didn't know whether the man was still watching him, so to be on the safe side, he had to show sufficient respect at all times. With a wave of his hand, he cleaned up the bloodstains and the 2 body parts on the ground. After the raging fire burned them, nothing was left. I should take the initiative to visit that master and ask him for advice on how to perfect the living silence array. He muttered to himself that the problem of the formation had been bothering him. Although 90% of it had been completed, the remaining 10% of variables still made him uneasy. If you want to achieve great things, even if you cannot be absolutely sure of success, you must minimize the possibility of failure. But it is really rude to go directly to someone's home to ask for advice. You might even be held accountable for old scores, so you must prepare a generous gift. He paced back and forth, racking his brains to think about what gift to give, but he couldn't make up his mind. Pills, weapons, secret manuals, spirit stones, these were all rejected by him one by one. The truly strong ones disdain these things because they already have more. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of a wonderful gift that even the most powerful person would never be able to refuse. Zhang Chuqiao, Yin-Yang Taoist Body, it's time for you to make a contribution to me. He licked his lips, showing great excitement. He originally intended to keep this treasure for his own enjoyment after the success. But compared with the success or failure of major events, a woman seems insignificant. Someone give me. Just at this moment, someone broke into the Imperial Master's mansion again, and Zhao Wutan was so angry that he wanted to start a killing spree. When he saw that it was someone from the palace, he calmed down. Your Majesty has ordered that the Yuqing Sect spaceship will soon enter the Imperial capital, and the Imperial Master is invited to go with us to receive the distinguished guest. I understand. Tell His Majesty, I'll go right away. Watching the messenger leave, Zhao Wutian's face darkened slightly. A bunch of unlucky things. Why did they come at this time instead of earlier or later? It's really disgusting. Outside the Imperial capital, Zhou Tong lost his aura and became an ordinary person again. However, the shock in everyone's eyes will not disappear. Just like the cracks on the ground, they all witnessed Zhou Tong's power. Zhou Tong looked around, and all he saw were the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. The guest is mighty. The guards hurried forward, knelt on one knee, and expressed their submission. Chapter 106. Aren't you going to have fun? For us, being able to follow the guest official is the greatest happiness. The guard leader said this piously, which made Zhou Tong even more certain that this guy had a side job. Judging from the way he talks, he is definitely not an ordinary reckless man. At this moment, a roaring sound suddenly came from overhead, and a spaceship was seen flying across the sky and heading straight for the city gate. The haunting continues. Zhou Tong saw the flag of Yuqing Sect from a distance, but his face was full of indifference. Let's go back to the palace. In the Imperial Palace, inside the reception hall, Qian Miaoyu was wearing a 9-dragon robe. Although she was a girl, she could not conceal her domineering and majestic nature. She looked down at the people sitting below, neither happy nor sad, as if she was a natural ruler, and her every move contained the aura of dominating the world. Yuqing Sect's Mo Liusu and his disciples greet your majesty. Mo Liusu is polite and considerate, neither humble nor arrogant. There were 3 disciples standing beside her, namely Tang Qi, Chen Linger, and Xiao Hongxiu. At first glance, These people are all geniuses, but Imo Liusu doesn't know that these three people actually have their own thoughts. Chunlinger is the simplest. She was controlled by the love poison and developed cheap feelings for Tang Chi. Normally, she should have been completely devoted to Tang Chi at this time, but for some reason, she developed resistance to the love poison, causing her to be sometimes clear-headed and sometimes confused. Tang Chi's problem is similar to Chunlinger's. In the past few days, there is always a figure in his mind that haunts him. The other party's appearance was quite outstanding, not like an ordinary person. At first glance, it was standing on all fours with a wide body and long hair, a big nose and fangs, and it was humming. That's right, it's a real wild boar. He didn't know since when he felt that wild boars were much more beautiful than humans. It was also because of this that he had not yet possessed Chunlinger. As for Xia Hongxiu, she is even more of a heavyweight. All she thinks about is how to kill Imo Liusu, so as to seize her luck and achieve her own success. In order to achieve her goal, she did not hesitate to light the disaster-inducing incense many times, trying to detonate the 3 disasters and 4 calamities on Imo Liusu. But the result made her crazy. Imo Liusu was not only fine, but became full of energy. If she hadn't used divination to see that the other party was still full of calamity, she would have thought that Imo Liusu had survived all the calamities. Please take a seat. Qian Miaoyu's voice pulled back the people who had ulterior motives. After they sat down, they began to look at the queen in front of them. Tang Chi's eyes widened. This was also a peerless beauty. If he could get her, his lust gradually grew, and he kept urging the old man in the abstinence to prepare new love poison. Xia Hongxiu had a serious look on her face and stared at Qian Miaoyu. Why are you looking at me like that? Qian Miaoyu noticed the enthusiastic gazes and asked directly. Your Majesty, I just had the audacity to look at your face, and I felt that there was a deadly aura between your eyebrows and eyes. This is a sign of great disaster. But recently this disaster has actually changed. It has shown a trend of turning bad times into good times, and it is also a very auspicious sign. I guess you must have met a noble person, right? Yes, I have indeed met a rare, noble person. Qian Miaoyu raised the corners of her mouth and smiled playfully. Oh, there is such a strange person in the world. I wonder if we can have the honor to meet him. Imo Liusu found the topic and continued asking. Of course, look, isn't he here? Qian Miaoyu pointed behind them and said. Chapter 107. When several people heard this, they turned around at the same time. They saw a young man walking slowly towards them. When they saw his face clearly, they all looked as if they were struck by lightning. Guoqing, you are here. Please take the seat of honor. Qian Miaoyu stood up from the throne to greet him and had someone arrange a seat for Zhou Tong next to her, which showed how much favor she showed him. Junior brother, why are you here? Chunlinger immediately suppressed the love poison and asked with tears in her eyes. This bitch! Tang Chi cursed in her heart. No wonder the love insect couldn't completely control her. It turned out that she had feelings for Zhou Tong and forcibly resisted the invasion of the insect. Your Majesty, you'd better give me an explanation as to why my apprentice became your guest official. Imo Liusu was the first to react, anger showing on his face. She felt she was being tricked. Clearly, she asked Qian Miaoyu to help monitor Zhou Tong, but she directly took Zhou Tong for herself. Is this just a joke? Not only was Zhou Tong's backer not defeated, but he got a new one. Imo Liusu felt numb. If this continues, Zhou Tong will not be able to return to her side, which will result in her not being able to successfully survive the 3 disasters and 4 calamities. How could she tolerate this? Did you misunderstand something? Qian Miaoyu's lips curled up, but before a hint of teasing appeared, she forcibly suppressed it. This person is a guest of my family, not your disciple. The two of them just look very similar. After these words were spoken, the 4 people below looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This reason was so explosive that they were unable to refute it for a while. Do you think I will believe your lies? Imo Liusu became even more angry and looked at Zhou Tong. Since you have appeared in front of me, why are you unwilling to recognize me? Or are you afraid and don't dare to face me? You are so timid and cowardly that you are not worthy of being my apprentice. Her heart trembled, and she wanted to say something soft, but then she thought of Xia Hongxiu's instructions. If you want Zhou Tong to return, you must completely destroy his dignity and break his pride. Imo Liusu has always kept this in mind. Bang! With a loud bang, the queen's fist hit the dragon desk. Don't go too far. I respect you as my honored guests, but that doesn't mean you can be unruly. If you dare to be rude to me again, be careful that I will be rude to you. Her Majesty the Queen's acting skills are top-notch, and she portrayed the anger vividly. Seeing this scene, even Mo Lyosu's pupils shrank slightly, and he suspected that he was really wrong. Wake up, this is impossible. She shook her head in confusion, trying to firm up her convictions. She had already looked at Zhou Tong's appearance in her mind thousands of times, so how could she make a mistake? Your Majesty, this is really meaningless. Return him to me, and I will agree to whatever you ask for. Mo Lyosu took a deep breath and said very seriously. Then there was a snap, and a pile of files fell at her feet. This is Ke Qing's family tree. His ancestors have always lived in the imperial capital and can be traced back 3,000 years. I used the portrait you provided to find the guest official in the city. At first, I didn't believe that there would be two people in the world who look so similar, but after many investigations, I have no choice but to believe it. Speaking of this, I would like to thank Master Mo. Without your inspiration, I would not have been able to find such a genius. Mo Lyosu frowned, picked up the forged family tree and read it carefully, but could not see any clues. This made her feel shaken, but she still felt something was wrong. Chapter 108. At this moment, a report from the guards was heard outside. Your Majesty, the Imperial Master requests an audience. Coming quickly. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure strolled in, glanced at Mo Lyosu with disdain, and then walked past a few people. Greetings, Your Majesty. After the ceremony, Zhao Wutan looked at Zhou Tong again. The other party bowed again and said, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. This scene shocked Mo Lyosu greatly. The dignified national teacher and the leader of a sect in Tiandao Mansion actually bowed to a young boy. Even if it was just acting, it was too cruel. Doesn't Zhao Wutan have any dignity? Master Zhao, you have come at the right time. Please give us your opinion. Mo Lyosu seemed to have grasped a clue and said quickly, Zhou Tong is clearly my disciple, but the queen insisted that he was her guest official and even said that they were two different people. Do you think this makes sense? Unreasonable, Zhao Wutan said directly, causing Mo Lyosu to look happy. Why does your useless disciple dare to compare himself with a guest official? Does he have the qualifications? Does he have the strength? Do you know that our guest official just killed a heaven slayer with one strike on the street? Can your useless disciple do that? Hearing this, Mo Lyosu was speechless for a moment. Her beautiful eyes widened with shock. It was easy for her to kill Haan Tiangong in one move, but for all the young generations, it was an impossible feat. Everyone under the sky is an ant. Zhou Tong's cultivation had been destroyed, and in just a few months, it was impossible for him to cross the threshold of transcendence. If what Zhao Wutan said is true, then the person in front of him cannot be Zhou Tong. Tang Chi couldn't help but tremble at the side, praying in his heart that the guest official was really not Zhou Tong. He was still looking for an opportunity to break through the Zhantian realm, but the opponent could kill him instantly. The thought of it made people feel suffocated. For a long time, fighting ability was the only basis for him to maintain his pride over Zhou Tong. If even this point was surpassed, he would be completely crushed. Everyone, please listen to me. At this time, Xia Hongxiu stood up and said, no matter how similar two people look, their fates are different. I still remember Zhou Tong's fate. I wonder if you can let me tell your fortune? Upon hearing this, Mo Lyosu became excited. If the two people have the same fate, then the queen will have nothing to say. Please do as you please. Zhou Tong's voice was calm. Then I'm sorry. She walked forward, opened her third eye, and looked at Zhou Tong's face. This is her unique secret technique. At close range, she can determine the other person's fate just by looking at their face. She clearly remembered that Zhou Tong's fate was a special star of evil. Although he could help others avoid disasters, he himself was entangled in bad luck. Even if he had unparalleled cultivation, he would eventually face a situation where everyone in the world was his enemy and end up with a miserable death. No matter how you disguise yourself, you can't escape my eyes. Xia Hongxiu sneered in her heart. She felt from the beginning to the end that the person in front of her was Zhou Tong. It's just because in the cultivation world, the probability of two identical people appearing is too low. If that happens, there is only one possibility. Just when she was full of confidence, suddenly, Zhou Tong's body burst into 1,000-foot-long light, and each ray of light was like a sharp sword, piercing her eyes. No! Her face changed drastically. She let out a scream and fell to the ground with blood in her eyes. Chapter 109. Hongxiu, what's wrong with you? Mo Liusu's face changed drastically. He rushed forward and helped Xia Hongxiu up. He is... Xia Hongxiu seemed to have seen something extremely horrifying. She was shaking incoherently, yet she did not forget to point her finger at Zhou Tong. Seeing this scene, Mo Liusu's face immediately turned gloomy. No matter who you are, if you dare to attack my disciple, shouldn't you give a reasonable explanation? She exuded an aura that enveloped Zhou Tong. Liu Destruction's sword. Zhou Tong muttered to himself and pressed down with one finger. God, break the power. The sword force roared out, like the gaze of a god, breaking all auras in an instant. Boom, boom. Mo Liusu took 2 steps back, not because of her lack of strength, but because her heart was greatly shocked. Through this confrontation, she could basically confirm that the man in front of her really had the power to kill someone at the Tiangong realm. In other words, Zhao Wutan did not lie. Tang Qi's face was as pale as snow. Although the previous attack was not aimed at him, it made him feel the threat of death. What followed was endless shame. Even though the person in front of him was not Zhou Tong, the thought of being suppressed by this face made it difficult for him to think clearly. Don't make an enemy of him. Xia Hongxiu calmed down a little and quickly grabbed Mo Liusu. What's wrong with you? Master, this person's fate is a rare and illusory fate. You cannot look directly at him, interfere with him, or speculate on his fate. Otherwise, you will encounter a disaster. Is the void fate very powerful? It's not a question of how powerful he is. His fate has transcended the world and is not bound by the laws of heaven. All the techniques of face reading and fortune changing are useless to him. Only he himself can control his own destiny. I just glanced at him and suffered a backlash, almost triggering an unforeseen disaster. Mo Liusu took a deep breath. He was about to encounter 3 disasters and 4 calamities after just one look. What kind of terrifying existence was this? Zhao Wutan was also secretly rejoicing in his heart. He could finally confirm that Zhou Tong was truly an unimaginably strong man. Fortunately, he had not offended him too much. Now he still had a chance to make amends. Seeing the performance of these people, Zhou Tong almost died of laughter in his heart. I never expected that these people would confirm each other and make their identities seem so unattainable. As for the illusory fate, he never paid any attention to it. Perhaps it was because his rebirth brought him an emperor-level spirit, which made him beyond common sense, and thus led to the misjudgment. This person is really not Zhou Tong. Xia Hongxiu made a judgment, which made Mo Liusu's eyes flash with sadness. If not, how could there be 2 people who look so alike? Then there is only one possibility. Xia Hongxiu said in a deep voice, he and Zhou Tong are 2 similar flowers. One withers, and the other blooms. The more powerful he is, the poorer Zhou Tong becomes. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. There were such wonderful things in the world. Mo Liusu immediately perked up and looked at Zhou Tong with burning eyes. 2 similar flowers, one strong and the other weak. If Zhou Tong could make the guest in front of him stronger, wouldn't he automatically fall into a desperate situation? Chapter 110. In this way, she can conquer Zhou Tong without any effort. Isn't it wonderful? I am sorry for my impoliteness. I hope your majesty will forgive me. Mo Liusu put on a smiling face, but Xian Miaoyu didn't appreciate it. You didn't offend me. The person you offended was a guest official. If you want to be forgiven, it depends on what he says. That's exactly what I was thinking. She took out a brocade box from the ring. The box was shining brightly and exuded a strong, auspicious atmosphere. It was itself a rare treasure, not to mention the things inside, which are absolutely rare treasures. Tang Qi's expression changed immediately, his eyes filled with jealousy and desire. Mr. Keqing, this is a small gift from me. It's not just a token of respect, but I hope you can accept it. What's in the box? A formless, exquisite bead. Hearing this name, Zhou Tong couldn't help but tremble violently. This is a sacred object that is even more powerful than the 7-star blue blood lotus. It is said that there are only 7 Wuxiang Linglong pearls in the entire world. After one is used up, it will take 100,000 years of gestation before the second one is born. Its effect is even more terrifying. If a cultivator below the Tiangong realm can refine it, he can directly ascend to a higher realm without any side effects. However, this is only secondary. After reaching the heaven-slaying realm, one can condense a Dharma body, and the formless Linglong Pearl can force the Dharma body to sublime, causing it to undergo a qualitative change and raising its power by several levels. If such treasures were to be lost, there would be a bloody fight for them. Even those old monsters would not be able to hold back and would come out to kill. But if these were the only effects, Zhou Tong would still not take it seriously. Neither the breakthrough in cultivation nor the strengthening of the Dharma image was enough to impress him. What really caught his eye was the least known and most incredible function of the Wuxiang Linglong Pearl. That is, it can help those who are close to enlightenment to break through the state of no form among the 6 realms of becoming an emperor. This is the temptation that Zhou Tong cannot ignore. Wouldn't you feel bad for giving me such a precious treasure? Of course not. Treasures should belong to people with virtue. If the guest official can refine it, it would be great. Emoliosu said this generously, but Zhou Tong sneered in his heart. Although this exquisite bead is the most precious treasure in the world, it also has a huge flaw. That is, the threshold for refining is extremely high. Except for those who are destined to do so, and the most powerful ones, forced refining will come at a heavy price. Not only that, after the refining fails, the Wuxiang Linglong Pearl will be out of control and return to the hands of its original owner. Emoliosu obviously had a good plan. In her eyes, if the guest official could refine it successfully, he could weaken Zhou Tong. If not, he could only blame himself for his incompetence. But through her eyes, Zhou Tong could still see her true thoughts. She didn't want Zhou Tong to succeed in refining it. After all, it was such a precious treasure, and even if she couldn't use it, she didn't want to let others get it for free. But Zhou Tong was going to disappoint her. A bastard won't take advantage of a bargain that's delivered to his doorstep. Since you are so willing, I will have no choice but to decline your offer. Zhou Tong waved his hand. The brocade box opened, and a colorful bead fell into his palm. The next moment, blazing fire surged out of his body, and he became extremely hot, like the rising sun. Is he crazy? He wants to refine it on the spot, Emoliosu said in disbelief. Faced with such a great opportunity, which cultivator would dare not make full preparations to ensure that nothing goes wrong? But the person in front of him is so impatient. Isn't he afraid of backlash and death? Pay the price, you arrogant thing. Emoliosu's expression gradually turned cold, and he cursed in his heart. Chapter 111. Zhou Tong was seen sitting as steady as a mountain. His body seemed to have turned into a melting pot that could contain everything and absorb everything. A brilliant light bloomed from the formless, exquisite bead, vivid and dazzling, mixed with the charm of the Tao, which was fascinating. However, before these lights could escape, they seemed to be restrained by an invisible gravitational force, flowing back into Zhou Tong's body bit by bit. This process took quite a while and captured the attention of everyone present, making them unable to look away. Finally, the treasure turned into a molten halo, flickering and flowing in Zhou Tong's palm like a galaxy. It's done! Zhou Tong smiled slightly, and then he inhaled and exhaled his energy, like a dragon sucking water, and absorbed the light directly into his body. The process happened so quickly that Emoliosu didn't even have time to react. He could only stand there in a daze, stunned. How is it possible that he actually refined it? Even if it was someone who was destined to be with him, it wouldn't be possible that fast, right? She trembled slightly, finding it hard to accept this result. Now, there was no room for regret. Congratulations, Mr. Kaching. You are one step closer to the Great Road. Emoliosu had no choice but to force a smile, but was surprised to find that Zhou Yun's aura had not changed at all. This shouldn't be the case. Even a strong person above the heaven-slaying realm would be forced to sublimate his Dharma image after refining this treasure. However, Zhou Tong didn't see any improvement. There must be something wrong. However, she didn't know that at this moment, countless red thunders in Zhou Tong's body had entangled the ball of light, sealing it temporarily. It's just because now is not the best time to absorb it. If you want to be absolutely safe, you must make adequate preparations. It is recorded in ancient books that the state of no form is the state of controlling thousands of Dharma forms. In this state, one can transform the heaven and earth with one mind. One can demonstrate mountains, rivers, grass, and trees, and transform the sun, moon, and stars. All things in the world are under control. The formless state itself is an invincible Dharma form. If you want to set foot there, you have to meet extremely strict conditions. The formless realm is unattainable. If one attempts to enter it by force, One's mental power will be assimilated and cleansed into a state of nothingness. In the best case, the spirit will be damaged, and in the worst case, the soul will be shattered. This is a terrible erosion. If you want to fight against it, you must hold extremely strong emotions, such as the three poisonous hearts. That is greed, anger, and ignorance. With Zhou Tong's extremely stable mental state, it was difficult for him to experience these strong emotions. This is also a common problem for all those who are close to becoming an emperor. They never expected that strong mental stability would become an obstacle to becoming an emperor. Therefore, if you want to overcome this level, you must rely on other people's emotions. Zhou Tong looked at the person below, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this just perfect material? Mr. Kaching, how do you feel? Zhao Wutan approached cautiously, observing every change in Zhou Tong carefully. It's not bad to get some promotion. Zhao Wutian couldn't help but sigh in admiration after hearing these words. He was indeed worthy of being called this great man. He was able to refine such a precious treasure without any commotion. How strong must his foundation be? Guest, since our friends from Yuqing Sect have shown their sincerity, can we move on to the main topic? Qian Miaoyu suddenly reminded, which made Mo Liusu and others' eyes light up. That's what I meant. Please. Zhou Tong said calmly, his eyes gradually becoming hot. In his eyes, the people from Yuqing Sect had become fat sheep. Then I will get straight to the point. According to the agreement, the Empire will work with us to jointly wipe out the Huan sect and persuade my traitor to change his mind. Do you have any questions? Mo Liusu looked serious, and his tone revealed strong determination and obsession. I do have a question. Chapter 112. Zhou Tong spoke, holding a sound transmission jade in his palm. At this time, he had already contacted Murongya and exposed the contents of the combat meeting completely. I heard that your disciple is very similar to me, and he must also have a stubborn temper. You know, it's easy to destroy the Huan sect, but it's hard to change a person's heart. If he insists on not changing his mind, how will you deal with it? Hearing this, Mo Liusu fell into a long silence. That depends on the Kaching's methods. After a moment, Mo Liusu gritted his teeth and said, I allow you to do whatever you want with him. Just destroy his dignity and break his pride. When he is completely desperate, let me take him away. That way, I won't be afraid that he will not surrender. Will it be okay even if his origin is damaged? Of course. Is it okay even if his cultivation is destroyed? No problem. Very good. Zhou Tong stood up from his seat with a cold look in his eyes. Except for that kid named Zhou Tong, all the other people in the Huan sect will belong to me. Who is in favor of this, and who is against it? Zhao Wutian's face changed slightly. He had been coveting Murongya for a long time and wanted to get her into his possession. However, facing the guest in front of him, he did not dare to have any opinion and could only give up the white moonlight in his heart. I object. Just then, Tang Chi, who had been serving as a background board, jumped out. We have already paid the reward. All the spoils, including those women, should belong to us. Why should we leave them to you to deal with? He was obsessed with sex. When the love poison had not yet taken effect, the beautiful figures of Murongya, the little witch, Long Ling Yun, and others would always appear in his mind. Especially Murongya, such a stunning beauty. If he could have a kiss with her, he would have no regrets in his life. Zhou Tong's expression darkened slightly, and he slapped him. Bang! The sound of the slap was as shocking as thunder. Tang Chi screamed and flew out, spinning 8.5 times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Who else is in favor and who is against? In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Mo Liusu stared at Tang Chi with anger on her face. She didn't expect that this disciple, who was usually the most sensible, would be so reckless. She was really disappointed. Tang Chi also reacted, trembling and lowering his head, but the resentment in his eyes almost burst out. Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows slightly, and his mental power radiated out, capturing the fluctuations of anger. It's really easy to get it. He quickly made hand seals and used secret techniques to gather Tang Chi's emotions. This is less than 1%. You are such a loser. You still have greed and ignorance to deal with. You have a long way to go. We have no objection. Except Zhou Tong. You can deal with the others as you like. Mo Liusu made a promise. Very good. If that's the case, then there's no time to lose. I will personally take action now to make your wish come true. Upon hearing this, everyone present except Qian Miaoyu showed expressions of shock. They were well aware of Murongya's strength, and it would be no easy task to capture her alive. But Zhou Tong said it so easily, as if he was going to catch a rabbit. How could he do it? The first step is to let me confirm their location. Zhou Tong pressed his fingers on his forehead. This time he did not hide anything. His violent mental power surged out, sweeping away everyone present. Chapter 113. Is this spiritual power? Zhao Wutan and others were breathing rapidly. Only because this force was too strong, so strong to an abnormal degree, that he became so suspicious. It's indeed mental power. Mo Liusu quickly used her internal energy to resist, but the three disciples around her were not so lucky. They were dazed for a moment and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, this force came and went quickly, covering the entire imperial capital in an instant. When acting, you have to play it full on, and Zhou Tong plays it real. Found it. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a proud and unruly arc. They're just a few insignificant people. Look how easy it is for me to capture them. The next moment he flashed out, leaped across the sky, and rushed towards a certain direction. The others did not delay either. They all took off into the air and followed closely. So fast. Mo Liusu sighed as he looked at Zhou Tong's back while he was leading his three apprentices. Master Kaching is just matching our speed. Otherwise, he would have left us behind long ago, Zhao Wutan said with a look of disdain. In less than 3/4 of an hour, they crossed half of the imperial capital and came to a relatively open place. Why did you stop? That's the goal. How's that possible? I can't detect anything. Then use your eyes to see. Zhou Tong raised his left hand, and the sword energy flowed in his palm. He just pressed down with one hand and raised the building below to the ground. In an instant, there was a lot of noise, and people fled in fear, but no one was injured. In the billowing smoke and dust, four figures rose into the air and came into the sight of several people. It was none other than Murongya, the little witch, Long Lingyun, and another Zhou Tong. The two Zhou Tongs confronting each other in the air formed a wonderful spectacle in the eyes of others. I looked at the counterfeit and even saw a hint of amusement and pride on his face. This disguise technique has reached the pinnacle. Without Zhou Tong's strong mental strength, it would be impossible to detect it. Who are you, and why are you pretending to be my disciple? Murongya said angrily, her expression controlled perfectly. Evil spirits of the Huan Sect, your doom has come. Mo Liusu was full of energy and confidence, and he developed a contemptuous attitude towards Murongya. So it's you, the haunted fellow. I've already said that Zhou Tong is my disciple, and he will never come back to you again. Master is right. I will never forgive you again. Zhou Tong threw himself into Murongya's arms. This action made Tang Chi and Mo Liusu jealous, and also gave Murongya goosebumps all over her body. She forced herself to suppress the urge to use violence. That's not up to you. Mo Liusu had a powerful aura and was ready to take action. None of you are allowed to make a move. These are my prey. Let me take over. Zhou Tong took a step forward, exuding an aura of supremacy. Then I'll leave it to you, Your Excellency. Mo Liusu's eyes flickered, but she chose to retreat. She still understands a little about the thoughts of the top powerful people. These people are extremely conceited. If others dare to interfere in their fights, not only will they not be appreciated, but they will also be retaliated against. What a terrifying aura. Who are they from? The commotion here attracted the attention of countless people, including many strong men above the Zhantian realm, all of whom cast solemn glances. I saw Her Majesty, the Queen, the Imperial Master, and the guest officials. Are they going to deal with that woman? Chapter 114. No matter where she goes, Murongya is the absolute focus, and she can make people obsessed just by standing still. At the same time, her aura became even more fierce. Looking around, she was undoubtedly the strongest among this group of people. It's the guest minister. He wants to deal with that woman alone. Is it possible? The gap between the two is really huge. Don't be dissatisfied. Kuching is definitely a hidden talent. You didn't even see the scene where he killed Zhantian realm in one move. This is ridiculous. A Heaven Slayer is nothing in front of a true powerhouse. I bet he will be beaten to a pulp within 3 rounds. Ignoring everyone's conversation, Murongya took the first step. You dare to pretend to be my disciple? You will never get away with it today. Before she finished her words, the red dust spread out with her as the center. With one move, she summoned up the sea of red dust, covering 300 miles and crushing the 9 heavens. What a terrifying power! Qian Miaoyu hugged her arms tightly, shaking uncontrollably. She knew Moronya was very strong, but she didn't expect her to be this strong. In this area, she was almost unable to hold on even though she had not been targeted. If a real fight broke out, even if there were many heaven-slaying realm warriors, they would all be wiped out. Take it! The little demon girl and Long Lingyun also moved at the same time. With the blessing of the Red Dust Sea, their strength was extremely elevated. With both swords out at the same time, even Mo Liusu had to temporarily avoid the edge. It's just a trifle. Zhou Tong, however, showed no concern and pressed a handprint in full view of everyone. Break all the laws. With a loud bang, the vast sea of red dust exploded into pieces, and the attacks of the 3 people were wiped out. All was silent. Not a sound was heard. The scene just now was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Zhou Tong just waved his hand, and with a slight movement, he disintegrated the terrible energy. How calm is this? And how powerful is this? The strength of both sides is completely not on the same level. How is it possible? Who are you? Moronya seemed to have suffered a severe blow and continued to perform at a furious pace. Now that you've made your move, it's my turn now. As soon as he finished speaking, the power of thunder flashed on his body, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Leo Destruction's sword. He reached out and grabbed the thunder, aiming it forward. North, the divine thunder is like a prison. The thunder spear was thrown out and exploded in the air, turning into a sea of thunder. Moronya and the other 2 were the first to be hit. They were pierced by the thunder and became stiff. The powerful aura on their bodies instantly dropped, and they seemed to be completely defenseless at this moment. Emoliosu was stunned watching on the side. This was simply a magical skill of controlling and weakening. If she could master it, perhaps she would be able to fight against Moronya. It's time to end it. Zhou Tong's calm words made the onlookers feel terrified, and they realized that something big was coming. Immediately afterwards, Qian Yayu collapsed in midair, and the scene in her nightmare finally became reality. Everything moves in the sky. Zhou Tong waved his hand, causing the clouds to suddenly explode, revealing the clear sky. Everyone looked up, and were all frozen in place for a moment. There was a bright spot in their pupils, and it was getting closer and bigger. It turned out to be a flying star that was pulled down by Zhou Tong. I must be dreaming, someone murmured, but more people were speechless. Boom! The flying star hit the target directly, creating a terrifying shockwave. After the impact, 3 figures fell from the sky, as if they had lost the power to resist. Master! The counterfeit let out an exaggerated scream, and the next moment, Zhou Tong himself appeared in front of her and slapped her on the body. Chapter 115. The fake Zhou Tong's face changed drastically, and his screams became even more shrill, which frightened everyone who heard it. Hey, you're being too exaggerated. It really damages my image. Zhou Tong said in a low voice with a frown on his face. It's all because my little brother was too gentle, so I couldn't feel it. The charming voice made Zhou Tong take a deep breath. Perform well for me next time. Don't worry. The counterfeit glanced at the people from Yuqing's sect and finally fixed his eyes on Tang Chi. He must be the one who has been confusing right and wrong and accusing my younger brother. I will show him who is the master of this field. Thank you very much. Zhou Tong raised the corner of his mouth and pressed one hand on the other person's dantian. In the eyes of everyone, the guest official showed his great power and subdued Zhou Tong with one move and destroyed the opponent's dantian. Zhou Tong's aura suddenly dropped sharply, and it was obvious that his cultivation had been destroyed. Okay. Tang Chi's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and he shouted excitedly in his heart. This powerful enemy had suffered a heavy blow once again, and must be completely destroyed. He didn't believe that the opponent could revive again. How dare you do this to me? The counterfeits looked weak, with deep despair in their eyes, as if their spirits had been destroyed, and they had completely turned into a pile of walking corpses. Seeing this scene, Imo Liosu could no longer hold back and smiled happily. This time it's really stable. In contrast to her, Xia Hongxiu looked uncertain and her heart sank to the bottom. Unexpectedly, despite all the precautions, Imo Lulu still conquered Zhou Tong again. In this way, Imo Liosu will be able to safely survive the 3 disasters and 4 calamities. Wouldn't her plan to seize the luck fail? No, absolutely not. She had already changed her plan once. If she changed it back, it would inevitably anger Tianji and lead to unpredictable consequences. So this time, she must persevere to the end. Not only must she interfere and alienate the relationship between Mo Liusu and Zhou Tong, but she must also go a step further and put Mo Liusu in danger. Junior brother. Only Chenlinger looked miserable and almost fainted from the pain. She had regretted it a long time ago and wanted to make it up to Zhou Tong, but she found herself so powerless. The counterfeit had drooping eyebrows and was about to faint. He looked at Mo Liusu for the last time. It was this look that made Mo Liusu tremble all over. Sorrow, hatred, blame, and a hint of attachment completely ignited her mood. She felt an extremely complex emotion rippling in her heart, making her at a loss. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light appeared around Mo Liusu's neck, allowing her to regain stability. This scene was captured by Zhou Tong himself, and he understood it instantly. What just happened was clearly a sign of a calamity, but it was suppressed by something. Upon closer inspection, the suppressing object turned out to be the token that he had given to Mo Liusu. No wonder she was so eager to get me to change my mind. It turns out she wanted me to help her suppress the disaster. Zhou Tong raised the corners of his mouth, full of teasing. Everything happened in a flash. Zhou Tong only used 2 moves to completely subdue the enemy in front of him. What's even more terrifying is that he did it so effortlessly throughout the whole process, and it didn't look like he was using his full strength at all. Everyone was numb and trembling with excitement, and some even knelt on the ground in worship. Chapter 116. With such a strong man guarding Lingxiao Empire, there is no need to worry about the empire's prosperity. How terrible! I still underestimated him. Zhao Wutan's heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but secretly rejoice. According to his estimation, if he faced Zhou Tong, he might not be able to withstand even one move. The target has been captured. Take him back to the palace's prison. Keep him under separate supervision and under strict guard. No mistakes can be made. Yes! The guards below spoke with admiration and utmost piety as they loaded the unconscious, Muronya and others into the prison van, announcing the end of this farce. After doing all this, Zhou Tong looked at Mo Liusu and said, "The contract has been concluded, and the stage has been built for you. I have something else to do at midnight tonight, so I will not be guarding in the prison. Thank you for your advice. I will keep it in mind." Mo Liusu's eyes lit up. The guest official had given her clear instructions, asking her to rob the heavenly prison on time, so as to subdue Zhou Tong in one fell swoop and humiliate Muronya in the process. Night falls in the Sky Prison. 2 completely different private rooms were used to hold the 4 members of the Huan Sect. One of them was extremely luxurious, where Muronya, the Little Witch, and Long Lingyun were imprisoned. The other one was extremely rudimentary and was where Zhou Tong was imprisoned. What's even more shocking is that the 2 cells are actually next to each other. Damn, you little pervert. You're so cruel. The Little Witch stroked her shoulders and couldn't help but complain. The meteorite that fell from the sky almost broke her bones. Be content, little girl. He has already restrained his strength in that move. Otherwise, you would not have the opportunity to complain here. Lian Hanxing, who was pretending to be Zhou Tong, said, "I have always had a question. Little brother is really in the Haxin realm. I heard that he killed a Zhantian realm cultivator in seconds. This is a unique feat. It's absolutely genuine." The little demon girl said, "That guy is an existence that can break common sense. It's just a pity that I can no longer bully him with force. I can only let him bully me. You can also bully him with your body." Lian Hanxing joked. "Pooh." The Little Witch did not hesitate to express her contempt. "Quiet. The prey has taken the bait," Muronya said softly. Her mental power was the strongest among those present, and she could detect any movement, including the sound of Mo Liusu approaching. Only 2 muffled thuds were heard, and the jailer in charge of guarding fell down. "Tong, your master is here to save you." A slim figure in a black robe suddenly appeared and came in front of the 4 people. "Mo Liusu, you are so despicable. In order to achieve your goal, you even teamed up with others to deal with us, and you didn't even hesitate to hurt the little guy. He will never forgive you." Muronya cursed directly. "Really? I didn't expect you to say something so childish. Isn't it true that the law of the jungle is the law of the world? If you can't protect him, it only means that you are useless and unworthy of being his master. Are you worthy of it? He has followed you for so many years and has never acknowledged you. Only when he stays by my side can he feel at ease and happy. Ha! Hearing this, Emoliosu laughed out loud. You don't understand. You don't understand how much he respected and liked me. I'll show you something good. As she spoke, she carefully took out the wooden ball she was wearing, which was the token of love Zhou Tong had given her. She activated her spiritual power, and Zhou Tong's wishes left on the wooden ball were reflected, telling of Zhou Tong's most sincere love in his childhood. Murong Ye's expression changed slightly, as if she was jealous, and then she showed a look of disdain. Nothing more. Chapter 117. Hearing this, the smug and boastful look on Mo Liosu's face suddenly froze, and then became even more proud. You're jealous. After saying this, she felt proud and extremely comfortable. Murong Ye's sarcasm is still ringing in her ears, making her unforgettable. You're jealous that I'm stronger than you, jealous that I'm prettier than you, and jealous that the little guy likes me more. Whenever she thought of this sentence, she became so angry that she could hardly control herself. Now she could finally return the favor. You are so pathetic. You are so complacent holding that old thing. I will show you something more interesting. Murong Yu was not angry, which made Mo Liosu feel a little regretful, but when the other party showed the ring on her finger, she instantly lost her composure. What's this? Guess. I asked you what this is. Mo Liosu roared without any scruples. Even though her delicate facial features were distorted by her hideous look, they still had a unique beauty. It just has a hint of madness and brutality that makes people dare not look directly at it. How could she not know? The ring contained an extremely familiar spiritual power, with dancing rays of light and auspicious colors, which was countless times more advanced than her wooden ball. This is clearly an unparalleled amulet. What's even more hateful is that this amulet belongs only to Murong Ye. Even if someone else snatches it away, it will be useless, and they may even be hurt by the mental power on it. This is clearly blatant favoritism and pampering. You're jealous again. Murong Ye laughed happily and stabbed Mo Liosu's heart mercilessly. Huff, huff, huff. She was breathing heavily, staring at Murong Ye with great hatred, as if she wanted to tear her into pieces. Don't look at me like that. The little guy insisted on giving it to me. I told him not to worry about it, but he wouldn't listen. What else can I do? After these words were spoken, Long Ling Yun and the little demon girl shuddered. They never expected that their master could be so shameless. I don't believe it. You must have forced him to do it. Mo Liosu seemed to have been drained of all his strength and tried desperately to find excuses for himself. You still dare not believe it? Today I will teach you a lesson for your stubbornness. Murong Ye became furious, like a female leopard ready to pounce. In order to protect the most important thing to her, she was determined to risk it all. She just opened the space ring, and then a bunch of scrolls fell out. This was her practice to eliminate the unforeseen calamity. The little demon girl and others knew that Murong Ye had been painting, but they didn't know what she was painting. I finally got to see it today. I saw a scroll opened, and on it was a picture of Zhou Tong's profile. In the painting, Zhou Tong is directing the shipbuilding. He is full of vigor and energy, showing the youthful demeanor to the fullest. Mo Liosu widened her eyes. She had to admit that she had not seen Zhou Tong with such an expression for a long time. What happened in these years to make such a brilliant and high-spirited young man become so decadent? She still hasn't forgotten the cold and lonely figure when Zhou Tong left the sect. Did I do something wrong? Was I really wrong? Maybe, but that's all in the past. From now on, I will treat him better. Mo Liosu clenched his fists but said firmly, It's just a painting. What can it mean? Okay. You won't cry until you see the coffin, right? I'll make you face the reality once and for all. Another painting was opened, which showed Zhou Tong and Murong Ye. Zhou Tong was looking at the beautiful woman with gentle eyes, frozen in this moment, almost eternal. Snort! Mo Liosu's face flushed red. She just snorted coldly and said nothing more. She was really jealous. You're not going to say anything, right? I know you're still not convinced. Look at this. Chapter 118. As the pictures unfolded one after another, Murong Ye started talking and introduced the pictures in a torrent of words. This is a picture of the little guy cooking for me. This is a painting of the little guy hugging me. This is a painting of the little guy resting on my lap. Little guy, rub my shoulders. Little guy, give me a leg massage. Little guy, massage my feet. And the little one lulled me to sleep. This is not over yet. There is also this. Murong Ye was very patient and even described the details clearly. At this moment, her cheeks were as red as fire, which was entirely due to shyness. Under normal circumstances, she would never make these paintings public, but now, in order to punish her enemy, she has completely let go. She was enjoying it even though she hurt the enemy 100 times and herself 800 times. Master is so scary. The little witch and Long Ling Yun hugged each other and shivered in the corner. Even Zhou Tong, who was standing by, was stunned, as if his worldview had been refreshed. I used to think I was pretty shameless, but now I feel like I'm out of tune with you because I'm not perverted enough. At this moment, Lian Hanqing just wanted to grab Moronya by the collar and yell, "Stop it! It's rude to be this perverted. You are such a grown-up. Yet you still act like a spoiled child with your disciple and ask him to take care of you. Are you a baby?" The person who was most shocked was naturally Emoliosu. She stood there like a statue, and only the bloodshot eyes proved that she was still alive. Puff! She seemed to be shocked by Murong Ya's stunning paintings, and as if her endurance had reached its limit, she finally vomited a mouthful of blood. "You fickle slut, go to hell." She put her hands together and released a shocking spiritual energy, but it was blocked by the iron door of the cell. It was obvious that the material of the iron door was not ordinary. "I can't hit you. I'll piss you off." Murongyu was very happy, and she raised the ring on her hand and shook it continuously. "If you can't get it, you'll be so greedy." Emoliosu just felt dizzy. She never dreamed that one day she would be so angry. "No matter what I won, I will take Tong away today, and you can spend the rest of your life holding on to these memories." As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Murong Ya's face disappeared immediately, and she felt that she had won back a point. She just waved her hand and split open the cell door next door, then walked in gracefully. "What are you still doing here? I don't want to see you again." Zhou Tong, huddled together, hugged his knees, and looked alert. Emoliosu was overjoyed. Judging from his appearance, Zhou Tong's rejection of her had been greatly weakened. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot. The credibility of that guest official is still guaranteed. Now, as long as you lower your posture and say a few soft words, Zhou Tong will immediately surrender. "Be good, stop making trouble. No one can protect you except me. Or do you want to continue to stay here and suffer?" Hearing him speak, Zhou Tong shuddered but said stubbornly, "If I were to go back to the environment I was in, I would rather die here. Master promises that such a thing will never happen again. As long as you are obedient and don't compete with your junior brother, I will love you well." Chapter 119. Scum. There was a dangerous light flashing in Lian Hanqing's eyes. She didn't expect Mo Liusu to be so shameless. At this point, the person she loved most in her heart was still Tang Chi, and she put him above Zhou Tong. She felt sorry for Zhou Tong the moment she thought about it. "What are you still hesitating about? Do you really want to be a slave here for the rest of your life? Or be tortured to death?" Mo Liusu struck while the iron was hot and wanted to destroy Zhou Tong's psychological defenses in one fell swoop. After a moment, the color in Zhou Tong's eyes dimmed even more, as if he had completely accepted his fate. "I promise." Every word was extremely heavy, but to Mo Liusu, it was the most beautiful music from nature. "I know you are a good kid and will not disappoint your teacher, but there is one more thing." Mo Liusu's voice was low and full of oppression. "You need to tear up that severance contract." Hearing this, Zhou Tong looked up suddenly and looked at the other party in disbelief. "You have to understand that if your master suffers a backlash from the contract, no one will be able to protect you. Besides, you are still young and your cultivation has been wasted. It's okay for you to endure a little more hardship. After you return, your master will double your compensation to you." "You beast, are you still talking human language?" Moronya on the side couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Even though she knew it was a show, her anger still burst out uncontrollably. "You are a lost dog. What qualifications do you have to make comments?" Mo Liusu finally felt proud and looked down upon the other party from a high position. "Okay, I hope you don't break your promise." Zhou Tong took out a forged contract and tore it to pieces in front of the other party. Then his face turned extremely pale, and as he spurted out a mouthful of blood, his already weak aura became even weaker. Okay. You are truly my good disciple. I will ask you one more question. When you contradicted me and sentenced me to expel you, do you regret it?" When she asked this question, her eyes were shining with excitement and a strong desire to dominate. She wanted Zhou Tong to deny all his past insistence. If Zhou Tong nodded, It would be equivalent to complete surrender, completely abandoning his dignity and freedom, and willingly becoming the other party's domination. A fierce murderous aura suddenly emanated from Murongya. She knew that Imoliosu was extremely despicable, but she was still shocked by his behavior. "I'm not wrong." Zhou Tong said this in a decisive tone, causing Imoliosu's expression to immediately darken. "You've been a little naughty. It seems necessary to let you stay here for a few more days to reflect on yourself." After saying this, she turned around and was about to leave, with a playful smile on her face. It seemed as if she was certain that Zhou Tong would beg her for mercy. However, she miscalculated. She had already walked 50 or 6 feet, but still did not hear any voice trying to keep her, which made her extremely annoyed. "I'll ask you one last time. Do you regret it?" "No regrets." Lien Hanqing answered decisively, and at the same time, she gently stroked the red rope on her left wrist. That was the artifact left to her by Zhou Tong himself. Once activated, it could restrain the token on Mo Liosu's neck and cause the disaster to happen. "I didn't expect to use it so soon." Mo Liosu hadn't noticed yet that a cold aura was emanating from her body. She was about to attack when suddenly, a horrible pain came from her mind. Ah! Unable to even blink, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, fell to the ground, and held her head, twitching violently. Chapter 120. "You deserve it." Murongya clapped her hands in glee. "Oh no, my Wuang Jijia was violated. Why did the token become ineffective? Could it be because of him?" She looked at Zhou Tong, who was very close to her. She was looking down at him just now, but now he was lying on the ground and could only look up. "Let's put this question aside for now. I won't pursue it any further. Just follow me," she said with difficulty. She just wanted to stop the disaster as soon as possible. "If you don't hold me accountable, I will. Let me ask you, when you allowed others to frame me, did you know you were wrong?" "You." Mo Liosu's face changed drastically. She didn't expect that Zhou Tong would dare to take advantage of her to threaten her. For her, admitting mistakes is more painful than death, but the side effects of Wuangji are even more painful than admitting mistakes. She couldn't endure this kind of torment even for a second. "Okay, just consider it as your fault. I apologize to you and promise that I won't do it again." Mo Liosu said this with gritted teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden ball on his chest lit up, instantly relieving his pain. Off! At this time, her whole body was soaked with sweat, and her body was trembling slightly. The pain just now almost made her lose all strength. "Now that the matter has been settled, I will take you away now." Mo Liosu took a deep breath, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Tong. However, Lien Hanqing's heart was filled with joy, and she gently stroked the red rope in her hand. "This is a wonderful whip. It can make the beasts obedient. Just watch, little brother. I will make those who target you pay a heavy price." Mo Liosu looked at Murongya proudly, then left with Lien Hanqing. "Poor thing, you took this real female devil away. You will suffer in the future. The show is over. Why hasn't senior brother come out yet?" Long Lingyun looked around and waited for half an hour, but still did not see Zhou Tong. He was invited away by Zhao Wutian. It seems that he has something very important to do. Lingxiao Empire, National Master's Mansion, underground. Zhou Tong himself accepted Zhao Woshan's invitation and came here, which seemed to be a huge underground world. "As expected of you, you are the national teacher. What a great move. You really have the ambition of a hero." Zhou Tong released his mental power and realized that this world was extremely vast and connected in all directions, even covering the entire imperial capital. Not only that, this space is also the base of an array, which is specially used to carry the death array of living beings. It has taken at least 30 years to lay it out. You are too kind, Kaching. To achieve great things, one must be able to endure loneliness and be willing to sacrifice one's conscience. Zhao Wutian said this shamelessly, but his expression was very respectful. "Today I would like to invite you to my humble home for a chat. I just want to ask for advice on how to perfect the formation. I hope you will be generous with your guidance." "You know it's hard," Zhou Tong said with difficulty. "I'm sorry for being rude, so I prepared a gift for you. I believe you will like it." "Why?" "You also have a treasure comparable to the Wuxiang Ling Long Pearl." "It's hard to say. I'll ask the guest to appreciate it." As soon as he clapped his hands, a secret door of a secret room suddenly opened. When Zhou Tong saw what was inside the door, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was a huge ball of black ice crystal, inside which was frozen a pitiful girl. Senior Sister, Zhang Chuqiao. Chapter 121. Master Kaching, please don't frown yet. This woman's physique is extraordinary. Yin Yang Taoist body. Zhou Tong said in a deep voice, which made Zhao Wutan, who was about to explain, slightly stunned. As expected of you. I believe you already know her wonderful uses. Zhao Wutian said proudly, constantly observing Zhou Tong's expression. I accept this gift. Set her free. Of course, but there is one thing I need to tell Mr. Kaching in advance. Zhao Wutian said. If you want to take her nourishment, it is best to do it within 1 day after thawing. Otherwise, she will wither and die immediately. You used the method of pulling up the seedlings to help her grow faster? Zhou Tong spoke in a low voice, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. After using this method, all her vitality can be concentrated and released within 1 day, greatly improving the effectiveness of dual cultivation. Within a day, regardless of whether she is practicing dual cultivation or not, she will use up all of her vitality, so she needs to be preserved in ice. Zhou Tong had a blank expression on his face. In order to prevent his murderous intent from leaking out, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, countless thoughts burst out from my mind. If you want to keep Zhang Chuqiao alive, you must use a method that can revitalize her, such as the Eternal Ivy. It's a pity that this kind of elixir is extremely rare and its growing environment is very harsh. As soon as it matures, it will probably be snatched up by the top powerhouses. After all, this is a treasure that can prolong life. Who wouldn't be tempted? Master Kaching, I happen to have a plant of evergreen ivy in my hand. Zhao Wutan's voice suddenly came. So what? Zhou Tong opened his eyes and looked at the other person. I see that you seem to like collecting beauties, so I dare to guess that you might want this yin-yang body to live. But Zhao Wutian paused. A cunning look flashed in his eyes, and he said, I should have offered the eternal evergreen ivy with both hands, but unfortunately it has already entered the auction process. If you want it, I will buy it myself at the auction in a few days, and then give it to you. But I have to wait until the big thing is successful. What do you think? Hearing this, Zhou Tong grinned, seeing through the other person's thoughts clearly. What he called a big thing was to activate the living silence array and refine all the powerful ones. By then, his strength will surely soar, and he will be confident and have the absolute initiative no matter who he negotiates with. If it really comes to that, Zhou Tong doesn't think the other party will keep their promise. This proposal is nothing more than a castle in the air and a pie in the sky. If you want to save Zhang Chuqiao, you must find another way. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he thought of a folk remedy. In his previous life, when he was fighting against the demons, he discovered that the other side had mastered a secret technique called the heaven-mending creation technique. This kind of secret method can forcibly transfer one's own vitality to others. No matter how serious the injuries of the person receiving the initiation are, they can be brought back to life. It is for this reason that the demons are extremely difficult to kill. Do you want me to catch a demon? Where can I find that thing? Just when he was feeling distressed, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help laughing. Isn't this already available? Guest! Guest! Zhao Wutan kept calling him, which brought him back to his senses. What do you think of my proposal? Very good. I accept. Zhou Tong's answer was so straightforward that Zhao Wutan was caught off guard. This is for you. Zhou Tong threw it casually, and a scroll flew into the other party's hands. Zhao Wutian couldn't wait to open it, and a look of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face. What is recorded above is exactly the method to perfect the living silence array, which can be said to be achieved without any effort. Thank you very much, dear guest. Chapter 122. Then you should work hard. I will not accompany you for now. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the ball of black ice crystal flew up and followed behind him. Then he took a step forward and disappeared into the underground world. Take care, dear guest. I will definitely repay you well after the mission is accomplished. Zhao Wutian licked his lips, his expression extremely sinister. I'll reward you by making you my nourishment. The Imperial Palace, the guest house. I'll kill you, scum. Zhang Chuqiao was liberated by Zhou Tong. As soon as she was freed, she showed extremely strong aggressiveness and attacked Zhou Tong crazily. Such a strong fighting spirit, worthy of being a yin-yang Taoist body. Zhou Tong dodged and exclaimed in admiration. The reason why Zhang Chuqiao is in this state is not because of mental disorder, but a continuation of the will to fight. She was captured and sealed in the battle, but her fighting spirit was undying and had not been extinguished after decades. Now that she had broken the seal, she still thought she was in a battle and regarded everything in front of her as an enemy. Senior sister, calm down and listen to me. Who is your senior sister? I will never forgive you today. Zhang Chuqiao was heroic, and the yin and yang energies gathered around her and transformed into a magic sword. Boom! The sword energy rolled out, only stronger than Longling Yun's, and her cultivation had long since broken through the heaven-slaying realm, and had not weakened at all over the years. It seems that this doesn't make sense, so I'll just have to— Zhou Tong switched states in a second, like a different person, with an extremely sharp aura. Beat you into submission. As he took a step forward, the sea of red dust rolled and rippled, covering the entire world. This is— Zhang Chuqiao had already made her move, but when she saw Zhou Tong's hair turn completely white, she couldn't help but tremble violently all over. Jade Demon Body. This is a realm that even she herself has not yet reached. At this moment, Zhou Tong had already approached, with a spiritual sword in his hand, emitting cold light, and he slashed with the sword without mercy. One move. The sword breaks. The winner is decided. Zhang Chuqiao flew backwards, but was intercepted by Zhou Tong halfway, and his cultivation was restrained. You are really my junior fellow apprentice? If you don't believe me even if I tell you, let someone else tell you. Zhou Tong took her directly to the sky prison, opened the cell door, and threw her in. Big sister, master, Qiao Qiao. Except for Long Lingyun, the women looked at each other, thinking they were dreaming, and then their eyes were instantly filled with tears, and they hugged each other tightly. Master, why are you here? What happened? You are such an unfilial and silly girl. You made me wait so hard. Moronya choked up. You can come back thanks to your junior brother. Master, senior brother just left again without saying a word. It seems like he has something urgent to do. Long Lingyun said with some surprise. What on earth could make this kid so anxious? Moronya asked in confusion and pinched Zhang Chuqiao's wrist with one hand. Let me check your body. After a moment, her face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 123. Hongchen Mountain, Huan Sect. I'm a little demon king. La 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 la. I want to build my Huan Sect beautifully. Lu Yin and Saint Heart Demon Lord were eating hot pot and singing. Their life was so comfortable. Especially the Holy Heart Demon Lord. Since he came here, he has entered a life of leisure and retirement early. The most important thing is that according to the principle of reincarnation, she is only 1 year old now. Demon Lord, in order to avenge yourself as soon as possible and to restore your former glory, you should practice today. Lu Yin urged tirelessly. The Xintian Jihua formation seemed to be spiritual. Seeing that the two people worked hard, it would reward them with some spiritual herbs and medicines every day. So the two of them were nourishing themselves all day long. They had no enemies chasing them, and they didn't have to be responsible for the entire race. It felt so good. You're really asking me to practice? I'm still a child. Let's do it tomorrow. No, the day after tomorrow. The Holy Heart Demon Lord blinked his big black gemstone eyes. He was small in stature, but he was full of wisdom and tricks. What a shitty Demon Lord. Whoever wants to be the Demon Lord can be the Demon Lord. At this moment, a faint wave appeared in the space, and the two of them immediately became alert. As usual, this was the Formation Master, using the power of space to bring them warmth. I wonder what kind of delicious food they will deliver this time? Under their expectant gaze, a young figure suddenly appeared in the void. Lu Yan's pupils suddenly contracted, and she froze in place. What is this? Is it a magical herb with the power of transformation? We have really found a treasure this time. The Holy Heart Demon Lord looked excited, pointing at the hot pot next to him, and said to Zhou Tongdao, "Come into the pot quickly." You just went into the pot. You can actually have a conversation. It's amazing. You are absolutely a top-notch talent. I'm sure you'll win. You are the best. Your whole family is the best. Zhou Tong said with a frown on his face. Lu Yin on the side was also numb. It seemed that the rumors were true. Reincarnation would indeed lower one's IQ. Although the Demon Lord's knowledge is still there and his personality has been preserved, his way of thinking has become younger. In short, he has become mentally retarded. Demon Lord, this is Master Zhou, the owner of this place. Shengxin's face changed drastically. and she looked extremely nervous. According to her speculation, the person in front of her was most likely a human leader disguised as a teenager, and he probably knew her identity in her previous life. Don't be nervous, I won't do anything bad to you. Zhou Tong showed a kind smile and looked Xingxin up and down. The more he looked, the more satisfied he felt. According to the rules of reincarnation, only those who have never killed humans in their previous lives can choose to reincarnate as humans. You are not our enemy. You are such a good man. Sacred Heart was filled with tears of gratitude. Of course, but I want to ask you, now that you have become a human, can you still use the innate skills of the Heavenly Demon Clan, such as the Heaven-Mending Creation technique? Of course. Do you want to know the Sky Demon Tribe's trump card from me? Sheng Xian replied without hesitation. I understand. You humans have an old saying, knowing yourself and your enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. I will definitely cooperate with you to the fullest. You know nothing. Lu Yan's lips curled slightly. She had already noticed something was wrong, but she didn't dare to speak out to remind them. Okay, since you were so sensible, I'm going to reward you. When Zhou Tong said this, Sheng Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Then can I eat a petal of the 7-star jade blood lotus? She asked shyly, but she had no hope in her heart. Chapter 124. Of course you can. How can you eat just one? I allow you to eat two. Zhou Tong's generosity is not like that of a human being. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been alert by now. When you give someone a gift, you must have something in mind. But Saint Heart Demon Lord obviously did not have this awareness. In her previous life, she was a stay-at-home mom and had no idea about the ways of the world. Now that her intelligence had been forcibly lowered, she really could not adapt herself. She just jumped into the spiritual herb room and came out an hour later with a smile on her face. Her aura also changed dramatically. Not only did his cultivation level improve, he even grew up a little, now looking like he was about 11 or 12 years old, and was exceptionally smart and cute. Thank you, big brother. Seeing Zhou Tong was still there, she smiled sweetly and was extremely happy. You're welcome. Do you see the little thatched house next to you? Go in and activate the formation. There's a surprise there. The Holy Heart Demon Lord had no doubts and followed Zhou Tong's instructions. When the light appeared in the hut, a scream of "ah" was heard, and the Holy Heart Demon Lord disappeared. Mr. Zhou, my Demon Lord. Lu Yan's face changed drastically. Her guess came true. Don't worry, she's with me. I can assure you that I will bring her back in good condition in a few days. Then I'll have to trouble Master Zhou. Lu Yan's face was full of worry. She walked towards the hot pot with a heavy heart, and tears flowed from the corners of her mouth. The Imperial Palace and the guest house. A teleportation array was glowing, and then it exploded into pieces. Fortunately, I had the foresight to set up a one-time teleportation formation in the sect, and it really came in handy. Zhou Tong grabbed the Holy Heart Demon Lord and smiled very sinisterly. What? What are you going to do to me? Don't be afraid. I want to borrow your power to save an important person. After the task is completed, I will double your benefits. At this time, the atmosphere inside the sky prison became extremely solemn, even gloomy and bleak. Big Sister can only live for one more day. How is this possible? The little witch turned pale, totally unable to accept this fact. Murong, you could not help but tremble all over. This poor disciple of hers had finally regained her freedom, but now had to face death. Why did God make her so hard? Master, please don't feel sad for me. I'm already very happy to see you for the last time. I am an unfilial disciple and cannot repay your kindness in raising me. Zhang Chuqiao's eyes were filled with tears. She was a strong woman who never gave up fighting even when she was in desperate situations. But now she felt extremely powerless. When she learned that Murongya almost became possessed by a demon because of her, she felt extremely guilty. Fortunately, I have my junior brother. All right, where's my junior brother? Zhang Chuqiao seemed to have thought of something and forced herself to cheer up and said, since the result is already determined, I will give my junior brother a gift. Hey, you don't want to? Long Lingyun asked suddenly and then stopped abruptly. At this moment, there was a bang and the door of the sky prison was kicked open. Isn't it a little too early to hold a memorial service now? Zhou Tong strode in, holding the Holy Heart Demon Lord in his arms and showing him to everyone. Whose child is this? So cute. Zhang Chuqiao looked at the Demon Lord's awkward expression because of being plotted against, and she felt as if she was healed. Little sister, how old are you this year? Replying to sister, I just turned 1 year old this year. Chapter 125. This is a 1-year-old? The women were stunned and couldn't believe their ears. Junior brother, you came at the right time. Zhang Chuqiao reacted and grabbed Zhou Tong's wrist. Come with me to a quiet place. I have something important to give you. I hope you can take good care of your master and sisters in the future. Her cheeks were flushed, and her shyness was mixed with determination. She was ready to face her fate. Wait a minute. Zhou Tong struggled, broke free from her wrist, and stuffed the holy heart into her arms. Zhang Chuqiao was caught off guard, and her two slender arms immediately closed together and hugged each other tightly. You're strangling me. Sheng Xan rolled her eyes and reached forward with her two little hands to resist. When she touched two huge, heart-thrilling soft breasts, she suddenly exerted force and pinched them fiercely. Ah! Zhang Chuqiao was suddenly struck by lightning and fell to the ground helplessly, her pretty face turning even redder. What you do? She said coquettishly, looking at the other person with a reproachful look. This little girl has such a strong grip. Well, this is simply a work of art. Sheng Xan was intoxicated by it, pinching and touching it, and was extremely envious. She was not outstanding in her previous life, and unless something unexpected happens in this life, she will be a piece of chopping block. Ah, you kid, you can't touch this thing. Don't move. You won't live long, but I can save you. When these words were spoken, everyone present, except Zhou Tong, widened their eyes. This little girl had never heard of Zhang Chuqiao's condition, but she was able to speak it out in one sentence. Perhaps there really is a chance of a turn for the better. Little sister, are you telling the truth? It's easy, okay, let me show you my skills. The Holy Heart Demon Lord said arrogantly, and it seemed that he had no intention of letting go. He immediately activated the heaven-mending creation technique and injected his own vitality into the opponent's body. Oh, this feeling really is... Zhang Chuqiao's body trembled slightly, but her expression gradually became serious. She could sense that the vitality in her body had shown a trend of recovery, and the other party was really trying to save her. Is this okay? You're still so young. If you lose too much vitality, stop talking. Big brother has already paid me. I came here specifically to save you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhou Tong's face. Zhang Chuqiao was even more affectionate, and the tenderness in her eyes almost melted Zhou Tong. God gave you to me, to save me from the dire straits. You've been really good to me. Hearing this, the little witch's heart moved slightly. Although she was happy, she still felt a sense of crisis. Morongye had mentioned the senior sister's personality to her. He is resolute and decisive, dares to love and hate, and never avoids the feelings in his heart. Judging from the look of it, even if you didn't fall in love with the little pervert immediately, you probably had quite a good impression of him. Unconsciously, she clenched her fists. Little witch, you have been too lazy recently. Have you developed the habit of relying on the little pervert for everything? This won't do. She encouraged herself and said, from today on, the enemy is not just outside. You have to cheer up, whether it's cultivation or feelings. You must not lose. Zhou Tong raised his eyebrows slightly. He collected the emotion of greed, and it was very big. You can stop now. At this moment, Zhang Chuqiao suddenly said that he wanted to stop Xingxin. It's too early. I'm fine for now. Sheng Xian was slightly stunned. It's enough. With these vitality, I can break through the realm and continue to fight for my life. This is the right way to practice. Chapter 126. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong aura emerged from her body, which actually bounced the holy heart away. Then she closed her eyes and entered a trance state. Call! With a loud bang, spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered together and condensed into a lotus platform under her. The lotus has 8 petals, slowly blooming. The spiritual energy on each piece has evolved and undergone a qualitative change. Heaven, earth, water, fire, wind, thunder, mountain, and marsh appeared on the lotus one after another, which are the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams are reversed and combined to explain yin and yang. When yin and yang merge, Tai appears. The so-called Tai realm is the true posture of the yin-yang body being broken and then established. Zhang Chuqiao had an epiphany, lived towards death, and achieved sublimation. Gather the jade line, collect the heaven and earth, shake the sun and the moon, break the void, reach the great chaos. Let the turbid air out, clear the mind and spirit, collect the spiritual energy of all things for my use. She recited the mysteries and opened her eyes as bright as stars. The haze is swept away, and the genius is reborn. I saw the cinnabar between her eyebrows slowly spreading out, and it actually separated into black and white, and finally evolved into a tiny Tai Chi diagram. The next moment, her breath suddenly soared. He advanced from the first level to the second level, the third level, all the way to the ninth level, and there was no sign of stopping. "Break through it," Zhou Tong said in a deep voice, feeling a little nervous unconsciously. Whether Zhang Chuqiao can change her fate depends on this one move. Not worth mentioning. She licked her red lips lightly, and her eyes gleamed with aggressiveness. How could a mere realm barrier possibly stop Yin Yang Dao body, full of fighting spirit? All I heard was a loud bang, which was the sound of the shackles breaking, and then a vast aura descended here. Above the sky, the realm of life and death, Zhang Chuqiao was suspended in midair. The jade belt that bound her hair exploded, and her black hair was like a waterfall, entwined with starlight. Then, endless vitality descended from the sky and poured into her body, completely reversing the downward trend. Visibly, her figure has become taller and more perfect, and her skin has become more crystal clear, like jade, exuding amazing charm. So beautiful. Xingxin's eyes widened. Even though she was a woman, she was conquered by the beauty so close to her. I had never seen beauties of this level when I was writing the Human Observation Report before, but today I found a group of them. These beauties are quite good at hiding. Junior brother. Zhang Chuqiao opened her red lips slightly, and her voice seemed to contain 1,000 twists and turns. Zhou Tong subconsciously took a step back because the opponent had already triggered the Haan Tiangong, and it was the second level of Qilua fantasy. The next moment, he felt a soft body crash into his arms. Who else could it be but Zhang Chuqiao? "Senior sister, what are you doing? You saved my life. From today on, I am yours. You can always give me the gift I prepared for you." She put her red lips close to Zhou Tong's ear. Her breath was as sweet as orchid, and she was so tender and affectionate that it was hard not to be moved. "Senior sister." Even with Zhou Tong's great concentration, he couldn't hold back any longer. "You and I are from the same sect. It is my duty to save you. I don't need to sacrifice myself for you." "Fool!" The woman gave him a charming look. "Don't you understand now? I fell in love with you at first sight." Chapter 127. Zhou Tong's body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he gained the powerful greed. This emotion came from Zhang Chuqiao in his arms. It was obvious that the other party was serious. As expected of a yin-yang body, even his emotions are much stronger than those of ordinary people. Zhou Tong finally realized that the path of cultivating the yin-yang Taoist body is completely different from that of ordinary people. If an ordinary person like me wants to reach the top, I must get rid of all distractions and keep my mind as calm as the abyss. Only in this way can I perfectly control the 6 realms of nothingness and reach the highest peak. But the yin-yang Taoist body is different. She will use her heart to understand the great Tao of heaven and earth, and use her nature to seek what she loves and kill what she hates. Her main character is full of ambition and will never let go of any grudge. When it comes to things she wants, she will burst out with an extremely terrifying obsession, and this obsession is the strongest kind of greed, anger, and ignorance. With this obsession, her state of mind will become indestructible until she achieves her ultimate goal. Be it the Emperor realm or the person she loves, nothing unexpected can escape from her grasp. Separate the two of you. The little witch couldn't stand it anymore and forced herself between the two of them. Senior sister was just rescued. Her body is still very weak, and she can't stand anything out of the ordinary, so you have to be restrained. After these words were spoken, Zhou Tong could no longer be helped. Through her puffy face, Zhou Tong looked at Zhang Chuqiao behind him. The other party had an expression that seemed like he was smiling, and his aura was full and harmonious. He was truly in the state of life and death. How could there be any sign of weakness? This state is what people often call the top powerhouse. If we go one step further, it is the realm of reincarnation, also known as the powerful cultivator. Zhao Wutan, Imo Liusu, and Lian Hanxing are all in this category. A powerful monk who takes one step further will become a half-saint. At her peak, Morongya was a leader even among the semi-saints. As for the chief law enforcement Han Yi, as the strongest person Zhou Tong has ever seen since his rebirth, He is a genuine saint. In the entire Eastern continent, there are probably only 2 or 3 people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At this time, Zhang Chuqiao was already qualified to establish a sect and was qualified to serve as the headmaster of a third-rate sect. Ah! The little witch suddenly screamed. It turned out that Zhang Chuqiao had attacked her from behind and hugged her slender waist. Xiao Yuer, how dare you ruin my good deeds? I'm very scary when I get angry. I'm not afraid of you. I was here first. The two of them talked in low voices, but before they had time to compete with each other, they were separated by Muronya. Now is not the time to discuss romance. It's time for us to take revenge. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present became serious. Zhao Wutian kidnapped my senior sister. His crime is unforgivable. With our current strength, we can easily kill him by rushing straight to the Imperial Master's mansion. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Tong came to a conclusion. In that case, then, Muronya clapped her hands and was about to give orders. The conditions for revenge were ripe, and she was unwilling to wait even a moment longer. Wait a moment. Zhang Chuqiao stopped everyone. Her face looked extremely solemn, as if she was recalling something. There seemed to be some demons from outer space among the group of people who besieged me. What did you say? Chapter 128. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Zhao Wutan had colluded with the outer demons? I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Sheng Xian at the side spoke up. She looked at Zhou Tongdao and said, Big Brother has a faint demonic aura on him, as if he had just come into contact with someone with demonic aura. Zhao Wutian, you bastard. Zhou Tong's pupils showed a rare blood color. No wonder he was able to obtain the Living Silence Array. It turns out that he had colluded with the demons for a long time. The Living Silence Formation. When they heard this name, everyone present was shocked. That was a notorious and dangerous formation, and countless powerful humans had died in it. No one knows who created this formation, and the most mainstream view is that it was created by the demons. You must have made a mistake. This formation was clearly created by humans. Sacred Heart said with eyes wide open, dropping the truth like a bombshell. How is this possible? Long Lingyun was the first one who didn't believe it. She said, the human race loves peace the most. How could they create such a formation with large-scale destructive power? Peace-loving. Sheng Xian was stunned and kept repeating these 4 words, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. How did you say that? Do you know how other races view your race? She counted on her fingers and said, Since the birth of the human race, we have cut off the pillars of heaven, destroyed the earth and the sky, exterminated the demons, suppressed the evil, suppressed the spirits, threatened the immortals, brought down the gods, subdued the ancients, slaughtered the evil, and expelled the aliens. Of the 9 ancient tribes that were once extremely prosperous, you have wiped out 8 of them, except for the demon tribe. Only a few individuals and small tribes are left to survive. This is the result of the human ancestors' desire to maintain biodiversity. There are even more small tribes that have been wiped out by you. Some of them have not even been recorded. In their eyes, the laws of nature are not to be feared, and disasters are not to be feared. Only you humans are the real disaster. You call this peace-loving. The Holy Heart Demon Lord felt terribly angry. In her previous life, she also regarded humans as weaklings, but since she came into contact with Zhou Tong, she finally began to believe those outrageous battle records. This race is really strange. Taken alone, each one is a real weakling, but once they gather together, extremely powerful guys will be born. In the words of the human race, this is called when everyone is united, a hero emerges. If there is also oppression from foreign races, it will be even more serious, and the strongest existence in history will inevitably emerge. Looking back on the past, the gods were so high and mighty and arrogant. When they saw the human race falling into decline, they wanted to wipe out the human race. At first they were about to succeed, but strangely, after suffering a horrific blow, the originally loose human race not only did not collapse, but instead united together and resisted their invasion. This process lasted for hundreds of years. The human race prospered in the battle. At its peak, there were several great emperors coexisting, and they began to counterattack the gods. The result was that the entire clan of gods was wiped out in one battle. Their ancestral temples were destroyed, their inheritance was cut off, and no one was left alive. Not even a chicken was left. If the human race had not experienced civil strife later, the demon race would have probably been destroyed long ago. That living being death array was the tool used by the ancestors of the human race to extract the essence of the demon race. When they discovered that the essence of the demon race could not be used by humans, they listed it as a forbidden array and sealed it forever. But Moronya frowned, still a little unconvinced, and said, "Our history books are full of stories of being bullied by others." Sheng Xian couldn't help laughing again. Of course, because your history books are account books, and you always just brush aside the victories and annihilations you have caused. But if someone bullies you, you will write about it in great detail and record it twice as much. Even the worst kind of grudge can be avenged. Zhou Tong touched his cheek and murmured in a somewhat intoxicated tone. This was the first time he had heard such an argument. I sat up in shock from my dying illness, and the natural disaster turned out to be myself. My charming ancestor is really to my taste. Chapter 129. It must be those foreign races who first provoked and bullied our ancestors. Otherwise, they would not have been destroyed. Zhou Tong said this with such finality that Sheng Xian was stunned. Are you trying to say that you have always been honest and upright, and all the offensives were revenge counterattacks? Of course, our ancestors were best at production and creation, and hated killing the most. In terms of quality of life, they were more than 10,000 times better than other races. If they weren't greedy and wanted to seize our achievements, why would we fight back? Sheng Xian was about to refute when he was interrupted by Zhou Tong. Let me ask you, would you steal the steamed buns from a beggar's bowl on the street? Sacred Heart shook his head ignorantly. That's right, because you don't want them. In the eyes of our ancestors, those foreigners are just savages. It's not hard enough to rob them. The little girl was dumbfounded and speechless. Today was the first time she faced the fangs of the human race. This feeling can never be experienced no matter how many historical books you read. This race, which appears to be kind and gullible on the surface, is actually so terrifying at heart. Anyone who dares to take advantage of their weakness and try to test them will be the one to be served at the table in the end. Since we know that Zhao Wutian has colluded with the demon, how should we deal with him next? Moronya clapped her hands and looked at Zhou Tong. Just wait and see. Wait for all those evildoers to show their faces, and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Is that all? Isn't this too risky? Long Lingyun said. The other party has already perfected the living silence formation. If it is suddenly activated, how can we fight back? Don't worry, I've already made the arrangements, and now we have an extra layer of insurance. Zhou Tong smiled and said, ever since I knew that the living silence array was created by a powerful human, Zhao Wutian is destined to not make any waves. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone else looked at him inquiringly. Do you know where the authority belongs? Everyone shook their heads. Only Xingxin's eyes lit up, as if he had heard something. I've heard that this is a principle of heaven. The gods are in charge of the gods, the demons are in charge of the demons, and the humans are in charge of the humans. Just like this formation, as long as it is created by the human race, once the authority is triggered, the control of the formation will completely fall into the hands of the human race. Unless the human race is wiped out, even if there is only one human left, the ownership of authority will not expire. However, the conditions for triggering the transfer of authority are also very harsh. It is said that only the emperors of each race can control it freely. At the very least, a strong person with spiritual power reaching the emperor realm must take action. Sheng Xian glanced at Zhou Tong. Although she admitted that Zhou Tong was a super strong man, she did not think that he could reach this level. Zhou Tong did not give any explanation for this, but just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, a light flashed between his eyebrows. This is a sign that your mental strength is returning to full. Enough time has passed since the last time he used the state of unconsciousness to create the Six Directions Sword of Destruction. Now he can start creating law again. He was seen sitting cross-legged on the ground, oblivious to himself and the world, entering a mysterious state with golden runes dancing around him. What's going on? Zhang Chuqiao was a little confused and wanted to see what was going on. Don't bother him. The little witch grabbed the other person and looked at Zhou Tong with burning eyes. I wonder if there will be any unique skills suitable for her to practice this time? Lingxiao Empire, the headquarters of Yuqing Sect. Fengxiang Inn is the most luxurious inn in the imperial capital, but it is entirely contracted by the Yuqing Sect. When Mo Liusu brought Lian Hanxing, who was pretending to be Zhou Tong, back here, her 3 disciples all showed wonderful expressions. From today on, Zhou Tong will become my disciple again. You two must live in peace with each other as you did in the past, and don't make me worry. Chapter 130. Yes. The three of them answered in unison, but their expressions were very different. Junior brother, you've finally changed your mind. Chunlinger was the most surprised. Just as she was about to go forward and get close to him, she suddenly stopped. After a slight struggle, she became extremely calm again, with an extremely indifferent expression. This is the smell of the love poison. Lian Hanqing noticed something instantly and looked at Tang Chi with a playful look. If you dare to show off this in front of her, you are really courting death. I'm glad you're back. I hope you'll know your limits in the future. We can forgive what happened in the past, but if you dare to push your luck, don't blame us for being rude. Xia Hongxiu had a cold expression on her face, and she gave Zhou Tong a warning as soon as she came up. She even wished that Zhou Tong would die immediately so that her plan could go on smoothly. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy enough to let bygones be bygones? Lian Hanqing said sarcastically. I am the one who should be held accountable. Don't think I don't know what you have done. You can hide it from others, but can you hide it from me? As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Hongxiu immediately felt guilty. Ever since she joined the sect, she had stolen countless fortunes from others and left many traces behind, but no one had pursued them. Otherwise, she will be in trouble. However, what she could not accept the most was that Zhou Tong actually dared to talk back to her. Who gave him the courage? That's enough. At this moment, Mo Liusu uttered a cold shout. I worked so hard to rescue you, not to let you create conflicts here. Her bias was obvious. When she thought of Zhou Tong's contradictory attitude towards her in the prison, she couldn't help but get angry. She only needs an obedient Zhou Tong to help her avoid disaster, not a stubborn person. Did I ask you to save me? If you don't want to, you can send me back. Lian Hanqing tightly grasped the opponent's vital point and retorted unscrupulously, not giving the other party any face. You! Emoliosu was very angry. What a big mouth. Do you really think you are a treasure? Master, please do as he wishes. Xia Hongxiu actively fanned the flames, hoping to expel Zhou Tong again. However, she was disappointed. Emoliosu just changed his expression and said to Tang Chi, your brother must be tired. Find him a room and let him have a good rest. After saying that, she flashed back into the room and disappeared from everyone's sight. Brother, please follow me. Tang Chi looked disrespectful. Even the pretended respect disappeared, and there was only naked provocation in his eyes. Under his guidance, Lian Hanqing was taken to a shabby grocery room. This is your room. You can live in it as you wish for the next few days. Tang Chi said jokingly, looking forward to Zhou Tong's reaction. It would be even better if the other party could get angry out of humiliation, as he was the best at teasing people like this. This is a place for dogs. It suits you very well, but not me. Lian Hanqing didn't buy it at all and turned around to leave. Where are you going? Of course I'm going back to where I came from. If I'm not welcome here, I'll find another place that will welcome me. As soon as these words came out, Tang Chi's face changed drastically. If he lets Zhou Tong go at this time, he will be in big trouble once Mo Liusu blames him. I order you to stop. Tang Chi's voice was cold, and he no longer took the person in front of him seriously. However, Lian Hanqing didn't take him seriously and continued to do as she pleased. You useless bastard. Do you think you still have the qualifications to be tough? Tang Chi was furious and stopped pretending. He grabbed Lian Hanqing and was about to slap her in the face. He wanted to humiliate the other party thoroughly and make Zhou Tong unable to raise his head forever. Chapter 131. Tang Chi waved his hands, his face showing extreme excitement. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but he never had the chance. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so how could he let it go easily? You are just a piece of trash. Let's see how you can escape from my grasp this time. He said in his heart and acted without mercy. This time, he wanted to completely destroy the other party's dignity and make the other party afraid of him forever. Bang! The sound of the slap landing on the face was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Tang Chi stood there in a daze. He looked dazed with one hand covering his cheek, as if he had been struck by lightning. He was beaten. Before he could make a move, Lian Hanqing was faster and slapped him first. My face doesn't hurt, but my heart does. After realizing what was happening, Tang Chi was furious. He was attacked first by a loser. The damage was not great, but the insult was extremely strong. I want you dead. He exuded a strong murderous aura and overwhelming power, pressing towards Zhou Tong. The effect was minimal, but the response was decisive. Zhou Tong was not moved at all, and Tang Chi could even see a hint of mockery on his face. This frightened him. Why did the other party dare to be so presumptuous? He clearly has no accomplishments and is even worse than an ordinary person. Where does he get the confidence from? Is it just bluffing? However, Tang Chi didn't know that the man in front of him could crush him to death with one hand. He couldn't see the other party's cultivation level simply because his realm was not high enough. In a trance, Lien Hanxing attacked again. I saw a palm with a false aura breaking through the air easily, trying to replicate the scene just now. Don't even think about it. Tang Chi gritted his teeth and tried to jump out of the range of the attack. However, the reality was very strange. The slap was obviously very slow, as if even a child could easily dodge it, but he couldn't do it. Bang! The familiar voice sounded again, and Tang Chi knew that he was humiliated again. This time he had no time to get angry because this attack was not only extremely insulting, but also extremely damaging. Tang Chi felt as if his face was run over by a wheel full of steel nails. The force penetrated his bones, causing his brain to tremble and his limbs and internal organs to shake violently. He screamed miserably, his voice uncontrollably and so powerful that it could be heard clearly 10 miles away. It hurt so much that he wanted to die. It wasn't until now that he realized something was wrong. How could a useless person cause him such great harm? Could it be that the other party was not destroyed at all? Teacher, what's going on? He asked the soul in the ring. I can confirm that this boy has no cultivation skills. Perhaps he has used other means. The old voice responded, making Tang Chi even more confused. They didn't know that Lien Hanxing was wearing Qian Miaoyu's secret treasure, which could perfectly hide her aura. As long as her spirit had not reached the Emperor realm, her disguise would not be seen through. Lend me your strength. I will kill him immediately. Tang Chi stopped pretending, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Just then, two figures came towards the sound, obviously startled by the noise just now. Chapter 132. What are you doing? The voices of Chen Linger and Xia Hongxiu were heard, and Lien Hanxing's body trembled slightly. He fell softly to the ground against the wall, with a trace of blood even oozing from the corner of his mouth. Tang Chi looked at this scene in surprise, feeling that it seemed familiar. Suddenly his head trembled, and he almost jumped up. Wasn't this the method he had used before? He didn't react for a moment. You! He pointed at Zhou Tong with a look of astonishment on his face. Stop! What are you doing? Chun Linger couldn't control her roar. From her perspective, Tang Chi was in an absolutely strong position and seemed to be bullying Zhou Tong. 7th Junior Brother, you are so bold that you dared to attack Zhou Tong when we were away. Have all your previous upbringings been thrown to the dogs? Chun Linger scolded without any mercy, making Tang Chi pale. Damn it! He did not explain and wanted to deal with the other party in the simplest and most brutal way, which immediately triggered the love poison. However, this time the effect was minimal. Chun Linger's face only changed a few times before she resisted the interference of the insect. This made Tang Chi feel frightened. This kind of situation had never happened before. Could it be because of Zhou Tong? It seems that as long as Chun Linger stays with Zhou Tong, her resistance to the poisonous insects will increase exponentially. Could it be that she fell in love with Zhou Tong, so much so that she could ignore the love poison? This is impossible. He knew very well how Chun Linger treated Zhou Tong in the past. If that is love, it is a bit too perverted. Senior sister, you misunderstood. He was the first to hit me. I never touched him a finger from beginning to end. Tang Chi tried his best to defend himself, but before he finished speaking, he received 2 contemptuous glances. Even Xia Hongxiu didn't believe his nonsense. A cultivator who was about to enter the heaven-slaying realm was slapped by a useless person. Was he trying to challenge their IQ? If you don't believe me, just look at my face. Tang Chi was anxious and pointed at his slapped cheek for the 2 men to see, but there was not even a slap mark on his face. Lien Hanxing was very particular when attacking. He would not hurt the skin or flesh, but only the internal organs and bones. Even if he broke the opponent's body, there would be no visible clues from the outside. Junior brother, you are overacting. Xia Hongxiu frowned. She knew the tricks Tang Chi had played before and thought it would be the same this time. Why don't you believe me? Tang Chi Bai was speechless. At this moment, Lien Hanxing, who was lying on the ground, spoke. Please stop arguing about me. I'm just a useless person. I deserve all this. He raised his head, looking self-pitying and self-abandoned, as if he had lost hope in everything. Chun Linger burst into tears immediately. No, you can't think like that. She seemed to be very distressed and reached out to hug Zhou Tong and comfort him. But she never dared to touch Zhou Tong for fear that he would break into pieces. If you are bullied, just speak up. I will stand up for you even if it means risking my life. No, just think of me as someone who is weak and hurt myself. Don't blame 7th junior brother. This has nothing to do with him. As she spoke, Lian Hanqing did not forget to touch her cheek, which was already red, as if she had been beaten. Tang Chi, you're going too far. Chun Linger's eyes turned red, and she came in front of Tang Chi. Apologize. Hearing this, Tang Chi's face was full of disbelief. You want me to apologize to him? This is what you should do. I won't. I clearly didn't touch him. Why should I apologize to him? He is the one who should apologize. Bang! Chun Linger finally couldn't bear it anymore. She swung her arm and slapped him hard in the face. Chapter 133. Chun Ling used enough force in this attack that Tang Chi staggered. Xia Hongxiu was stunned watching from the side. In her impression, the senior sister had never laid a hand on Tang Chi. This is the first time. Tang Chi was stunned. He covered his face, unable to accept this fact at all. How dare you hit me? Even my father never hit me. That's natural, since you're an orphan. Chun Linger's voice was cold and ruthless, as if she had become a different person. Such a rapid change caught Tang Chi off guard. Isn't he the apple of this woman's eye? For his sake, Chun Linger can even disregard principles and target Zhou Tong. But why? Since I planted the love poison in her, she has been treating me worse than before. Are women really so fickle? I won't forgive you. Tang Chi became furious and tried his best to activate the love poison to make Chun Linger pay the price. Well, Chun Linger's face changed drastically, and she felt a strong impact sweeping through her body, making her unable to control herself. No, stop it, what's wrong with me? She bit her red lips tightly, trying her best to resist the tempting impulse. At the same time, she kept telling herself that the person she really cared about and should compensate was Zhou Tong, and she must not waver. But no matter how hard she tried, the image of Tang Chi in her mind became clearer and clearer, until it became unforgettable. She's about to be tamed. Show off your skills before an expert. Lian Hanqing on the side showed disdain, and lightly hooked her finger, cutting off the connection between the love goo, making it temporarily ineffective. In an instant, Chun Linger returned to normal and became extremely angry. How is that possible? Tang Chi was breathing heavily. This was completely beyond his expectations. He had clearly tried his best just now, even using the old man's soul power. He was about to completely conquer the opponent, but it failed at the last moment. How dare you? Chun Linger was really angry this time. Without being affected by the insect, she was finally able to think independently and figure out the whole story. So that's how it is. I was being manipulated. It was Tang Chi who used despicable means to cloud my consciousness and made me lean towards him without any bottom line. Maybe it was all Tang Chi's fault that I treated Zhou Tong like that. If Tang Chi knew what she was thinking, he would definitely cry out in injustice. Don't put all the blame on him. However, Chun Linger didn't care. She thought she had found a reasonable fig leaf, and in an instant she felt enlightened and let go of all the burdens in her heart. That's right, I have always had a crush on Zhou Tong, but I was manipulated by a villain and ended up like this. As she thought about this, her feelings towards Tang Chi completely transformed into disgust, and it was pure disgust without any impurities. This is all your fault. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She swung her arm and was about to slap Tang Chi again. Stop! A voice mixed with anger suddenly came. Of course, the commotion here could not be hidden from Mo Liusu. As soon as she arrived at the scene, she stopped Chun Linger's actions. Master, Junior Brother 7 attacked Zhou Tong just now. Please punish him and give Zhou Tong justice. Chapter 134. I didn't. He directed and acted all this out himself. Tang Chi argued loudly, but Mo Liusu raised her hand to stop him. It's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a fuss. Mo Liusu said expressionlessly. Master, how could you? Chun Linger's face changed slightly. The evidence was so obvious, but Mo Liusu was trying to smooth things over, which clearly showed that she was favoring Tang Chi. This is exactly the case. Mo Liusu was still angry about Zhou Tong's defiance. Tang Chi's beating up Zhou Tong was exactly what she wanted to do. How could she possibly teach Tang Chi a lesson? She just wanted Zhou Tong to face the reality. A useless person had no right to be tough in front of her. She was Zhou Tong's sky. All I can say is that this woman named Mo Liusu is stupid, or she's extremely greedy. When Zhou Tong was away, she only wanted him to come back and was willing to pay any price for it. Now that Zhou Tong was back, she wanted to completely control him. You will never be satisfied and will always forget the promises you made. Tang Chi smiled. He saw Mo Liusu's favoritism and felt relieved instantly. Master, I just arranged a small room for my brother, but he was not satisfied. Not only did he speak harshly to me, but he also attacked me. You know, our other rooms are all used to entertain distinguished guests. I thought that my senior brother would understand my behavior for the benefit of Yuqing's sect, but I didn't expect. He seemed to be hesitant to speak, causing Mo Liusu to frown at Zhou Tong. I didn't expect you to have such a lack of perspective on the overall situation. For the sake of the sect, can't you even tolerate this little bit of grievance? That's not right. Chun Linger stood up, pointed at Tang Chi, and said, Since you say it so easily, then you can exchange rooms with Zhou Tong. How about you live in this doghouse? Tang Chi's face changed slightly, but Mo Liusu interrupted directly. Of course not. The two of them cannot be compared. Xiao Qi is the hope of the sect and represents the face of the sect, while Zhou Tong is just a waste. Before she could finish her words, her expression suddenly twisted, and a familiar pain came from her mind. Oh no! Wuwanji is about to strike again. When she thought of this, her heart was filled with fear, and the pain made her extremely terrified. Damn it, it seems we should not target this traitor too much. Mo Liusu understood clearly and immediately changed his mind and made a decision. I have thought about it carefully and feel that what Linger said makes sense. Since Xiaoqi is the hope of the sect, he should take on more responsibilities. Therefore, I agree that you can change rooms. Hearing this, Tang Chi was struck by lightning and stood at attention stupidly. He couldn't even believe his ears. Master, my mind is made up and cannot be changed. After saying that, Mo Liusu left without giving the other party a chance to speak. Brother, let's go too. Chun Linger held Lian Hanqing's arm affectionately. When she was about to leave, Lian Hanqing suddenly turned around, looked at Tang Chi, and gave him a provocative expression. Just this one look almost made him so angry that his heart exploded. These were all the tricks he had used before, and now Zhou Tong was using them exactly the same against him. Is there anything more shameful than this in the world? I swear, I will make sure you are doomed. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a wild beast. In the sky prison of the Imperial Palace in Lingxiao Empire, Zhou Tong's creation of the law is about to be completed. Suddenly, the rays of light flashed and condensed into a secret book. Everyone leaned over and saw 5 large golden characters. Little ignorant talisman,